Although the current result is difficult to accept, let us extend our congratulations to TL for securing the match point with a score of 2-1. They only need to win one more game to advance to the finals of this MSI. In Huaxia, Taipei, P Sports Arena, the voice of Guan Ziyuan, tinged with regret, reverberated throughout the venue. The LPL audience in the arena wore expressions of despondency. Today marked the match between IG and TL. Whichever team emerged victorious would advance to the finals of the mid-season invitational. As IG were the champions of last year's S8 World Championship, the excitement surrounding today's match was extraordinarily heightened, with online discussions reaching over 10 million. Countless spectators and fans eagerly anticipated IG's performance, hoping they would replicate their previous dominance and seize the mid-season championship. Yet, no one expected the situation to devolve into its current state. The barrage of comments in the live streams across various platforms surged. Amazing. Really? TL is dominating. Hurry back and save yourselves from embarrassment. I can't stomach this support from Baolon anymore. It's suffocating me. Let's not discuss the mid lane, what is happening in the bot lane. Honestly, if Water Brother could die less, we could win. In the IG lounge, Ning Wang's voice, tinged with anger, resonated softly. If you all play like you're dead in the lane, how am I supposed to jungle effectively? You could have helped me guard the blue buff, but instead, you remained silent and passive. Seated around him were the Shy, Rookie, Ashue, and Baolon, all enveloped in silence. Fresh off their triumph at the S8 World Championship, they were riding high after clinching the LPL Spring Championship and successfully advancing to the MSI. During the group stage, Feshi's Akali dazzled with his incredible skill, captivating the audience. Most importantly, in their encounter with SKT, they swept them away in less than 16 minutes, pinning SKT to the infamous 15-57 shame pole. Just when everyone believed they would forge ahead and claim the MSI championship, an unexpected twist unfolded in the quarterfinals against TL. Baolin's support was thoroughly outmatched by the opposing support, Core JJ, in every aspect from vision control to roaming, which led to the loss of Ning Wang's jungle and triggered a series of collapses. The two teams had already battled through 3 games, although IG managed to win a single match. It was solely due to individual prowess and an unorthodox team fight. In terms of overall performance, TL clearly outshone IG, having prepared meticulously for today's contest. With the 4th game about to commence, Ning Wang's frustrations finally surfaced under the mounting pressure. Su Xiaoluo observed the 5 silent players, her peripheral vision catching sight of a figure in the corner. The individual in question is named Zhou Yang, with the competition ID, D-Fire. He is a recently appointed substitute support player for IG. He walked directly over to the individual and slowly said, "Yang, you will take the stage in the next match." Zhou Yang, who had been lost in thought, lifted his head upon hearing Su Xiaoluo's words. After a moment of confusion, he suddenly grasped the gravity of his situation. He had inexplicably traversed dimensions and found himself in the midst of IG's decline. Following their defeat to Team Liquid in the MSI Mid-Season Invitational, IG began its downward trajectory. The former world champions from S8 struggled to secure a 3rd seed in the plants, barely qualifying for the World Championship. Although there were fleeting moments of brilliance during the tournament, they were ultimately just fleeting flashes of glory. By the end of S9, IG had completely faded into obscurity, with the Incheon players lying forgotten in the sewers of Madrid alongside Luo's necklace. Yang, noticing Zhou Yang's lack of response, Su Xiaoluo called out again, her voice tinged with annoyance. At the sound, Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and looked up at her. He held no fondness for Su Xiaoluo after all. He had played a pivotal role in the team's unraveling, from Feshi's previous injury to IG's subsequent disintegration. One could say Su Xiaoluo was a malignant presence within IG. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang recognized the urgency of seizing this opportunity, despite knowing it could lead to him being unfairly blamed should they lose. The pressure from public opinion and the wrath of the fans would be immense. Yet, he had to grasp this chance. However, the pressing question was, what benefits did he, as a traveler, possess? Surely, he would not be expected to contend with professional players without any advantage. Just as these thoughts raced through his mind, a chime echoed in his ears. Ding! The activity system is currently binding. The activity system? Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback by the voice in his mind. The system soon provided an explanation. The activity system, as the name implies, allows the host's every action to generate more barrage comments, subsequently enhancing their on-the-spot capabilities. And how strong is that? Zhou Yang inquired, intrigued. You are not merely the world's best, you are the best in the universe. What an astonishing revelation. Zhou Yang's heart steadied at once. He raised his head to meet the increasingly impatient gaze of Su Xiaoluo. If you all believe we are destined to lose, then let me step in and shine. At this proclamation, Ning Wang and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, there were no better alternatives at hand. Baolan was being thoroughly outperformed, and while substituting players at such a critical juncture was typically ill-advised, it could potentially yield unexpected results. Yet, considering Zhou Yang's complete lack of competitive experience, they felt a twinge of apprehension. Hold the bottom lane steady, it'll take care of the carry. The Shy reassured the duo in the bottom lane with a thick accent reminiscent of Google Translate. We, in the mid lane, are not fearful of our opponents. The primary concern lies in the bot lane. Ning, having composed himself, turned his gaze towards Zhou Yang. Yang, you and Ashue should play cautiously in the bot lane, avoiding any unnecessary opportunities for the enemy. Of course, when a moment calls for it, you must roam, otherwise we risk being led by the nose by our adversaries. I don't require much assistance in the mid lane, just keep an eye on the top and bot lanes, Rookie chimed in. As the most stable member of IG, his words instilled confidence in the team. At that moment, Baolan, who had been educated by the opposing support for 3 consecutive games, reached out to pat Zhou Yang on the shoulder. It's on you from here. Understood, Zhou Yang nodded, refraining from further commentary. After confirming Baolan's substitution, the coach began to brief the team on crucial points to note and the mistakes made in the previous 3 matches, ensuring they would not stumble in the same manner again. Time ticked by steadily. Before long, the 4th match between IG and TL commenced. Chapter 2. Is Brother Shy so enthusiastic? No, he undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Welcome, everyone, to the live broadcast of the quarterfinals of the 2019 Mid-Season Invitational, featuring IG versus TL. I am your commentator, Ziyuan. Greetings, I am G-Day. After a brief introduction by Guan Ziyuan and G-Day at the commentary desk, the conversation swiftly continued. Currently, TL has secured 2 victories and attained match point. Following a brief intermission, it remains uncertain whether IG has managed to recalibrate their team's performance. It is noteworthy that, after a short discussion, IG has made a last-minute substitution in the 4th game, replacing their support player, Baolan, with D-Fire. D-Fire, whose real name is Zhou Yang, is adept at champions with hooks such as Thresh and Blitzcrank. This marks D-Fire's debut in a competitive match. After providing a succinct introduction of Zhou Yang, Guan Ziyuan expressed with a hint of nostalgia, facing such a significant match on his first appearance. I hope D-Fire can truly showcase his abilities. After all, this is a rare opportunity for a newcomer, though neither Guan Ziyuan nor G-Day explicitly stated it. Their encouragements towards Zhou Yang were palpable. However, the audience understood the underlying sentiment, claiming to offer a chance to a rookie in reality. It seemed more like finding a scapegoat. Winning would be delightful, but losing would likely leave one languishing by the water cooler. Such a last-minute substitution to take the blame could only be executed by someone like Su Xiaoluo, without a doubt. It's a thought that scarcely requires contemplation. Who else but that reckless individual would dare to pull such a stunt? Poor young man, unaware of how Su Xiaoluo has led him into this predicament. Nevertheless, to be fair, the young man does possess a certain charm. At this moment, the large screen displayed Zhou Yang's image. At merely 19 years of age, he was undeniably in the prime of his youth. His tousled hair obscured his eyebrows, and his fair complexion lent him an innocent demeanor. He was currently arranging his peripherals. Aside from the monitors provided by the organizers, players must bring their own keyboards and mice, as each player has unique preferences that make uniform distribution challenging. With it being his first competitive appearance, particularly in such a crucial match, it would be disingenuous to claim that Zhou Yang felt no nerves. Fortunately, the support of the system somewhat calmed his restless heart. Just then, ding, the bullet screen assistant has been activated. The host may choose to toggle it on or off at any time. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhou Yang quickly internally recited a command to activate it. Subsequently, he noticed a bullet screen assistant had appeared before him, displaying a live feed of comments from various major domestic streaming platforms. Observing the scrolling comments, Zhou Yang could easily discern that many held a skeptical view regarding his sudden appearance. Of course, there were also those eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama or feeling sympathy for the unfortunate soul thrust into the spotlight. According to the earlier system reminders, Zhou Yang was aware that the more barrage comments he triggered with each action, the stronger his on-the-spot performance would become. The actions that elicited numerous comments could be broadly divided into two categories. One type was the heroic savior who could turn the tide in dire moments, rescuing the team from the brink of disaster. The other type, of course, consisted of various amusing antics that either provoked laughter or scorn, serving as entertaining distractions. As Zhou Yang pondered these thoughts, he was interrupted by the voice of a Shui beside him. "Brother Yang, don't be nervous. Let us just play steadily in the bot lane." Zhou Yang, being a year older than a Shui, found nothing amiss in this address. Unbeknownst to a Shui, Zhou Yang was contemplating how to generate more barrage comments, while a Shui mistakenly interpreted his silence as tension and sought to reassure him. Just as Zhou Yang was about to respond and alleviate a Shui's concerns, Ning Wang's voice cut in. "Forget about a Yang for now. Just focus on yourself. Avoid taking unnecessary QS. As if I want to get hit." A Shui retorted, clearly frustrated. "It's not my fault that their QS are so accurate. Your aim is questionable." Rookie chimed in with eloquent sarcasm. "You played Ezreal in the first match and died 10 times. The Shy, overhearing this, stifled a laugh, declaring, "Just hold the bot lane. I can carry." After a round of banter, the atmosphere among the team gradually lightened, dispelling the gloom from their earlier defeat. The mental state and morale of professional players are crucial. Only with a positive mindset can they execute exceptional plays. A lifeless team is destined to falter. At that moment, the referee gestured for them to cease their chatter as the ban pick phase had commenced for the fourth match. IG, positioned on the blue side, had the privilege of first banning and picking. As a newcomer making his debut, Zhou Yang was well cared for by his coach, the Shy, and Ning Wang. "Is there any champion you wish to ban? I can help you with that." Listening to the Shy's heavily accented English, Zhou Yang nudged a Shui with his elbow and whispered, "Is Shy so enthusiastic?" Little did he know, a Shui's expression shifted to one of bemusement, as if to say, "You're still too young to understand. What are you talking about? He's not being enthusiastic. He's merely trying to curry favor with you so that you'll help him tank later." Upon hearing a Shui's words, Zhou Yang immediately grasped the situation. "Ah, I see. A weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken, there's an ulterior motive." He gently shook his head and replied, "Just ban the challenging heroes for the top lane. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, I can manage in the top lane." After some discussion, IG proceeded to ban TL's standout champions from the previous 3 matches, Gem, Jarvan, and Silas. TL's bans were even more straightforward. After the confrontations of the first 3 matches, they had come to a clear understanding, targeting the Shy's champions in the top lane and subsequently focusing on Ning's jungle. With the formidable presence of Rookie in the mid lane, it becomes increasingly challenging for IG to make their mark. As for the bottom lane, TL seemingly regards it with indifference. Core JJ, having consistently outperformed Balon in the support role across 3 games, exudes confidence. Although IG has made a last-minute substitution, Core JJ believes that after such extensive synergy with Balon, he can adeptly handle the newcomers. Thus, TL decisively bans Akali, Aatrox, and the late-game powerhouse Fiora, who could be wielded effectively by the Shy. Observing TL's initial 3 bans, all directed at the Shy, Guanziyuan remarks with a smile that while the outcome is somewhat surprising, it remains within the realm of reason. TL has indeed prepared thoroughly, and the first 2 games have validated their strategy. By restricting the Shy's champion pool and applying pressure on Ning through jungle and support synergy, they leave him with little bandwidth to attend to both the top and mid lanes. However, the current support is not Balon but Defire. We eagerly anticipate his debut performance to be a commendable one. Chapter 3. The lineup is set. Defire's debut on the battlefield. Shall I assist you in your selection? Upon hearing the coach's inquiry, Zhou Yang shook his head, indicating that it would suffice to select for the others first. In truth, he had yet to decide which hero to employ. Very well. The coach did not press further and swiftly secured an Olaf for Ning Wang. Ning Wang's rhythm was pivotal for IG. If he played comfortably, the top lane would naturally follow suit. At this moment, commentator Guan Ziyuan chimed in. Having secured a jungle Olaf for Ning Wang is no issue, but TL is also quick to choose, immediately locking in Kaisa and Galio. Furthermore, Galio possesses the versatility to be played in multiple roles, making it exceedingly difficult for IG to ascertain his precise position until the very last moment. Once TL's choices were finalized, the IG team engaged in a brief discussion before promptly selecting Xayah and Jace. It's perfectly reasonable to secure an AD for Ashué. TL did not anticipate the release of Jace, but since they have, IG certainly cannot pass up the opportunity. As this was articulated, TL added a Scorpion as their third pick. Both sides entered the second round of bans, with IG having confirmed their bottom and top lane along with jungle positions. TL's subsequent bans became straightforward. Should we target this newly introduced support? The TL coach inquired. Absolutely unnecessary. TL support player, Core JJ, shook his head, exuding confidence after having established their momentum. It would be futile to change personnel at this point. Very well. The TL coach nodded, opting not to elaborate further. The final two bans were directed at Rookie, eliminating his favored champions, LeBlanc and Oriana. Although Zhou Yang indicated that there was no need to overly focus on the bottom lane in order to prevent Galio from venturing mid, they decided to ban one of the opponent's supports, ultimately removing Lysandra as well. After the second round of bans concluded, TL, after a moment of contemplation, decisively locked in Kennen. Given that Kennen counters Jace, TL appeared to reserve their counter pick for either the mid lane or support role. The decision IG would make remained uncertain, especially with Rookie S. LeBlanc and Oriana already banned. They could opt for a Nico to enhance team control. Though the previous two matches had not yielded favorable results with this champion for IG, Guan Ziyuan habitually analyzed the compositions, and IG quickly provided their answer. After securing Zoe for Rookie, the focus shifted back to Zhou Yang, the last unchosen player. Perhaps you should select a champion you excel with. What about Thresh? The IG coach suggested cautiously, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Zhou Yang and thus seeking his input. Winning this crucial match would be advantageous. However, if they lost, it could only be described as misfortune. That won't do. Zhou Yang shook his head slightly. Thresh cannot adequately defend against Kennen's initiation. Perhaps Alistar would be a better option. Agreed. The IG coach nodded, and thus the lineup was finalized. Upon witnessing this scene, Guan Ziyuan's voice rose in excitement. In consideration of the team dynamics, D-Fire opted for a champion that could thwart Kennen's advances, choosing instead the tanky Alistar. With TL retaining their final counter pick, uncertainty loomed over whether it would be designated for mid lane or support. As Zoe was locked in, the members of TL exchanged knowing glances, each revealing a conspiratorial smile. This was a trap they had meticulously set for Rookie, and now the opponent had taken the bait. Illuminate their path. With a flicker of the avatar frame, a long-absent champion graced the arena. Lux, the Lady of Luminosity. Lux. Before Guan Ziyuan could utter another word, the selection was confirmed. Indeed, it had materialized. It seemed this was yet another formidable weapon meticulously prepared by TL. One could only hope that IG, with the recent substitution of D-Fire, would gradually regain their momentum. The team compositions were confirmed. IG featured Jace in the top lane, Olaf in the jungle, Zoe in mid lane, and the duo of Xayah and Alistar in the bot lane. TL countered with Kennen atop, Scorpion in the jungle, Lux mid, and the pair of Kaisa and Galio below. As the game slowly loaded, the IG players began to rally one another. Let us go, let us go. Victory leads us to the next stage. Defeat means a holiday. Ayong, do not feel pressured. Just treat it like a regular ranked match. Despite his teammates' continuous reassurances to Zhou Yang, urging him to remain unperturbed, his heart raced with palpable anxiety. He discreetly opened the barrage assistant to glance at the comments flooding in. Many viewers were not optimistic about his performance. After all, in the previous match, the opposing team had effectively countered the Alistar, and here he was daring to play it again? The audacity of a novice. It could only be said that he was destined to bear the blame. Poor fellow, one could only lament that Su Xiaoluo had let him down. After a brief perusal of the comments, Zhou Yang closed the barrage window to avoid distraction. Although this match carried the weight of expectations, it also presented an opportunity. Should they emerge victorious, he might solidify his position as a starter. Alistar was a champion he was familiar with, to put it bluntly. He could execute a double combo, even with his feet. However, professional play transcended mere execution. Vision, awareness, and roaming were all indispensable components. Moreover, how could a support player operate in such a manner as to elicit more comments and trigger the system's rewards? Zhou Yang contemplated deeply, and soon a notion crystallized in his mind. Despite the pivotal nature of the fourth game, Ning Wang proposed an incursion into the enemy jungle. With the formidable champions Alistar and Olaf at their disposal, it would be remiss not to engage in an early skirmish. This idea quickly garnered the support of the shy Zhou Yang, Rookie, and Ashui. After marking the enemy jungle, the five of them dashed out the moment they could emerge from their fountain. Meanwhile, TL anticipated that IG would undoubtedly invade, and the five players swiftly assembled in their jungle, taking refuge in the brush near the red buff on the upper lane. They were acutely aware that Olaf's strategy in this match would revolve around Jace, leading them to believe that any jungle invasion would likely target the upper jungle. Observing the movements of both teams on the grand screen, Guan Ziyuan remarked, "It seems IG's five members are intent on invading the enemy's red buff." However, TL was well prepared. Having gathered their five players to prevent a fruitless incursion, they were eager for a confrontation. Due to their proximity, TL's members could arrive at the location first. IG lacked vision, and although their combat capabilities at level 1 were formidable, recklessly advancing could lead to unforeseen consequences. Given that IG had opted for Olaf, a jungler known for his early game strength, it was evident they intended to create disturbances in the early to mid-game. Should they be ambushed in the level 1 skirmish, it could jeopardize the entirety of the match. On the grand screen, TL's five members lay concealed in the brush behind the red buff wall, while IG approached from the river's mouth. Recently, there have been complaints regarding the barrage system resembling screen peeking, hence my intention to clarify for new readers. The barrage assistant serves merely as a tool for the protagonist to perceive the increasing barrage, devoid of any ulterior motives involving screen peeking. Furthermore, I trust many have witnessed matches. Setting aside distant examples, consider this year alone how much of the live stream's barrage was relevant to the game. Most comments are mere distractions. What insight can one glean from a cacophony of distractions? Therefore, let us not dwell on the notion that the barrage may facilitate screen peeking. It would be simpler to endow the protagonist with a form of X-ray vision, wouldn't it? Thank you all for your understanding. Much love to you. Mua, Chapter 4. The Lethal Q Flash. This support has something. Zhou Yang's Alistar swaggered confidently at the forefront, embodying the essence of a chaotic ruler. Ning Wang's Olaf trailed closely behind him. As they emerged from the river, the five members of TL, concealed in the underbrush, had already taken note of their presence. However, they refrained from immediate action due to the considerable distance. Galio could not engage with a taunt, and Lux's control would grant the opponents a moment to react. Should they become aware, it could very well lead to their own downfall. TL aimed to wait until IG drew nearer before making their move. Lux would ensnare. Galio would follow with a taunt, and they would focus fire to eliminate one or two before proceeding. At that point, they would hold the advantage of numbers and secure victory. As Zhou Yang's Alistar approached the ambush in the brush on the big screen, a glimmer of despair crossed Guan Ziyuan's face. It was over. IG likely had no inkling that TL would also group together as five. They were about to be caught off guard. The thought of the ensuing chain reactions brought a hint of regret to the face of a nearby commentator. The expressions of TL's five members, however, radiated joy, with Galio's W ability already charged, waiting for Alistar to close the distance. Closer, just a bit closer. But at that moment, a golden glow erupted beneath Alistar's feet, and he suddenly blinked into the brush. The 5 hidden within were caught completely off guard, as they were sent flying through the air. My heavens! The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise, with Guan Ziyuan exclaiming in disbelief. D-Fire. He actually anticipated that TL's 5 would hide in that brush and executed a Q flash that launched all 5 into the air. The IG players were equally startled by Zhou Yang's unexpected blink, but upon witnessing the 5 players being knocked away, their faces lit up with exhilaration. Yangge nice. Shui, controlling Xia, activated her W and hastily followed up with damage. Yang the Shy, with a Google Translate accent, chimed in. After landing a basic attack followed by a Q ability, his J swiftly shifted forms and unleashed a devastating hammer strike. Galio, launched by Alistar, managed to taunt only one of them. Taunting just Alistar was insufficient. Although Lux quickly cast her Q upon landing, it ensnared only Shou Yang's Alistar. Ningguang's Olaf wielded a powerful level 1 axe, and after this skirmish, aside from Zhou Yang's Alistar and the front-running the Shy, TL's 5 members were all eliminated. In this level 1 team fight, IG achieved a remarkable 2-for-5 trade. The commentator erupted in excitement. The previous 3 matches had been unbearably stifling. Indeed, it had been stifling. IG was renowned for their audacity, yet throughout the first 3 matches, they had played with a hesitance that was uncharacteristic of their usual style. However, in this level 1 clash, the essence of their previous boldness finally shone through. Yet, the pivotal figure in this moment was D-Fire. How could he possess such confidence? After calming down, he cheerfully remarked, Initially, I thought IG would be caught off guard by TL, but with an unexpected Q flash from Alistar, he sent 5 opponents flying. Galio's taunt only managed to catch one of them. Of course, the rest of IG also played remarkably well. Upon spotting an enemy in the brush, the Shy wasted no time in controlling Jace and charged in aggressively. Although he fell in battle, he secured 2 kills, which was quite a profit. Just moments ago, LPL viewers who harbored doubts about Zhou Yang were left bewildered. Wow, this new support is incredibly fierce. Isn't this far superior to the timid support who hides behind the others? Miscalculation, my friends. This time, Su Shaoluo is on the 5th tier. This big brother has potential. I could tell at first glance that he possesses the qualities of a champion. Looking at D-Fire, who appeared quite gentle and refined, it was surprising to see him display such aggression right from the start. How did he know that TL had 5 players in the brush? Don't ask. Just know that he was prepared. Over on IG's side, had it not been for the match, Shui would have eagerly given Zhou Yang a bear hug. Securing 5 kills in the level 1 team fight, what does that signify? Especially with the Shy's Jace claiming 2 of those kills. Brother Yang, how did you know there were enemies in there? Shui, in his excitement, voiced his curiosity. After Shui finished speaking, the Shy, with a heavy accent reminiscent of Google Translate, replied, Yang, that prediction was incredible, truly impressive. Faced with the praise, Zhou Yang was at a loss for words. He couldn't simply say he was just trying his luck. At that moment, he thought that since he had Hextech Flash, there wouldn't be much trouble against Galio and Kaisa in the bot lane, especially since they had no summoner spells. Moreover, the most crucial point was that if it worked, great. If not, there would just be more comments, and he would grow stronger regardless. To his surprise, it indeed worked. Without saying much more, Shui excitedly interrupted Zhou Yang's thoughts, and after returning to base, they hurried towards the bot lane. While making their way, Zhou Yang felt he had gained a more nuanced understanding of ward placement. He began to visualize the specific positions necessary for placing wards. He discreetly opened the comment assistant and was pleased to see that his unexpected Q-flash had generated quite a stir in the comments. According to the system's rules, the more comments there were, the stronger his performance would become in the moment. This enhancement of skill was not merely confined to mechanics, but also encompassed awareness, roaming, and various other aspects. After all, one wouldn't expect an Alistar to perform brilliantly without some underlying strategy, right? Yet, that was not enough. Once Zhou Yang grasped the situation, a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. Although supports rarely exhibit spectacular plays, often it is the carries who emerge as heroes. But who says that supports lack the capacity to generate excitement beyond flashy maneuvers? As he arrived at the lane, Zhou Yang was greeted by the approaching figures of Kaisa and Galio. Both sides had utilized their summoner spells during the initial skirmish, leaving them nearly exhausted. Thus, Zhou Yang displayed no apprehension as he confidently maneuvered his Ollie Star to the forefront. Perhaps it was due to Zhou Yang's dazzling Q-flash during the early engagement that the camera lingered on him for a longer duration. However, when the focus shifted to the bottom lane, both Guan Ziyuan and Jide were left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was D-Fire doing? It appeared he was ringing a bell. Indeed, in this match, Zhou Yang had chosen the charming cow skin for Ollie Star. The aesthetic value of the skin can be set aside for the moment. What truly matters is its cheekiness. Just as now, while the 2 AD carries diligently farmed, he merrily rang his bell beside them. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound echoed in his headphones, TL's support, KorJJ, who had previously felt a sense of pride after utterly outclassing Baolon, suddenly furrowed his brow in annoyance. Why was this Ollie Star so irritating? Chapter 5. The growing frustration of TL. This auxiliary is utterly exasperating. Never mind, let him jump around. After all, once this match concludes, they shall return to their homeland. TLAD Doublelift, affectionately referred to as Big Brother in LPL, spoke slowly. The sound of the cow's bell ringing annoyed him considerably. However, he found himself powerless. For there were no regulations prohibiting such antics during the competition. It merely depended on the individual player's habits. Not only were the two from TL's bot lane irritated, but Ashue was also bewildered. Yanggu, let's secure level 2 first. He hastily reminded. All right, Zhou Yang responded, promptly ceasing his bell ringing and advancing to activate the passive of the support item. Given that both teams had used their summoner spells during the level 1 skirmish, and considering the combat prowess of Ollie Star and Xayah was slightly superior to that of Kaisa and Galio, the two from TL's bot lane opted to let the wave push. After the preceding 3 bouts, they had already discerned that while IG's bot lane possessed talent, their youth often led to impulsive decisions. They decided to let the wave push, awaiting the jungler's arrival for a gank that would likely result in a swift defeat for their opponents. In the top lane, the shy Jace had secured 2 kills, further amplifying his already oppressive landing phase, which made TL's top laner Kennen suffer immensely. Don't engage, don't engage. In the mid lane, Rookie Zoe and the opposing Lux were engaged in a relatively uneventful exchange, both focusing on farming while seeking opportunities to poke the enemy whenever possible. I believe we can just keep an eye on the top lane, Guan Ziyuan remarked, with Shai Gu having already secured 2 kills. If Ning's Olaf continues to support the top lane, the combined poke from Jace and Zoe in the mid-game will be overwhelming for TL. However, this is contingent upon the bot lane maintaining stability. Remember, we cannot afford to give opportunities like in the previous matches. Otherwise, we might face an uncontrollable Kaisa. As the conversation unfolded, the camera shifted to the bot lane. Due to TL's deliberate wave management, the minion wave had been pushed to the enemy tower by Zhou Yang and Ashue. Observing Kaisa farming under her turret, Ollie Star stomped his foot and raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. This left Guan Ziyuan and Jida at a loss for words. The barrage of comments in the live chat was relentless. Wow, this new support is impressive. Setting aside the audacious first move, it's remarkable that he has faltered in his debut. Oh no. He seems to have developed a penchant for ringing that bell. Hey, this is a match, not a dance-off. Are we to believe that 2 nations at war spare the musician? Ashue opened his mouth, intending to voice a thought, but ultimately refrained. Gazing at the brazen Ollie Star ringing his bell, Big Brother could no longer contain his frustration and marked Zhou Yang, declaring, take him down in one combo. No, we're not close enough. The support Galio shook his head. Although Ollie Star appeared to be asking for trouble, his distance control was impeccable. Should they recklessly engage, they would risk being caught by Ollie Star, compounded by Xayah's Featherstorm, leading to disastrous consequences. Meanwhile, glancing at the time, Zhou Yang ceased to strike the bell. After cautioning Ashue to exercise care, he maneuvered the bull-headed character towards the river. Observing this, Guan Ziyuan promptly remarked that Scorpion had cleared the lower quadrant and had exchanged a brief encounter with Ning Wang in the jungle, now poised to collect the river crab. However, Our D-Fire player possessed an acute awareness of time, intent on assisting Ning Wang in defending the crab. Yet, the crab was on the verge of being vanquished. As Guan Ziyuan spoke, Zhou Yang had already arrived at the river, with Ashui following closely behind. As they approached, they were met with the sight of Scorpion chasing the river crab. Zhou Yang, recognizing the situation, dashed forward, using his W skill to push Scorpion away, followed by a Q skill to launch the crab into the air, and then delivered a powerful blow. My goodness, D-Fire had arrived precisely on time. With a W skill to send Scorpion flying, he executed a Q skill followed by a basic attack to claim the crab. Stunned, he glanced at Guan Ziyuan beside him. What had this fellow said? Of course, this was not the end. Zhou Yang, having seized the river crab, was not about to relent. He commanded the bull-headed character to remain stationary, raising his hand. He commenced striking the bell. This Guan Ziyuan observed the bull-headed character standing in the river. His words caught in his throat. Brother, could you show some restraint? This is a competition, for heaven's sake. Damn it. TL's jungler could no longer hold back his frustration. He lacked the smite ability, otherwise it would not have been stolen from him. Gazing at the bull-headed character, who was ringing the bell after pilfering his river crab, he felt utterly helpless. With no lane control in the bottom lane, this jungler could only endure the humiliation. Fortunately, it was merely a river crab, which would not significantly impact the game. Taking a deep breath, he chose to disregard the bull-headed character's bell ringing and delved into his lower jungle. Scorpion, before reaching level 6, lacked ganking capabilities. Thus, despite feeling infuriated, he had no viable options. Observing TL's jungler retreat into the jungle, Zhou Yang felt displeased. Did I permit you to leave? He surveyed the minion wave in the bottom lane. Due to pushing under the enemy tower, a counter-push wave had formed. Jack, return to lane first. Be cautious not to get taunted, he advised. Ashui nodded but then hesitated slightly. Then what are you going to do? I shall disrupt the enemy jungler. With that, Zhou Yang maneuvered the bull-headed character into the opposing jungle. What was the D-Fire player planning? Watching the bull-headed character's movements, Guan Ziyuan suddenly found himself perplexed by this newly introduced support. Was he intending to disrupt the rhythm of the enemy jungler? Guan Ziyuan speculated. At this moment, TL's jungler was clearing the newly spawned toad, preparing to finish and return to base, then venture into the upper jungle to alleviate some of Kennan's lane pressure. Kennan was a crucial damage dealer. With a well-placed ultimate, he could enable Kaisa to secure kills. However, just as TL's jungler had dealt approximately half damage to the toad, an unreasonable, imposing figure emerged within his line of sight. Without granting him any time to react, he charged in headfirst. Alas, the TL jungler was utterly dismayed. Yet, this was not the most infuriating aspect. The most vexing part was that the Alistair's W ability did not propel the Scorpion, but rather a jungle creature. Consequently, the frog, having been interrupted mid-fight, swiftly regained health due to the aggro mechanics. By the time it returned, it was at full health. While this merely constituted a waste of time for the TL jungler, the sight of a toad clambering across one's feet is undeniably irksome. Moreover, wasn't that Alistar supposed to be in lane? Was he unconcerned for his AD carry? The Scorpion glanced towards the bottom lane and noticed Xayah patiently awaiting the minion wave. Observing the Alistar fleeing after launching a jungle creature, the Scorpion attempted a pursuit. However, having already expended his flash in the level 1 skirmish, he could not catch up. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of Alistair's Q ability, being sent flying and taking a heavy blow. Chapter 6 D-Fire. He is undeniably handsome. D-Fire. Guan Ziyuan pondered several adjectives in his mind. To say he is flamboyant? No, the Scorpion could do nothing against him. To claim he is merely playing around? That too is incorrect, for he is expertly disrupting the enemy jungler's rhythm. For a jungler like Scorpion, the longer it takes to reach level 6, the more secure the lane becomes. After dismissing various descriptions, Guan Ziyuan finally concluded. He plays with such elegance. Never has a support player commanded such a compelling presence on screen. As Guan Ziyuan spoke, the big screen displayed the bull's head striking right in front of the Scorpion. I relish your disdain, yet you cannot eliminate me. TL's jungler was undoubtedly infuriated. Had he not been powerless against him, he would have ensured the bull felt the consequences. The support, Core JJ, swiftly moved closer, leaving the bot lane to the two AD carries. However, Zhou Yang was cunning. Upon seeing Galio vanish, he immediately ceased his antics and retreated. He understood a fundamental principle: know when to withdraw. Merely irritating the enemy jungler's rhythm sufficed. Returning to lane was imperative, for he was, after all, a support. Goodness, this support plays with such audacity. If I were the opposing jungler, I would have relentlessly targeted the bot lane. DeFire's decade-long fans would arrive uninvited. If one were to truly focus on the bot lane, Waterbrother would likely be in tears soon. Support actions are paid for by the AD carries. Once back in the bot lane, the minion wave had just reached the tower. After ensuring Ashui finished off the minions under the tower, Zhou Yang once again vanished from the lane. As he disappeared, TL quickly signaled their teammates. After all, the bull possesses formidable roaming capabilities. TL had already expended too many skills during the level 1 skirmish. A careless encounter with the bull's consecutive attacks could easily lead to a loss of life. Upon hearing his teammates' warnings, the jungler Scorpion's heart sank. He could very well be one of the bull's victims. He feared that amidst the chaos of battling jungle monsters, the bull might suddenly appear and charge at him. However, just as Core JJ conveyed the news of the bull south disappearance in lane to his teammates, Zhou Yang's bull reappeared in the bot lane. Perhaps having assessed the other lanes for roaming opportunities and finding none, he decided to return. Such an erratic playstyle left the seasoned veteran Core JJ somewhat perplexed regarding the opponent's intentions. He wished he could peer into the opponent's mind to discern what thoughts lay within. When matched against Baoan earlier, he felt he could see through his every intention, predicting his next moves with near precision. Yet with Zhou Yang, the newly swapped support, he discovered he could not quite grasp his strategies. For instance, in the current scenario, a sensible player would retreat upon seeing Galio's SQ skill. But who can explain why this fellow stands still? Although the abilities of Galio's support may not inflict significant damage, why not evade them? This puzzled not only Core JJ, but also left Ashui in a state of bewilderment. Are you not going to dodge, Yangge? He couldn't help but inquire. I possess a passive from my support item. If I do not lose some health and simply attack, wouldn't I be wasting the healing I could have received? Zhou Yang replied with utmost seriousness. Ashui felt an unsettling sense of dissonance, unable to pinpoint exactly what was amiss. At that moment, an unexpected clash erupted in the top lane. The Shy, with his 2 kills on Jace, exhibited his dominance magnificently. After depleting Kinan's health to a critical point, he and Ning Wang executed a perfect dive to eliminate their opponent. Consequently, Shy Ji's Jace had already amassed 3 kills. Guan Ziyuan watched the scene with palpable excitement. After all, once Shiga gained an advantage, the game would become considerably easier for them. However, Kinan had teleportation available, so he would not lose too much in terms of minion waves. Yet, with Jace securing 3 kills early on, TL would soon face a formidable powerhouse. TL's jungler, Scorpion, found himself in a predicament, arriving too late and forced to watch as Jace and Olaf retreated after dispatching their top laner, Kinan. Frustration welled up inside him. All of this could be blamed on that pesky cow in the bot lane. Had it not been for that interference with his jungle clear, he could have executed a timely counter gank. While Scorpion may not match Olaf's combat prowess, he could have leveraged the turret to secure a trade. Now, with Jace's 3 kills, if left unchecked, he would become an unstoppable force during the mid-game skirmishes, possibly rendering TL incapable of engaging after a couple of cannon shots. The first dragon was a wind dragon, which IG could afford to concede to TL. Before the Rift Herald spawned at the 10-minute mark, Ning Wang's primary objective was to safeguard Shiga. As long as Jace was protected, the mid-game would be significantly easier to navigate. However, it was crucial that the bottom lane remained secure, given Jace's burgeoning power. At this juncture, Guan Ziyuan and Jida both harbored concerns. Zhou Yang's performance over the past few minutes had not been particularly reassuring. The camera then shifted to the bottom lane, where the minion wave was positioned in the river's center. Kaisa was poised to finish off a low-health cannon minion, but at that precise moment, Zhou Yang struck. He commanded Alistar to charge forward, delivering a powerful headbutt that sent the frail Kaisa soaring. This inadvertently resulted in the enemy minion being claimed by their own minions. After executing this maneuver, Zhou Yang retreated Alistar a couple of steps and rang the bell twice in celebration. Simultaneously, the corner of Master Brother's mouth twitched visibly. If he had been trying to persuade himself to keep Korjij from being affected moments before, he now wished nothing less than to dismantle that cow into pieces. As he gazed at the distant bell-ringing Minotaur, he felt an urge to inquire, "Aren't you concerned about being defeated while playing in such a manner in the LPL? Bravo." Yang. Ashui understood Zhou Yang's approach and immediately offered his praise. He was even influenced by Zhou Yang, causing his Kaisa to twitch momentarily in place. However, it was merely a brief spasm, as he still needed to secure minions and was not as leisurely as Zhou Yang. The sight of the two players from IG, one ringing the bell and the other twitching in place, sent the LPL viewers in the live stream into fits of laughter. Oh dear. My Bing Bing is going to be led astray as well. From this moment on, D-Fire shall be my father. Why is it that a support champion can be so infuriating? The Minotaur's character and skin are undeniably vexing. Let me remind everyone, do not elevate player behavior to the level of champion issues. D-Fire, with his demure appearance, turned out to be so ferocious on the battlefield. He is truly quite handsome. Chapter 7. Dynamic Support, Timely Rain D-Fire. What exquisite details from D-Fire. Guan Ziyuan observed the lower right corner of the screen, where the Master Brother's face, gradually darkening with anger, brought him immense amusement. Of course, as a commentator, he would never outwardly express such mirth. He stifled his laughter and earnestly explained, just now, he happened to miscalculate Kaisa's attack interval, preventing him from securing that cannon minion. Consequently, although due to the roaming of the bull's head, Ashui fell behind by 2 minions, the missed cannon should compensate for that deficit. Ah, how utterly roundabout. The bull's head was clearly intent on vexing the opponent. Who says that his sports is solely about mechanics? Mental fortitude is equally vital, regardless of the bull's head's mechanical prowess. He appeared far more agreeable than Baolon. The Master Brother must be wishing to tear that bull's head to shreds. The barrage of comments flooded in. Zhou Yang felt a deeper understanding of vision control as he shielded Ashui while also fulfilling his role as the canyon musician. He occasionally struck the bell, and whenever his W skill was ready, he would engage the opponent. Though he inflicted no substantial damage, the repeated exchanges increasingly irked the Master Brother. Surely, the bull's head must know his imminent defeat and was deliberately attempting to irritate him. However, the Master Brother had no other recourse but to endure. Time passed slowly. In the top lane, the shy Jace exerted relentless pressure on Kennen. The moment Kennen dared to advance, the shy would switch forms and strike fiercely. Although Kennen had not perished again during this time, his minion count had fallen to an alarming deficit of nearly 30 minions. What does 30 minions signify? It equates to the economic value of approximately 2 kills. If the top lane featured a champion like Ornn or Shaun, it would be somewhat manageable. However, facing a Kennen, who desperately needed to farm, was dire. This compelled TL's jungler to assist the top lane. Otherwise, Kennen would end up a mere control champion rather than one capable of dealing damage. Ningguang, come. Following yet another precise shot from the shy Jace hitting Kennen, he immediately called for Ningguang. The latter, who had been focused on the upper jungle, swiftly abandoned the half-finished frog and made his way to the top lane. Meanwhile, Shigo had severely damaged Kennen. Guan Ziyuan, watching the screen, sensed the murderous intent of IG's jungle. A wave of minions advanced towards the tower. Shigo clearly did not intend to allow the opponent to farm, and Ningguang was already en route to the top lane. They seemed poised to dive Kennen once more. However, the Scorpion was lurking behind, and if they miscalculated, they might lose everything in one fell swoop. As the commentator expressed this concern, the shy Jace had already pushed the minion wave into the tower. Ningguang also made his appearance within Kennen's line of sight. Their jungler might be attempting a counter gank. I shall withstand. Concerned that the shy might be eliminated due to his impulsiveness, Ningguang hastily offered a warning. After all, Jace was a crucial target. His Olaf could afford to perish, but Jace absolutely could not. As Kennen observed Olaf striding directly towards him, his face turned pale. Am I truly 0-2, and you still dare to pursue me? What audacity! The lurking scorpion, witnessing the situation, also emerged. Yet the Shy and Ning Wang's resolve to engage was evidently unwavering. Even with the enemy jungler's scorpion now present, it did not deter their intent in the slightest. Kennan's health had already been significantly diminished by Jace's onslaught. Initially, he merely sought to have his jungler provide cover long enough to secure the wave. However, upon seeing the enemy's determination, he could not afford to hesitate. Promptly activating his ultimate in hopes of harvesting as many minions as possible while attempting to leverage the tower's damage to eliminate an opponent. Yet, upon activating his own ultimate, Ning Wang's Olaf remained utterly fearless of Kennan's assault, delivering a fierce axe strike. Such ferocity elicited gasps of astonishment. The enemy jungler had already emerged. Yet Ning Wang and Shy were audaciously diving the tower. Their recklessness was astounding. While Kennen aimed to utilize his ultimate to clear the wave, Ning Wang's Olaf stood resolute. And in concert with Shy's Jace, they claimed his life. Due to the tower's damage, Ning Wang's health was severely compromised, ultimately falling victim to the scorpion. Shy, having secured Kennan's kill, attempted to flash away from the tower's assault, yet the scorpion followed suit, using his ultimate to drag Jace back into the tower's range. The minion wave had dissipated, and the tower, having been primed by Ning Wang's earlier tanking, was now primed for retaliation. Jace, stepping out of the tower's attack range, retaliated with an E-skill, Thunder Strike, to drive away the scorpion. However, it was futile. TL's jungler had equipped boots. With such a lengthy wave ensnared by deceleration, it was merely a matter of pursuing and attacking. This reckless dive by IG's top and jungle duo on Kennen was bound to lead to disaster. The scorpion was poised to secure a double kill. Guazin narrated with fervor as the moment Jace seemed destined to be vanquished by the scorpion approached. Suddenly, a formidable figure appeared. It was Zhou Yang's Alistar. After returning to base with Ashui to replenish supplies and purchase 2 control wards, he made haste towards the top lane. The timing was impeccable. Just as Jace, with a sliver of health, was ensnared by the scorpion, Zhou Yang's Alistar arrived. With a W skill, Headbutt, he shattered TL's jungler's ambitions. "Defire!" exclaimed the commentator, overwhelmed with excitement. This support was executed with impeccable precision. Initially, IG's audacious dive to eliminate Kennen was an ill-advised maneuver. In truth, had it not been for Zhou Yang's Alistar's timely intervention, the scorpion would have undoubtedly claimed a double kill. Yet, in the ever-shifting tides of battle, Zhou Yang's Alistar had valiantly salvaged the Shy's Jace from impending doom. Certainly, this is not the end, for he craves more exhilarating interactions. Thus, after utilizing his W skill to send the scorpion soaring, Zhou Yang metamorphoses into the melodious bard of the canyon, commencing to strike the chimes. The jungler from TL, witnessing the spectacle, could be said to be on the verge of an apoplectic fit. Once again, it is this bull-headed figure. Just moments ago, he had been vexed by this very entity in the jungle. Upon retreating to the top lane to set an ambush, he encounters this fellow once more. For heaven's sake, did I owe you a debt in my past life? However, he is left with no recourse, having already expended his flash, and can only retreat with a heavy heart. Oh, Yang splendid. The surviving the Shy is immensely grateful. Even Ning Wang, who had been grumbling in the break room, displays an expression of excitement. Yang's assistance is commendable. Quite average, Zhou Yang chuckles modestly, proclaiming, for this moment, I can only award myself a perfect score of 100. I do not deserve even a fraction more. As he speaks, he also guides the bull towards the opposing jungle. What could Defire be plotting? Chapter 8. Assistance or individual effort? Zhou Yang's peculiar actions left Guan Ziyuan somewhat perplexed. After all, with the bullhead revealing himself in the top lane, that meant the bottom lane was left with only a Shui. It was impossible for a single player to secure any minions, let alone gain experience. TL's bottom lane duo would never allow Xia to approach the minion wave even a single step. Yet, the large screen displayed that the bullhead was not heading towards the bottom lane. Instead, he activated his scan and plunged headfirst into the enemy jungle. Simultaneously, TL's jungler, Scorpion, who was seething with frustration due to Zhou Yang's antics, unleashed all his pent-up ire onto the stone golem while contemplating how to torment the bullhead in the upcoming team fight. Naturally, during the skirmish, he wouldn't squander his skills on the bullhead, but would save him for last, relishing the thought. You enjoy ringing the bell, don't you? I'll let you ring it to your heart's content. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a vision appeared in the stone golem's lair, revealing a true sight ward. Almost immediately, a bullhead crashed through the wall. The stone golem, which was poised to be claimed by TL's jungler, was snatched away by the bullhead's swift WQ combo. Damn it, TL jungler Xmithy began to curse. Aren't you supposed to be assisting the AD in the bottom lane? Faced with the bullhead, Xmithy abandoned the small stone golem and launched himself into action. D-Fire is truly impressive. As an exceptional commentator, Guanzi Yuan genuinely wished to suppress his laughter. However, the sight of the scorpion chasing the bullhead was simply too amusing, prompting him to chuckle aloud. If D-Fire had not been born, the world would remain in eternal darkness. Wait, is this new support really that audacious? He appears so clean-cut, yet his gameplay is utterly ruthless. He clearly understood the entertainment value of the moment. Brothers, if this were a personal endeavor, I would devour it whole. A series of dazzling maneuvers caused the barrage of comments to surge once more. Meanwhile, after being harassed by the enemy jungler, Zhou Yang, upon the cooldown of his W skill, charged forward, sending his opponent staggering back, before leaving with nonchalance. Watching the bullhead's retreating figure, the TL jungler suddenly regained his senses. Oh no, it seems I've been thrown off my game by that bullhead. As expected, when he arrived at the lower jungle, it was completely barren, having been thoroughly cleared by Ning Wang's Olaf. Though D-Fire had disrupted the enemy jungler's rhythm, the cost was significant, as the bottom lane turret had lost a layer of health. Had Ning Wang not respawned in time, they might have lost the entire bottom lane. Now that the enemy's south bottom lane had returned home, should IG seize the opportunity to attempt the dragon? Just as Guanzi Yuan posed this question, chaos erupted in the mid lane. TL's mid laner showcased the dominance of Lux against rookie Zoe. Originally, Song Yijin intended to use his ultimate combined with his Q skill to chip away at Lux's health. However, Zoe's second activation of her ultimate would inevitably return her to her original position, leaving no room for retaliation. This led to Lux's Q ability effortlessly striking Zoe, who had just returned to her position after using her ultimate. Following this, her E ability and ultimate were unleashed simultaneously, delivering a terrifying amount of damage that swiftly reduced Zoe's health by half. Consequently, it seemed that securing the dragon was now out of the question. However, it was noted that conceding a single wind dragon was an acceptable sacrifice for IG. The crux of the matter lay in Rookie's overconfidence. He had not returned to base, while the opposing mid laner had already taken a trip home. Moments after Rookie fell, 3 question marks appeared above the spot where Zoe had perished. Don't give them anything, Lao Song exclaimed Ashue, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Rookie, who had previously teased him about dying 10 times as Ezreal. Wait, Rookie began, but was abruptly interrupted by Ning Wang, who insisted, don't give up mid. We can win. Frustrated into silence, Rookie had no choice but to return to lane, venting his ire on the enemy Lux. This sudden shift in Rookie's demeanor left TL's mid laner feeling perplexed. If Zoe had previously resembled a concealed assassin, striking only when assured of a kill, now she appeared as an emotionless executioner, brazenly exuding lethal intent, ready to unleash a flurry of attacks. TL's mid laner was momentarily at a loss, wondering if the enemy had undergone some unexpected transformation mid-battle. As the commentators noted, during the interval when Zoe returned to lane after her demise, TL, with no jungle camps left to farm in the lower half of the map, directed their focus towards the dragon. After some discussion, Zhou Yang and Ning Wang decided to concede the objective. After all, relinquishing a single wind dragon was not worth risking their lives over. Once the dragon was secured, TL's support, noticing mounting pressure in the mid lane, intended to place a few wards for protection. However, just as he positioned a ward at the river entrance of IG's lower jungle, he turned to leave, only to be ambushed by a bull-headed champion who charged at him without hesitation. The sudden ambush sent a shiver down Core JJ's spine, making him wonder if he had indeed fallen into a trap. Yet, upon witnessing the bull charge past him, merely ringing a bell and not pursuing, he felt a wave of discomfort akin to swallowing a fly. How could such a brazen individual survive for so long? Alas, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his frustrations. Initiating a brawl after the match was not an option. Observing the screen where the bull had sent Galio flying, Guan Ziyuan remarked with a smile, "We were just concerned about how D-Fire would handle the pressure." After all, his debut in such a crucial match, especially one that was do or die, could easily overwhelm a newcomer. Many rookie players tend to feel particularly anxious during their first appearance, which can severely affect their performance. However, upon reflection, it appears that we may have overestimated the challenges at hand. He has adapted far more swiftly than we had anticipated. He has seamlessly integrated into the arena, even striving to seize the spotlight from other lanes. During this period without the dragon, Zhou Yang, aside from safeguarding a Shui, has occasionally roamed the map. Nevertheless, TL's vision control has been impeccable, preventing him from capitalizing on favorable opportunities. Of course, in addition to roaming, staying in the bot lane to strike the bell is indispensable. The incessant sound of bang, bang, bang permeates the ears of TL's duo, gradually eroding their patience and tormenting their senses. This relentless noise has even prompted a Shui to intervene. "Yangge, you might get fined for this. Why should I be penalized? This is merely a form of skillful play." Zhou Yang retorts, maintaining an expression of solemnity while uttering absurdities. "What kind of play is this?" Zhou Yang coughs softly, pondering deeply. "You fail to comprehend. This is what we call psychological warfare." Chapter 9. Even when faced with formidable opponents, IG remains undeterred. Although the developmental phase may be tedious, Zhou Yang's Ollie Star injects a modicum of excitement into the monotonous match. Each time the large screen shifts to the bottom lane, he either tolls the bell or seizes the moment when the enemy ADC attempts to secure a cannon minion, charging in to send them flying. This elevates the entertainment quotient of the match to unprecedented heights. D-Fire is truly magnificent. From the perspective of our match's observer, we have witnessed 3 cannon minions denied to the opposing Kaisa because of his interventions. This is tantamount to claiming a third of a kill. Guan Ziyuan and Jida struggle to suppress their laughter, but the sight of Kaisa being knocked back by Ollie Star, unable to secure the minion, is simply too amusing. In the top lane, the shy's advantageous Jace exerts an even more terrifying pressure. The gap in minion kills is approaching 50, placing Kaisa in a dire predicament, severely hindering her development. Unbeknownst to them, the top lane turret has already lost half its health. In the mid lane, Rookie, despite being taunted by Shui and Ning Wang and falling victim to a solo kill, maintains his composure and even slightly outpaces his opponent in minion kills due to his exceptional landing prowess. With advantages in both the mid and top lanes, Ning Wang enjoys a comfortable position in the jungle, especially since the enemy Scorpion lacks flash, rendering him ineffective. During this period, IG plays with great ease. However, as the match progresses past the 10-minute mark, the Rift Herald has respawned. The Rift Herald serves as a crucial tempo point, particularly when IG holds the initiative in the early game. Securing it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Here, Xiaoga returns to base to replenish his items, indicating IG's intention to contest the Rift Herald. Yet, TL appears unwilling to concede, as their support Galio has also returned and is en route to assist. Both teams resolve to leave 2 AD carries in the bottom lane to farm while the rest converge to contest the Rift Herald. The two sides quickly become entangled in a struggle for the Herald, with the Shy utilizing Jace to consistently chip away at the enemy's health. It is crucial to allow Xiaoga to absorb damage without rushing in. Although Kennen is underfarmed, he possesses both Flash and his ultimate ability, making his control potential significant. Additionally, Scorpion's Flash is about to come off cooldown, necessitating caution to avoid being pulled into a premature engagement. Just as Guan Ziyuan articulates this caution, Rookie, leveraging Zoe's mobility and ultimate, finds himself once again caught by the enemy mid-laner Lux. Upon landing her Q, Lux unleashes a barrage of spells, with the combination of Lucent Singularity and Final Spark reducing Rookie's health by 2/3. In that instant, Scorpion activates his Predator form, flashing in and ensnaring Zoe, yanking her into the fray. With Rookie struck by Lux's Q, Scorpion capitalizes by flashing in and using his ultimate to pull him back. combining forces with Kennen and Galio to eliminate him instantly. Rookie has indeed been rather careless. Having already suffered once, he never expected to stumble in the same place again. With Zoe being swiftly eliminated, this Rift Herald may well be the only chance IG has to salvage the situation. The abrupt turn of events caught not only the commentators off guard, but also left Zhou Yang and the others momentarily stunned. How could such a formidable Zoe vanish so suddenly? My goodness, perhaps it's best to concede the rift. You all should retreat quickly, lest they trap you. At the moment of his demise, Rookie hastily offered his apologies. Zhou Yang, discerning the urgency and anxiety in his voice, could tell that his comrade was indeed in a state of distress. The Rift Herald represents a critical turning point in the match. Although IG appears to hold the upper hand on the surface, such an advantage is tenuous and insufficient to dictate the game's outcome. Thus, the necessity for the Rift Herald is paramount, as IG now faces the potential reversal of fortune due to a possible failure in this contest for control. In a 3 versus 4 scenario, Ning Wang felt a sense of uncertainty. Just as he contemplated retreating, Zhou Yang's voice resonated through the team's communication channel. What are we afraid of? Let's go for it. Lux and Elise are without their ultimates. As long as we can thwart Kennen's entry and prevent him from catching Shigo, we still have a chance in this 3 versus 4. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the Shy, noticing that his demeanor also suggested a desire for confrontation and action. All right, Ning Wang, known for his impulsive nature, swiftly altered his decision upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. Let's take them down. Observing the returning trio from IG, Guan Ziyuan's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Wait, Shigo. What are Ning Wang and D-Fire planning? Do they truly intend to engage in a 3 versus 4? Lux and Elise may lack their ultimates, but Kennen still possesses both Flash and his ultimate. Initially believing that IG had conceded, TL, who had intended to seize the Rift Herald, was taken aback by the sight of Olaf approaching. These guys are insane. They want to fight a 3 versus 4? Kennen, who had been preparing to farm in the top lane, immediately rushed back upon witnessing the unfolding situation. However, he did not approach head-on. Instead, he maneuvered around the upper side of the dragon pit, preparing to flank Zhou Yang and his allies. At this moment, the Rift Herald had been awakened and was relentlessly battering TL's jungler, Elise, while the Shy Jace unleashed a powerful shot from the side. Zhou Yang and his companions remained calm, knowing that their opponents could not possibly eliminate the Rift Herald in time, so they focused on creating distractions. After enduring a few shots previously, Elise, now struck once more by the Shy, found her health plummeting below half. With the Rift Herald continuing its assault, she realized that initiating a teamfight was imperative. If they could start the engagement, even without their ultimates, a 3 versus 4 scenario would almost guarantee victory. Should they succeed, they could reclaim the losses incurred from the earlier skirmish, including the top lane tower dive. The large screen displayed the unfolding drama. Kennen has maneuvered to a position beneath the red buff, deliberately positioning himself to conceal his presence. He has successfully flanked the enemy, and this area is devoid of vision. Should he flash in and execute his control, IG might find themselves in dire straits. Just as the tension escalates, almost in sync with the growing concern, Kennen seizes the opportunity, propelled by the vision provided by his teammates, and flashes into the fray. His positioning is impeccable, and with his ultimate unleashed. However, before Guo Ziyuan could finish his words, we witness Kennen, having just activated his ultimate, being unceremoniously knocked away by a Lister's headbutt. D-Fire has thwarted Kennen's advance. My goodness, what an astonishing reaction. Just a moment prior to his flash, Kennen had already signaled his teammates, allowing them to advance in tandem. Even Galio contributed his ultimate, aiming to synergize with Kennen's control and create a chain of crowd control. In such a scenario, even if Jace is well equipped, he could easily be rendered helpless. Yet, with the forceful collision from Yang Yu's Alistar, the entire situation has been irrevocably altered. Chapter 10, the 4th match secured, the battle hymn resounds. As Galio descended with his ultimate ability, he aimed to collaborate with Kennen for a powerful combo, but as he flashed in, he merely managed a fleeting strike before being repelled by D-Fire. Lux unleashed a Q spell to confine the Shy's movements, yet Jace executed a swift flash. Appearing beside the Scorpion, and with a mighty leap, he struck down fiercely. The already weakened Scorpion could not withstand the onslaught from Shy's damage, and Lux's shield offered no salvation. In the commentary booth, Guan Ziyuan spoke at an exhilarating pace. Initially, TL intended to focus fire on Jace, but with Zhou Yang's lightning-fast response, all plans dissipated in an instant. The Shy, in concert with Ning Wang, the two aggressive players swiftly eliminated the Scorpion and Lux, who had sought to inflict damage. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang ensnared Kennen, denying him any opportunity for a second approach. Without their ultimate abilities, the Scorpion and Lux stood no chance against the duo, and they were soon pursued to their demise. In the front line, Shy and Ning Wang had already cut through TL's back line, inadvertently dispatching the jungler as well. Galio was unable to escape upon his descent. He found himself ensnared by Ning Wang's Olaf axe while our D-Fire. Initially, it seemed he intended to commend Zhou Yang for single-handedly stalling Kennen. But upon witnessing the scene on the big screen, he was left in disbelief. Our D-Fire was actually ringing the bell. He watched in astonishment as Zhou Yang's bull-headed figure, effortlessly ringing the bell, rendered Kennen utterly helpless. After Kennen unleashed his ultimate ability and completed his skill rotation, Zhou Yang still had over half of his health remaining, forcing Kennen to resort to basic attacks. However, for a bull-headed creature in full swing, such feeble strikes were akin to mere tickling. On the large screen, Kennen vigorously hurled his shurikens, but the bull-headed one paid him no heed, continuing to ring the bell. This sensation of being disregarded drove TL's top laner to the brink of fury. Yet, with teammates fallen and Kennen devoid of his ultimate and flash, he could do little but leave in frustration, swallowing his rage in silence. Ah, come on, brothers, if this new support were a person, feel free to hurl insults my way. It's truly unfathomable. I've never encountered anyone so insufferable. While others are competing, he seems to be instigating trouble. First and foremost, I must clarify, this is a personal action by the player. Please do not escalate it to a rivalry between the two major leagues. To our foreign friends, we do not know this individual. Friendship first, competition second. After a 3-against-4 engagement, securing the Rift Herald with a numerical disadvantage, the tide of the match shifted decisively in favor of IG. Ning Wang placed the Herald in the top lane, allowing the Shy's Jace to absorb the turret damage and take down the first turret, nurturing him into a formidable force. Following the destruction of the turret, leveraging the immensely powerful Jace, IG began to control the map and gather resources, including the dragon. As the landing phase concluded, Zhou Yang commenced invading the enemy jungle alongside Ning Wang, establishing vision and exerting pressure through superior site control. During the course of the match, both teams experienced numerous frictions, yet an imposing presence of a bull-headed figure loomed over them. Zhou Yang's impact was palpable, filling the atmosphere with an undeniable intensity. This made CoreJJ, the support player for TL, feel an unprecedented pressure that he had never encountered in the previous 3 games. Every ward he placed was promptly dismantled by Zhou Yang, leaving him utterly devoid of options. The disparity between him and the opposing support was as stark as night and day. This sensation of being manipulated was quite disheartening. However, the crux of the matter was not merely this. What weighed heavily on him was the fact that every time he attempted to establish vision, the moment he approached the bushes, Zhou Yang would suddenly emerge, sending him soaring with a formidable headbutt. The ordeal did not end there. After being unceremoniously tossed aside, Zhou Yang would audaciously ring his bell right before him. This had occurred far too many times for CoreJJ to count, and his frustration was palpable. Yet, there was little he could do, as the lack of advantageous vision rendered him defenseless. It felt as though he was surrounded by shadows. With gritted teeth, CoreJJ marked the bull-headed menace and immediately pursued him. Upon hearing the news, the other TL members frantically followed suit, as apart from the mid-lane Lux, they had all been thoroughly exasperated by Zhou Yang's antics. The jungler, in particular, was on high alert. Losing jungle monsters was one thing, but even entering the jungle required utmost caution, for a moment's inattention could lead to being charged by the bull. D-Fire, while attempting to gain vision, found himself cornered. Guan Ziyuan watched as Zhou Yang was chased by all 5 TL players, feeling a strange satisfaction within. It was a helpless situation, for even he had been vexed by Zhou Yang's audacity. Never had he witnessed a support Ollie star exhibiting such brazen flair, and yet there was nothing he could do about it. After being sent flying, he could only watch helplessly as Zhou Yang rang his bell and nonchalantly departed. Observing the TL members on the big screen, who seemed to crave the Bulls' demise with fervent intent, one of them remarked, "D-Fire has truly drawn all the aggro this match." Yet, with the Bulls' ultimate ability activated, he proved to be remarkably resilient. As the rest of IG swiftly joined the fray, rookie Zoe struck Kennen with a wall-penetrating sleep bubble, and then utilized her ultimate to follow up with a powerful Q that, coupled with Jace's enhanced cannon shot, obliterated Kennen in an instant. With Kennen eliminated and a vital source of damage lost, the remaining TL players hastily retreated, for it was now the 20th minute, and the Baron had respawned. Could they come and go as they pleased? Zhou Yang glanced at his flash and skills, choosing not to escape, but instead to once more utilize his Q flash to catch 3 opponents, sacrificing himself to secure the team. Although Zhou Yang ultimately fell, the rest of IG executed a flawless team fight, achieving a 1-for-4 exchange. After claiming victory in the skirmish, Ning and his teammates effortlessly seized the Baron. D-Fire, my superhero. Truly, the members of IG were audacious, always flashing forward. A support traded for a Baron. What an incredible profit. The barrage of comments during live broadcasts across various platforms has surged wildly, and Zhou Yang has gained a profound understanding of both the game and its operations. After securing the formidable dragon, the 5 members of IG banded together to push forward, faced with the relentless poke from rookie S Zoe and the shy S Jace. TL attempted to counter with Lux, but to no avail. The mighty Jace unleashed 2 astute charged shots, leaving Kennen in a precarious state, forcing him to retreat to the fountain to regain health. With Kennen absent, Zhou Yang seized the opportunity to initiate a decisive engagement with Alistar, compelling TL to withdraw and cede both the tower and the high ground. Once the high ground fell, TL found themselves in an increasingly disadvantageous position. They struggled to establish vision and were compelled to concede jungle resources repeatedly. Ultimately, through flawless execution, IG concluded the match in 25 minutes, successfully claiming victory in this round. Let us extend our congratulations to IG for triumphing in the 4th game. After a brief respite, the 5th game between the 2 teams will commence shortly, accompanied by the stirring sound of battle anthems. Guan Ziyuan and Jide are both visibly exhilarated. Having witnessed the first 3 games, they had lost hope, as the gap with the former IG was insurmountable. However, with Zhou Yang's introduction, the team's momentum has been remarkably restored. Chapter 11. How did you become the MVP while taking the blame? As anticipated, the MVP of the 4th match was indeed D-Fire. His performance as Alistar was nothing short of spectacular, whether it was his level 1 team fight where he executed a blind Q flash that hit 5 opponents, or that moment where he absorbed damage, sacrificing himself to secure kills. He accomplished everything a support Alistar could do, and his vision score was equally impressive, perfectly suppressing Core JJ. Thus, he was undoubtedly deserving of the MVP title for the 4th match. However, wait a moment. What was D-Fire doing? Just as Guan Ziyuan and Jide were marveling at how IG had finally begun to regain their form, they suddenly noticed something peculiar about Zhou Yang on the big screen. Following the conclusion of the 4th match, the team was supposed to head back to the lounge, make a few adjustments, and then prepare for the decisive 5th match. But what was this guy doing? On the big screen, Zhou Yang was seen removing his headset, stretching his body, yawning, and then standing up from his seat, making his way towards the TL players. This scene not only puzzled the commentators, but also left Ning Wang, the shy, rookie, and Ashui in bemusement. The 5 members of TL were equally perplexed, their fists clenched as they watched Zhou Yang approach. What was the meaning of this? Was winning the match not enough? Did he intend to challenge them to a face-to-face duel? Yangge, what are you doing? Come back, we haven't T1 yet. Ashui quickly called out. Upon hearing Ashui's reminder, Zhou Yang suddenly froze. Oh right. This was the 4th match. They had not yet secured victory. Realizing this, his expression turned awkward, and he promptly turned around, scurrying back to join his team, disappearing from the big screen alongside Ning Wang and the others. Could it be that D-Fire mistakenly believed the match had concluded and was preparing to offer a handshake to the opponents? Guan Ziyuan speculated. From his demeanor, I suspect it might be. Jide nodded in agreement. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the suppressed laughter reflected in the other's eyes. Initially, they had worried that, as a newcomer, D-Fire might feel anxious and let nerves affect his gameplay in such an important match. However, following his performance in the fourth match and his recent actions, it was clear that there was no trace of nervousness. This was pure bravado. The LPL audience across various streaming platforms was in stitches. D-Fire had an impeccable understanding of showmanship. Could anyone truly label him a rookie? Even the most seasoned support players might not possess his level of confidence. A decade-long fan, he had arrived uninvited. Yet, despite everything, he was undeniably charming. On the way back to the lounge, Zhou Yang realized that his understanding of the support role had gradually diminished during the match. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. He had initially believed that by showcasing his skills, he could instantly ascend to the status of a top-tier support. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it for long and soon came to terms with it. No one can achieve greatness overnight. The birth of a genius is often accompanied by relentless effort and sweat. Moreover, compared to others, having a systematic approach places you 1,000 leagues ahead of them. Yang, what were you just thinking? At that moment, Ashui could not resist but inquire. The others also cast curious glances, their faces betraying a hint of schadenfreude. I thought it was over and was ready to shake hands. Zhou Yang did not conceal his feelings. He spoke candidly, prompting a ripple of laughter from those nearby. The first time was understandable. One can forgive the inexperience. Rookie remarked with a smile. Dude, how about that last move? He flashed into a hook that snagged 3. Ashui began to boast about his own maneuvers. The 5 of them engaged in idle chatter as they made their way back to the lounge. Upon returning, Zhou Yang swiftly seized his phone to jot down notes on the intricate positioning and other elements while they were still fresh in his mind. Although he could not capture everything, he managed to record some key points. The others observed this keenly. Such a young and talented player, who also works diligently, is truly a rarity. Vishai and Ashui felt a sense of vexation witnessing Zhou Yang's commitment. Goodness, this is getting competitive, isn't it? From a distance, Su Shaoluo gazed at Zhou Yang with a look of bewilderment. We sent you in to take the blame, yet you emerged as MVP? After a brief review of the fourth match and a discussion about the upcoming fifth, the 5 of them once again prepared for battle. As they walked towards the stage, they encountered members of TL. When their eyes met, Zhou Yang could distinctly sense the palpable tension emanating from the opposing team. This left him feeling somewhat helpless. It was merely a game, yet emotions were running high. Had it not been for the fierce glares and clenched fists, Zhou Yang might have approached to greet them. It seemed wiser to refrain from such an attempt. Welcome, everyone, to the 5th match between IG and TL. As the battle anthem resonated in his ears, Guan Ziyuan felt an exhilarating rush. This song has accompanied League of Legends matches for an extensive period, each time it plays. It signifies that the contest between the two teams has reached its most anticipated moment. After a substitution in the 4th match, IG finally managed to reclaim a victory, prolonging the series into a 5th match and revitalizing their previous lackluster performance. What transformations might they undertake in this 5th match? And will TL unveil any hidden strategies awaiting us? Amidst laughter, the banter for the 5th match began, with TL, occupying the blue side, granted the first ban and pick. Without hesitation, they eliminated Alistar right away, as the previous match had been thoroughly vexing due to his presence. Apart from the mid laner Lux, nearly everyone had suffered from his relentless bell tolling. If it weren't for the restrictions against physical altercations on the field, there surely would have been a reckoning today. This round left Zhou Yang feeling a surge of excitement. The targeted ban directed at him indicated that his prowess had earned the recognition of his opponents, and moreover, they were intimidated. Observing TL's ban strategy, Guan Ziyuan was equally astonished. They promptly eliminated D-Fire's exceptional performance with Alistar, determined to prevent him from utilizing his favored champion. Consequently, this adjustment potentially reduced the options for countering Shaigo. Furthermore, according to the data, D-Fire's greatest strength lies in champions like Thresh, known for his hook abilities. With Alistar removed, should they consider securing Thresh instead? Given that confidence had already been established, why not further bolster their position with a champion he excels at? As Guan Daxiao articulated this, the initial 3 rounds of bans swiftly concluded. Following the removal of Alistar, TL proceeded to ban Xayah, who had performed admirably in the previous match, as well as the exceptionally protective Tahm Kench. Meanwhile, IG continued their strategy from the last game, targeting the opposing jungler by eliminating his favored champions. Once the banning phase concluded, TL seized the opportunity to secure Kai'Sa for their master brother. Chapter 12, The Decisive Match. IG's signature play. Once again, the team assisted their master in securing Kai'Sa. It appears that in this 5th game, TL has placed their hopes firmly on the bottom lane. As Guan Ziyuan remarked, the pressure exerted by the top lane from Shigu has been truly formidable throughout the previous 4 matches, even in those they lost. The strain he placed on the top lane was immense. Given this context, should they not prioritize aiding a Shui and D-Fire in securing a formidable bottom lane composition? With Xayah already banned, the available AD champions are limited to Varus or Vayne. However, without Tahm Kench, relying solely on Varus could prove to be quite passive. If necessary, I believe that Ezreal, Jhin, or even Lulu would be excellent alternatives, since TL has openly declared their intent to focus on the bottom lane. It would be prudent to adopt a strategy that plays to our strengths. Instead of engaging in direct conflict, we could concentrate on farming, allowing our top and jungle to establish the rhythm, and then contribute damage during team fights. As both teams finalized their initial 3 picks, TL not only secured Kai'Sa, but also locked in the team-fighting champion, Thresh, followed by Sylas. Meanwhile, IG bypassed a bottom lane duo and directly confirmed their top, mid, and jungle champions. During the 2nd round of bans, Guan Ziyuan thoughtfully noted, in that case, IG should prioritize securing heroes for the top, mid, and jungle, leaving the counter pick for the bottom lane. Both teams had a clear strategy for their 2nd round of bans, having revealed their plans for the top, mid, and jungle. TL focused their efforts on countering the bottom lane. Conversely, IG aimed to target TL's south top lane to expedite their familiar rhythm in the top and jungle. After the bans concluded, the coach inquired about Zhou Yang and Shui's preferences. What champions do you two wish to select? It is the final match. Do not leave any regrets. This put Zhou Yang in a difficult position. The plethora of support champions available was overwhelming. He had played every conceivable champion, from Xayrath to Joker, emphasizing that virtually anything could serve as a support. Yet, this is a competition, and particularly a critical one. Unconventional support choices would likely falter. I recommend you choose Thresh, the IG coach suggested. Select the champion you feel most confident with. Even if you lose, do not leave with regrets. Upon hearing the coach's words, Zhou Yang hesitated slightly but ultimately settled on Thresh. The moment Thresh was locked in, Guan Daxiu was instantly filled with exhilaration. Here we go. The pivotal 5th match. D-Fire has chosen his Thresh. I previously mentioned that D-Fire excels with champions that possess hooks, and Thresh is undoubtedly one of his signatures. After Zhou Yang confirmed Thresh, TL swiftly finalized their last 2 selections. Currently, the only position left unconfirmed for IG is a Shui, and it is quite rare for the counter pick to be allocated to an AD champion in the red side, as it is usually reserved for the top or mid lane. Observing the 2 AD champions banned by the opposing team, Shui felt a wave of anxiety. Xia and Vayne have been removed, leaving Varus vulnerable without the protection of Tahm. Thresh finds himself somewhat at a disadvantage against TL's lineup. However, if they opt for a functional AD like Ezreal or Jhin, the outcome would rest solely on the top and mid junglers. As Shui pondered which champion to select, Zhou Yang's voice echoed in his ears. Before the next world champion emerges, you are the number 1 AD in the world. Shui turned to glance at Zhou Yang, puzzled by his sudden proclamation. Choose Draven. This is your most confident champion, the one that brought you fame. It's also your final trump card after being targeted. With Draven, SKD could be taken down in 15 minutes, let alone a small team like TL. Do you wish to play it safe in the bot lane, or will you outright dominate them? Hearing Zhou Yang's almost hypnotic speech, Ning Wang chuckled. Jack, don't listen to him. Yang is trying to manipulate you. Sitting at the edge, the Shy was perplexed by Ning Wang's comment, a trio of question marks appearing above his head. What KTV? Just pick Draven. After conferring with his coach and receiving approval, Ashue confidently locked in his choice. For the fifth pick, what champion would Ashue select? I think it should be Jhin. Playing safe in the bot lane while waiting for the top and mid junglers to set the pace seems wise, Guanzi Yuan suggested. Yet, Ashue had other intentions. He aimed to obliterate the opposing bot lane and revealed his Draven. The excitement was palpable. Welcome to the League of Draven. Such a confident lineup ignited the enthusiasm of fans in the live stream. Wow, ice. 15 minutes to dismantle SKT in the group stage. Surely this match would conclude before the 20-minute mark? Shaiji's Akali, D-Fire's Thresh, Ice Monarch's Draven. These are all signature champions. Could it be that the final match of IG is set for a grand slaughter? Brothers, let us not pop the champagne just yet. Consider RNG's match against G2 beforehand. The lineups have been finalized. TL features Aatrox in the top lane, Jarvan 4 in the jungle, Sylas in mid, and Kai'Sa with Tahm Kench in the bot lane. IG counters with Akali in the top lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, Syndra in mid, and Thresh with Draven in the bot lane. In terms of composition, TL appears to have a sturdier setup. However, IG's selection consists of champions they are most adept at. Isn't there a saying that goes, the best is not always what you need. Only what suits you is truly the best. While Guan Ziyuan analyzed, Zhou Yang began to rally a few others. Shall we engage in a level 1 skirmish? Yes, we must. Ning Wang, embodying the spirit of a brawler, readily agreed. The Shy remained silent, yet his eyes betrayed his eagerness for conflict, sparkling with excitement. Rookie was straightforward. Let us go. As they gazed at the grand screen displaying the movements of the 5 members of IG, Guan Ziyuan remarked, it appears that IG has savored victory in the previous match, prompting them to seek an early skirmish once again. In an early engagement, IG's composition holds a considerable advantage. However, this hinges on D-Fire's Thresh successfully landing a hook on the right target. Bolstered by the confidence from his earlier blind Q flash that ensnared 5 opponents, Zhou Yang boldly led Thresh to the forefront of the team. The quintet then converged at the river, directly advancing toward the enemy's lower jungle to seize the red buff. Yet, TL had already established defensive wards, rendering their position transparent. The invasion by IG was swiftly detected. Remember remarked, it seems TL has no intention of engaging. In the last match, they opted for a cautious approach, planning to exchange jungle resources instead. However, upon spotting the Titan, D-Fire promptly flashed into hook. On the grand screen, Zhou Yang's Thresh, upon encountering the Titan, executed a flash hook. Alas, the angle of this hook was somewhat absurd. Chapter 13, have you already succumbed to first blood while I was still buffing? D-Fire mused, his gaze fixed on the screen, showcasing the errant hook from Thresh. Guan Ziyuan was momentarily rendered speechless. A slight miscalculation in the hook might be excusable, and a flash following the hook could signify a resurgence in team morale. However, what in the world did that reverse hook imply? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point lay in TL's support, Core JJ, who, upon witnessing the sudden flash from Thresh, instinctively used his own flash to prevent being reeled back. After all, exchanging flashes was merely a matter of parity. But upon seeing Thresh reverse hook, he was left utterly bewildered. What kind of maneuver was that? Why did you use your flash? Master Brother had fortuitously witnessed the unfolding events and could not restrain himself from inquiring. Core JJ's lips twitched spasmodically before he took a deep breath, realizing, I've become flustered. Simultaneously, the audience in the live broadcast was equally astonished by the 2 flashes displayed. Unreservedly, they proclaimed, I could execute that Thresh hook too. Initially, I believed D-Fire was merely on the 1st level. To my surprise, he had ascended to the 5th level, compelling the opposing Titan to expend his flash. Alas, the memories of past failures began to assail me. This moment was a tribute to God. Wei Shen lamented, I've transitioned roles. And yet you still want to let me be? Although the reverse hook was somewhat perplexing, it did not detract from D-Fire's undeniable prowess. As they beheld the flashing reverse hook from Thresh, the other members of IG exhibited a range of expressions. Don't panic, Yang, stay calm. Ashue quickly reassured Zhou Yang, for the bottom lane's performance heavily relied on the state of the support. In truth, Whether the bottom lane could prevail hinged not on the AD, but rather on the support skill. With a formidable Thresh, the AD merely needed to focus on landing their basic attacks. Wait, bro, what are you doing? Ningguang couldn't stifle his laughter. Zhou Yang cleared his throat, acknowledging that perhaps his mouse sensitivity was set too high, resulting in an erratic movement. Nevertheless, Titan had also expended his flash, so it wasn't a total loss. While a moment of bronze-level play had occurred, the barrage of comments flooded in. Furthermore, the unintentional scare that caused Titan to use his flash was still acceptable in Zhou Yang's eyes. Setting aside other considerations, the increase in comments meant that, according to the system's rules, the understanding of the support role and Thresh's various hook techniques and angles had once again risen in esteem. To put it succinctly, you might gain a slight advantage, but I shall never incur a loss. The first-level invasion had yielded no results. Thus Ningguang opted to swap jungle positions with TL's jungler. Consequently, Shiga needed to exercise caution. For at level 2, Jarvan possessed formidable ganking potential, and TL's jungler might very well choose to apply pressure. Even if they could not extract Shai Ji's flash, merely harassing his health would render the landing phase troublesome. As Guan Ziyuan articulated this point, Zhou Yang and Shui made their way to the bottom lane. Although both support flashes were expended, the presence of Hextech Flash for both players meant that neither AD could afford to relax their vigilance. A momentary lapse could result in their bot lane losing initiative if caught by a hook. From the onset of the lane, Zhou Yang coordinated with Shui to contest level 2, faced with the formidable level 1 Draven. Master Brother had no choice but to relinquish his opportunity to gain that advantage. Observing the timid positioning of Kai'Sa and Thresh, Zhou Yang perfectly embodied the age-old virtue of League of Legends, to not show mercy to the weak, since they chose not to engage at level 1. He was determined to take full advantage. D-Fire played with great aggression as he positioned Thresh forward to pressure Kai'Sa's movements, prompting Guan Ziyuan to exclaim in admiration. Compared to the timid support in the previous 3 games, this was the true essence of what a support should do. However, D-Fire needed to exercise caution. For Shui was focused on last-hitting minions to reach level 2. If Thresh were to be inadvertently hooked by Titan, he could easily find himself on the receiving end of a full combo from the opposing bot lane, leading to a significant reduction in health. Just as Guan Dashi was articulating this analysis, Core JJ could no longer contain himself. All players were at level 1. What gave him the audacity to be so brazen? He maneuvered Titan as if to feign retreat, creating the illusion of relinquishing control, only to swiftly hook back in a surprise counter. If he managed to catch his opponent, at the very least, he could deplete a potion. In the early stages of landing, taking down even a single potion was a considerable gain. To ensure he hooked Zhou Yang, he even made a calculated prediction of his movements. Yet, he did not anticipate that Thresh would remain completely still, unyielding in the face of Titan's sudden counterhook. Instead of instinctively retreating, he appeared momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Consequently, Core JJ's intended prediction hook, aimed at snagging Thresh, missed entirely. But the story did not end there. Although he failed to hook Thresh, he inadvertently managed to catch a melee minion instead. Titan's unexpected turn and hook were a testament to the psychological warfare played among skilled competitors. D-Fire remained stationary, effortlessly evading Titan's grasp, as Guan Ziyuan promptly provided commentary. Crucially, even though Titan did not succeed in hooking Thresh, he nonetheless found himself lunging forward after snagging a minion. Observing the suddenly advancing Titan, Shui, frustrated at the lack of opportunity for a proper skirmish, could not help but chuckle. Isn't this just a gift? He thought. He quickly directed Draven to expertly retrieve his axes and strike at Titan, with the axes landing solidly, delivering considerable damage. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang, witnessing Titan's unexpected advance, was left bewildered. What is happening? Why is Titan throwing himself into danger? Yet there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly commanded Thresh to engage, initiating auto-attacks while also applying Ignite. Even if they could not secure a kill, the goal was to reduce Titan's health sufficiently, forcing him to either hide behind Kai'Sa or retreat back to base. Returning to base at this early stage would undoubtedly be a devastating setback. Shui's Draven moved with fluidity as D-Fire's Thresh swiftly applied Ignite onto the Titan. Core JJ had already expended his flash, leaving him without an escape. Guo Ziyuan erupted with excitement, witnessing the imminent danger to the Titan. Zhou Yang, seizing the moment, expertly hooked Thresh, the glistening iron hook striking the Titan with chilling precision. D-Fire's angle was astutely calculated. With no flash available, the Titan had no means to evade and was pulled back helplessly. The Master Brother had opted for cleanse instead of heal this match, which meant Core JJ was likely to face a grim fate, on the verge of yielding first blood. With the unmistakable sound of the first blood announcement, the moment erupted. First blood. The kill was claimed by Ashue's Draven. Following this triumph, Ashue immediately exclaimed, "Incredible, Yanggu! You truly are the world's finest Thresh." Rookie was equally taken aback. Others, too, shared in the shock. The sudden announcement of first blood left TL's jungler, Prince, in disbelief. "Goodness, I hadn't even finished a single buff, and you've already handed over first blood?" Chapter 14. I anticipated your anticipation. At what level are we now? A miscalculation. Core JJ spoke in a low, somber tone. While he had remained composed and jovial during the first 3 games, the turmoil inflicted by Zhou Yang in the 4th match, coupled with the first blood he had just conceded, left his heart in turmoil. Why must there be such an unpredictable support player? Do you not maneuver when faced with a hook? We have underestimated the opposing support. He spoke again. Although the TL coach had presented some data about Zhou Yang in the break room, confirming that it was indeed his debut match, such a bold player could hardly exhibit the nervous demeanor typical of a newcomer. This first match must refer to his first appearance in IG. This player is undoubtedly a top-tier support from another team. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to read my intentions so accurately. Poor JJ, having completed a mental self-assessment, took a deep breath. Damn it, I was deceived. The cunning LPL. Oh, young nice. In the top lane, the Shy faced the Aatrox without pressure while also complimenting Zhou Yang. Mediocre, merely the world's #1. Listening to the praises from his teammates, Rookie and the Shy, Zhou Yang smiled modestly. With the Titan already fallen, even a bronze player would know to press forward and deny the opposing ADC experience. As the Thresh advanced, Master Brothers Kaisa had no choice but to retreat. Yet Zhou Yang did not relent. After pushing forward, he controlled Thresh to make gestures, swinging his hook. While not as infuriating as the cow, it still unsettled Master Brother. Do all LPL players engage in such antics? The expression of Master Brother appeared on the big screen, eliciting laughter from the audience watching the match. D-Fire began anew. Master Brother's face was on the verge of frustration. Rein it in a bit. If you get back to the hotel after the match and end up in a sack, it won't be good. How can there be such a cheeky support? However, I like it. It suits my taste perfectly. When it comes to theatrics, I must look to my god D. If we're talking about gods, then I am wide awake. There may be many gods, but there is only one eternal god. Indeed, it is I, Guan Daxiao. When the Titan returned to the lane, Zhou Yang and Ashue had already reached level 2. Thus, Core JJ could only contain his fury, as seeking revenge would depend on the circumstances, wouldn't it? Engaging in a level 1 skirmish would be no different from handing over a kill. The TL support kept his gaze fixed on the minions beneath the tower, waiting for the moment the last minion fell to unleash his hook, pulling Thresh into the tower. Even if he couldn't secure a kill, he aimed to strip away some of his health. There was no other way to contest the lane. As the seasoned AD master observed the last minion beneath the tower, he deliberately employed Kaisa's W skill. The minion, which could have withstood another hit, was instantly dispatched. In that very moment, Core JJ executed a swift hook. The Titan aimed to pull D-Fire into the tower's attack range amidst the minion's demise, but the hook missed again. Guan Ziyuan, witnessing the clumsy movement akin to a rudimentary AI of Thresh, found it difficult to describe the scene. In truth, one could not fault the Titan. It could only be said that D-Fire possessed an audacious heart. The Titan anticipated his movement, yet was taken aback by Thresh's complete lack of repositioning. Indeed, the onlookers nodded in agreement, recognizing that both supports had engaged in a captivating psychological duel, albeit D-Fire's layers of strategy eclipsed the Titans. I predicted your prediction. Core JJ was left bewildered. What on earth? Why isn't he moving? In such perilous circumstances, being pulled under the tower could have led to a certain death. especially without a flash to escape the passive's grasp. Yet, this player remained utterly stationary, reminiscent of a bronze-tier player. No. Even a bronze player would instinctively reposition upon seeing a hook thrown. Was this individual's reaction time truly half a beat slower than the norm? Zhou Yang pondered the Titan's 2 missed hooks, bemused that such a lackluster support could dismantle Balon. Just prior to the match, he had thought quite highly of him, only to discover that even standing still, he couldn't land a hook. Suddenly, filled with confidence after witnessing the Titan's failure, Zhou Yang swiftly maneuvered Thresh to execute a hook of his own. This hook found its mark once more, dragging the Titan back 2 steps. Followed by a reverse E skill, the fateful clock, which not only slowed the Titan but also reeled him in again. Wow, Brother Yang's hooks are precise, Shui exclaimed, quickly commanding Draven to follow up with damage, while activating his skill to unleash the axe for additional slow, relentlessly pursuing with a flurry of attacks. The unfortunate Titan returned with nothing to show for it, his health plummeting once again. That counterhook from D-Fire was exquisite. The Titan has been severely weakened, Guan Ziyuan remarked. And at that moment, Ning Wang had already maneuvered around to intercept the Titan, preventing his retreat. Observing Ning Wang poised and ready, waiting for Draven and Thresh to push the minion wave forward to force a tower dive, TL's bottom duo felt utterly powerless. Their jungler was occupied in the upper jungle, trading areas with the enemy. In the mid lane, Sylas was being pressured by Syndra, rendering him unable to assist. Although Aatrox in the top lane had teleport available, using it this early would jeopardize his ability to contend with Akali later. Moreover, allowing the shy Akali to farm freely was an outcome they could not afford. In such a dire situation, where neither heaven nor earth seemed to heed their call, TL's bottom duo was suddenly struck by a wave of helplessness. As a Shui's Draven pushed the minion wave forward, Zhou Yang, as the support, proactively took the brunt of the tower's fire. D-Fire, the synergy between Ning Wang and Shui in tower diving was nothing short of exquisite. They first dove the tower to secure the nearly defeated Titan, followed by the elimination of Kaisa. In less than 5 minutes, Draven had already claimed 3 kills. The excitement in his voice was palpable. The last time Shui's Draven performed so flawlessly was not long ago during the group stage match against SKT. In that game, Draven achieved an impressive kill score of 15-5. Given the current pace of Draven's development, one could confidently assert that this 5th game is almost guaranteed victory. Yongo played exceptionally well. Shui, having secured a double kill, was elated and transformed into a fountain of praise. Had it not been for the first wave luring Titan into a hook, resulting in first blood, it is unlikely they would have executed such a decisive tower dive and claimed 2 kills. It can only be said that the opposing team was rather inexperienced. Upon hearing the accolades, Zhou Yang feigned a sigh, stating, "I had thought the opposing support was a skilled player. Yet it seems he couldn't even land a hook while standing still." One can only assert that Yang Ge has completely outmaneuvered the opponent psychologically. Shui replied, "No, I genuinely just didn't T-react in time." Shui. Chapter 15. A True Sight, Breaking the Opponent's Defense. Upon hearing the tone of Zhou Yang's voice, Shui discerned that he was not jesting in the slightest, leaving him at a loss for words. Regardless of whether he had registered the situation, the opposing bot lane had already met their demise thrice within mere minutes. After returning to base, Shui promptly procured a Stormblade, indicative of his substantial wealth. Zhou Yang, having secured 3 assists, had also accumulated some resources, purchasing 2 True Sight wards before heading back to the bot lane to establish vision control in the nearby brush. With Draven holding 3 kills, it was apparent even to the simplest of minds that the enemy bot lane stood no chance. In such circumstances, it was imperative to maintain vision in the brush to psychologically pressure the opposition, even though they knew he lurked within the foliage. The absence of vision rendered them oblivious to when he might strike. Consequently, the opponents would have to tread cautiously while farming, always wary of their positioning. Upon returning home and acquiring a Stormblade, Shui's presence became a veritable nightmare for the enemy team, especially if their jungler failed to intervene. The TL bot lane would find themselves unable to play effectively. Observing Shui's formidable Draven, Guan Ziyuan couldn't help but express his admiration. It was evident that Thresh lived up to his reputation as D-Fire's signature champion, making a significant impact early on. Just as the conversation unfolded, Zhou Yang returned to the bot lane to place a ward in the lower brush, only to accidentally position it outside the foliage. This blunder was fortuitously captured by the broadcast team. Instantly, the chat erupted with comments questioning D-Fire's intent behind such a placement. Was it merely for entertainment? Perhaps the presence of another ward led him to treat this one frivolously. Don't ask. Wealth breeds caprice, they mused. He truly understood the essence of showmanship. Meanwhile, witnessing Zhou Yang's ward placed outside the brush, the TL bot lane duo was incensed. What was the meaning of this? Was he deliberately undermining them? Master Brother inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury as he approached the minion wave to eliminate the ward. A single true sight ward was worth 30 gold, equivalent to the value of 2 minions. Although he felt slighted by the enemy's disdain, the opportunity for profit could not be overlooked. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Wait, where had his ward gone? Just as Kaisa prepared to unleash her 4th auto attack to destroy the ward, it mysteriously vanished. Zhou Yang had deployed his other true sight ward. According to the game mechanics, each player could only have 1 true sight ward active. Placing a second would cause the first to disappear. Master Brother watched helplessly as his Kaisa's 4th auto attack was interrupted, the ward fading away, leaving him in utter dismay. The frustration was compounded as Kaisa's attack, which had been abruptly halted, coincided with their cannon minion being claimed by their own minions. Master Brother found himself in a lamentable situation, losing both the ward and the cannon. Damn it, even the seasoned veteran, Master Brother, could not restrain his expletives in this moment. The sudden outburst startled his teammates. Core JJ, who had just been comforted by Master Brother, now found himself in the position of soothing his counterpart. Stay calm, stay calm. If you let him get to you, you'll fall right into his trap. The jungler, Prince, chimed in, urging the bottom lane not to rush and to await his support. Although the large screen did not convey Master Brother's words, the shape of his mouth in the lower left corner betrayed his frustration. It's over. D-Fire has completely shattered the opponent's morale. They're already hurling insults. Master Brother was in dire straits, stripped bare by D-Fire's display of skill. After the match concluded, he chuckled, dismissing it as trivial, but by midnight, he was roused again, lamenting, how could this Thresh behave so audaciously? To be frank, I could only award this maneuver in 82. The remaining points I bestow in the form of 666 to D-God. It was clear that Master Brother had neglected to download the anti-fraud app, so being deceived was his own fault. At this juncture, chaos erupted in the top lane. Upon seeing Ning Wang's Lee Sin appear in the bottom lane, TL's jungler, Prince, had been seeking opportunities in the top lane. The renowned Shy, famed for his exceptional grasp, did not disappoint, seizing the chance and being taken down by the opposing team's Aatrox. Shiga was far too careless. Remember, since both junglers exchanged their jungle areas, and Ning Wang just revealed himself in the bottom lane, the top lane should have exercised more caution. However, it was inevitable, as Shai Ji's style was well known. Guanzi Yuan remarked. After eliminating Akali, TL's jungler swiftly returned to base, opting not to linger in the upper jungle for fear that the bottom lane would suffer. Judging by Prince's movements, he seemed intent on ganking the bottom lane. One could only wonder if D-Fire and Ashue would catch on. Thresh was once again playing his role, and it was crucial not to be fooled. To facilitate Prince's gank, Core JJ endeavored to embody the essence of an actor, feigning a misstep as he attempted to hook Zhou Yang's Thresh, but inadvertently snagged a minion instead. Sure enough, their ruse paid off. Though Draven's damage was formidable, Thresh, as a tanky support, could withstand a great deal. His intent was straightforward, to lure the enemy into pursuit, only to have Prince, lurking in the blind spot, unleash his EQ combo to launch Draven into the air. If they could restrain Draven, his high output would be rendered futile. Observing Draven's pursuit, TL's trio exchanged knowing smiles. Their trap had ensnared the opponent. Even if Thresh were to fall, it mattered not. After all, Thresh had become expendable. Trading him for Draven was indeed a substantial profit. Zhou Yang and Ashue remained blissfully unaware that Thresh was using his very life to bait them. As the two observers gazed at the Titan, who had faltered and seemed ready to flee, they seized the opportunity to pursue, fully aware of their overwhelming advantage. Alas, it appeared that this might be the moment when Ashue would meet his demise, for the adversaries were theatrically toying with their lives to lure him in. Guanziyuan, lamenting the situation, suddenly found his eyes widening in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle on the grand screen. Zhou Yang, unable to catch up with the Titan, sought an angle to reel the opponent back in. However, as he launched his hook, he unexpectedly encountered the prince bursting forth from the blind spot with a rapid EQ combo. Midway through his advance, the prince was abruptly interrupted by Thresh's chilling iron hook, forcibly drawing him down. My heavens, D-Fire has actually ensnared the prince, he exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement, while he cast a glance at Guanziyuan beside him. What had that fellow uttered just moments ago? Staring in bewilderment at the prince who had collided with his Thresh hook, Zhou Yang was equally perplexed. How had the prince suddenly appeared? No. It was more appropriate to question why the opposing prince had crashed into his hook. Chapter 16. While everyone else shines, Rookie faces adversity. Shui was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the prince. If he were to be knocked up, the likelihood of being replaced was high. Exchanging a Draven with 2 deaths for a Titan would undoubtedly be a loss. However, you did not anticipate that the prince would be ensnared by Zhou Yang directly. What on earth, Brother Yang, are you using hacks? While Shui was astonished, he did not remain idle, skillfully maneuvering Draven with precision. Although he ultimately chose Kaisa for the championship skin last year, he had previously lamented during a live stream that he never expected to secure the championship. Had he known, he would have played Draven during the group stage. The prince's EQ was interrupted by D-Fire, causing TL to lose their initial control, which meant Shui was no longer in danger. Against Shui's Draven, TL's trio could not withstand the pressure. The Titan fell first. After being slain by Shui, the prince could only retreat, having exhausted his flash earlier while attempting to ambush the Shy in the top lane. Yet, the prince's health remained relatively stable. Although the cooldown for his next E ability was rather lengthy, and he was pulled back by Thresh's death sentence. Therefore, TL's jungle attempt to gank the bot lane not only yielded no results but also resulted in the loss of 2 additional champions. With the sound of a familiar notification, Shui claimed the prince's head. Master Brother's Kaisa found herself helpless in such a predicament, forced to retreat with frustration. After securing yet another double kill, Shui couldn't help but grin widely, exclaiming, "Brothers, I've got this one." Following this, he and Zhou Yang pushed the minion wave to the tower, beginning to claim the plating. Master Brother, left with no options, could only retreat. It was a luxury to even gather experience, let alone secure any tower gold. Following this wave of ganks, IG's bot lane had firmly established their advantage. If TL wished to regain control, relying on the jungle to secure a gank was unlikely. They could only attempt a 4-man or 5-man push. But we could see Ning Wang beginning to focus his efforts in the lower jungle, ensuring that Shui's Draven made no mistakes. Observing Draven's 5 kills, TL's members felt a sense of despair. What has happened? They had been in the lead, yet suddenly found themselves on the verge of being outmatched. The collapse of the bot lane was not the most hopeless aspect. After all, if the top and mid lanes were sufficiently strong, they could still put up a fight. Yet, the most absurd situation unfolded when TL's jungle prince assisted Aatrox in securing a kill, which should have provided an advantage. However, even with that kill, they were unable to hold their own in lane. Moreover, Theshi's Akali reached level 6 and seized the opportunity to eliminate her opponent single-handedly. This solo kill prompted praise from the audience, as Shy GE's understanding of Aatrox was profound. He deftly avoided all 3 segments of Aatrox's Q knock-up. At this point, IG South bot lane had established absolute dominance, and Shigo had executed another solo kill in the top lane. Essentially, IG was on the verge of securing victory. Guanziyuan added. Upon hearing a sound nearby, his heart suddenly began to race, prompting him to speak. To be honest, I feel that IG right now is merely a shadow of its former self. A shadow? Guanziyuan widened his eyes. Brother, Draven has already completed his Bloodthirster. How can you refer to that as a shadow? That's excessively conservative. I believe IG has a 90% chance of securing victory against the opponent, provided no unforeseen issues arise in the meantime. Just as he was articulating this analysis, an incident occurred in the mid lane. Rookie was caught after being pulled in by Silas's second E, and with the prince's follow-up knock-up. The 2 champions managed to eliminate him before he had any chance to react. This unexpected turn of events sent the viewers across various domestic streaming platforms into a frenzy. Silence. Please, dear General, rein in your powers. You can always trust in management studies. Old song. What's going on? Please don't throw the game. Ashue remained unperturbed, even finding time to joke, for he felt invincible at that moment. Given that Draven was intended to dominate the early to mid-game, and having amassed such a significant advantage in under 10 minutes, they certainly should win. Otherwise, they would not be worthy of playing this champion. Exactly, just don't throw. And we can win. Ning Wang chimed in with a tease. Although the Shy did not speak, he was quietly chuckling. Despite his laughter, his strikes were merciless, causing great discomfort to the enemy Aatrox. What the hell? Rookie opened his mouth to curse, but upon glancing at his own record, he fell silent. Well, having contributed to half the team's deaths, he certainly lacked the authority to speak and dared not raise his voice too much. Although Rookie had inadvertently gifted an opportunity in the mid lane, IG's advantage was overwhelmingly substantial, rendering it nearly negligible, with the formidable Draven leading the charge. Ning Wang also secured the dragon, captured the Rift Herald, and relentlessly accelerated the pace of the game, avoiding any drawn-out conflicts that could lead to complications. Faced with IG's onslaught, TL found themselves utterly powerless to resist. There was simply no way for TL to contend against the momentum IG had built. Their advantage was colossal, with everyone demonstrating their prowess. From the Blind Monk's warding flash to Akali's decisive strike on Kaisa, and Draven chasing down 3 opponents single-handedly, even Zhou Yang, the support, was landing hooks with remarkable precision. The near-perfect accuracy of his hooks left TL in a daze. Did that Thresh truly activate his abilities? Of course, while Zhou Yang, Ning Wang, Ashue, and the Shy were all showcasing their skills, Rookie had, unbeknownst to anyone, succumbed to death for the 3rd time. Everyone was performing brilliantly. Yet Eugene found himself on the receiving end of the beatings. He humorously remarked amidst the chaos. Confronted with the fully charged state of IG, TL had lost the confident momentum they had in the first 2 games and began to retreat steadily. As they faced the desperate resistance from TL, Zhou Yang and the others remained calm, waiting for the dragon to respawn at the 20-minute mark before directly pressuring the opposing team to engage. The relentless pressure from the dragon has rendered TL in a state of distress. Yet, should they approach the dragon, it vanishes, and if they attempt to engage, they find themselves outmatched, only to witness the dragon's absence once more. This sense of helplessness has completely eroded TL's confidence in resisting further assaults. After an extended struggle around the dragon, a pivotal moment was ignited by Zhou Yang's Thresh, who executed a flash hook that reignited the battlefield. D-Fire attempted a flash hook, but the angle appeared rather peculiar. However, what was even more perplexing was the Titan, who unexpectedly followed with a flash hook of his own. Core JJ has lost the confidence he exhibited in the previous 2 games, having been thoroughly demoralized, coupled with Zhou Yang's near-perfect hook accuracy. Upon witnessing Thresh's flash hook aimed at him, he hastily sought to control Titan's flash. Ironically, this flash collided directly with Thresh's hook. Goodness! D-Fire's prediction was nothing short of extraordinary. One could almost sense the Titan's vulnerabilities laid bare. I cannot contain my laughter. This Titan truly flashed into the hook. It is beyond comprehension how such an inept support could elevate Xiaobaogan to such heights. Chapter 17. Securing victory against TL, advancing to the finals. The Titan was swiftly dispatched, unable to unleash even a single ability before being felled by Draven's relentless axes. From the side, Ning seized an opportunity, deftly using his R and flashing in to knock up 2 opponents. Ashue followed suit with his damage output, effortlessly claiming a triple kill with Zhou Yang's protective support. Sensing danger, Silas and Kaisa attempted to flee, only to be caught off guard by Rookie's expertly timed flash, which rendered them incapacitated. Ashue pursued relentlessly, landing a decisive axe that eliminated Kaisa in an instant. My heavens, what damage from this Draven! I exclaimed in astonishment. Following his triumph over Kaisa, Ashue achieved a quadric kill. Quadric kill. Quadric kill. Is a pentakill on the horizon? Guanziyuan exclaimed excitedly. The remaining Silas sought to escape, but was ensnared by Ning's relentless pursuit. Ashue, controlling Draven, closed in, and with 2 axes, left his opponent with but a sliver of health. Just as the pinnacle seemed within reach, however, an unexpected challenger intervened. It was Zhou Yang's Thresh, who approached intending to assist, but inadvertently triggered an automatic attack that struck Silas down due to the passive from his E-skill. Ace. As the kill notification illuminated the screen, Guan Ziyuan could not contain his laughter. What was D-Fire thinking? He actually stole Ashue's pentakill. I also chuckled, remarking, IG never achieves pentakills. Zhou Yang, having claimed the kill, felt somewhat embarrassed. Sensing the intense gazes directed at him, he awkwardly cleared his throat, saying, "Do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? It's all good. What does a pentakill matter?" Ashue smiled, dismissing it. After all, had it not been for Zhou Yang, his Draven would not have been able to deal such significant damage. Although he did not achieve a pentakill, the team wipe against their opponents, combined with a minion wave in the mid lane, meant IG had no need to contest the Baron. They simply pushed onward. The TL players respawned one by one, but their efforts were futile against IG's unstoppable advance. Ultimately, the decisive fifth match concluded at the 22-minute mark. Let us congratulate IG on their remarkable comeback, defeating TL and securing a place in the MSI Finals. In the commentary booth, Guan Ziyuan exclaimed with excitement, "After the first 3 matches, I had thought IG was destined to lose, yet the newly substituted support had managed to turn the tide." Indeed, it was the support role that shone through, whether it was the Ollie Star in the 4th match or the Thresh in the 5th, both exuding an air of prowess. The MVP was awarded to Jackie Love, boasting an impressive record of 13 kills without a single death. I find it quite reasonable for the MVP to be awarded to D-Fire's Thresh, although there were minor flaws in his initial performance. It soon became evident that his hook accuracy was astonishing, landing nearly every shot. Indeed, it would have been equally acceptable for Ashue to receive the accolade. After all, we are all comrades, and it matters little who claims the honor. Following their victory, Zhou Yang and his team approached TL's 5 players for the customary handshake. This is a standard procedure that every team undergoes, devoid of any particular significance. However, Zhou Yang sensed something amiss in the gaze of his counterparts during the handshake, and their grit felt unusually strong. After the handshake, Ashue was invited by the hosts from other regions for an interview. Standing center stage, he frowned as he faced questions he could not comprehend. Fortunately, the officials had thoughtfully provided a translator. After the female host articulated her questions, the translator appeared puzzled, leaving Ashue in a state of bewilderment, questioning the translator's competence. When the host reiterated her question, the translator, with a somewhat unrefined command of the Chinese language, conveyed to Ashue, "Your current statistics are quite impressive. Is your goal to become the world's #1 ADC?" A mischievous smile crept across Ashue's face, reminiscent of a Shiba Inu. This question was challenging to answer. A poor response could lead to ridicule. Regarding the title of the world's best AD, he intended to dismiss the matter, but his words were misconstrued by the translator, who struggled with the profundity of the Chinese language. Upon hearing Ashue's response, the translator's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Did you hear that? He has surpassed the rest. What is this called?" "This is called confidence." He seized the microphone and translated Ashue's statement for the female host. He claims he has already exceeded the title of world's best AD. The audience erupted in applause, and even the host widened her eyes, casting a significant glance at Ashue. As the crowd cheered, Ashue was momentarily taken aback, wondering why they were applauding him. Could it be due to his humility? After the interview concluded, Ashue returned to his team, only to find Zhou Yang, Ning Wang, and others regarding him with peculiar expressions, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He couldn't help but inquire. "Nothing, nothing." Zhou Yang chuckled, opting not to disclose that the little translator had inadvertently stirred up quite a bit of animosity towards Ashue. At that moment, Su Xiaoluo approached, glancing at Zhou Yang, unsure of what to say. Initially, he had intended for the young man to take the blame, but was astonished by his unexpected prowess. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet ultimately refrained, leaving behind a couple of insipid remarks before turning to depart. "What shall we eat tonight, brothers?" Rookie inquired. Having triumphed in the match, it was only fitting to celebrate the evening, prompting a lively discussion among the group. "How about hot pot? What do you think?" Ning Wang suggested. After some deliberation, they collectively turned their gaze toward Zhou Yang. "Why are you looking at me?" Zhou Yang's lips twitched slightly. After further discussion, they settled on barbecued meat. Meanwhile, the news of IG's victory over TL was circulating across various short video platforms and public accounts. Strangely enough, although this news did not ascend to the trending topics on Weibo, other stories managed to seize the spotlight. Su Xiaoluo really excels at nothing, yet ranks first in card draws. A Shui admits he has surpassed the world's top AD. Nevertheless, D-Fire is truly handsome. Master Brother discovered a true sight in his blanket upon waking up tonight. Chapter 18. The Explosive Livestream. My Mute Bride. After finishing their meal, the group was animatedly discussing Zhou Yang's extraordinary maneuvers on their way back, with Ashui gesticulating excitedly while recounting the highlights of the game. As an ADC, he had a keen awareness of the support's operations and instincts. "Did you see that?" Yang's prediction of Jarvan's move was simply divine. It left me speechless. If it weren't for that moment, I doubt we would have wrapped up the match so swiftly. Zhou Yang merely smiled in response, understanding that sometimes it was wise to maintain an air of mystery. Upon returning to their temporary lodging, the group dispersed to their respective computers, some starting their live streams while others indulged in leisure activities. Zhou Yang, too, had his own streaming channel, and during his downtime at IG, he would often stream to pass the time. Although his broadcasts were not particularly sensational, they were decent enough, falling within the average spectrum of the platform. When it came to live streaming, Zhou Yang harbored a sense of gratitude towards a particular individual. In this era, mere skill was insufficient for success in streaming. One needed to possess charisma and connections. During his time off from the competitive scene, Zhou Yang's streaming endeavors were significantly bolstered by this person's influence. Just as he was pondering this, a connection request from the individual arrived. As he gazed at the profile picture of the person on the other end, a smile crept across Zhou Yang's face, and he readily accepted the connection. "Wow, bro. Oh wait, I should be calling you D-God now. You look exceptionally dashing today. Hurry and give me an autograph, or I might have to queue up in the future." As he listened to the exuberant voice on the other side, Zhou Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips in mild discomfort. How should one put it? This woman appeared splendid in every way, as long as she refrained from speaking. The moment she began to talk, an inexplicable awkwardness crept in. Indeed, during the time Zhou Yang had been sidelined from competitive play and remained at the base, it was Zhou Shuyi who had been streaming alongside him, helping to draw in viewers. Their acquaintance had originated at a serendipitous official offline event. And given that they shared the same surname, Zhou Shuyi had taken the initiative to assist him in streaming when she learned that he lacked opportunities to compete. After all, if a professional career faltered, finding success in live streaming could serve as a viable alternative. Although their streaming efforts had remained modest, Zhou Yang felt a genuine appreciation for Zhou Shuyi's support. Moreover, her striking beauty and long legs made it difficult not to admire her, if only she would remain silent. Due to Zhou Yang's remarkable performance in today's match, his previously unremarkable live stream, which typically attracted a few 100,000 viewers, was now surging towards 2 million. Observing the barrage of comments flooding the screen, Zhou Yang responded with a grin. "Come on, Sister Zhou, don't tease me. I could never forget you." Zhou Shuyi chuckled in return. Suddenly, a voice from the chat erupted. "Whoa, guys, something's going on. D-God and Sister Zhou are an item." New fans were quick to jump to conclusions, unaware that seasoned viewers knew D-God was merely a pretty face under Sister Zhou's care. What? Sister Zhou is already with D-God? What? Their kid could be seasoning soy sauce by now? My dear friends, the recoil warrior has found love. And thus my youthful days have come to an end. Observing the increasingly absurd barrage of comments, Zhou Yang felt a deep sorrow. Although Sister Zhou's physique and beauty are undeniably exceptional, the two are merely friends. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, they also addressed the myriad queries from the comments, creating a delightful atmosphere reminiscent of a harmonious couple. Occasionally, someone would enter Zhou Yang's live stream, presenting lavish gifts, while also hoping for a chance to interact. To these individuals, Zhou Yang graciously declined all offers after expressing gratitude. As the saying goes, when I was indifferent to you, you now find yourself unable to reach me. In the early days of Zhou Yang's live stream, When he had neither heat nor traffic, it was Zhou Shui who gradually elevated his presence. Hence, even now that he has gained popularity, he chooses to share this spotlight with Sister Zhou, not merely out of opportunism, but as a gesture of gratitude for her previous assistance. "Ayang, what shall we do tonight?" Zhou Shui inquired, just as she always did, seeking Zhou Yang's opinion. Previously, they would either engage in chaotic brawls or indulge in leisurely games, such as Fall Guys. Of course, Sister Zhou would invariably resort to playful antics. Play? How shall we play? Certainly, we shall partake in activities that adults enjoy. Sister Zhou implored, "Please spare Dishan. He has finally secured a chance at the MSI championship and cannot be burdened further." It was indeed Dishan. Sister Zhou's audacity was nothing short of exemplary. "If you possess the courage, let Dishan be and come at me." Ahem. This statement seemed to carry a hint of ambiguity. Observing the teasing from the comments, Zhou Yang hastily clarified, "Brothers, do not misunderstand. We are merely gaming, just gaming. We are solely discussing games. What is there to be anxious about?" Indeed. Dishan, spare your explanations. Explanations are but veils, and veils conceal the truth. Sister Zhou, take it easy. D-Fire has a match in a couple of days, and we cannot exhaust him. Shall I join you for my golden promotion match? Upon hearing Zhou Shui's inquiry, Zhou Yang pondered for a moment. Would this be inappropriate? What if it led to accusations of professional player boosting? Zhou Yang lacked a golden rank account, so he would need to borrow one, which might raise suspicions of alternate accounts. It seemed there was merit to this concern. Zhou Shui nodded in agreement, recognizing the rationale. Previously, Zhou Yang was virtually unknown, drawing no attention. However, now that he has garnered a following, there will inevitably be those lurking in the shadows. Better safe than sorry. Then let us simply play some matchmaking. There is surely no rule forbidding professional players from playing matches with friends. This would certainly be acceptable. Listening to their conversation, the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. "Brothers, I seem to detect the unmistakable scent of romance. Is this truly the Zhou Shui I know? How outrageous. Could it be that this is the fabled power of love? It is astonishing how much Sister Zhou has changed. One can only say, this is the essence of love. Ah, my youth has come to an end." Amidst the playful banter of fans in the live stream, they commenced a matchmaking session. As Zhou Yang primarily plays the support role, it was only natural for Zhou Shui to select an AD champion. Once the heroes were confirmed, Sister Zhou, filled with excitement, remarked, "Let us also savor the experience of being a professional support." After uttering this, she felt it might have been slightly inappropriate and hastily clarified. "What I meant by experience is to be supported by professional support players." Understood. Everyone gets it. No need for further explanation. We are all adults here. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Sister Zhou has reached an age where she desires companionship, and it is entirely understandable, with no shame in that. I observed Sister Zhou's live stream and wondered, what level of skill does she possess? Chapter 19. Trending again. D-Fire truly exemplifies us. As she gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Zhou Shui opened her mouth, ready to unleash her frustration, but ultimately restrained herself. Taking advantage of the game's loading time, she scrutinized the continuously scrolling comments. "Sister Zhou, I saw a celebrity who looks remarkably like you." Upon reading this comment, a smile instantly graced her face. One must admit, our audience possesses quite the discerning eye. Curiously, she inquired, "Which celebrity do I resemble?" As soon as she uttered this, a flurry of 4 characters flooded the screen. Intrigued, she couldn't resist opening Baidu to search for those 4 words. To her surprise, there was indeed a resemblance. Zhou Shui chuckled, clicking on the individual's profile for a closer look. However, as she continued to observe, her smile gradually faded, her expression shifting from sunny to overcast in an instant. "What the hell? Are you all out of your minds? Where do I even resemble her?" Hearing Zhou Shui's exclamations, Zhou Yang couldn't help but peek into the other person's live stream. When he noticed the open webpage containing information about the celebrity who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Shui, he nearly burst out laughing. Good heavens, this is something. Nonetheless, to be fair, the resemblance was indeed quite striking. At this moment, the game had commenced, prompting Zhou Shui to close the webpage, compose herself, and prepare for a chaotic duo queue adventure with Zhou Yang. However, As it was their first time queuing together, their coordination inevitably faltered. Either Zhou Yang charged ahead, while Zhou Shi lingered behind to farm minions, or the opponents seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks on her. Did you all see that? Even the Great D cannot carry Sister Zhou. This clearly illustrates how challenging she can be. Could it be that anyone truly watches Sister Zhou's stream to learn skills? Surely not. Exactly, we are merely here to enjoy. The illustrious D being unable to carry a teammate? D-Fire is indeed a disgrace in the realm of duo partners. With chaotic displays in the arena and a dismal performance in the live stream, it was evident that their lack of synergy, compounded by weaknesses in other lanes, led to an inevitable defeat, despite Zhou Yang's professional prowess. Are you doing this on purpose? Zhou Shi inquired, her gaze fixated on the disheartening word defeat on the screen. Today you were flaunting your skills on the battlefield. How is it that you turn into a bronze player when it comes to carrying me? Could it be that your own skills are so lacking that I cannot carry you? Zhou Yang muttered, unable to restrain himself from retorting. What did you say? Zhou Shi raised an eyebrow, her tone slightly altered. What I meant was, their exchange brought amusement to the viewers in the live stream. Fellas, is this not a case of a wife being in charge? I thought the earlier comments were just jokes, but it seems you two genuinely have something going on. Although we often jest about Sister Zhou, to be honest, who wouldn't want to win her over? Damn it, D, you truly deserve this. The discomfort I feel is akin to being brutally slain. Oh dear. As the two commenced yet another match, Zhou Yang diligently reassured his partner, rest assured, Sister Zhou, I shall provide unwavering support this round and ensure your experience is nothing short of euphoric. Before long, the second match concluded. Observing his dismal record of 3 wins and 11 losses, Zhou Shi's lips twitched in disbelief. Is this what you meant by making me feel elated? Clearing his throat, Zhou Yang attempted to explain, allow me to clarify, it truly was my fault. The main reason was. However, before he could finish, he noticed a generous viewer in the live stream gifting items. Habitually conditioned by the nature of streaming, he instinctively expressed, thank you to the still stubborn benefactor for the airplane. Coughing softly, he added, indeed, the benefactor is correct. I should not be obstinate, my apologies. Zhou Yang and Zhou Shi continued their gaming session for an extended period, their on-screen chemistry generating uproarious laughter among their fans. It was not until after midnight that they concluded their collaborative stream. After bidding good night to their audience, Zhou Yang turned off the live stream, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. Meanwhile, Ning Wang and Shui were quite animated, despite the distance between them. Their communication remained unaffected. Ning Wang, what's the secondary point for the excavator? Dude, didn't I tell you last time? Shui grumbled while selecting his talents. I ate too much for dinner and now my stomach hurts. I want to go for a quick break, but I'm reluctant to leave. As Zhou Yang passed by Shui, he reached out and turned off the machine, then nonchalantly headed to his room. Shui stared at his suddenly rebooting computer, then glanced at Zhou Yang's retreating figure. He was about to utter a few words when Zhou Yang interrupted, no need to thank me. It's simply the right thing to do. Hurry up, before you have an accident. The next day, Zhou Yang felt a weight upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Shui attempting to pinch his nose. He quickly swatted Shui away and checked his blanket. Thankfully, it was perfectly covering him. What's wrong with you? You weirdo? Why are you in my bed so early? Zhou Yang inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. You've made the trending list again. What? The trending topic from last night still has cooled down? Not that one. It's another. As Shui handed him his phone, Zhou Yang accepted it. Things that D-Fire and the Mute Bride must address. The Counter-Strike warrior has been decisively taken down. D-Fire is truly our model. Sister Zhou has also joined in. D-Fire is undeniably handsome. Upon reading the trending topics, Zhou Yang's lips twitched, and he instantly became alert. He raised his hand and could not resist the temptation to take a glance. This glance proved to be quite a shock, nearly causing him to fling Shui's phone away. For within the trending topics, some audacious netizen had managed to edit their wedding video. As for the comments below, they were utterly outrageous, transcending the bounds of reason. It is well known that videos cannot be edited, hence this must be genuine. I attended that wedding, and at the time, I even presented 2 endless blades. When does D-God plan to have a little one with Sister Zhou? we are all eagerly awaiting. Joy, 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 joy. Young-gu, your taste is commendable. More importantly, you dare to do what others would not. You are a true man. Ashui, with a smirk, gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up. Go away, go away, go away. Chapter 20. Pre-match flag. Zhou Yang kicked Ashui off the bed, intending to indulge in a little more sleep. After all, with only a few days left before the finals, rest was paramount. How could one face the finals without proper recuperation? Come on, brother Yang. It's almost noon, and you're still sleeping? Ashui reminded him. Today is the match between SKT and G2. We must watch it closely. We need to see if they unveil any new strategies to prepare ourselves. Hearing Ashui's words, Zhou Yang turned over dismissively. What is there to prepare for? SKT is bound to lose anyway. When we face G2 in the finals, it will merely be a matter of bloodline dominance, like a father against his son. How can you be so sure SKT will lose? Ashui questioned, puzzled. While SKT had suffered a 15-57 defeat in the group stage, they were a 3-time championship team, rich in tournament experience. After all, experience counts for a great deal. Upon hearing Ashui's rebuttal, Zhou Yang sprang upright from the bed. Eager to explain, I'm merely speculating. Although Teacher Defei was formidable in the past, he has since declined. Who is Teacher Defei? Ashui inquired. Why? That's Faker. Zhou Yang replied. But why do you call him Defei? Is there a story behind it? Ashui was even more confused. Sensing something amiss with Zhou Yang, but unable to pinpoint it. Perhaps he had been too preoccupied with competitions lately to keep up with the latest happenings in the community. There's no particular story. I just made it up, Zhou Yang chuckled, thinking it prudent not to reveal that he had traversed time. That would likely result in him being confined to his psychiatric facility instead of competing in the finals. To be honest, that's quite adorable, Ashui remarked, choosing not to press further. But brother Yang, even if you're not watching the match, you must get up to eat. All right, I understand, Zhou Yang nodded. Initially intent on taking a nap, he found himself too awake now. After washing up, he decided to join Ashui and the others to watch the match. Although they were watching the game, Ning Wang and the others were not idle. They insisted on placing bets. How about we wager on the outcome? Whoever guesses wrong treats everyone to a meal, Ning Wang proposed. But if we all choose the same team, how can we determine a winner? Bao Lan inquired. Rookie smiled. We have 6 people, so whether we predict SKT or G2 to win, we can't have more than 3 people picking the same team. I choose SKT. Ning Wang declared eagerly. I'll go with SKT too. Bao Lan chimed in. The Shy, seated at the far left, remained silent. Having had a prior encounter with Faker during ranked matches in Korea, which had left him with a less than favorable impression, Ashui began to speak, but was interrupted by Zhou Yang. Jack, do you trust me? I suppose. I do? Ashui nodded, a perplexed expression crossing his face. He was unaware of the intentions concealed within Zhou Yang's ploys. Trust me, select G2, Zhou Yang urged, a hint of mischief in his tone. Ashui shot a skeptical glance at Zhou Yang. How can I be certain you're not leading me astray? How could that be? Zhou Yang exclaimed with firm conviction. Trust me, predict G2's victory, and we shall revel in their defeat later. Very well. Ashui, gritting his teeth, nodded in agreement. As an AD, if one cannot even trust their support, how can they hope to cooperate in the future? What about Shy? Zhou Yang redirected his gaze towards the Shy. Naturally, I'm rooting for G2. The Shy replied, his words tinged with a comical accent reminiscent of Google Translate. Observing Zhou Yang, Ashui, and the Shy all predicting G2's triumph, Rookie wore a grin reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. In that case, do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. Prepare for tonight's supper. The 6 of them gathered to watch the match, the atmosphere initially lighthearted and jovial. However, as time progressed, Rookie's previously cheerful demeanor began to solidify into disbelief. What is happening? Is G2 on steroids? Why are they so formidable? After a fierce battle, the once thriving SKT, a 3-time champion team, succumbed to G2. Witnessing Rookie's incredulous expression, Zhou Yang could not help but smile. Old song, stop staring blankly. Give us a smile. I can't believe it. Brother Yang really guessed correctly. Ashui exclaimed, astonished at the sight of G2 triumphing over SKT. Come now, a wager is a wager. Tonight's supper is on you 3. Shui, who had originally held little hope and prepared for defeat, was taken aback by G2's actual victory. All thanks to Brother Yang. In a moment of excitement, Shui embraced Zhou Yang and playfully smacked his left cheek. The sudden ambush left Zhou Yang wide-eyed and bewildered, one hand covering the cheek that had been unexpectedly assaulted. My innocence. Eugene, don't forget about the supper. The Shy chuckled heartily. No need for reminders. I'm not a stingy person. Rookie sighed, initially anticipating a feast for others, only to find himself on the receiving end. That evening, Rookie, Ning Wang, and Bao Lan indulged in an array of delectable treats. Upon learning that their adversaries in the finals were their old friends, G2, Zhou Yang, and the others inexplicably relaxed. The reason was clear. IG held a historical advantage over G2. However, they did not become overly complacent, for they were up against the formidable G2 that had vanquished SKT. Thus, they diligently continued their training. After several days had passed, the MSI finals were finally upon them. Prior to the match, G2's official Weibo account was abuzz with activity. Posting a message, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Beneath the post on Weibo, there was an accompanying image depicting the 5 members of G2 gazing intently at their IG counterparts, evoking a sense of impending retribution for the previous year's World Championship. Aside from the G2 official account's exuberant antics, the pre-match banter segment was rife with bravado and boastfulness from their players. Yankos, renowned for his flair for entertainment among the quintet, was the first to speak up. We have just triumphed over SKT and have evolved. So brace yourselves for a thorough thrashing. The Shy responded with a light-hearted silence, retorting with a whimsical remark, why not ask Wonder first? However, considering it was merely pre-match banter, everyone took it in jest, with no one foolishly believing it to be serious. Yet, when it was Zhou Yang's turn to speak, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. As a newcomer to the pre-match banter, he found himself at a loss for words, and being someone who rarely engages in cheeky repartee, he declared, let me set a flag here. If we manage to win today's match, I shall celebrate by playing basketball in overalls. Upon hearing this, the audience in various streaming rooms was left utterly astonished. Is this what you call not being able to speak playfully? Chapter 21. The treatment of Shy Brother. I am truly astounded. A professional player has risen to such heights. Initially, I held a fondness for D-Fire. Yet I was taken aback to discover his rather unsavory disposition. The ramifications of basketball are immense, and I hope you can bear the weight of them. Lychee? How can I possibly handle lychee? Little naysayer, is it true that the essence of fried fish? My dear brother, do refrain from consuming his eggs. Zhou Yang's flag raised the excitement across numerous domestic streaming platforms, allowing countless viewers to rediscover him in that moment. What was presumed to be a top-tier support player, brimming with ideas and fearless in taking risks, turned out to harbor such profound depths. At long last, the proverbial chicken feet have been revealed. After the banner concluded, as they made their way to the stage, Shui and his companions expressed genuine admiration for Zhou Yang's bravery. In truth, Zhou Yang did not wish for this. Everything was orchestrated to prepare for the impending barrage of comments. Soon enough, the match commenced. Following the official protocol, both teams took the stage in succession, while the host introduced each participant to the live audience. When the camera focused on Zhou Yang, a wave of cheers erupted from the fans. It was inevitable. This handsome support not only excelled in gameplay but was also the boyfriend of Sister Zhou, deserving of ample respect. To be fair, one cannot blame Sister Zhou for her infatuation with D-Fire's striking looks. He appears quite charming and radiant, however. Why does he seem to transform into an entirely different person during competitions? Goodness, the vendetta against D-Fire for his alleged thievery of hearts is indeed celestial. The live chat was ablaze with fervor, and the atmosphere was electric. Shortly thereafter, the introductions concluded, and Zhou Yang and his team took their seats, commencing pre-match equipment checks. After approximately 10 minutes, the match was finally underway. Welcome to the 2019 MSI Grand Finals, featuring IG against G2. I am the commentator, Wawa. Greetings, I am Miller. I am Rita. To be candid, I did not anticipate G2 as IG's opponent today. This revelation certainly caught me off guard. However, G2's journey to this stage signifies their evolution from last year's team. Their recent performance against SKD was nothing short of exemplary. Thus we must remain vigilant and not underestimate them. As the commentary flowed, the first ban phase commenced. In an unexpected turn, IG opted for the red side, which was quite surprising. As many are aware, while the red side offers a final counterpick, it sacrifices the selection of certain OP champions during the drafting phase. Nevertheless, IG's decision must surely be backed by their own reasoning. Upon hearing Wawa's remark, Rita cheerfully responded, "Perhaps IG believes that the counterpick from the red side holds greater significance for them. Ultimately, Shy can leverage the counterpick advantage in the top lane." As the banter unfolds, the first round of bans has commenced. Logically, the pressure of the blue side in the banning phase is less than that of the red side. Yet G2 inexplicably feels overwhelmed. Upon realizing that IG has opted for the red side, they have been in a state of distress. It is abundantly clear that the counter pick is intended for the Shy. Should we secure Akali right away? G2's top laner, Wonder, inquired. The mere mention of the Shy's Akali made him swallow hard. He simply could not shake off the haunting shadow of previous encounters. This champion leaves us with but two choices. Either we secure her or ban her, for we must not allow the opposing team to claim her. CPAs interjected, recalling the devastating performance of Akali during the group stage, and he was not keen on reliving that experience. Very well, then let us ban her. G2's coach pondered for a moment before decisively eliminating Akali. Witnessing G2's immediate ban on Akali, the trio of Mila, Doll, and Rita shared a knowing laugh. It was evident that G2 harbored a deep-seated fear of the Shy's Akali. To avoid prolonged nightmares, they opted for an early ban. However, IG responded swiftly by banning Tom Kinch, a support renowned for his exceptional protective capabilities. The first three bans from both teams were executed promptly. In addition to Akali, G2 subsequently banned both Aurelia and Jace, champions in which the Shy excels and who had left a significant impression on G2 during last year's World Championship. Following the ban on Tom, IG eliminated Caps, Rise, and Syndra. In terms of champion selection, G2 appeared well prepared, promptly locking in Kai'Sa. Having chosen the red side, the counterpick was undoubtedly reserved for the Shy. Consequently, upon seeing their opponents secure Kai'Sa, IG swiftly settled on the Zyrokin duo. G2's choice came almost instantaneously. As soon as IG confirmed their selection, G2 locked in Jarvan 4 and Nautilus, both exceptional initiators. Whether through Jarvan's EQ combo leading into his ultimate or Nautilus's ability to lock down targets with his own ultimate, their initiation potential was formidable, providing Kai'Sa with an ideal environment for damage output and harvesting. In response to G2's selections, IG secured a Lee Sin for Ning, and both teams proceeded into the second round of bans. With IG South bottom lane and jungle already established, G2 continued to ban two top laners. Likewise, IG removed two mid laners. Remarkably, G2 had banned 5 top laners. Observing G2's banning strategy, Mila could not help but exclaim, "Few players have experienced such targeted attention," leaving one to wonder what the Shy might select in response. Akali, Jace, and Aurelia are all off the table. Even Kennen found himself subdued by G2. Observing such targeted strategies aimed at him, the Shy couldn't help but chuckle. After considerable deliberation, IG secured a Clockwork for Rookie with their 4th pick, thwarting G2's potential combination of Jarvan and Clockwork. However, it was evident that Caps had no intention of allowing Rookie a peaceful development, as he promptly locked in LeBlanc. At this juncture, G2 had confirmed their picks for all lanes, leaving only Wonder in the top lane. Noticing that IG had indeed reserved a counter pick for the top lane, he felt as if his head had swelled considerably. After further discussions, he ultimately opted for a more comfortable Gnar. The champion boasts a decent attack range, ensuring that even if he finds himself in a precarious position, he can still farm effectively. Upon witnessing this, the analyst remarked that G2 had completed their roster with top lane Gnar, jungle Jarvan, mid lane LeBlanc, and bot lane Kai'Sa accompanied by Thresh. Meanwhile, IG had chosen Lee Sin for jungle, Clockwork for mid, and the duo of Xayah and Rockin for bot lane, leaving the Shy as the last to select. The audience was keenly awaiting IG's final pick. As the time for selections dwindled, the screen illuminated with a hero that was strikingly familiar. Chapter 22. The Arrival of the Sword Demon. G2 in a state of alarm. Listen to the extinction. To the silence of death. At the very moment this hero made his entrance, the hearts of all 5 G2 members sank, and they instinctively swallowed hard. Was this not sheer bullying? Oh no. How could they have forgotten about this champion? Why was there such a hush among them? Caps, who had served as the mid laner for FNC last year before joining G2, was aware of Theshi's legendary moments but had not personally experienced them, so he felt no discomfort. However, Wunder, Yankos, and the others were not so fortunate. As mere bystanders to those divine moments, the sight of this hero instilled a profound sense of dread within them. This champion has been nerfed. It should be manageable. Yankos gulped nervously, attempting to bolster Wunder's spirits. Come on, you can handle it. Wunder's lips twitched slightly as he retorted with 2 curt words. It was easy to say, but was it truly related to the champion? It was evidently more about the individual. Otherwise, amidst all those sword demons at last year's World Championship, why was there only one who was so formidable? Upon hearing his top laner's words, Yankos awkwardly cleared his throat, suggesting, perhaps it would be best if we each stick to our roles. Switching positions recklessly could be risky. As the sword demon made his entrance, the entire audience, along with those watching the live stream, erupted in excitement. Wow, after such a long time, Shigu is finally playing sword demon again. To be honest, having witnessed so many sword demons on the stage, none had quite captured the essence. Damn it. This was the very player who had weakened sword demon, and now he was set to unleash him again. G2 was in for a tough time. They were already facing a heightened challenge in the very first game. Wunder remarked, brothers, I've locked in my pick. What about you? With the Shy S sword demon confirmed, both teams finally settled on their lineups. G2 opted for a top lane Gnar, a jungle Jarvan, a mid lane LeBlanc, and a bot lane pairing of Kai'Sa and Thresh. Meanwhile, IG selected a top lane sword demon, a jungle Lee Sin, a mid lane Orianna, and a bot lane duo of Xayah and Rakan. From a composition standpoint, both teams appeared evenly matched in terms of initiation damage, each possessing a formidable capacity to engage. Concurrently, Zhou Yang received a system-issued task. Ding. Task issued. Task name. The first championship of your career. Task description. Every professional player aspires to attain the title of world champion, yet not everyone can emerge victorious. Reaching the pinnacle requires both the accumulation of experience and a relentless pursuit of glory. Please lead your team to secure the MSI championship, taking the crucial first step. Task reward. Random champion mastery 10 reaction speed 100,000 RMB reward. Upon hearing the system's task, Zhou Yang clicked his tongue in contemplation. The reward seemed rather unappealing. Wasn't 100,000 RMB a tad meager? However, Zhou Yang was not an avaricious individual. After all, what was wrong with receiving an unexpected windfall? In comparison to the RMB rewards, his primary concern lies in the 10% of reaction capability. Professional players are heavily reliant on their reflexes. Otherwise, they would not selectively nurture promising young talents. Meanwhile, at the commentary desk, as the teams entered the game, Wawa expressed his excitement, stating, after several days, we finally witnessed the Shy bringing out the sword demon in a match. I eagerly anticipate his performance. However, he soon questioned, what does IG intend to do? On the big screen, IG's 5 players, upon exiting their fountain, directly made their way towards the top lane, utilizing their acceleration effect. They swiftly arrived at the brush at the river's mouth. Observing their actions, Mile pondered a certain possibility. Concurrently, Ashue, filled with curiosity, inquired of Zhou Yang, Brother Yang, are you certain we can ambush their top laner? I'm not sure, but it's worth a try. If we succeed, it's a gain, and if we don't lose much, do we? Zhou Yang's reasoning resonated with Ning Wang and the others, prompting them to settle down and patiently await their prey. Meanwhile, G2's top laner Wunder, who had previously been schooled in various ways by the Shy, felt a twinge of anxiety at the sight of the sword demon S icon. This inner fear had been instilled through relentless competition. He maneuvered his Gnar to the river, aiming to discern the movements of the opposing jungler. Since the opponent had selected the sword demon, they would undoubtedly strategize around it, indicating that their jungler might attempt a level 2 gank at the top lane. As he contemplated this, Wonder guided Nar towards the river and gradually proceeded to the top lane. Spotting Nar approaching without any caution, Ning Wang and Ah Shui felt a surge of joy. They truly had found their target. As Wonder mulled over how to navigate the landing phase without being too severely targeted by the sword demon and the jungler, a Thresh suddenly leapt from the brush, using his W skill to lift him. Before he could react, 5 formidable figures emerged from the foliage, charging at him without hesitation. In the lower left corner of the big screen, Wonder's previously calm demeanor visibly trembled, clearly startled by the unexpected ambush. The first blood was secured. Wawa erupted with excitement. First blood. Poor Wonder, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, merely witnessed his Nar's health plummet, followed by a screen fade to black. Under the orchestrated circumstances of IG, the kill was awarded to the shy sword demon. Goodness, is this truly happening? 5 players ambushed in a bush for first blood. This is reminiscent of our bronze level play. Shade secured first blood. Does the opposing top laner even stand a chance? Per Rabbit, having finally triumphed over SKT, immediately found himself confronted by his formidable father, IG. As the news of first blood in the top lane erupted, the other members of G2 could not help but direct their gazes towards the unfolding drama. What is happening? Caps inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I was ambushed. Wonder swallowed hard, striving to regain his composure. Yet, upon discovering that the first blood had been claimed by the Blade Demon, his spirits plummeted. Following the successful acquisition of first blood, Zhou Yang and Ah Shui hastily retreated to base to avoid missing crucial experience by arriving late to lane. Meanwhile, Ning Wang, in an effort to optimize his time, prepared to commence his journey from the upper jungle. When Wonder returned to the top lane, he was disheartened to see the Blade Demon now wielding an additional longsword. Had it not been for Nar's extended reach, he might have lost his ability to contest the lane entirely, since Ning Wang initiated his path from the upper jungle. He swiftly cleared the red buff and reached level 2. He then stealthily maneuvered through the tri-brush towards the river, intent on executing a gank in the top lane. His goal was not necessarily to secure a kill, but rather to diminish the opposing team's health, allowing the shy Blade Demon a more favorable landing experience. It seems Ning Wang is planning to gank at level 2, exclaimed Doimp. To be frank, this seemed rather excessive. The opposing team had just suffered first blood from IG's 5-man ambush. Should they fall prey to another gank at level 2, it would likely shatter their morale. Just as he was pondering this, he observed Ning Wang emerge from the river, poised to intercept Nar as he attempted to secure minions. Chapter 23, Deception and Warfare, the Gullible AP. Upon the sudden appearance of the blind monk, G2's top laner, Wonder, found himself utterly bewildered. Seriously, my brothers? I've already been ambushed once, resulting in first blood. Why are you coming after me again? Is there no respite for gameplay? He attempted to maneuver with Nar, hoping to retreat, yet alas, he was struck by Ning Wang's Q ability. The moment he was hit, Ning Wang executed a decisive second Q, unhesitatingly launching a kick towards him. With the aid of the red buff, he relentlessly pummeled Nar. Poor Wonder was on the verge of tears. Damn it, this is outrageous. How can one play a game like this? That demon has already secured a kill. Why do you continue to assist him? Nar possessed a flash, so Ning Wang, not expecting a guaranteed kill, opted to withdraw after inflicting some damage. As he watched the blind monk's retreating figure, Wonder's expression turned grave. Brothers, I fear I may be the target of their aggression. Hearing the concerns of his top laner, Yankos nodded in agreement and remarked, just wait for me. Before continuing his jungle farming, he refrained from counter-jungling during Ning Wang's presence in the top lane, as both the bot and mid lanes lacked lane control. To play it safe, he decided against initiating any risky maneuvers. If successful, it would be advantageous, but failure could jeopardize the early game tempo and possibly the entire match. Ning Wang's audacity was astonishing, brazenly advancing to the top lane and reducing Nar's health with his Q ability. Witnessing the blind monk's retreat on the large screen, Doimp could not help but express his astonishment. If the opposing jungler refrained from intervening, it was improbable for Nar to contend with the demon using his range alone. In the mid lane, Rookie Oriana faced little pressure against the LeBlanc. However, the situation was quite different in the bot lane. Zhou Yang and Shui prepared to secure level 2. Almost simultaneously, both bot lanes reached level 2. At the very moment G2's support, Thresh, cast his hook in an attempt to initiate, Zhou Yang's Rocken also sought to engage. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. As Thresh launched his hook, Rocken, like a magnet, inadvertently darted into its path. After being ensnared, Thresh promptly auto-attacked, immobilizing Zhou Yang's Rocken, who was then swiftly punished by APS Kaisa. Though Thresh received some retaliation from Shui's Xayah, in terms of health lost, Rocken bore the brunt of the damage. Zhou Yang's maneuver left viewers across various streaming platforms utterly flabbergasted. What was D-Fire thinking? Did he willingly walk into that hook? I suggest someone check his bank statements. Something must be amiss. To be honest, I could have executed that play myself. Nevertheless, they had to concede that D-Fire was undeniably impressive. After gaining a slight advantage in the bot lane, AP promptly controlled Kaisa to showcase a thumbs-up emoji towards Zhou Yang. The moment the emoji appeared, it unlocked a portal to a new realm of possibilities. Yanggu is mocking you. Shui gazed at the thumbs-up expression above Kasha's head, feeling a surge of indignation within. I understand. Zhou Yang nodded, yet remained unperturbed. He recognized that maintaining a balanced mindset is paramount for a professional player. A positive attitude outweighs mere mechanical skill. With an optimistic outlook, one can execute extraordinary maneuvers, but conversely, if one's mindset falters, their performance may gradually deteriorate. However, does the opponent's display of confidence imply that he, too, is capable? If that is indeed the case, Zhou Yang smirked, already formulating a plan in his mind. As time ticked away, aside from the initial first blood secured by IG's 5-man ambush on Na, no further kills had occurred. Although the Shy was playing aggressively with his Aatrox in the top lane, Wonder-S Na offered no opportunity, not even allowing Aatrox to chip away at his health by denying a single minion. After all, losing a minion equates to a loss of several gold pieces. But a careless death could result in a staggering loss of 300 gold. Despite the absence of kills, the friendly exchanges in the bottom lane persisted. Following AP's thumbs-up expression, Zhou Yang underwent a transformation, as if a new world had been unveiled to him. He occasionally displayed an expression to signal his intent to engage in a duel. IP, known for his playful antics, promptly reciprocated each time Zhou Yang's expression faded. This amusing dynamic left the three commentators in a state of bemusement. Honestly, it feels as if these two are here to forge friendships rather than compete, remarked Wawa with a chuckle. However, the current state of affairs in the bottom lane indeed made it difficult for any kills to materialize. Just as he pondered this, Ning Wang stealthily approached the bottom lane. There are wards here. Sensing Ning Wang's intentions, Zhou Yang marked the area where the opponent had established vision in the river. Ning Wang nodded in acknowledgement, then cleverly maneuvered past the enemy's vision to the dragon pit, swiftly placed a ward in the opponent's jungle, and proceeded to scan his surroundings. Sneaking into the brush behind G2's bottom duo, Ning Wang had successfully circumnavigated the area, remaining undetected, perfectly evading G2's vision. Miller quickly elucidated. Meanwhile, G2's bottom duo remained blissfully unaware, particularly AP, who was engrossed in his close interaction with Zhou Yang. Observing the oblivious Kasha, Zhou Yang, controlling Rocken, executed a taunting gesture. Unwilling to be outdone, AP commanded Kasha to twitch defiantly in response. However, just as he began to fidget, Lee Sin stealthily approached from behind, landing a precise Q ability on the twitching Kasha, followed by a decisive ultimate that sent her flying. Boom. The kick sent Kasha crashing into Zhou Yang's face. Seizing the brief moment before Kasha could regain her composure from the airborne stun, Zhou Yang swiftly commanded Rocken to follow up with AW control, synchronizing with Shui's Xayah to unleash a deadly combination. Per AP, unable to even activate his flash, was swiftly taken down by Ning Wang. Two true eyes exchanged for a single head, a lucrative trade indeed. As Kaisa perished, Tom Kinch found himself bewildered. What transpired? Wasn't this supposed to be a dance-off? Why are you still calling for reinforcements? He hastily activated his flash and retreated by leaping against the wall. Zhou Yang and Ning Wang found themselves devoid of skills, unable to detain their adversaries. However, Eliminating the opposing AD and forcing a flash was already a significant victory. Damn it, he is toying with my emotions. Meanwhile, on the other side, AP gazed at his dim screen, unable to suppress an exclamation of frustration. He had anticipated that the enemy support, Leona, intended to engage him in a dance, only to discover that he had fallen into a trap. This support has truly betrayed his trust. After dispatching Kaisa, Ningguang decisively opted to secure the dragon. The first dragon was an earth dragon, and acquiring it would grant true damage against the barren and defensive towers, which is of paramount importance for IG. While assisting Ningguang in claiming the earth dragon, Zhou Yang also cautioned the Shy and Rookie, signaling them to avoid being caught by the enemy jungler. Rest assured, if I were to be caught by Jarvan, I would simply perform a handstand. What the hell? Rookie's words were abruptly interrupted as he let out a curse. Chapter 24. A prelude to the flash on the grand screen. Caps's LeBlanc suddenly activated W, followed swiftly by a precise E that struck the clockwork. Simultaneously, the prince circled around from above. Upon witnessing the prince's arrival, Rookie, intending to conserve a flash, hastily used it instead. Yet, Caps had already anticipated his move. Almost in synchrony with the clockwork's flash, LeBlanc executed her own, unleashing the binding effect of her E skill, while her R skill replicated the chain, ensnaring the immobilized Rookie once more. Confronted with a clockwork rendered motionless, Yanko skillfully controlled the prince, executing EQ into his ultimate, delivering a devastating blow. Demacia, Rookie, caught in the moment, countered with his own ultimate in an attempt to drive the two assailants away. However, it was clear that G2's mid-jungle duo was resolute in their lethal intent. In a coordinated assault, Yankos and Caps unleashed their combined damage, swiftly eliminating Rookie's clockwork before the mid-lane first turret. Aware that Ning was preoccupied with the dragon, Yankos seized the opportunity to ambush Rookie. The commentator, Wawa, remarked, "Rookie has been rather careless. Had he flashed earlier, he might have survived." Fortunately for IG, it was merely a dry kill, and they were able to secure the dragon. Nonetheless, for the next 5 minutes, Rookie would be without flash, requiring utmost caution. Otherwise, if LeBlanc approached and chained him with E, the prince would easily secure another kill. Observing the fallen clockwork in the mid lane, Zhou Yang, Ning, and Ashue wasted no time, marking the spot of Rookie's demise with 3 question marks. Old song, don't feed. Zhou Yang jested. Exactly. Ashue nodded in agreement, adding, "We'll wreak havoc in the bot lane while you babysit in mid." Rookie felt quite vexed. Yet he could hardly blame himself. Can I help it if they ganked me? With the clockwork down, a wave of minions pushed into the mid turret, and Ashue, with tears in his eyes, reluctantly farmed the minions. When Ashue returned to the bot lane alone, the opposing AP appeared much more subdued, lacking the previous bravado. Although G2's bot lane managed to stabilize, the situation was markedly different in the top lane. The Shy's Aatrox had already claimed a kill at level 1. And with Ning's assistance at level 2, he pressured Nar's health, ensuring a comfortable lane for himself. Despite not achieving a solo kill on Nar, he had gradually built a 20-minion lead. As he had the low-health cannon minion, Wonder sought to control Nar and utilize his boomerang to secure the last hit. However, as he took a step forward, he was met with Aatrox's decisive EQ attack. Following a Q that sent Nar airborne, the Shy quickly unleashed his W skill to slow Nar. And with a well-angled second Q, he launched Nar into the air once more. Glancing at his own health, Wonder hesitated to approach the cannon minion. He intended to use his E skill to escape the range of Aatrox's SW. Yet, due to being knocked up by the second Q, he found that as he leapt, he was forcefully yanked back by the second effect of the W skill. At the moment when Nar was yanked back, the Shy executed a precise 3-part Q with his Blade Demon, sending Nar soaring once more while delivering a devastating blow with his passive ability. Nar, who originally had a significant amount of health, was reduced to a mere sliver. Glancing at his health bar, Wonder found himself in a quandary. He had already used his teleport, and returning home would inevitably lead to the loss of 1 or 2 waves of minions. However, staying could result in a potential kill against him. The top lane was unbearably difficult, as he simply could not compete. The commentator felt a pang of sympathy for Nar, who had initially hoped that utilizing a hero with a longer reach would yield a more comfortable matchup, only to find himself being toyed with like a child. Moreover, he lacked teleportation. If he returned home, he would not only miss out on 1 or 2 waves of minions, but also lose precious plating. Yet, if he chose not to return, given the shy's temperament, a dive under the tower seemed inevitable, especially since we could see Ning moving towards the upper jungle. Ultimately, for the sake of caution, Wunder opted to retreat. While the minion waves and tower plating were undeniably important, preserving his life took precedence. As time progressed to the 10-minute mark, the Rift Herald resurfaced. Prior to its emergence, Zhou Yang began establishing vision around the area, and G2 was equally vigilant. Unwilling to let the Rift Herald slip away. Should they lose it, the entire rhythm of the game would fall under IG's dominion, a scenario G2 dreaded. While placing wards, Zhou Yang inadvertently encountered the opposing Thresh. Upon seeing him, Zhou Yang immediately expressed his acknowledgement with a thumbs up. Faced with such an audacious Rockin, Thresh felt a surge of frustration but restrained himself, fully aware that Zhou Yang was likely not alone. With his own allies not yet in position, recklessly engaging could lead to disaster. Thus, he feigned ignorance towards Zhou Yang's provocation. G2's support player wished to avoid confrontation. Yet Zhou Yang was emboldened by the presence of his teammates. He boldly initiated, controlling Rockin to dash forward and land a Q on Thresh, perfectly embodying the league's tenets of leveraging power. G2 support took the hit from Zhou Yang's Q, watching Rockin's flamboyant movements with a desire to retaliate. But for the sake of the match, he forcibly held back and hastily escaped by dashing to the wall. D-Fire is truly audacious, remarked the commentator, chuckling at the sight of Rockin on the big screen. From our bird's eye view, we could see that Thresh lacked vision on IG's side. Yet D-Fire had boldly approached Thresh's face without fear of being swiftly eliminated. However, it must be noted, interjected Miller, considering IG's presence behind him. If Thresh decided to engage, he would likely fall right into IG's trap. Soon enough, all 10 players had converged near the barren pit, continuously casting skills to probe for openings. Both sides proceeded with utmost caution, vigilant to avoid being ambushed while simultaneously searching for any weaknesses in their opponents. At this moment, Rookie's earlier misstep of flashing out in the mid lane began to reveal its repercussions, as Yankos' Prince seized the opportunity to engage while controlling the clockwork. He swiftly executed a flawless EQ combo, ensnaring the clockwork without a moment's hesitation. Devoid of flash, the clockwork found no means of escaping the Prince's ultimate. Meanwhile, the members of G2 exhibited remarkable composure. Despite the clockwork being trapped, they refrained from recklessly charging in for a focused assault. Such a course of action would have easily left them vulnerable to Zhou Yang's synergy with the clockwork, potentially leading to a counterattack. Caps, with unwavering resolve, advanced directly, utilizing his LeBlanc's W to surge forward, followed by a precise QRE sequence that struck Rookie with devastating accuracy. The terrifying damage, amplified by Electrocute, obliterated Rookie's health in an instant. Although Rookie was eliminated, he managed to unleash his ultimate before his demise, regrettably catching only 2 opponents. The commentator, Wawa, expressed a hint of regret, noting that with IG losing a member, their only recourse was to retreat, relinquishing the Rift Herald. Rookie had indeed been reckless. His failure to employ Flash while occupying that position rendered him overly vulnerable. Miller could not suppress a sigh as he reflected on the situation. "Let it go. Let it go," he murmured, as Rookie hastily reminded his teammates after his untimely fall. After all, it has been IG's tradition that the most rational individual is often the first to perish. Chapter 25, River Path, Sword Demon, The Descent of the Celestial Deity 2.0. Observing the retreating IG, it was abundantly clear that G2 was unwilling to let them escape so easily. They sought to capitalize on their numerical advantage, aiming to claim as many kills as possible to bolster their economy and mitigate their disadvantages in lane. However, confronted by the pursuing quintet from G2, Ashue quickly commanded Kaisa to unleash her ultimate ability, sending a flurry of feathers into the air. He followed up with his E-skill, ensnaring 3 foes to impede their advance. Meanwhile, Ningguang deftly kicked the leading prince back, thwarting his pursuit. As the 4 members of IG retreated, G2 found themselves at an impasse, unable to chase further and forced to redirect their efforts toward the Rift Herald. Although they had not secured additional kills, Capturing the Herald was a small consolation. Yet, as the members of IG prepared to disperse, an unexpected turn of events transpired. My goodness, what on earth is D-Fire doing? The audience was left in shock as they witnessed the sword demon being blasted into the barren pit by a detonated fruit, leaving Wawa completely dumbfounded. Oh my, has D-God begun to orchestrate yet another spectacle? Fellow teammates, we seem to have a traitor among us. Shage expressed his bewilderment, pondering if he had unknowingly offended anyone. Zhou Yang's sudden blunder not only sent shockwaves through the live chat, but also left the G2 team in utter confusion. Just as they were engaged in battling the Rift Herald, a sword demon unexpectedly descended upon them. The G2 members hastily abandoned their objective, redirecting their focus toward the sword demon. Yet the Shy showed no signs of fear. He activated the sword demon's ultimate ability and charged forth with fervor. In truth, he had no desire to retreat earlier and wished to continue fighting, but with his teammates having withdrawn, he was compelled to follow suit. Now, with Zhou Yang's explosive fruit mishap, his wish to engage had finally been granted. The relentless focus fire from G2 caused the Shy's sword demon's health to plummet rapidly. However, just as it appeared that the sword demon would be swiftly eliminated, the Shy executed a perfectly timed flash, positioning himself directly beside the prince. The prince, already weakened from Kaisa's ultimate and Ning Wang's monk's abilities, succumbed to the sword demon's third Q strike, falling in an instant. In the moment of the prince's demise, the sword demon, akin to an unyielding war deity, regained a significant portion of his lost health through his passive ability. Coupled with the healing from triumph upon the prince's death, his health surged notably. Witnessing the sword demon's sudden resurgence, the remaining members of G2 were thrown into disarray. Yet, with the arrow already loosed, they had no choice but to press on with their assault. At that moment, the Shy's sword demon resembled an indomitable force, wreaking havoc amidst the fray. My goodness, how can he be so formidable? Miller gazed in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wasn't it said that the sword demon had been nerfed? How could he still be this powerful? Shui and Ning Wang, initially intent on sacrificing the sword demon, quickly shifted their strategy upon witnessing the Shy's astonishing prowess and rushed to provide support. By the time G2 managed to take down the sword demon's first life, Shui and Ning Wang had successfully maneuvered around to their rear. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang's Luo also made his presence felt in the fray. With his flash and ultimate still at his disposal, he seized the opportunity when the enemy had expended their skills on the sword demon. Zhou Yang deftly executed Luo's ability, accompanied by his flash, and ensnared 3 opponents in a mesmerizing charm. This was swiftly followed by his W skill, which lifted 2 more adversaries into the air. The sequence of crowd control, complemented by the resurgent sword demon and Shui Zaya, rendered G2 utterly defenseless, resulting in a complete annihilation of their team in a 4 versus 5 encounter. Remarkably, IG triumphed despite the initial loss of their mid laner, as G2 faced their demise. Wawa could scarcely believe his eyes. Although Zhou Yang ultimately fell as well, this was a 4 versus 5 situation. One can only say that the sword demon in the river is not to be trifled with. Miller chuckled with excitement. On the other side, with the screen faded to gray, G2's players found themselves at a loss for words. Why was this individual sword demon so formidable? Wasn't this champion supposed to be nerfed to the point of obscurity? Yet in his hands, it felt as though he had been empowered. Furthermore, didn't that scene seem eerily familiar? The G2 players exchanged glances, each reflecting the deep-seated frustration in their eyes. This player was simply outrageous. Initially, it was believed that Zhou Yang's maneuvers would jeopardize the Shy, but unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. The sword demon managed to withstand the damage from all 5 opponents, slaying the prince and wreaking havoc within the crowd for an extended duration. Not only did he inflict substantial damage, but he also survived until the end. It must be noted that this was a sword demon already subjected to a nerf. My word, brothers, those bygone memories have suddenly resurfaced to haunt me. G2 remarked that this scene felt hauntingly familiar. Post-match, D-Fire clapped Shy Gu on the shoulder, imparting a heartfelt lesson, without a little pressure. One might never realize their own potential. How many times must it be reiterated? The sword demon in the river is not to be underestimated. Moreover, this is the sword demon of that man. Poor Tu Bao once again became a mere backdrop to Shai Ji's brilliance. What does the nerf to the sword demon have to do with me, the Shai? Designers, take heed. Even after the nerf, the sword demon remains formidable. So why not promptly address the balance of Knife Sister? After successfully securing the Rift Herald, Ning Wang and his team returned to base. When Wunder, controlling Nar, returned to the lane, it was as if he were being thoroughly outclassed by the Shai's sword demon. Want to farm minions? Certainly. But you must first inquire whether my Godlayer blade permits it. After a single rotation of abilities, Nar was left severely wounded, forced to retreat in haste. Observing Nar's desperate plight, Wawa chuckled, remarking that the top lane had become untenable. Attempting to farm minions would result in a full combo, which drained half his health. If there was no support in the top lane, it had become utterly impossible to contend. Wunder felt rather aggrieved. He had been managing the pressure in the top lane quite well. Although his minion farm was slightly lacking, it was not nearly as arduous as it had become now. However, the situation has taken a turn for the better, as a wave of the Vanguard team has enabled the formidable sword demon to secure 3 kills, coupled with the initial first blood, resulting in a total of 4 kills. With 4 kills under his belt, how am I to withstand the pressure? Just as Wunder contemplated retreating to replenish his resources, Yankoz's voice resonated in his ear, urging him to remain and bait the enemy. Glancing at his rage meter, Wunder nodded in agreement, preparing to use his physical presence as bait. Meanwhile, Ning Wang also arrived in the top lane, possessing the Rift Herald. Given the sword demon's substantial lead, it was only natural to deploy the Herald, allowing the demon to claim tower damage and further solidify his advantage in the top lane. By amplifying this lead sufficiently, they could reciprocate in the jungle and other lanes, ultimately converting it into a winning position. The low-health Nar opted not to return home, seemingly preparing to entice the sword demon. With Thresh, Jarvan, and LeBlanc en route to the top lane, it appeared they intended to make a move on the Shai. The Shai's sword demon, being a significant bounty, would pose a considerable setback for IG if he were to be captured. As the commentary from and filled the air, G2 had already commenced their assault. Chapter 26. You don't believe? On what grounds do you disbelieve? The prince's EQ combo initiated the assault, yet the Shai skillfully evaded it. Although he managed to dodge the prince's attack, he was unable to escape the Titan's ultimate ability, resulting in the blade demon being launched into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Nar transformed and charged forward, slamming the blade demon against the wall. A relentless chain of control ensnared the Shai, rendering him immobile. Just as the blade demon was about to meet his demise, Ning Wang arrived on the scene. The moment he utilized his West skill to close the gap, he promptly kicked the prince away. Following this, the two disregarded the Titan and focused their fire on Nar. The members of G2 were utterly unprepared for Ning Wang's swift support. They attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. Apart from the prince, the Titan and Nar were swiftly eliminated, while Theshi's blade demon had amassed an impressive 6 kills. In under 15 minutes, the blade demon had achieved 6 kills. This was an unimaginable catastrophe for G2. Consequently, every time a team fight erupted, a blade demon empowered by his ultimate ability stood at the forefront, relentlessly pursuing multiple opponents. As the match reached the 20-minute mark, the Baron was refreshed. With a significant advantage, IG decisively opted to pressure the Baron, leaving G2 in a precarious position, whether to intervene or to abstain from stopping IG's Baron attempt. To engage would lead them into a trap, while failing to act would result in losing the Baron, leading to further disaster. Thus, in this seemingly hopeless situation, IG successfully secured the first game. Let us extend our congratulations to IG for claiming the first match. As the victory screen appeared, Wawa exuberantly exclaimed. Following the conclusion of the first game, both teams retreated to their temporary resting areas to deliberate on the upcoming second match. IG remained in high spirits, having secured a decisive victory, dominating the match from start to finish. However, the atmosphere was markedly different for G2. Recollecting the terror experienced at the hands of Theshi's blade demon, all 5 players unanimously agreed that this champion must be banned. While other teams might face a blade demon, Allowing the Shy-S version to be unleashed was entirely out of the question. G2's top laner, Wunder, the primary victim of the first game, continuously lamented to his teammates. "I was merely trying to secure a cannon minion, and he nearly took my life." Truth be told, he struggled to comprehend how the Shy possessed the audacity to charge into the dragon pit alone. Not only did G2 find this perplexing, but even the IG members were left scratching their heads. "Yangge, what were you thinking at that moment?" Shui queried, bewildered by Zhou Yang's actions. As he detonated the explosive fruit, sending the blade demon plummeting from the dragon pit. Although they ultimately triumphed in the team fight, even achieving the 2-0 version of the divine intervention, he remained puzzled, unsure of Zhou Yang's motives. "Would you believe me if I said I misclicked?" Zhou Yang chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to clarify his actions. Thankfully, they emerged victorious. Had they lost, he would surely have faced a barrage of criticism. "I refuse to believe it." Shui shook his head, reflecting on the recent events, and suddenly everything became clear to him. IG had always been renowned for their aggressive style. Yet after clinching the championship last year, their approach began to evolve, becoming more cautious and hesitant. However, with Zhou Yang's recent entry into the team, it appeared that IG was gradually reverting to their former, audacious self, ready to face any challenge head-on. After realizing this, Shui expressed his understanding, saying, "Brother Yang, I comprehend now. You're igniting our fighting spirit in this manner, urging us to rediscover our former selves, aren't you? Whenever there's an opportunity to engage, we must seize it. Otherwise, we may lose the courage to act in similar situations in the future." Observing Shui's sudden enthusiasm, Zhou Yang felt a pang of frustration. "You don't believe me? Why wouldn't you? Do you think I am unaware of my own mistakes?" At that moment, the Shy chimed in, "Yang, you understand me. I didn't want to retreat earlier. I wanted to fight." He paused, then added, "To be honest, had I not pushed myself, I wouldn't have realized how formidable we could be." Ningguang also expressed his thoughts. Listening to their voices, Zhou Yang felt a mix of despair and amusement. "I truly misplayed that moment. I didn't overthink it." After both teams took a moment to regroup, the second match commenced swiftly. Welcome to the 2019 MSI Finals, where IG faces G2. After a structured introduction, the discussion shifted directly to the match. Currently, IG was in the lead, and from the first game, it seemed that their once reckless team had returned. IG's performance today is quite commendable, Miller remarked. In the first game, their execution was nearly flawless. Once they gained an advantage, they swiftly concluded the match, leaving G2 with no opportunities. As the two continued their conversation, the second match's draft phase began. In this round, IG, positioned on the blue side, enjoyed the privilege of first ban and pick, significantly alleviating the pressure of champion selection. Conversely, G2 faced a different scenario as the red side. They had to address both the overpowered heroes of the current patch and counter the champions IG might prioritize. This led to considerable headaches for G2. They could not afford to let Akali slip through, for fear of encountering a devastating Flying Thunder God 2-0. As for Aatrox, they were even less inclined to allow him into the game, given the previous match's display of his power. Despite having 5 bans, G2 felt utterly overwhelmed, wishing they could simply exclude the Shy from the selection entirely. In the early phases of the bans, IG approached with a relaxed demeanor, avoiding any particular focus on a specific position, spreading their attention evenly. Even when they eliminated LeBlanc, Zhou Yang and the others exchanged light-hearted banter, cautioning Rookie. "Man, heard to prevent someone from being solo killed. Feel free to speak your minds, but let us keep the tone civil." Rookie's lips twitched slightly. Was it my desire to be soloed? Clearly, I was being targeted by the enemy jungler. What are you even targeting? At that moment, Shui mimicked Rookie's tone from earlier, remarking, "You can die 5 times while playing Orianna. One might think you are nurturing your father." The Shy remained silent, yet he was stifling laughter nearby. The atmosphere within the IG team was exceedingly harmonious, in stark contrast to that of G2. After neutralizing Akali and Aatrox, they suddenly realized there were still numerous champions they wished to ban. G2's coach felt overwhelmed, as he had never encountered such a challenging drafting process in his career. If they let it go, they would be at a disadvantage. If they banned it, there were still other threats to contend with. How should they approach this draft? After some contemplation and discussion, they ultimately decided to remove one of Theshi's champions, continuing the strategy that had been effective in the previous match. After all, when TL faced IG and secured 2 victories, they had targeted the Shy, with support and jungler coordination aimed at Ning. Thus, G2 sought to emulate TL's approach. However, they overlooked a crucial detail. During the previous encounters between IG and TL, the support was Baolan, while now it was Zhou Yang. Chapter 27. Who wishes to endure pressure if not outmatched? In truth, I believe our strategy against their top lane is misguided. Observing the removal of 3 top lane champions, Caps expressed his thoughts. In the previous match, 5 top champions were banned, only for him to counter with a Kayn. This time, with Kayn banned, it implies that one of the 5 champions removed last game will surely be available. However, with the bans concluded, further discussion is futile. AP interjected, suggesting they first observe the opponent's initial 3 picks. Should they select a top laner, it would be prudent to target their bottom lane. I sense that their bottom lane presents an opportunity. Listening to his teammates' discourse, the G2 coach sighed deeply. Who conceived the notion of turret plating? It is exceedingly unkind to those top laners under pressure. Initially, a top laner merely needed to maintain stability without dying. Yet with turret plating introduced, the game dramatically shifts. Even if one manages to stay alive, facing a dominant top laner can swiftly widen the economic gap through farming and turret plating. It is evident that the Shy embody such a player. You maintain your ground while I harvest your turret plating and farm, should you falter. I will claim both turret plating and kills. Upon hearing the coach's murmurs, G2's top laner, Wunder, felt a twinge of frustration. Who desires to endure pressure if not compelled to do so? As G2 completed their 3 bans, IG, as the blue side, promptly locked in Rise, a versatile champion capable of fitting both top and mid roles. G2's selection was swift as well, securing the formidable jungle champion Olaf and the equally flexible Galio. Observing the choices of their adversaries, the IG coach inquired of Aceway if he desired assistance in securing a champion. Compared to the mid and jungle positions, the bottom lane was his primary concern. Then please grab Kai'Sa for me, Aceway replied. Once Kai'Sa was confirmed, the IG coach turned his attention to Zhou Yang. Frankly, he had not anticipated Zhou Yang's brilliant performance against TL. A newcomer, bearing such immense pressure, executed flawlessly, which was nothing short of astonishing. What support do you wish for? Zhou Yang asked Aceway. Aceway pondered. I need a shield-bearing support with crowd control and swift assistance. All right. Zhou Yang nodded and swiftly locked in a champion. The sudden appearance of Pantheon on the big screen left commentators Wawa and Miller bewildered. Is Pantheon a mid laner? Aceway's lips twitched. Yongge, don't joke. I don't wish to become Mago. The mere thought of Sima Laoze's expressionless visage sent shivers down Aceway's spine. It was Pantheon, the support champion, that had largely contributed to Sima Laoze's current state. Thus, Aceway harbored a deep-seated aversion to Pantheon as a support. This champion is quite powerful. I enjoy using Pantheon support in silver matches, Zhou Yang remarked, unable to suppress a laugh at Aceway's evident reluctance. Yongge, cease the theatrics. Let us settle on Thresh instead. Aren't you adept at using hooks? He pairs perfectly with Kai'Sa. Upon hearing Aceway's words, Zhou Yang pondered for a moment, glanced at the coach, and finally revealed his desired hero choice, Karma. Aceway felt a wave of relief wash over him, as long as it wasn't Pantheon. Any other support would suffice. Soon, the initial 3 picks from both teams were confirmed, leading them into the second round of bans. With several heroes already chosen in the first round, the second round of bans required less contemplation. However, G2 still faced pressure, particularly due to IG's early selection of Rise, whose role remained ambiguous. Whether he would go top or bottom was uncertain. The G2 coach felt overwhelmed, ultimately deciding to ban one champion from both the top and mid lane pools. After the bans concluded and the second round of picks wrapped up, the team compositions were finalized. IG fielded Fiora in the top lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, Rise in mid, and Karma alongside Kai'Sa in the bot lane, while G2 opted for Kennen at the top, Olaf in the jungle, Lissandra mid, and Ezreal paired with Galio in the bot lane. Observing the lineups, Miller instinctively began to analyze the match. Based on the compositions, G2 appeared to possess a slight edge in team fighting. Whether it was the synergy between Lissandra and Galio initiating the fight or Kinnan's flash ultimate, IG seemed somewhat susceptible to their onslaught. In truth, I believe that substituting Olaf with Jarvan 4 would have been a more advantageous choice, creating a purely teamfight-oriented composition. Unfortunately, Jarvan 4 had been banned by IG. Although G2 lost the previous match, Yanko's performance on Jarvan 4 had indeed been commendable. Given IG's selection of Fiora, it suggested their intent to avoid direct team fights with G2, opting instead to allow the Shy to split push and create pressure. As the two commentators analyzed the situation, the teams transitioned into the game. Upon entering, Zhou Yang promptly purchased the support items and made his way to the fountain. At that moment, Shui suddenly noticed that Zhou Yang's karma had not taken the typical Comet or Airy for lane poke. Instead, he had chosen a Thief's Hand. Was this an erroneous choice for the Defier rune? Doimb also expressed his confusion upon observing Zhou Yang's rune selection, noting that most karma supports typically favored Airy, with Comet being a rare alternative. As for Thief's Hand, that was virtually unseen. It seemed likely that he had made a mistake. Miller, unsure, acknowledged that professional players often have diverse interpretations and playstyles. Nonetheless, given that the opposing support was Galio, the Thief's Hand could still be a viable option, allowing for additional gold accumulation while ensuring proper vision control in the bot lane. Since IG had secured Fiora, it was evident they aimed to bolster the Shy's advantage early on. This necessitated diligent vision control in the bot lane. Doimb provided a reasonable justification for Zhou Yang's choice of Thief's Hand. After leaving the fountain, Zhou Yang maneuvered Karma towards the river, establishing a defensive ward in the brush. With Olaf on the opposing side, there was a possibility he might opt for an early jungle invasion. As anticipated, mere seconds after Zhou Yang lowered his gaze, the quintet from G2 staggered over. Observing this, the commentator promptly remarked that G2 was intent on an early invasion, but they had been discovered by the vision meticulously prepared by Defier. Watching G2's 5 members traverse through his line of sight, Zhou Yang skillfully executed Karma's RQ, inflicting area of effect damage and applying a slow. He quickly landed an auto attack, triggering the Thief's Instinct talent. After receiving a barrage from Zhou Yang, G2 members realized their plan to invade the jungle had been revealed and thus abandoned any pretense, boldly striding into the jungle. After all, Olaf at level 1 was significantly more formidable than Lee Sin, accompanied by Ezreal and Lissandra. Failing to invade the jungle would be a considerable loss. IG chose not to confront them directly, willingly ceding the lower jungle, permitting G2 to invade at will, with the understanding that they could merely exchange jungle resources. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang found himself lost in thought, fixated on the contents of his backpack. Chapter 28. While others strive for mastery in gaming, this individual relies on lifespan. IG opted for a strategic exchange in the jungle, thwarting G2's aspirations for an early skirmish. As Wawa articulated this, Zhou Yang swiftly maneuvered his mouse, clicking fervently on the items within his inventory. Goodness! Shui exclaimed, his astonishment evident. Rookie was equally taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. No way, is this real? Upon hearing their exclamations, Ningguang glanced over and was instantly taken aback. Zhou Yang had managed to acquire a skill elixir. Come on, it's just a game. Don't overdo it, brother. Ningguang felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that even 20 years of lifespan might not suffice for such fortune. Zhou Yang himself was quite surprised. He had merely aimed to earn a bit of auxiliary income, never expecting to stumble upon something so valuable. At that moment, even the commentators took notice. Defier, what is he up to? Wawa's voice trailed off, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes. Is that really a skill elixir? Miller expressed his uncertainty. The rarity of such an item, which could grant an additional skill instantaneously, was astounding. For instance, if all players were at level 5, but one managed to secure a skill elixir, they could unleash a powerful ability at that level. Who could withstand such an advantage? While the enhancement for Karma might not be significant, as she possesses her ultimate ability at level 1. Having 2 skills at the very onset of the game is an entirely different matter. How could the opposing team possibly contend with that? Unbeknownst to the two players from G2 in the bot lane, Zhou Yang's Karma, despite being at level 1, wielded 2 skills. As they ventured towards the jungle to assist in the incursion, Zhou Yang called out to Shui, signaling him to prepare for an ambush. Observing D-Fire and Shui's intentions, Wawa remarked, "It seems they are poised to set a trap. I believe that's entirely feasible." Miller chimed in, noting that D-Fire's Karma now possessed 2 skills, a detail G2 likely remained oblivious to. As G2's Ezreal and Galio traversed the brush, the confrontation began. Upon entering the thicket, AP and Galio were met with Zhou Yang's Q skill, taking immediate damage. "They're ambushing us." AP instinctively retreated, suspecting a trap. However, upon spotting only Karma and Kaisa, he decisively launched a counterattack. "Wait, why should we be intimidated?" The G2 support was somewhat perplexed. Enchanters typically rely on sustained poke rather than direct confrontations. Moreover, a level 1 Kaisa was no match for Ezreal, who could reduce cooldowns upon hitting targets and enhance his attack speed, factors that rendered Kaisa vulnerable. Target Karma first. With Karma positioned at the forefront, G2's duo chose to focus their fire on Zhou Yang, while he and Shui simultaneously directed their attention towards the advancing Galio. As the moment to eliminate Zhou Yang drew near, an unexpected surge in Karma's health materialized out of thin air, leaving G2's bot lane utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Hadn't Karma chosen the Q skill at level 1? How could she suddenly possess an additional ability? The duo from G2 had fallen into a trap. Witnessing the now immobile Galio, the excitement bubbled up within the player known as Wawa. Since IG had opted for an ambush in this location and executed a complete assault without retreating, there had to be a compelling reason behind it. Though the level 1 Ezreal had a distinct advantage over Kaisa, the presence of a level 1 Karma with 2 skills assisting him was overwhelming. It would be unreasonable to place the blame solely on G2. After all, who could have anticipated that a skill might have been pilfered just moments prior? Miller chuckled as well, remarking on D-Fire's extraordinary fortune. "In all my time playing, I have never encountered a situation where the premonition of theft yielded such an item." Before G2 could fully grasp why Karma had 2 skills at level 1, Galio found himself ensnared by Zhou Yang's W skill. By this time, it was too late to escape. Shui followed up with an auto-attack, triggering his passive and claiming first blood. Yankos, who was en route to provide support, could only turn and hastily resume farming in the jungle. After all, with a member of their bot lane having fallen and the opponents boasting 2 players, he needed to clear IG's jungle swiftly. If he delayed until Ning returned to defend, he could face significant losses. G2's support, staring at the gray screen, was equally perplexed, clearly still grappling with confusion. Why did Karma have 2 skills at level 1? Could it be because of that? AP clicked on Zhou Yang's Karma, examining the Thieves' Premonition talent, but aside from that, he could fathom no other explanation. Yet, hadn't he seen her land an attack in the river just before their encounter? The support was utterly frustrated. Perhaps that single attack had been the catalyst, though AP found it hard to believe. The sight of a level 1 Karma with 2 skills was undeniable. Contemplating this, he felt an urge to unleash a tirade. "Brother, are you playing this game with your lifespan?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Shui, having secured first blood, was brimming with excitement and began to flaunt his achievement. Of course, that was not the most significant aspect. What truly mattered was that during Zhou Yang's skill and auto-attack, he had also pilfered 2 coin pouches. Each pouch could yield a minimum of 40 gold, or conservatively, 65 gold if sold outright, in addition to the bonus from first blood. This meant that Zhou Yang's Karma had effectively garnered the economic value equivalent to more than half a kill. D-Fire's luck was indeed remarkable. Wawa couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, Miller nodded in agreement, with the 2 coin pouches and the first blood assist. IG Spot Lane had amassed wealth akin to having secured 2 kills. Observing the 2 coin pouches in Karma's inventory, viewers across various streaming platforms were left in disbelief. What sort of luck was this? Goodness, Chan, it's merely 1 match. Please, don't go overboard. D-Fire expressed a perplexing sensation, feeling as if he had aged considerably after the match. If D were to play with the essence of life itself, what fate would befall Zhou? He recalled D-Fire's pre-match declaration This is the strength of my brother. Due to Galio's absence from the lane, still in the throes of revival, AP was left to cautiously absorb experience from a distance, wary of sustaining excessive damage. Ashui, equally astute, meticulously managed the lane, opting to push slowly, relishing each missed minion by easy as a triumph. However, when AP beheld the 2 coin pouches nestled within Zhou Yang's Karma's backpack, he was rendered utterly astonished. The reason was simple. AP's Easy also bore the Thief's Edge rune, having triggered it a few times prior. Yet, in stark contrast to Zhou Yang's plunder, AP's spoils seemed mere trifles. Surely, he must have activated it, he mused. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Yang skillfully maneuvered Karma forward, unleashing an RQ, simultaneously slowing Easy and delivering a swift strike. Thus, an extraordinary turn of events unfolded. Chapter 29. The Murderous Ring. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a commendable support. If I am not mistaken, has D-Fire pilfered yet another coin pouch? The doll expressed uncertainty. It should be so. Miller could hardly believe it, for the number of coin pouches in Karma's backpack had escalated from 2 to 3. This is simply outrageous. Miller continued, I recall someone conducting a thorough investigation. The probability of acquiring skill potions stands at 6. 15. While the probability of obtaining coin pouches is 10. 81. In essence, the likelihood of stealing either of these items is approximately 0. 1. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback by Miller's enlightening tidbit. Goodness, what luck does D-God possess? This is absurd. I had assumed he had exhausted all his fortune upon encountering Sister Zhou, but who knows? Could it be that Sister Zhou depleted her luck first, thereby meeting D-Fire? While other professional players were engaged in strategic maneuvers, showcasing their skills and adaptability, D-Fire approached the game with fervor. When Galio returned to the bottom lane, AP's Ezreal finally felt emboldened to step forward. However, following the inspiration from the previous match, Zhou Yang had completely liberated himself. Given that he had acquired a Karma with considerable range, and faced with an adversary Galio, it was simply impossible not to flaunt his advantage. He relentlessly harassed Galio with his skills while employing his pilfering abilities to gather riches. The support from G2 found himself at a disadvantage, returning at level 1 and having to endure the harassment in silence. Meanwhile, Yankos, as the jungler, observed his bottom lane in a precarious position, having reached level 3. He directed Olaf towards the bottom lane. With both Kaisa and Karma lacking mobility, they would at least be able to establish some presence or force summoner spells. Yankos maneuvered Olaf into a flanking position, noticing that D-Fire and Ashui were pushing a tad too deep. Miller voiced his concern. At the same time, upon witnessing Olaf's flanking move, G2 support Galio boldly charged forward with his E ability, simultaneously channeling his W skill. Observing the suddenly audacious Galio, Zhou Yang and Ashui instantly comprehended that the enemy jungler had arrived. A quick glance at the river revealed no presence, leaving only the treacherous brush behind them. Sure enough, from beyond the wall of the triangular brush, Olaf emerged, wielding 2 axes with a fearsome demeanor. Yanggu, you run first, don't worry about me. Upon seeing Olaf sever their escape route, Ashui immediately urged Zhou Yang to flee in order to mitigate losses in the bottom lane. With such a long lane, and Olaf able to reduce the cooldown of his Q skill by retrieving his axes, escaping was a daunting task. What are you saying? Are we not brothers? As a support, how could I possibly abandon you? Ashui, touched by Zhou Yang's words, reminisced about the moment when their support Bao Lan stood protectively behind him, almost moved to tears. Listen, this is what a true support is, sacrificing everything for the AD. However, when he witnessed Karma hastily retreating from Galio's taunt range, his spirits plummeted. Wasn't it supposed to be a shared struggle? D-Fire was not affected by the taunt, but Ashui was left behind. AP maneuvered Ezreal to inflict damage. Ashui's health dwindled rapidly, yet he possessed healing. The moment the taunt concluded, he activated his healing, flashing backward in retreat. Observing the retreating Kaisa, Yankos prepared to control Olaf with his Q skill to impede her escape, only to realize he was ensnared in place by Karma's W skill, rendered immobile. Well done, Yang. Witnessing Olaf trapped and unable to reach him, Ashui promptly praised him, filled with admiration. This may have been the sole method for both to escape unscathed. Had Karma not accelerated Kaisa's escape from Galio's taunt range, she would have been doomed, as Kaisa lacked the means to obstruct the relentless Olaf. However, Karma was different. Once ensnared, she effectively immobilized the obstructive Olaf, allowing Kaisa to flee right before his eyes. Ultimately, Yanko's Olaf could only cast a single Q skill before conceding. Nevertheless, for G2, this was sufficient. After forcing the summoner spells from a Shui, the opposing bot lane would have to tread carefully henceforth. Consequently, Olaf could now invade Lee Sin's territory with impunity. A counterattack was imminent, just as Zhou Yang and a Shui retreated to the tower, watching Olaf depart. Rookie's voice suddenly resonated in their comms. In the next moment, the vision Zhou Yang had left in the bottom lane brush illuminated with a blue teleportation beam. Although G2's unexpected gank had not secured a kill, it had successfully forced a Shui's summoner spells. However, Rookie had teleported. IG seemed poised for a counterattack. Wawa exclaimed. Observing Rookie's teleportation, G2 immediately began to withdraw, wishing to deny Rookie the opportunity to secure a kill. Yet, their deep incursion made retreating increasingly difficult. As Rookie descended from the teleportation, Zhou Yang's Karma boldly took the lead, with the Shui cautiously following behind. What began as a sudden offensive by G2 against IG's bot lane was swiftly reversed with Rookie's arrival. Galio fell once more, his life claimed by Zhou Yang. Rookie's teleportation was impeccably timed. Miller was exceedingly excited, yet lamented the missed opportunity for a kill, as the minion wave in the mid lane had already been pushed under the tower by Caps. The large screen displayed Caps Frost Queen leading a massive wave towards the tower. And due to Ryze's teleportation to the bottom lane, this wave was undoubtedly destined to be lost. Caps gazed in astonishment at Rookie's unexpected appearance in the bottom lane. He had anticipated that Ryze would return to the lane via teleportation, never imagining he would engage so proactively, teleporting directly to the bottom lane. Were it his own choice, he would certainly never have taken such a risk. Securing a kill would be fortunate, but failing to do so would yield significant losses. Moreover, if he could not farm these two waves, once his Ice Maiden reached level 6, there would be an opportunity to strike. In an effort to compensate for Rookie's loss of minions in the mid lane, Ashue and Zhou Yang returned to base, allowing him to solo farm a wave of minions. Upon returning, Zhou Yang purchased 2 control wards and, after some contemplation, added a kill-focused item to his inventory. After all, the wisdom of the old guard proclaims that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is certainly not a commendable chef. Similarly, a support player devoid of the ambition to carry is unlikely to be a proficient professional. Earlier, when the coach inquired about Zhou Yang's preferred champion, he briefly considered selecting champions like Xerath or Brand as support. However, recalling the competitive nature of the match, he restrained himself. After all, he had only just secured his position as a starter. A bit more patience would allow him to rise in status before making such selections. Wait, what do I see? D-Fire has actually purchased a kill-focused item? Chapter 30. Without comparison, there is no harm. Gazing at Zhou Yang's equipment, Wawa was momentarily taken aback. To those in the know, it was evident that this was a support champion. However, to the uninitiated, it might have seemed as though this was a top lane or mid lane Karma, who has a support return home to first purchase a killing item. Nevertheless, I believe that for D-Fire, acquiring a killing item is not particularly problematic, as the early game rhythm currently favors IG. If obtaining a killing item allows for a bit of roaming, it would significantly enhance the poke potential in the bot lane. After Miller finished speaking, he noticed a cascade of gold appearing above Karma. In the next moment, a tome of ability power materialized in Karma's inventory. Miller was also left dumbfounded. Was D-Fire's luck simply too extraordinary? One could argue that luck is indeed a form of skill. Wawa swallowed hard. Earlier, Zhou Yang had opened 3 money bags, each yielding around 100 gold, reminiscent of the bounty gold one receives from Pike's ultimate. Ashue also noticed this and couldn't help but exclaim, "Young good. Is your luck too good?" He had assumed that having secured first blood, an assist, and farmed a considerable number of minions, he had amassed a significant sum, only to realize that his wealth paled in comparison to Zhou Yang's Karma. Luck? Zhou Yang coughed lightly. This was something he couldn't quite articulate. It was just that for some inexplicable reason, upon opening those 3 money bags, he felt an unsettling tightness in his chest. At that moment, action erupted in the top lane. Due to Olaf's presence in the bot lane, failing to accomplish anything, he inadvertently led to the demise of his own support. Consequently, Ning Wang and the Shy executed a tower dive, eliminating Kinnan beneath the turret. This left G2's top laner, Wonder, on the verge of tears. Not only was he unable to contend with the Shy, but now as a jungler, Ning Wang had come to assist, making it feel as though he could no longer play the game. Observing yet another kill in the top lane, both Wawa and Miller felt quite pleased. At present, it appeared that IG had gained a commendable advantage in the early game. The Shy, having pushed the minion wave into the turret, could save his teleport to return to lane. Meanwhile, Ashue boasted 1 kill and 1 assist, having already outpaced Ezreal in terms of items. However, Rookie in the mid lane needed to exercise caution, as he had just abandoned the mid lane minions to provide support in the bot lane, ultimately failing to secure a kill. While he did manage to farm a wave of minions in the bot lane, he had still suffered a slight deficit. Caps Lysandra would undoubtedly reach level 6 before him, and Rookie's rise was without cleanse, rendering him a potential target for G2's next assault. As the commentators analyzed the situation, Zhou Yang and Ashue returned to the bot lane, after establishing vision to ensure a timely escape in case of an ambush. Zhou Yang began to relentlessly harass the opposing support, Galio. Given Galio's limited range, Zhou Yang continuously cast Q and auto-attack to trigger his passive, Arcane Mastery. Certainly, this is not the end. Each time Galio exhausts his powers, Zhou Yang reveals an expression, observing such an unremarkable support. The barrage of comments in the live stream has increased significantly. One can only remark on the cyclical nature of fate. D-Fire initially performed only a few mocking gestures. Yet inspired by AP in the previous match, he instantaneously unlocked new realms of creativity. This all began with AP's one approving expression. D-God truly understands the essence of entertainment. Nevertheless, D-Fire is undeniably charming. As they beheld the expressive karma, the 2 members of G2 South bottom lane felt utterly disgusted. Yet they remained powerless against Zhou Yang. The disparity in equipment between the 2 sides in the bottom lane had become apparent, especially considering that after returning home to acquire the Tear of the Goddess, Easy had lost all combat effectiveness. If Galio were to engage with any ability, he would undoubtedly be ensnared by Karma's chain and meet his demise. Thus, G2's support found himself helpless, silently enduring Zhou Yang's onslaught. Observing the timid Galio, Zhou Yang naturally embraced one of the league's finest traditions, to exploit a weakness ruthlessly. Sae Elisa Teravi. He executed Karma's RQ ability, simultaneously slowing down both Easy and Galio while inflicting substantial damage. Witnessing Zhou Yang's RQ consume 3 of his rear minions, Ashue opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from speaking. However, AP was not idle, seizing the moment when Zhou Yang controlled Karma and approached to strike Galio. He retaliated with a Q ability, inflicting damage upon Karma. Though the blow was mitigated by Zhou Yang's shield, it nonetheless activated the thief's advantage talent. Yet, upon discovering the spoils of his theft, AP felt a pang of injustice. Why was it that Karma garnered a coin pouch, while he only acquired a healing potion? Without comparison, there is no pain. Oh, League of Legends designers, are you not deliberately targeting me? Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Zhou Yang and Ashue pressed aggressively against their opponents, while in the top lane, the Shy, with Ning Wak's assistance, executed a tower dive to slay Kinnan, thereby gaining an advantage in the lane. Rookie in the mid lane recognized that as long as he maintained his position, the advantages from the top and bottom lanes would gradually influence his own lane. However, despite his vigilance, he fell prey to Caps Lysandra, who sought an opportunity. On the grand screen, Caps, having reached level 6, directed Lysandra towards the bottom lane. As Rookie signaled his teammates, he hurriedly made his way down, prioritizing support over the minion wave. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Caps did not proceed directly to the bottom lane, but lay in ambush for Rookie in the brush. When Rookie's rise drew near, Caps swiftly employed his E-ability, Ice Shard, ensnaring him and immediately following up with his ultimate. Together with the ever-patient Olaf, they swiftly claimed his life. Rookie was exceedingly careless in this instance. The doll lamented, yet there was little to be done. For Lysandra had already reached level 6 ahead of time. Meanwhile, IG's vision in the bot lane had just dissipated, forcing Rookie to march forth on foot to provide support and prevent Caps from flanking alongside the jungler. However, the objective for G2's mid-jungle duo was not the bot lane, but rather the mid-lane rise. Consequently, after Rookie was slain, although Lysandra had lost her ultimate, Defire and Ah Shui in the bot lane had to exercise caution and refrain from pushing too deeply. Nonetheless, after G2's jungler revealed himself in the bot lane, Ning once again made his way to the top lane. Following the shifting perspective of the large screen, the doll swiftly transitioned into commentary. Wunder had already begun to retreat with intention, yet Ning was resolute in his intent to kill. He stealthily employed his Q skill, followed by a second Q to connect with his flash, sending Wunder crashing into the face of the shy Fiora. With Miller's voice resonating, the large screen displayed a desperate cannon, transformed into a bolt of lightning, attempting to flee but was instead met by a kick from Ning that brought him right before the shy. What a kick! This blow left Wunder's head spinning in disarray. Is this never ending? I was already struggling, and now you dare to ambush me. Chapter 31. Auxiliary Actions, AD by Orders. As Keenan was kicked towards him, the shy quickly praised, albeit with a hint of a Google Translate accent, "Wow, impressive, impressive." Do not be deceived by the boy's seemingly simple demeanor. He indeed strikes with lethal precision. After Fiora's ultimate ensnared Keenan, she expertly maneuvered her basic attacks and activated her E skill to refresh her assault, followed by the Q skill, executing a precise strike that instantly removed 3 of Keenan's vulnerabilities. Recognizing that escape was futile, Wunder decided to confront the situation head-on by unleashing his ultimate to clear the minion wave, minimizing his losses as much as possible. Although Rookie in the mid lane fell victim to a G2 ambush, Ning took this opportunity to assist the shy in securing a kill in the top lane. If this match were to extend into the later stages, IG would find it challenging to engage G2 in team fights, necessitating a cautious approach or relying on the shy's split-pushing prowess with Fiora to create distractions. The current bounty on Fiora is certainly a boon for IG. After Miller concluded his thoughts, the commentator Wawa chimed in. However, with Ning's presence in the top lane, G2 will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to control the dragon. Yet, conceding a single water dragon to G2 was not a significant loss. As the two conversed, Zhou Yang, controlling Karma, sauntered towards the river. His intention was to place vision wards, especially since the bottom lane had a slight equipment advantage. With an edge, it was imperative to apply pressure, pushing the enemy under their tower to continuously chip away at their resources and force their AD carry to miss minions. However, due to Olaf and Lysandra's earlier ambush on Rookie's rise, the duo was hesitant to overextend. Thus, Zhou Yang aimed to establish vision while maintaining pressure in the lane. After all, allowing their advantage to stagnate while the enemy farmed peacefully would be a grievous error. One cannot simply refrain from applying pressure when the opponent is concealed. Upon reaching the river, he unexpectedly encountered Olaf and Lysandra, who were engaged in taking the dragon. Without overthinking, Zhou Yang decided to test his luck and unleashed an RQ combo. Even if he failed to secure the dragon, he would at least earn some assist gold and deal a bit of damage. Why not take the chance? However, as the skill was unleashed, the anguished cries of the dragon echoed through Summoner's Rift. My heavens! Upon realizing who had claimed the dragon, Wawa was left utterly flabbergasted. Defire. He actually stole the dragon. Equally stunned were Ah Shui and Ning, who had initially planned to concede the dragon, only to be astonished by Zhou Yang's effortless theft. Brother Yang, you're quite impressive, Ah Shui exclaimed as he observed Karma securing the dragon. How did you manage that? Ning was equally astonished. After all, it was nothing short of extraordinary for a support to pilfer a dragon from a jungler. Yet, the reality remained. The dragon had indeed been taken. I am utterly perplexed, Zhou Yang candidly expressed, contemplating that a casual skill cast might annoy them even if he failed to secure the dragon. But to his astonishment, he actually succeeded. Upon finishing his statement, he glanced at the flustered Olaf in pursuit and promptly utilized his E-skill, hastening his retreat toward the bottom lane. Of course, before departing, he did not forget to give Olaf a thumbs up. Typically, losing the dragon is an inevitable trial that junglers must endure. Yankos merely felt a twinge of regret for having used his smite a tad too early. However, when he noticed Zhou Yang's karma had the audacity to commend him with a thumbs up, his expression contorted with frustration. After toiling tirelessly, he had inadvertently become a stepping stone for another. Although vexed internally, he found himself powerless to act, unable to catch up as he watched Karma, the true culprit, flee swiftly. Just as Yankos was about to turn away and return to his jungle, he suddenly spotted Karma reappearing from the depths of his vision, maintaining a safe distance. She flashed a thumbs up at him, seemingly expressing gratitude for his assistance in slaying the dragon. Damn it! Yankos lost his composure and couldn't help but curse. This support is truly insufferable. If you're going to steal, just steal. Why return to gloat? He had never encountered such an infuriating support before. He finally understood why the faces of TL's 5 players had gradually darkened after Zhou Yang took the stage. Competing against someone like this and remaining composed throughout the match is nothing short of a miracle. As he beheld the cheeky Karma on the big screen, the live chat erupted once more. D-Fire is up to his antics again, isn't he? Reaping the benefits while pretending to be virtuous. Does D-God really have to be this shameless? First and foremost, let's clarify, personal issues regarding players should not escalate into rivalry between regions. Look at the big screen. Yankos' face has turned a ghastly shade of green. It's over. He's been utterly rattled by D-God again. If I were G2, I would insist on a one-on-one practice with D-Fire after this match. Speaking of duels, I denominate Uzi from our dormitory to take part. As Wawa observed Yankos' gradually darkening visage in the lower right corner, coupled with the shape of his lips, he could surmise what the latter was likely saying. Suppressing his laughter, he remarked, "How on earth did D-Fire manage to steal that? There was no IG vision in the dragon pit. Perhaps D-Fire merely sought to experiment." And fortune smiled upon him. After Miller made this statement, the director cleverly cut to a replay. In the replay, after Yankos' Olaf's smite descended, it left the dragon with mere slivers of health, just enough for Zhou Yang's Karma to snatch it away with a well-timed RQ. After watching the replay, Miller chuckled and said, "What an extraordinary stroke of luck." However, every tale must have its twists. D-Fire was not merely fortunate with the timing, but also enjoyed an extraordinary stroke of luck. Had he hesitated for even a moment, that dragon would have belonged to G2. Consequently, it was as if IG had effortlessly claimed a dragon for themselves. Although witnessing Zhou Yang snatch the dragon brought immense joy to Shui, who even gave a thumbs up, his elation was short-lived. As time progressed, his happiness dwindled. For the opposing duo of Olaf and Lysandra began to target the bottom lane with increasing frequency. This shift resulted in G2's bottom lane, initially under pressure from Zhou Yang and Shui, gradually turning the tide. With Lysandra's second ultimate ability coming off cooldown, G2 decided to execute a decisive 4-on-2 assault. Caps and Yankos descended upon the bottom lane, seemingly intent on attacking IG's duo. Shui attempted to flee, but was intercepted by Olaf, leaving D-Fire as the sole survivor away from the tower. At this juncture, it was every player for themselves. If two could not escape, they were destined to perish. Hence, Zhou Yang offered Shui up with stark resolve. Faced with the imposing presence of 4 adversaries, Shui found himself with no recourse but to wait for his demise beneath the turret. In the face of such a relentless dive, apart from Zhou Yang, who managed to retreat in time and evade death, Shui was brutally slain under the tower. This left him momentarily overwhelmed with the urge to voice his frustration. "It's not me you should be targeting. It's the support. Why am I the one taking the brunt of your aggression? Is it truly the support's actions that condemn the ADC to pay the price?" Chapter 32. Outrageous. This support has gone for a raw killing book. "Yang, have you truly sold me out like this?" Shui remarked, gazing at Zhou Yang, who was distancing himself. "What else should I do? Am I supposed to sacrifice myself?" Zhou Yang retorted without hesitation, declaring his intention to pursue the killing book. Having said that, he hastily commanded Karma to return to base, knowing full well that Shui's Kaisa was beyond saving, but perhaps he could return early enough to gather the remains. Meanwhile, G2 was focusing on the bottom lane, while Ning Wang was not idle either, making his way to the top lane. However, Wonder was no fool, recognizing that his teammates were preoccupied down below. He anticipated being targeted as the weak link and retreated into the brush, leaving no opportunity for the enemy. Once the minion wave reached the tower, G2's 4 members easily executed a dive on a Shui. Initially, Shui Zigu intended to make a play, but Caps was dismissive, swiftly controlling Lysandra and unleashing her ultimate right in his face, rendering him immobile. After dispatching a Shui, G2 feasted on 2 waves of tower plates before reluctantly departing. Their original aim was to target the 2 players from IG in the bottom lane, yet they found themselves thwarted by Zhou Yang's escape. For Yankos, who was feeling increasingly frustrated, eliminating Kaisa was far less satisfying than taking down Karma. Indeed, a Shui had no chance of escape. Wawa chuckled, noting that G2's top laner, Kennen, was also suffering, unable to farm the minion wave. Compared to Kaisa, although Kennen had not died, his situation was effectively no better than being dead. In fact, he could not even exchange his life for experience and minions. When the team fight commenced, Kaisa would have her ultimate ability, potentially allowing her to secure a kill or 2 for her development. But what about Kennen? He certainly could not initiate a fight by charging in with his ultimate. An underdeveloped Kennen would have little impact, as his initiation would likely only provide some crowd control. Thus, while Wonder remained alive, his plight was arguably worse than that of a Shui. At this moment, as Wawa was expressing this sentiment, a notification caught the attention of the IG players. IG D-Fire had purchased a Soul Stealer's killing book. Has D-Fire truly gone for a raw killing book? Miller stumbled over his words. After all, in his years of commentary, he had never witnessed such a build from Zhou Yang. While Karma, equipped with the Thieves' Insight Mastery, could use the enemy support Galio's short reach to farm gold freely, the notion of a support outright purchasing a killing book was utterly baffling. Viewers in various streaming rooms were equally stunned. They had never seen such a violent build for a support champion. One could comprehend the acquisition of other ability power items, but opting for a killing book was simply ludicrous. My goodness, D-God shows no regard for G2 whatsoever. D-Fire proclaimed, I am the AD, while a Shui is merely a support. Indeed, in terms of performance, Karma's statistics were slightly superior to those of Kaisa. AD? What AD? That is merely a dog for assistance. Yang Gu, as he observed Zhou Yang's itemization, a Shui opened his mouth to speak. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that Karma had already emerged from the fountain. Once out of the fountain, there was no option to retract her equipment. Selling it would result in substantial losses, leaving him with no choice but to remain silent. Goodness, brother, did you really go for the full kill book? Ning Wang exclaimed upon realizing the situation, unable to contain his expletive. How can a support not build a kill book? Zhou Yang stated earnestly, after all, my champion easily racks up assists, and the kill book will stack swiftly. This sentiment seemed to resonate with some logic, prompting Rookie to nod in agreement. Taking advantage of a Shui's death, Zhou Yang hurried back to the bottom lane, controlling Karma to finish off the minions under the turret before swiftly heading towards the top lane. The Rift Herald was set to spawn in 10 minutes, and he needed to establish vision promptly. Upon reviving, a Shui made his way to the top lane as well. Observing the movements of IG's players, Miller remarked, it is evident that IG is intent on securing the Rift Herald. G2, on the other hand, appeared reluctant to concede, as losing the Herald could jeopardize their first tower, allowing IG's Fiora to dictate the split-pushing rhythm. However, Caps Lysandra had just used her ultimate in the bottom lane and was still on cooldown. It seemed Ning Wang could seize this window of opportunity to make a move. As Miller's commentary echoed, Zhou Yang arrived at the top lane. While scanning for vision, he placed deceptive wards in crucial locations, particularly where Kennen might attempt to flank. However, when he reached the river's edge connecting to G2's upper jungle near the F6 camp, he unexpectedly encountered Yankos, who was also there to establish vision. The sight of an adversary ignited a fierce rivalry. Yankos, controlling Olaf, unleashed AQ ability, hurling his axe menacingly towards Zhou Yang's Karma. D-Fire cautioned, be careful when facing Olaf. After all, IG's members are still en route. If you get slowed, it could spell danger. Indeed, Olaf's ultimate allowed him to ignore Karma's slow and snare. Just as Dade was voicing his concerns, Yankos launched his Q ability. Yet, Zhou Yang demonstrated remarkable agility, skillfully evading Olaf's axe by utilizing his E ability for acceleration, thus avoiding the slow altogether. But that was not the end. While dodging Olaf's cue, Zhou Yang cheekily offered a thumbs up to his opponent. Jankos, already irked, felt his frustration intensify upon receiving that gesture of mockery. D-Fire is being quite playful, returning the thumbs up. Miller chuckled. Jankos swiftly moved to retrieve his axe, reducing its cooldown, and once again hurled it at Zhou Yang's karma. This time, his cue was executed with a hint of prediction. Each player has their own movement habits, and if one could discern them, victory would surely follow. Based on Zhou Yang's habitual positioning to evade, Jankos made a slight prediction. Little did he know, this time, karma surprisingly chose not to reposition at all. Jankos gazed at his somewhat misaligned cue skill, unsure of what to articulate. Had Zhou Yang moved? The probability of that cue skill hitting and inflicting a slow would have been at least 50%, yet the opponent remained stationary. D-Fire had expertly grasped the psychology behind Olaf. Indeed, simplicity is profound. When one reaches a certain level of prowess, returning to the basics becomes paramount. The best positioning is, paradoxically, not to move at all. Jankos felt as though karma could see right through him. Anxiety began to mount. Olaf was clearly agitated. The large screen displayed Jankos, who, upon witnessing 2 failed cue skill attempts and seeing Zhou Yang giving himself a thumbs up, became somewhat flustered. He picked up his axe and threw it again. Missed. Threw it once more. Still a miss. A prediction. How could he not move again? Although Jankos was considered a veteran, having encountered myriad players and situations, he could swear he had never witnessed anyone like Zhou Yang, whose positioning was utterly inscrutable, leaving one completely bewildered. Chapter 33. A flurry of strikes. Behold the Blade Mistress. D-Fire's movements. His movements. As Miller gazed at the screen, showcasing the evasion of Olaf's cue skill by karma, he found himself at a loss for adequate descriptors. One could argue that his maneuvering was extraordinary, yet at times, he remained stationary, rooted in place. Conversely, if one were to claim his movements were lacking, it was perplexing that Olaf had hurled so many axes without a single one finding its mark. At that moment, Rita interjected, exclaiming, "Such exquisite evasion. He has anticipated every move of his opponent." As Jankos eliminated an enemy, he found himself in hot pursuit from his own F6 to the IG jungle, only to discover that not a single cue skill had found its target. Observing Karma, who was still playfully taunting him, he felt compelled to cease the chase, wary of an ambush. Although Olaf's ultimate ability granted him immunity to crowd control, ensuring his escape, activating it would mean relinquishing the Rift Herald. Thus, Jankos resolved to retreat. However, Zhou Yang was not inclined to let Olaf escape so easily. "You think you can waltz in and out as you please? Do you truly consider the Rift your personal domain?" Controlling Karma, he retaliated with a Q skill to slow his opponent, simultaneously utilizing his E skill to accelerate and close the distance, ultimately locking Olaf down with his W skill. While Zhou Yang was acutely aware that he could not slay Olaf single-handedly, his intention was to harass him relentlessly. Jankos, having abandoned the pursuit, now aimed to flee. But D-Fire, undeterred, declared, "If you want to pursue, then I shall." With a grin, he continued to taunt. Initially, Jankos intended to ignore Karma's provocations. Yet without activating his ultimate, he found himself ensnared by Zhou Yang's W skill, immobilized. With Olaf restrained, Zhou Yang began to dance around him, attacking as he moved, leaving observers in the LPL live stream astonished. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this truly a support champion? It must be D, who clearly understands how to entertain. What support would dare to relentlessly harass a jungler? Though the damage was minimal, the humiliation was palpable. Jankos, playing as Olaf, felt his head spin as he was relentlessly pursued by Zhou Yang's Karma. It was akin to receiving 2 unexpected slaps. "I am the jungler. What right does a support have to do this to me?" In a fit of frustration, Jankos activated Olaf's ultimate, initiating his sprint toward Zhou Yang. "Since you are so fearless, let me oblige you." "Oh no, D-Fire has provoked Olaf," Miller remarked. Though merely a support, every player holds immense significance in a match. After all, this is a team game where no one can be overlooked. As both teams approached, Shui promptly exclaimed, "Young good, do not panic. I am on my way." It is undoubtedly impossible to remain calm in such a situation. A support may momentarily tease the jungler, yet they are certainly not a match for them. Observing the suddenly frenzied Olaf, Zhou Yang quickly maneuvered Karma to retreat, all the while avoiding incoming skills. As Yankos witnessed his nearly point-blank abilities being evaded, his frustration grew. How could this player's movements be so elusive? At that moment, the IG team finally arrived. But against the rampaging Olaf, they found it utterly impossible to restrain him. He resembled a maddened bull, and they could only wait for him to regain his composure. Yankos seemed somewhat disconnected. IG should have been able to focus fire and eliminate him swiftly. Just as Miller's words fell, a magical circle suddenly erupted around Olaf. It was Galio's ultimate. Seeing Olaf in peril, G2 support immediately activated their ultimate to assist. Simultaneously, in the IG jungle near the Three Wolves, a red teleportation signal flared to life. This was a ward Yankos had placed during his earlier incursion into the jungle. And Zhou Yang had not thought to sweep it away. He never imagined that G2 would have a ward so deep in their territory. As Galio initiated his ultimate to protect Olaf, Kennen also teleported from behind. This ward was exceptionally well placed, unbeknownst to IG. Observing Kennen's flanking maneuver, not only the commentators, but even the LPL audience felt a jolt of anxiety. Although Wonder-S Kennen had suffered significantly and was underdeveloped, he was still Kennen. A thin camel is larger than a horse. If he could find an opportune moment to flash in with his ultimate, even without high damage, the area of effect control at this juncture could prove fatal. As Galio descended, Zhou Yang promptly flashed over the wall, evading Galio's knock-up and diving into the blue buff pit. After witnessing Zhou Yang's escape, Rookie, Shui, and Ning Wang sought to capitalize on the moment to eliminate the two players who had become somewhat isolated. However, at that very moment, Wonder, having completed his teleport, utilized the vision provided by his teammates. He controlled Kennen and flashed over the wall from the Three Wolves pit, unleashing his ultimate, Lightning Prison. The sudden appearance of Kennen caught Rookie, Shui, and Ning Wang off guard, sending a shiver down their spines. Despite Kennen's poor itemization, the damage was still significant. Remarkable. Kennen's nearly flawless ultimate illuminated a glimmer of victory for Yankos in the team fight. He quickly directed Olaf to charge alongside Galio, aiming to deal damage and eliminate Rise and Kaisov first. Oh no, this could spell disaster for IG. Doimb was reluctant to continue watching, even if Kennen's damage was low. His crowd control was immensely lethal. If they followed up with Lyssandra's control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, as AP and Caps prepared to rush in for the finish, the Shy-S-controlled Fiora emerged from the flank. He blocked the position of support for both teammates, charging forward with the acceleration shield bestowed by Zhou Yang and Karma. When did this Fiora maneuver behind them? The sudden appearance of the duelist left both players momentarily bewildered. They had believed their own top laner's flanking to be exceptional, yet this Fiora proved to be equally elusive. In a state of panic, Caps hastily activated his R ability in an attempt to restrain the Fiora. However, the Shy reacted swiftly, countering with a W ability to block, while simultaneously stunning AP's Ezreal. Following this, he unleashed his ultimate on Ezreal, piercing through with his Q ability just in time to evade Caps Lyssandra's W skill, while also shattering one of Ezreal's vulnerabilities. Witnessing his health plummet as Fiora's Q struck him, AP desperately spammed his E ability, seeking to create distance the moment the stun expired. Although Fiora's counter-stun was fleeting, it sufficed for the Shy. He shattered one layer, repositioned to eliminate another, refreshed his basic attacks with his accelerated E ability to strike down yet another layer. And at the moment of his second E's execution, he flashed to the other side. In the blink of an eye, all four of Ezreal's vulnerabilities had been eradicated. As the healing zone activated, AP lay defeated on the ground, faced with a Fiora seemingly still intent on claiming his life. Caps had no choice but to command Lysandra to retreat swiftly, not wishing to gift another kill. Chapter 34. Birds of a feather flock together. Yet in times of adversity, they fly apart. The scene unfolded as Kennen unleashed a thunderous strike, yet the inadequacy of his equipment rendered the damage insufficient. Nevertheless, the control exerted by his ultimate ability proved to be overwhelmingly detrimental for IG. As Miller spoke at length, his tone abruptly shifted. But, my heavens, the Shy and D-Fire have dispatched one from G2's back line and forced another to retreat. Although Keenan's ultimate was visually stunning, it lacked the requisite follow-up damage. Meanwhile, Yankos, amidst the fray, began to sense something amiss. Where were his 2 carries? Where was the damage? With Keenan's ultimate dissipated and his own Olaf's damage pathetically low, the situation grew dire. As for Galio, his role was merely that of a control and vision tool. A glance at the minimap revealed that Ezreal had inexplicably fallen, while Cap's Lysandra was frantically fleeing after using her ice shard. What was happening? Jankos widened his eyes in disbelief. In the brief moments since Keenan had flashed in and unleashed his low-tier Thunder Strike, one of his carries had been slain by Fiora, and the other had been forced to retreat. This was disastrous. With no damage to follow up, Olaf's options were severely limited. Keenan's control had been flawless, and had Ezreal and Lysandra arrived, they could have effectively eliminated Ningguang, Ashuei, and Rookie. Dispatching these 3 would have turned the tide, allowing them to regroup and confront Fiora, ultimately reclaiming the Rift Herald and reversing their fortunes. Yet he had never anticipated Ezreal's swift demise, nor the bizarre positioning of Fiora. Clearly, this was not the time for contemplation, as Zhou Yang and the Shy had already cut off their retreat, with Ningguang, Ashuei, and their companions looming ahead. 5 against 3, especially with Keenan and Olaf devoid of their ultimates, complemented by a mere support Galio, the outcome was hardly in question. Let us share the kills, guys. I need some development. Ashuei shouted over voice chat, lamenting his losses after being tower dived by 4 opponents in the bot lane. Zhou Yang swiftly cast Karma's RQ, and given that Jankos and his 2 companions were already low on health, this move swiftly claimed Olaf's life. Hey, you're calling for an assist, yet you steal the kill. Rookie chuckled, reveling in the advantage. As if that's not enough, you're taking the valuable ones. I was merely concerned about Ashuei getting killed. Zhou Yang replied, feigning seriousness. Ashuei retorted, I still have my ultimate. Why would he dare to kill me? All right. In this advantageous position, anyone can secure the kills. Ning's voice interrupted, urging to hasten the pace and conclude this game in the Rift, as he was not inclined to work overtime. The Shy listened to Zhou Yang, and the others engaged in lively discussion, remaining silent while chuckling to himself. Thus, despite G2 initially orchestrating an excellent team fight and seizing a promising opportunity, they ultimately faced a complete annihilation at the hands of IG. Witnessing IG deliberately granting kills to a support champion, Jankos felt a surge of frustration within him. What does this mean? Is it a deliberate attempt to irritate us? Following a kill and 3 assists, Zhou Yang's kill book ascended to 10 stacks, and coupled with the benefits from the Thief's Veil, he returned home after slaying the Rift Herald, boasting more ability power than Rise. D-Fire was indeed playing the role of a mage. Observing Karma's items, Miller couldn't help but chuckle. However, with such a significant advantage for IG, the specifics of itemization became inconsequential. As long as the damage was high, that sufficed. As they returned to the bot lane, Galio appeared notably more subdued. This was inevitable, for Zhou Yang's RQ had depleted a substantial portion of his health, leaving him reluctant to engage carelessly. Observing the reckless behavior in the bot lane and noting Karma's 10 stacks, Jankos resolved to team up with Caps for another attempt to seize the lower lane. Setting aside other considerations, they had to diminish Karma's kill book. If a mid laner could afford a kill book, what audacity did a support have to do the same? A support acquiring a kill book was nothing short of a blatant disregard for their opponents. G2's mid and jungle duo ventured to the bot lane once more. Yet D-Fire and Ashuei had anticipated their approach and were already retreating. Miller swiftly narrated the unfolding events on the big screen. However, G2's vision revealed Ning in the top lane, prompting them to remain steadfast and confrontational as Galio flashed in with a W taunt aimed at both. Due to the lack of charge time, the taunt was brief but sufficient. G2's support merely sought to slightly hinder Zhou Yang and Ashuei's escape, leaving the rest to the flanking mid-jungle duo. Do you have a shield, Yanggu? Ashuei inquired. My ultimate isn't off cooldown yet, Zhou Yang promptly replied, having just used his RQ, leaving his ultimate short by several seconds. Clearly, he would not have it ready before Lysandra and Olaf could arrive. Listening to Zhou Yang's evasive response, Ashuei quickly clarified, No, I mean, do you have a shield to help me accelerate my escape? What do you expect me to do? I'm an AD. I can't afford to die, Zhou Yang retorted. I have my kill book. I can't perish. Ashuei's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, he thought Zhou Yang's presence would elevate his status within the team, at least during tower sieges. He could share the burden with someone rather than hiding behind someone like Baolan. Yet, it seemed the narrative had taken an unexpected turn, leaving him to ponder why his standing within the team appeared to be diminishing once again. As I gazed at the grand screen, G2's jungler and support had made their way to the bottom lane. The commentator remarked, "Run, run." The situation mirrors that of just moments ago. Every escape counts. For those who do not flee shall surely meet their demise. Zhou Yang did not disappoint the expectations of the analyst, perfectly embodying the adage that birds of a feather flock together, but in times of peril, they take flight separately. AD? What AD? IG lacked an AD. They were merely a tower-diving utility. Yanko stared in disbelief at the Karma, who had granted him a shield only to flee in haste. He had not anticipated Zhou Yang's decisive abandonment of the AD role. Initially, he planned to wait for Karma to bestow her skills upon Kaisa, allowing the AD to escape while he dealt with the nefarious support. After all, they were bound to secure a kill in this exchange. The only question was whether they would eliminate the support or the AD. In truth, Yanko's harbored a desire to take down Zhou Yang, for this support was particularly loathsome. And with a fully stacked kill book, he saw a perfect opportunity to turn him into a book without words. Yet, who could have predicted that this support would flee faster than anyone else? Really, you abandon the AD so readily. Do you not fear the heartbreak it may cause? Chapter 35. One cannot, or rather should not. As the screen displayed Karma leaving Kasha behind, swiftly turning to shield herself and hastily retreating. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. I'm utterly amused. Brother Shui was decisively sold out by D. D-Fire remarked, Shui, hold them off for now. I shall fetch reinforcements. To be fair, Karma's retreat was justifiable. Staying would surely lead to demise. Better to sacrifice one than to lose two. This match belonged to the brothers showcasing their prowess, while Shui continued to endure punishment. Nonetheless, D-Fire's escape was undeniably impressive. However, even when faced with an almost certain demise, Shui did not resign to fate. Observing Olaf and Lysandra blocking his path, he maneuvered Kasha to unleash her W skill upon Galio. Immediately thereafter, he commanded Kasha to engage with her ultimate ability, charging forward fearlessly. My heavens, Jack's fierce dance! Miller exclaimed in astonishment. Shui recognized his escape was futile and chose to exchange instead. It seemed feasible to trade, and in that scenario, 1-for-1 would not be a loss for IG. Meanwhile, Ning Wang had unleashed the Rift Herald in the top lane, preparing to demolish the first tower. Should G2 fail to return for defense post-haste, the second tower would likely fall as well. Faced with the sudden onslaught of Kasha, G2's support Galio was thrown into disarray. Lacking flash and any skills, and having been worn down by the earlier skirmish with Karma, his health was too diminished to withstand Kasha's aggression. Nearby, AP attempted to obstruct as best as he could. But with EZ's damage being limited and Shui fixated solely on the low-health Galio, he proved insufficient as a barrier. Ultimately, while Shui's Kasha was taken down by EZ, he managed to secure a forced exchange. Simultaneously, Ning Wang and the Shy dismantled the top lane first tower with the Rift Herald. Wonder's Kennen, hiding in the bushes, was rendered powerless, left to helplessly watch while silently calling for his teammates. Hurry back. I cannot bear this alone. As the Rift Herald approached the second tower, Yankos hastened to control Olaf to return to base, eager to assist in the defense. Yet, just as he was about to reach the final second of his recall, Elisa Teravai, Karma, from beyond the wall, landed a Q skill that abruptly interrupted Olaf's recall. The unexpected disruption left Yankos feeling as though he had swallowed something unpleasant. He was merely a second away from safety. The frustration of being interrupted at the final moment was profoundly maddening. Why such unfortunate timing? Realizing this, he hastily activated a scan. To his dismay, he discovered a fake ward precisely where he had attempted to recall. Yankos was utterly disheartened. His retreat was thwarted by D-Fire's timely intervention. As Olaf stared blankly at the false eye nestled within the grass, Dawn nearly succumbed to laughter. What is most crucial, you see, is that D-Fire deliberately chose to interrupt at the very last second. He could have intervened sooner, yet he intentionally waited until the final moment. Although Yankos felt a surge of frustration, the pressing matter at hand was not to dwell on anger, especially since the top lane's second turret had already been rammed by the Rift Herald. Wonders Kennen, paralyzed by fear of being tower dived and slain, dared not interfere, particularly with Ryze having vanished without a trace. If they did not hasten back, the high ground turret might also face a similar fate. A single charge from the Rift Herald is considered standard, 2 is commendable, and 3, well, that would be a herald of prominence. In the entirety of this MSI tournament, there has yet to be a scenario where the Rift Herald has consecutively smashed 3 structures in a bid to protect the high ground turret. Caps abandoned the mid lane minion wave and teleported to the top lane, fearing that the time it would take to return would be insufficient. Yankos, similarly neglecting to clear the false eye, hurriedly commanded Olaf to retreat. Just then, the elusive Ryze re-emerged. Rookie had come to provide support and intercepted Olaf, Dahl exclaimed. Almost simultaneously with Rookie's arrival, Zhou Yang also maneuvered Karma into position. Faced with the duo from IG, Yanko swiftly activated Olaf's ultimate, seeking to escape. However, Rookie remained unfazed, unleashing his own ultimate to block Olaf's escape route. This predicament left Yankos in a quandary. To flee was thwarted by Ryze, yet to stand and fight seemed equally futile. At that moment, AP also arrived to assist, though his current Ezreal's combat prowess was woefully inadequate, even falling short against Zhou Yang's Karma. Meanwhile, Capsley Sandra had teleported to provide support, albeit a tad too late, as the second turret was dismantled by the Shy and Ning. Down in the bottom lane, D-Fire and Rookie had engaged in their own skirmish. Miller swiftly remarked. Finding no escape, Yankos decided that with Caps having used his teleport to defend the turret, they might as well retaliate. Yet, despite Olaf's damage being substantial, it was contingent upon landing hits on the opponent. Rookie, having opted out of cleanse for this match, had instead acquired Mercury's treads, augmented by a shield and speed boost from Zhou Yang, rendering it nearly impossible for Yankos to reach Ryze. Rookie ensnared Olaf, while Zhou Yang effectively blocked AP. In this scenario, it was necessary for him to secure a kill, merely to obstruct would suffice. Confronted by Zhou Yang, AP found himself with no choice but to eliminate the nearby Karma. Ignoring her was not an option, though she was merely a support. She had opted for a kill-oriented build, aiming for AP. To make matters worse for him, this Karma stood resolutely, absorbing his skills without flinching. Not only that, but she even had the audacity to give herself a thumbs up in appreciation. Even the ever-optimistic professional player, AP found himself momentarily wounded by Zhou Yang's mischievous antics. What sort of rookie support is this? It is evidently a seasoned veteran. D-Fire was utterly astounded by the sight of Karma teasing Ezreal on the big screen. Left in a state of bemusement, unsure of how to respond. Although Ezreal's combination of moves delivered a respectable amount of damage, it was far from sufficient to eliminate Zhou Yang, standing still to absorb Ezreal's full set of abilities. Zhou Yang soon realized that there was a modicum of damage inflicted upon him, prompting him to maneuver while utilizing his skills to impede AP, preventing him from providing assistance. Unable to vanquish Zhou Yang and unable to bypass Karma to aid his jungler, AP resembled a restless ant upon a hot skillet. However, this was not the most infuriating aspect. The most exasperating part was that after finally managing to reduce Karma's health, the opposing team retaliated with her W skills, causing her health to swiftly recover. Witnessing Ezreal being toyed with by Karma, the viewers in the live stream were unable to bear it any longer. The torment was simply unbearable. A person simply cannot, at least should not, be so insufferable. My heart aches for AP. Having already been thoroughly defeated by Shy Gu in the previous game, now he must endure the torment from Dishan. Brothers, I truly cannot watch this any longer. Is there truly no one who can put this Karma in her place? Chapter 36. The Canyon Code. No kill during a flash. Under the deft manipulation of Rookie's Ryze, Yankos' Olaf ultimately succumbed. As he claimed the first kill of this match, Zhou Yang's kill book also gained 2 additional stacks. Witnessing the demise of his jungler, AP, without a moment's hesitation, commanded Ezreal to retreat. He had endured enough torment from Karma and yearned for peace of mind. As AP attempted to flee, D-Fire was determined not to let him escape, pursuing relentlessly. watching the screen where Karma chased Ezreal, while Wa couldn't help but laugh. As a professional commentator, one is typically expected to maintain composure in such moments, but he simply couldn't restrain himself. "De God, my Superman." While it was known that Karma was playing as a support, one might easily mistake her for a mid laner. In truth, aside from a single support item, D-Fire's other equipment was solely geared towards damage output. A soldier unwilling to become a general is certainly not a good chef. Glancing back at the relentless Karma pursuing him, AP turned to cast a Q spell, hoping to kite while retreating. However, Zhou Yang effortlessly sidestepped, countering with a Q skill that struck home. Karma's Soul Flame dealt a significant blow, taking away a chunk of Ezreal's health. Could this be a solo kill? Miller remarked, observing Zhou Yang's damage. Feeling the abrupt drop in his health, AP's heart sank, compelling him to utilize his E skill to create distance. Yet, it was clear that Zhou Yang had no intention of letting him slip away so easily. Activating Karma's E skill for a speed boost, he swiftly closed the gap. Following this, he ensnared Ezreal with his W skill, attacking while maneuvering. Watching his health dwindle, AP, in an effort to avoid being rooted by Karma's W skill, prudently flashed to create distance. Observing the fleeing Ezreal, Zhou Yang chose not to pursue. After all, the Canyon Code dictates that one does not kill during a flash. The primary reason, however, was that he had already expended his flash during the Rift Herald skirmish and it had yet to cool down. Otherwise, he would certainly have seized the opportunity for a solo kill against the opposing AD. What a pity, Miller sighed. If a support could eliminate the opposing AD, it would undoubtedly elevate the team's morale tremendously. Nevertheless, IG had already amassed a significant advantage, with the Shy and Ning having leveraged the Rift Herald to demolish 2 towers in the top lane. Meanwhile, Rookie secured the kill on the enemy jungler Olaf, and D-Fire, as a support, had even forced out Ezreal's flash. Given the current state of affairs, as long as IG avoided any major blunders, they could effortlessly secure victory with careful play. Simultaneously, the resurrected Shui observed all of this unfold in the bottom lane. Upon witnessing Zhou Yang force the opposing AD's flash, an expletive escaped his lips. What the hell? Isn't this rather commonplace? If it weren't for the lack of flash, I could have easily soloed their AD. Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, his words imbued with an air of subtle sophistication. So this is how you choose to play it? Rookie teased, unable to contain his mirth. With the tide of battle favoring them and victory within reach, he was in high spirits and indulged in jest. At this juncture, the economic disparity between the two teams had ballooned to approximately 5,000, compounded by the destruction of 2 towers in the top lanes, leaving G2 in a precarious state of vision control. After a brief consultation, the team resolved to send the Shy to the bottom lane to continue pressuring towers while allowing Shui to farm in the mid lane. Zhou Yang, Ning Wang, and Rookie diligently navigated the jungle, seeking opportunities for vision and ambushes. Despite G2's cautious approach, the necessity of maintaining vision left them vulnerable. Yet, with Galio no longer a significant threat, they managed to avoid nurturing a formidable opponent. Nonetheless, G2, even in their disadvantaged state, opted not to succumb to despair. Caps Lysandra and Yanko's Olaf persistently sought opportunities. Remarkably, they capitalized on a few advantageous moments, managing to eliminate Shui and the Shy once each. However, IG support was timely, resulting in both teams securing kills. For G2, trading kills while at a deficit was an acceptable outcome. As time drifted by, the clock struck 20 minutes, heralding the resurrection of the Baron. Upon its reappearance, Zhou Yang made his way toward the Baron pit, intent on establishing vision and hastening the pace of the match to prevent unnecessary complications. Given the presence of Kennen on the opposing team, caution was paramount. A misstep that afforded Wonder an opportunity could lead to a devastating counterattack. Observing IG's strategy, it appeared they were intent on forcing a team fight around the Baron. Unwilling to prolong the contest any further, Miller leisurely analyzed Zhou Yang's movements displayed on the large screen, cautioning attention to Kennen's potential flank. After Wonder claimed the Shy Vieira's life, he gained significant growth, aided by teammates who intentionally funneled some gold his way. Now, Kennen had acquired a formidable 2-item power spike at the 20-minute mark, an impressive feat indeed. Wait a moment. Did D-Fire miss that ward? On the screen, Zhou Yang traversed the jungle with a sweeping scan, heading towards the barren pit. In the depths of the wolf camp he passed, a G2 ward lay undetected. It seemed he had overlooked it, as the placement was just slightly off. Doi was uncertain, for Zhou Yang had scanned directly past, had he noticed the ward. It would have been impossible for him to remain oblivious. It appeared he had indeed missed it, granting Kennen an exceedingly covert teleport opportunity. Moreover, the vision placement by the Rift Herald team was identical to before. However, this time the circumstances were markedly different, for Kennen possessed a formidable two-item combination. If he were to unleash a thunderous strike once more, it could spell disaster for IG. The player, Wawa, hesitated to continue speaking. It is not uncommon for teams to experience a significant early advantage only to be reversed by a single team fight in the mid-game. Could IG be destined for such a fate? Simultaneously, noticing that Zhou Yang seemed oblivious to the teleport flank vision they had set, the members of G2 exhaled slightly in relief. Should their strategy be discovered and countered, Kennen's entry would become considerably more challenging, especially with Lee Sin present, who could easily displace him. However, the opportunity for a flank altered the dynamics entirely, with a two-item Kennen. Utilizing Flash and his ultimate to engage could catch the opponents completely off guard. If they were to secure victory in the ensuing team fight and subsequently claim the Baron, they could sound the clarion call for a counteroffensive. The teams swiftly convened around the Baron pit, with Zhou Yang persistently seeking opportunities to chip away at the enemy. During the preceding moments, although he had traded kills with G2, his kill book had ascended to an impressive 22 stacks. Coupled with the benefits reaped from the Thieves' Insight mastery, and the occasional theft of a cannon minion from Ashui, Zhou Yang's karma was poised with terrifyingly powerful equipment. Chapter 37, Deception in Warfare, a Game of Strategy. SAE Elisa Terra Vi. As both teams engaged in a tug-of-war around the barren pit, Zhou Yang observed AP, who attempted to wear him down with his Q ability. Without hesitation, he unleashed an RQ, inflicting terrifying damage that, combined with the splash effect of Liden's Echo, reduced Ezreal's health by half. My goodness! What kind of damage is this, D-Fire? Rita gasped in astonishment. RQ at half health. Is this the kind of damage a support can deal? What in the world is this damage? Similarly, AP, who had just taken a hit from Zhou Yang's Karma's RQ, found himself momentarily dazed. Is this what you call a support? He glanced at the opposing team's preparation and realized that, unbeknownst to him, Karma's Muramana had already reached 22 stacks. Yet, that was not the most crucial detail. What truly mattered was that she possessed a pair of sorcerer's shoes and an additional Liden's Echo along with a stopwatch. When combined with support items, this was undoubtedly a rhythm of a 3-item build in just 20 minutes. With this revelation, AP became more cautious, refraining from using his Q ability to poke any further. Even landing 3 QS would likely not match the impact of a single Q from his opponent. While his Q could be likened to the power of a bullet, the opponent's was akin to a nuclear bomb. Meanwhile, IG remained unhurried, allowing Zhou Yang's Karma to gradually poke, confident in their advantageous minion waves in both the mid and bottom lanes. They exhibited wisdom by refraining from forcing a team fight around the dragon, as they were uncertain of Kennen's position, which could present an opportunity for him. They instructed D-Fire to continue poking. This placed the dilemma squarely on G2. Should they have Kennen teleport behind to initiate the fight, or continue to delay? The bottom lane was on the verge of pushing against the second tower, and the mid lane was nearing the river. If they did not make a swift decision, G2 would find themselves at an increasing disadvantage. After Miller spoke, Doim chimed in. Although G2 had a concealed ward for a potential flank, which IG likely had not discovered. IG, having learned from their previous misstep, had placed 2 wards in the rear to prevent Kennen's flanking maneuver. This meant that G2 needed not only to initiate the team fight, but also to devise a strategy to force IG into their jungle, ideally allowing Kennen to teleport in and instantly flash to commence his ultimate. Otherwise, Kennen would be spotted as soon as he took a few steps after teleporting. Just as Doim finished speaking, Wonder executed a teleport to flank, preparing to catch the opponent off guard. With Kennen now behind, IG needed to tread carefully, and Rita's heart raced with anticipation. Upon landing, Wonder quickly activated his scanning ability to prepare for the flank, but after taking just a few steps, He spotted a control ward standing resolutely in his path. In that instant, the situation became exceedingly awkward. Simultaneously, IG's players marked the signal directly on Kinnen's head. The next moment, just moments ago, Zhou Yang was engaged in a fierce contest with G2, but he swiftly initiated a collective acceleration, leading his team of 5 to make a rapid retreat towards Kinnen. By the time G2 reacted, IG had already distanced themselves significantly. Meanwhile, realizing he had been exposed, Wunder hastily fled, but was swiftly intercepted by the ever-watchful Dashai, who had been lying in wait. With ambushes ahead and pursuers behind, Wunder found himself in a dire predicament. Fully aware that escape was futile, he resolved to take a desperate gamble and fight to the bitter end. As Kinnen was spotted, IG aimed to eliminate him first. However, it appeared that Wunder understood his imminent capture as he flashed into the fray, determined to inflict as much damage as possible. Galio, eager to assist, unleashed his ultimate ability to enter the battlefield. Yet, Ning reacted with remarkable swiftness, delivering a decisive kick that sent Kinnen crashing into the Shy's face. Momentarily stunned by the sight of Kinnen landing before him, the Shy seemed perplexed, as if to say, "What on earth?" Although he feigned annoyance at Ning's actions, his body and expression betrayed an undeniable excitement as he ensnared Kinnen with his ultimate ability, swiftly followed by a flurry of strikes from Fiora. Despite the control exerted on Kinnen, it was trivial against Fiora, who had equipped Mercury S-treads. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The healing effect triggered, and the kill was secured. In an attempt to flank and catch Kinnen off guard, G2 found themselves ensnared by IG instead. The Galio that had just landed was also swiftly dispatched by Zhou Yang and his team. After eliminating 2 adversaries, Zhou Yang chuckled, remarking that G2 truly believed they could make the same mistake twice, when in fact it was a trap deliberately laid for them. Earlier, Zhou Yang had indeed noticed the ward but pretended not to, allowing Kinnen to teleport into their meticulously crafted ambush. Otherwise, he would not have placed a true sight ward at both entrances near the 3 wolves, intending to pinpoint Kinnen's location as soon as he teleported. As expected, the enemy fell into the carefully devised snare, sacrificing Kinnen, who had just received considerable economic support from his teammates upon his arrival. Sometimes, success in gaming relies not solely on skill, but also on cunning strategy. Kinnen was the primary source of damage for G2, and after intentionally allowing him to amass such economic advantage, it was unexpected that he would fall without achieving any impact. Consequently, G2 was left with no choice but to retreat momentarily after Kinnen's demise, lest they suffer further casualties. Nevertheless, they harbored a glimmer of hope, not retreating too far. Hoping Yankos could contest with Ning for the Baron, aiming to secure it to prolong the game and seek further opportunities. If unsuccessful, they would simply prepare for the next match. Observing the retreating trio of G2, IG decisively approached the Baron pit, employing vision control to eliminate all wards, both false and true, including blue trinkets. Gazing into the abyss of the Dark Dragon pit, Yankos, a seasoned jungler, began to silently calculate in his mind. He assessed the equipment of all 5 members of IG to estimate their speed and health while slaying the dragon, waiting for the opportune moment to flash in and secure the steal. This was a necessary course of action, as the support had just made a grave mistake, utilizing a decisive ultimate to protect a doomed Kinnen, resulting in a disastrous trade and the loss of vision control. Now, with only 3 members of G2 remaining and no wards left, Yankos had no choice but to rely on his experience and attempt to seize the opportunity by flashing in to see if he could claim the dragon. After all, if the dragon fell, the chances of victory in this match would diminish significantly. It was better to risk his life for a chance at success. Securing the dragon would be a considerable gain, while failing to do so in such a dire situation would hardly matter. Is IG really going to attempt the dragon? But their jungler is still alive, Miller remarked. For the team in the advantageous position, engaging in a 50-50 smite contest against the opposing team was an exceedingly irrational decision. However, as he spoke, he suddenly realized something amiss, for Zhou Yang and his teammates, after clearing the vision around the dragon pit, were quietly lingering within. Chapter 38. Some appear to assist, yet in reality, they undertake the role of the mid laner. Third update. IG is deceiving G2. Observing the few individuals concealed within the barren pit, motionless, Miller instantly comprehended the intentions of Zhou Yang and his companions. With such a significant advantage, IG had no need to contest the 50% smite chance against their opponents. Currently, G2 lacks vision in the barren pit, and Yankos and his teammates have no wards to deploy, leaving him to rely solely on his instincts honed over years of jungle experience. However, this is a trap set by IG. All viewers, including commentators from other regions, can discern IG's trickery, yet G2 remains oblivious. As Yankos stands above the barren pit, silently calculating, he feels an unprecedented pressure. After all, should they lose this match, IG would secure match point. And whether the second game could be sustained hinges on his ability to secure the Baron. This overwhelming responsibility caused Yankos to take a deep breath to steady himself. Inhale deeply, then exhale slowly. He sensed that the enemy was nearing the conclusion of their attack, prompting him to control Olaf to strike the explosive fruit, which fell into the empty pit. The fate of the second game rested upon this smite. However, once he descended into the pit and gained vision, he was left dumbfounded. What is happening? Why is the Baron at full health? Gazing at the fully healthy Baron, Yankos' eyes widened in disbelief. He had taken the bait. Zhou Yang grinned. And as they realized Yankos had fallen into their trap, the 5 members of IG converged with ill intent. Little Olaf, attempting to secure the Baron alone? They required no elaborate maneuvers. They could simply strike together, both the Baron and Yankos. Poor Yankos, witnessing the Baron at full health, suddenly understood he had been ensnared. Cunning LPL. Cunning IG. How despicable. Watching the grayed-out screen, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to make an attempt. Just as one might know that the opponent is baiting them into a team fight, while feeling compelled to engage nonetheless, he had no choice. If Olaf fell for the trap, IG would undoubtedly secure the Baron. They VE lost the chance to contest the Baron, remarked Wawa with a smile. Without the opposing jungler to contest, Zhou Yang and his team successfully claimed the Baron. Meanwhile, AP and Cap seized the opportunity to capture a dragon. Although it was a fire dragon, in their current situation, even that offered little assistance. Having secured the Baron, they returned home to replenish. And Zhou Yang's karma had reached 25 stacks on the killing book, boasting higher AP than Rookie's Rise. Subsequently, adhering to the principle of avoiding overtime work, Zhou Yang and his team opted to push all 3 lanes simultaneously. The Shy assumed the role of Fiora, while Rookie took to the bot lane with Rise. The remaining trio, Zhou Yang, Ning Wang, and Ashue, occupied the mid lane. Observing IG's intent to conclude the match swiftly, Wonder hastily exited his home, activating a scan to conceal himself in the jungle. Lacking both flash and teleport, he realized he could not engage directly and opted to hide, hoping for an opportunity to strike. The pressure from G2 was relentless across all 3 lanes, with minion waves continually being pushed. AP attempted to last-hit minions with his Q, but Zhou Yang promptly shielded himself, simultaneously launching a devastating RQ that reduced Ezreal's health by 2/3. "Oh!" exclaimed Wawa, taken aback by the sheer damage output. D-Fire's prowess was indeed formidable, boasting a kill count of 25 stacks on his item. At this rate, he could easily assume the role of a primary damage dealer. Furthermore, he had yet to taste defeat, were it not for Ashue's minion presence. One might mistake Kai'Sa for a support champion, Miller jested. It was evident to all that G2's prospects for a comeback had dwindled significantly. IG's quintet was fully equipped, each member brimming with damage potential. Unless Kennen could manage to stun 5 opponents, victory seemed improbable, especially without flash. After taking a hit from RQ, AP quickly became subdued. Appearances could be deceiving, as some supports were performing the duties of mid laners. IG proceeded with a 1-3-1 strategy, methodically pushing forward while leveraging the Baron buff. During this period, Zhou Yang repeatedly harassed, casting Q and swiftly retreating with E. This back and forth compelled G2 to act. They could no longer withstand the attrition, for the destruction of their 3 high ground towers seemed imminent. Once those fell, even divine intervention would prove futile. As the mid lane's high ground tower neared destruction, Cap urged his teammates to prepare for action through voice chat. He cleverly utilized Lee Sandra to obscure his position behind the high ground wall and executed a forward E displacement. Subsequently, he flashed forward to immobilize Ashue's Kaisa and Ning Wang's Lee Sin. Caps aimed to control Zhou Yang's karma, for her damage output was alarmingly high and warranted elimination to diminish her kill potential. Such an absurdity as a support accumulating a kill book was intolerable. Should the game conclude while still at maximum stacks, it would be a significant embarrassment. Regrettably, upon executing his E, he discovered that karma had already vanished. Meanwhile, Wonder, lurking in the jungle, received a signal and promptly maneuvered Kinnan toward the mid lane. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the three wolves, he unexpectedly encountered Zhou Yang's karma. Caps sought to initiate the engagement, capitalizing on their numerical advantage, while Wonder, concealed in the jungle, made his move but was thwarted by D-Fire. Wawa exclaimed, as G2 plotted to catch Ashue and Ning Wang off guard while the Shy and Rookie occupied the sidelines. However, Kinnan was obstructed by D-Fire, making it impossible for him to advance. Just as the situation escalated, Zhou Yang hastily unleashed Karma's RQ as Kinnan charged forward, inflicting terrifying damage that swiftly reduced Kinnan's health by half while simultaneously leaving a slowing area on the ground. The narrow space in front of the three-wolf pit became even more constricted as Karma's lingering slow circle further hindered Wonder's movements. After slowing Kinnan, Zhou Yang deftly employed Karma's W skill to tether him, preventing the opponent from circumventing and unleashing an ultimate ability, thereby buying precious time for Ning Wang and Ashue to receive support. Observing Rookie's Rise casting his ultimate in the mid lane and heading to reinforce, Wonder, lacking a flash, found himself with no choice but to activate his own ultimate in a desperate attempt to eliminate the obstructing support. With a roar, Kinnan unleashed his ultimate, Lightning Prison. However, Zhou Yang had anticipated this, promptly activating his stopwatch to evade all damage. As the damage was mitigated, the W skill, after a brief duration, ensnared Kinnan in place, subjecting him to the second hit of RQ's damage. Once the stopwatch's effects concluded, Zhou Yang unleashed another Q skill, swiftly dispatching the already weakened Kinnan. Chapter 39, Match Point. A support champion single-handedly defeated the top laner? Although the team fight in the front is still ongoing, the small footage displayed in the lower right corner by the director reveals the shocking moment when Kinnan was taken down solo. This is utterly absurd. How can a support champion do such a thing? The director has gone too far. This is an open execution of Wonder. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note that this karma is merely a support. Thank you, stranger, for enlightening me. I would still be in the dark otherwise. What is a support? This is what true support looks like. Kinnan fell to Zhou Yang's solo kill, even though Caps initiated the frontline engagement decisively, attempting to capitalize on the numerical advantage while Fiora and Rise were sidelined. The absence of the crucial Kinnan resulted in insufficient damage. Moreover, with Rookie's timely support as Rise, they could only eliminate Ashue's Kaisa. Gazing at his grayed-out screen, Ashue displayed a canine-like expression of helplessness. He just wanted it to end. He was exhausted. His gaming experience in this match had been dismal, as Zhou Yang provoked the enemy, leaving all the consequences for him as the AD carry to bear. Although G2 managed to take down Ashue's Kaisa, the situation spiraled out of control when Fiora, after destroying the top lane's inhibitor tower, circled back. Ashue has fallen. But the Shy is behind, Miller exclaimed. With G2 having no skills left, they were utterly defenseless against Theshi's Fiora, resulting in all but OP's Ezreal being cut down. Observing the defeated G2, Miller chuckled. Cap's initiation was indeed bold, but unfortunately, Kinnan was intercepted by D-Fire and killed. Otherwise, they might have taken down the Lee Sin as well. With only Ezreal remaining, it was in line with IG's temperament to aim for a swift conclusion to the match. Facing the four IG players advancing with the top lane minion wave to push the Nexus tower, OP's Ezreal attempted to hold his ground. However, Zhou Yang was unyielding. I have 3 teammates behind me. On what grounds do you dare approach? He flashed forward and executed a predictive RQ. OP, instinctively trying to evade with his E ability, unfortunately collided directly, suffering a catastrophic blow that depleted nearly 2/3 of his health. Subsequently, Theshi's Fiora followed suit, flashing forward and unleashing QW simultaneously. ultimately delivering a fatal strike to Ezreal and achieving a team wipe. D-Fire is ferocious. He flashed in to engage. Watching Zhou Yang's daring play, Wawa smiled. Though this was only his second match, he quickly adopted IG's tradition of aggressive flashes. Following G2's annihilation, we can already congratulate IG on their successful acquisition of the second match, now holding 3 match points. As the commentary echoed, the 2 unguarded Nexus towers before G2's base slowly crumbled. At this moment, Wonder's Kinnan was revived. Although he understood that it was futile to prevent IG from destroying the crystal, he still controlled Kinnan to charge out. However, this proved to be in vain, as Zhou Yang and his teammates were solely focused on wrapping up their work and completely disregarded him. With the explosion of the crystal, the second match came to a definitive conclusion. Initially, it was believed that IG would require the Shy S Fiora to turn the tide, as G2's composition appeared to be slightly superior. Yet, no one anticipated such a swift end to the game. After Miller concluded his remarks and observed the images on the big screen, he promptly acknowledged, well, the MVP was, without a doubt, awarded to D-Fire. With a flawless record of 0 deaths, his statistics were nothing short of impressive, truly deserving of the accolade. Notably, his ability power surpassed that of rookies Rise by the end, which was utterly astounding. While Doimb and Miller expressed their astonishment, both teams retreated to their respective lounges. "Why are you not happy, Shui?" Rookie inquired knowingly. "Don't irritate me. You all seem to be having a great time while I'm being kicked around like a ball." Shui sighed, then shifted his expression and tone, by the way. "Yangge, are you prepared?" With that, he raised an eyebrow and winked at Zhou Yang. "What do you mean by prepared?" Zhou Yang, taken aback by Shui's sudden change of demeanor, remarked, "Truly, you are a professional player. Suspenders in basketball. Wasn't he that a flag you set before the match?" Zhou Yang's lips twitched slightly. He had merely spoken offhandedly to amuse the audience, with no ulterior motives. That won't he do, if you say it casually. The fans will surely take it seriously. Shui chuckled. "If you don't jump, it will be challenging to meet expectations." "We'll discuss it later," Zhou Yang replied, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the Shy. Speaking of dancing, he recalled a rather popular video, seemingly titled Cheng Lu Rock. Under Zhou Yang's unwavering gaze, the Shy shyly smiled. Touching his face, "Yang, do I have something on my face?" "Nothing at all. Your hairstyle looks fine." Zhou Yang hastily offered an excuse. "Thank you." In stark contrast to IG's jovial atmosphere, G2 appeared rather somber. Each player bore a troubled expression, particularly Wonder, whose face was clouded with discontent. As a prominent top laner in the LEC, he had hoped to showcase his skills at this MSI, only to have been single-handedly outperformed by an LPL support. Where should I place this face of mine? Soon after, the third match between IG and G2 commenced. Welcome back to the finals of the 2019 MSI Mid-Season Invitational. I am your commentator, Doimb. Hello everyone, I am Miller. And I am Rita. The current score stands at 2-0, with IG leading G2 and holding 3 match points. Nevertheless, one must not let their guard down. For G2 recently eliminated the formidable SKT, a 3-time champion team. In the third match, they may unveil some hidden strategies. As Miller's voice resonated, the drafting phase commenced. In this match, G2 occupied the blue side, possessing the privilege of the first ban and pick. Whenever the drafting phase begins, the G2 coach feels a weight upon his shoulders. While other teams may be manageable, he finds himself at a loss when it comes to IG. Target the top lane, and the mid lane soars. Focus on the mid lane, and the top lane thrives. If they attempt to target both, the bottom lane may unexpectedly flourish. If all else fails, we shall unleash our ultimate strategy. Wonder proposed. Caps nodded in agreement. It seemed they had no other choice. Currently, trailing 0-2. Each match must be approached as if it were the final one, leaving no room for reservations. They must give their all. After some deliberation, G2, similar to the previous game, swiftly banned Aatrox. Although they were reluctant, there was no alternative. This champion may have been nerfed, but the skilled players remain undiminished. Coupled with the harrowing memories of being decimated by the Shy S Aatrox in the first match, they were reminded of the fears they had experienced during the S8 World Championship. Thus, they were determined not to allow IG to have this champion again. Chapter 40. The shock of G2, the LPL coach, is terrifying. As G2 made their first pick, the commentator couldn't help but chuckle. Is this not a case of once bitten, twice shy? Indeed, G2 targeted the Shy right away, eliminating Aatrox. Observing this move, the Shy could only laugh heartily, prompting a sigh from Zhou Yang. Just look at that. How can he still smile after being so thoroughly dominated? After removing Aatrox, G2 proceeded to ban Akali and Jace, maintaining their focus on the Shy. In contrast to G2's intense strategy, IG appeared more relaxed, addressing each position and removing particularly troublesome champions like Tahm Kench, the early-game powerhouse Olaf, and the overpowered Sylas. Once the initial 3 bans concluded, G2 decisively secured Rek'Sai for Jankos, a champion known for setting the pace in the early game. This was a crucial factor in their previous victory over SKT. G2 grabbing Rek'Sai feels oddly familiar, remarked the commentator. Perhaps G2 has some tricks up their sleeve. If not, they might as well go home, Miller joked. As G2 made their selections, IG began to strategize. How about we go for Draven? Shui suggested. You play Thresh, and we'll dominate the bot lane together. The sooner we finish the match, the sooner we can eat. I'm quite hungry. Zhou Yang chimed in. I want to play Pyke. After all, they both have hooks. It's not much different. Behind them, IG's coach smiled, encouraging Zhou Yang to pursue Pyke. If you want to play him, go ahead. The Pyke strategy is perfect for us to practice against G2. I believe Pyke will complement your style. When Pyke was mentioned, many immediately thought of him as slippery and elusive. In the jungle, it is notoriously challenging to catch him, and he often leads opponents astray. Zhou Yang, taken aback by the compliment, hesitantly asked, Coach, are you praising me? The coach merely smiled, indicating that Zhou Yang could indeed select Pyke. With the green light given, Zhou Yang had the Shy secure Pyke. G2 was taken aback. They had relied on the Pyke strategy when they triumphed over SKT, intending to replicate it, only to have their plan foiled by their adversaries. G2's coach inhaled deeply, astonished that the LPL's coach could anticipate their strategy so adeptly. This feeling of being led by the nose left G2's fans feeling disheartened. What a predicament. The players can't outplay their opponents, and the coaches can't outsmart each other. It seems to echo the jest that G2, when facing their father IG, is merely there to pay their respects. Observing the first pick of Pyke secured by IG, the commentator Miller remarked, I believe this Pyke is intended for D-Fire. If IG aims to employ a Pyke-centric strategy, they will undoubtedly require someone to inflict damage, and I think Kennen would be an excellent choice. As a seasoned commentator, Miller's understanding of such strategies is commendable. Following his analysis, IG swiftly locked in Kennen as their second pick. With Pyke snatched away, G2 had no recourse but to solidify their bot lane composition, opting for the classic duo of Kai'Sa and Thresh. After G2 completed their second and third picks, IG secured a Jarvan 4 for Ning, establishing a quintessential team-fighting composition. As the first round of selections concluded, both teams commenced the second round of bans, with IG having confirmed their top, jungle, and support roles. G2 seized the opportunity to focus on Rookie, banning away his LeBlanc and Orianna. In response, to ensure Kennen's entry into fights, IG also banned Cap Syndra, while adding Lee Sandra to their roster. Are you still considering Draven? Zhou Yang inquired jokingly to Shui. Let us pass on that. I'm exhausted. I'll leave this one to you guys while I take a back seat. Shui chuckled in response. However, the expression on his face bore an uncanny resemblance to the well-known Shiba Inu meme, tinged with a hint of disdain. After evaluating the AD champions, Shui ultimately decided on Ezreal. After all, Pyke tends to roam more after the initial landing phase, whereas Ezreal is notably agile and hard to kill in lane. Consequently, IG assisted Jackie Love in securing Ezreal, leaving the counter pick for Rookie, while G2 pondered their next selection. Faced with IG's lineup, G2's members felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. With Ezreal's ultimate for poke, Jarvan Ivy's engage, Kennen's damage output, and Pyke's finishing prowess, the scenario appeared daunting. Fortunately, with Orianna and LeBlanc banned, it seemed Pyke would not need to reap the rewards of battle, as the opposition could have been eliminated beforehand. After considerable deliberation, G2 ultimately settled on Riven and Ryze. Gazing at G2's composition, Rookie concluded with the selection of Galio. The lineups of both teams were thus confirmed. G2 featuring Riven in the top lane, Rek'Sai in the jungle, Ryze in the mid lane, and the duo of Kai'Sa and Thresh in the bot lane, while IG showcased Kennen in the top lane, Jarvan 4 in the jungle, Galio in the mid lane, and the pair of Ezreal and Pyke in the bot lane. As the two teams entered the game, Miller offered his analysis. To be frank, both lineups appear formidable. However, IG's composition leans more towards team fighting, aiming for a decisive, overwhelming combination to secure victories in skirmishes, though their sustained damage output may be lacking. Conversely, if G2 can withstand IG's initial surge, Ryze, Riven, or Kai'Sa will possess significantly superior follow-up damage capabilities compared to IG. Nearby, Dahl chimed in, stating thus, "The performance of Ning and the Shy will be crucial. As long as the two of them coordinate effectively, coupled with Rookie's Galio, Defire and Ashway stand a chance to dominate the battlefield. Conversely, should IG execute an all-in strategy that is thwarted by G2, the ensuing team fights will shift into their rhythm, regardless of whether it is Qiyana, Ryze, or Kai'Sa. Their sustained damage output surpasses that of any individual on the IG side. The IG composition appears to rely heavily on timing. If opportunities are seized adeptly, they will not engage in elaborate tactics, but will instead aim for a swift conclusion. However, if the timing is miscalculated, achieving effectiveness will prove challenging." As the analyst's commentary filled the air, both teams entered the game. G2 exhibited no intention of invading at level 1, instead opting for defensive vision. Notably, Wunder had learned from past experiences, having fallen victim to a 5-man ambush in the first game that resulted in first blood. He wisely refrained from venturing into the upper lane brush and instead remained in the safety of his own upper jungle. Though G2 approached this crucial match with a focus on stability, IG's mindset was quite different. With a 2-game lead and 3 match points, even if they were to lose this game, it would not be of great consequence. Embracing this mentality, Zhou Yang and his team were prepared to take risks. Securing a kill would be ideal, but failing to do so would not be seen as a loss. Chapter 41. The Heist of the Factory Director, Level 2 Capture. The movements of IG suggest an intention to invade G2's lower jungle. Observing the actions of Zhou Yang and his companions on the large screen, Miller began to speak slowly. However, Titan's vision had already detected Pyke, yet he seemed unaware and intended to lay an ambush. This time, however, their efforts were destined to be in vain, as they had already been discovered. At that moment, Zhou Yang's Pyke, Ningguang's Prince, Ashue's Ezreal, and Rookie's Galio were concealed in the brush behind the red buff wall. Moreover, at the intersection where they had just arrived, a ward had long since revealed their position. "Should we engage?" Cap suggested. "Forget it," Yankos replied, shaking his head. "Diana is still in the top lane. By the time she arrives, the enemy will likely have retreated. In a 4-on-4 skirmish, victory is not guaranteed. Falling behind 2-0, we cannot afford to be careless." After some deliberation among G2, despite knowing the positions of the 4 IG players, they chose not to engage, fearing a poorly executed level 1 fight would lead to an early demise. IG could afford mistakes, but they could not. A misstep would mean retreating back to base. Thus, Yankos headed to the upper jungle, intending to swap camps with Ningguang. Meanwhile, Ningguang, Rookie, and Ashue, who had been persuaded by Zhou Yang to invade, began to feel uncertain. After all, how could an invasion be successful by merely lurking in one spot? Was that a classic bronze strategy? After crouching in the brush for a few seconds, Ashue could not help but ask, "Yanggu, can we really catch someone like this?" "Should be able to," Zhou Yang replied, though not entirely convinced. "That is how I played when I was in silver." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, the three were left speechless. Well, it's one thing to compare the invasion strategy to bronze, but to discover it originated from silver was quite another. Watching Zhou Yang and his companions in the brush on the large screen, Wawa could only chuckle in disbelief. "Stop hiding. You've already been spotted." Although the commentators' voices could not be heard by the players, Rookie, being a seasoned competitor, sensed that their positions might have been revealed. "Yang, sweep these areas," he instructed, marking several locations for Zhou Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang promptly controlled Pyke to scan the designated spots. Upon reaching the intersection, He immediately spotted the ward placed by Titan. Realizing they had been discovered, Zhou Yang awkwardly cleared his throat, exclaiming, "Why are these guys so timid?" Seeing Zhou Yang and his group recognize their invasion had been exposed, Wawa couldn't help but laugh, relieved that they had reacted in time. Although they had failed to find an opportunity in the jungle, they had at least helped Rookie secure the experience from a ward, enabling him to reach level 2 after clearing a wave of minions. The rhythm established by Rookie and Ning Wang is of paramount importance. The duo must invigorate the tempo to ensure the optimal development of the Shy's cannon. Only if Kennen's growth remains unimpeded can D-Fire's Pike truly thrive, Miller remarked. As the two analyzed the situation, Ning Wang took control of Jarvan 4 and opted to commence from G2's red buff. Given that the positions of his 4 teammates had already been revealed, yet G2 chose not to engage. It was evident that Jankos was relinquishing the jungle skirmish to exchange jungle resources with him. Thus, with the assistance of Zhou Yang and Shui, Ning Wang proceeded to initiate in G2's lower jungle. After aiding Ning Wang with a few hits on the red buff, Zhou Yang and Shui returned to the bottom lane. Upon spotting AP's Kaisa, Zhou Yang could not suppress a moment of frustration. "Damn it, I forgot again. What happened?" "What did you forget?" Shui, startled by Zhou Yang's lament, exclaimed, "You didn't forget to buy items before leaving, did you?" After glancing at Zhou Yang's gear and confirming he had purchased support items, Shui sighed in relief. Zhou Yang responded to Shui's inquiry. "Forgetting to buy items is something only Old Song would do. I'm not brainless like him. I wouldn't be that foolish." In the mid lane, Rookie listened to their exchange, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Am I getting caught in the crossfire here? And my forgetting to buy items was due to the immense pressure of the match, not a lack of intellect. Then why the fuss?" Shui curiously asked. "I was intending to purchase a few more emotes, but I forgot during the draft." As Zhou Yang spoke, he maneuvered Pike to give a thumbs up to G2's bottom lane duo. "By the way, remember to remind me next time to buy more emotes. I'm getting a bit tired of this single thumbs up." The 4 members of IG fell into a contemplative silence. "We thought it was something significant. And this is it. Moreover, why does it feel like this fellow is treating emotes as skills? While others have 2 summoner spells, he has transformed his into 7. Meanwhile, observing the thumbs up from Pike, AP felt a pang of regret. Initially, during the first game, when Zhou Yang danced with him, he found it amusing and engaged in a thumbs up interaction. However, he soon realized he had inadvertently opened the door to a new realm for the opposition. Nonetheless, as one of the most composed players in the professional scene, AP swiftly responded with a crying "Amu" emote to Zhou Yang. This moment was perfectly captured by the broadcast. "D-Fire truly is," Miller mused, watching the two down in the lane exchanging bright emotes, reminiscent of a proud father. The two did not appear to be competing. Rather, it felt like an all-star game, where everyone was there to entertain the audience. Moreover, despite D-Fire's role as a support, his presence on camera was remarkably striking. To be honest, I never anticipated that D-Fire would exhibit such remarkable adaptability on the competitive stage. Initially, as I watched his debut match from the sidelines, I was concerned he might feel nervous. However, in retrospect, that worry seems entirely unfounded. The atmosphere was lighthearted, with both players sharing a jovial conversation when suddenly, the overhead camera shifted its focus to the top lane. There, Jankos had just finished clearing his blue buff, and it appeared he was steering his excavator towards the top lane. "What could Jankos be planning?" exclaimed the commentator, observing Jankos' movements. It seemed he intended to initiate a level 2 gank at the top. Miller quickly deduced the opponent's strategy, understanding that the primary damage output would hinge upon Theshi's cannon. Given that IG had selected this cannon-centric composition, it was reasonable to assume that the Shy was adequately prepared for attention from the jungler, mid laner, or even support. However, I must admit, I did not foresee a gank occurring at level 2. On the big screen, the excavator was gradually approaching the top lane, while the Shy remained blissfully unaware, utilizing Kennen's reach to harass Wunder's Riven from the cover of the nearby bushes. Chapter 42, Agile Gank, Turning the Tide. The Shy remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of Jankos' excavator. As he deftly maneuvered Kennen to exploit his reach and suppress Akali, he muttered under his breath, "Don't eat it, don't eat it." Observing that Kennen remained oblivious to his peril, Miller couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. After all, the excavator was a champion with formidable ganking potential at level 2. It seemed that trouble was imminent for the Shy. As the commentator's words faded, Yankos had already flanked from behind. At that moment, Kennen was still at level 1. Although Wunder's Akali was also at level 1, the 2-on-1 scenario was more than sufficient. He swiftly utilized Akali's Q ability to eliminate 3 minions, stacking his passive a few layers before launching himself towards Kennen. Startled by the excavator's sudden appearance behind him, the Shy was taken aback. Playfully dubbed the world's easiest target by fans, he had faced challenges before, but being caught at level 2 was a first. This time, the Shy was acutely aware of his role. Along with Ning and Song, the 3 charged into the fray to initiate the team fight, leaving the remainder to the duo in the bot lane. The primary source of damage would undoubtedly stem from his Kennen, indicating that he might face relentless targeting in this match. Consequently, when confronted with the excavator's unexpected level 2 gank, the Shy opted not to use his flash. Having already been flanked, using flash could result in the excavator's E ability pushing him into a precarious position, rendering the summoner spell a waste. More importantly, should he expend his flash, the ensuing 5 minutes would be exceedingly arduous. After contemplating this, the Shy resolved against using his flash, choosing instead to secure one last minion before his demise. An additional minion was still a gain. In the 2-on-1 scenario, there were no surprises. First blood was claimed by Wunder's Akali. The rapidity of the first kill left the audience in a state of bewilderment, realizing that Kennen would likely endure severe targeting. Yet no one anticipated he would be caught at level 2. The infamous Shy brother had struck again, demonstrating his audacity in capturing and being captured. Truly living up to his reputation. Could this be blamed on little Jiang? No one foresaw the excavator's level 2 ambush. Enough with the commotion. This mishap lay at the feet of the director. Had it not been for his infamous call to gank at level 2 in the past, G2 would not have considered a level 2 gank in the first place. The director, mine, listening to the sounds emanating from his headphones. Zhou Yang couldn't resist glancing at the top lane. Upon witnessing the successful gank, the excavator departed with satisfaction. Shy brother, don't feed. He jested. The Shy, upon hearing this, blushed and smiled. Mine. Ning, upon noticing the excavator's presence, quickly deduced from the opponent's minion count that he had cleared blue and headed straight to the top lane. Thus, he decided to relinquish G2's lower jungle and proceeded toward his own upper jungle. Since the opposing team has reached level 2, a steady exchange in the jungle is no longer feasible. It is imperative to force them to commence with a single buff. Rookie's Galio, having gained experience from a ward, swiftly reached level 2 and promptly provided support. Yankos, upon witnessing this, had no choice but to abandon half of his red buff and retreat hastily. Observing this scene, the commentator remarked that Ning Wang, in collaboration with Rookie, managed to safeguard his red buff. Consequently, although the Shy fell in the top lane, the enemy jungler Rek'Sai suffered a loss of a buff in the jungle. Next, I believe that with Ning Wang enjoying an advantage in the jungle, he must adopt a more proactive approach. He should not grant the enemy any opportunities for ganks. Instead, he should seek to trouble Rek'Sai in the jungle and prevent her from establishing momentum. Ning Wang executed this strategy effectively, heading to his lower jungle after clearing his red buff, leaving the F6 and the stone golem untouched. Upon reaching level 3 in the lower jungle, he immediately prepared to initiate a gank in the bottom lane. At this moment, G2's bottom duo was playing aggressively, fully aware that Ning Wang was in the upper jungle. They aimed to exert pressure on the lane, hoping to chip away at the tower's health. However, just as they pushed the wave of cannon minions across the river, the prince suddenly appeared. The unexpected arrival of the jungler left AP and the support momentarily stunned. He should have just finished clearing the F6 and the stone golem in the top lane. How could he suddenly materialize in the bottom lane? Ning Wang's sudden appearance startled G2's bottom duo. The only plausible explanation was that the enemy had not cleared their upper jungle and, after securing the red buff, had directly moved to the lower jungle, reaching level 3 before launching the gank. Alternatively, he could have leveled up in the top lane, skipped the lower jungle, and come straight to gank. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Regardless of the scenario, survival was paramount. I'll cover you. You retreat. The support titan declared, already prepared to sacrifice himself. The wave had pushed too deep, and given the distance, even a flash would likely prove futile. The best-case scenario was one providing cover while the other made an escape. Understood. AP nodded in agreement and retreated without hesitation. This left G2's support feeling disheartened. Brother, couldn't you at least show a bit of courtesy? Yet, there was no alternative. The support had to shoulder the dirty work, and when things went awry, they bore the burden alone. Ningguang's timing for the gank was impeccable. He did not linger in his jungle before seeking an opportunity, but instead moved directly to the bottom lane after reaching level 3, catching the opponents off guard. Although a kill had yet to materialize, Miller, drawing from years of commentary experience, instinctively knew that at least one of G2's bottom duo would perish. If IG were to play even more aggressively, both could very well meet their demise. Time was of the essence. On the grand screen, the formidable Ningguang emerged from the river, exerting his control over Prince EQ, who swiftly maneuvered past G2's support. The Titan, seeking to evade by hooking the wall while creating distance, was acutely aware of the peril he faced, yet he resolved not to succumb passively. Even in the face of death, he aimed to compel his adversary to expend a crucial summoner spell. However, in that fleeting moment of his hook's release, a figure outpaced him, Zhou Yang, who, upon witnessing Ningguang's advance, promptly activated his champion's E-skill to roll forward. Almost simultaneously with the Titan's hook, Pike executed his own, yanking the opponent back. Despite the Titan's hook possessing high priority, this maneuver caused the Titan's Q skill to veer off course, missing the wall entirely and inadvertently rendering him immobile for a second. Realizing his failure to latch onto the wall, G2's support Titan relinquished any further attempts to pressure Ningguang and instead leveraged his passive ability to immobilize the prince, granting Kaisa a moment to retreat. What a splendid hook by D-Fire! Miller exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he beheld the fallen Titan. Had the Titan successfully hooked the wall and escaped, securing a kill would have likely required additional spells, yet that was no longer the case. Although Yankos had managed to ambush the Shy in the top lane at level 2, Ningguang swiftly retaliated in the bottom lane, claiming a kill for D-Fire. Chapter 43. The bewildered Yankos. How is it that he seems to have ensnared himself? My apologies. I momentarily lost control. Observing the kill he had just seized, Zhou Yang hastily offered his apologies. Although this match was intended to create a harvesting environment for his support, the damage was predominantly dealt by the Shy's cannon. Thus, the value of his kill was not as high as it would have been had it been secured by Ningguang or Ashui. Of course, this inclination stemmed from his extensive experience in silver rank matches, where the instinct to claim kills is strong. After all, in the silver tier, relinquishing kills to teammates is far less reassuring than possessing them oneself. No matter, dying is inconsequential. Both Ningguang and Ashui were indifferent to it. Yang, let us invade together. After dispatching the Titan, Ningguang beckoned Zhou Yang to accompany him into the jungle of the excavator. Following the sequence of events, it was clear that the excavator, having failed to contest Ningguang's red buff, would certainly return to his upper jungle to farm. After clearing the upper side, he would proceed to the lower side, and judging by the timing, he should have just finished the F6 camp, leaving only a group of golems remaining. Upon hearing Ningguang's words, Zhou Yang promptly followed suit, leaving Ashui to face off against Kaisa alone in the bot lane. After all, Ezreal was sufficiently agile. As long as he played cautiously, he would undoubtedly survive. After a brief detour, they discovered that the golems were indeed still present. Yet there was no sign of the excavator. A glance at the F6 revealed that the 6 birds had vanished. As a seasoned jungler, Ningguang quickly discerned Yankos' intentions. The latter, having realized that the Titan was as good as dead, understood that after clearing the bot lane, Ningguang would surely invade the jungle alongside his support. Therefore, after finishing the F6 camp, he chose to abandon the golems and redirected his efforts back to his upper jungle. Swiftly grasping the situation, Ningguang marked the upper lane and issued a verbal warning. The opposing jungler may be in the upper lane. Understood. Rookie replied earnestly, then proceeded towards the F6. Since he was playing Galio, essentially a utility champion, and considering his ability to push lanes faster than Ryze in the early game, He prepared to disrupt the excavator upon receiving Ning Wang's alert. Even if he could not eliminate the opponent, it was imperative to unsettle him and disrupt his rhythm. If the jungler's tempo was thrown into disarray, Kennen in the top lane would naturally find himself in a safer position. Upon inspecting the F6 and finding no trace of the excavator, Rookie swiftly remarked, "The 6 birds are still there. He must be farming the golems. The Shy, be cautious. He may return to gank you after finishing." Meanwhile, in the upper lane, Wunder's Riven had, with the assistance of his jungler, secured first blood. However, upon returning home, he could not afford any particularly advantageous items, compounded by the fact that he had been thoroughly pressured in the previous 2 encounters and the memories of being thoroughly outmatched at last year's World Championship. Even with first blood in hand, he harbored no illusions of being able to single-handedly eliminate Kennen in lane. Thus, upon his return, he opted to purchase a catalyst to slowly build up his strength. This led to the situation where, although he secured the first blood, he found himself at a disadvantage in the lane, suffering from the constant pressure. Upon hearing the reminders from Ning and Rookie, Shy decided to approach the Gromp. "Rather than waiting for you to ambush me, I shall seek you out instead." IG continued to ping the position of the Rek'Sai, likely having realized that the opponent was encroaching upon their upper jungle. The Shy expertly maneuvered Kennen towards the location. At that moment, Jankos was busy clearing the Gromp, having already utilized his smite to expedite the clearing of the F6, aiming to swiftly return and reclaim his jungle losses. Even with the jungle deficit, he thought he could regain momentum by ambushing Kennen. However, just as he was about to claim the Gromp, a Kennen suddenly emerged from the nearby brush. Witnessing his cherished Gromp about to be ravaged by the Rek'Sai, the Shy promptly commanded Kennen to charge forward, unleashing an auto attack followed by a Q skill to triumphantly snatch the Gromp from Jankos' grasp. Naturally, given the Shy's temperament, merely securing the Gromp would not suffice. He was intent on taking down Jankos as well. Jankos was in a dire predicament, having almost secured the Gromp, only for it to be snatched away by the Shy. Moreover, the Shy was not content with merely stealing the jungle monster. He sought to eliminate Jankos as well. Faced with the aggressive and vengeful Kennen, Jankos dared not linger too long, especially in the enemy's territory. He quickly commanded Rek'Sai to burrow underground and used his E ability to escape over the wall. "If you're capable, come chase me." However, just as he vaulted over the wall and took a few steps, he unexpectedly collided with Rookie's Galio, who had just arrived to assist. Jankos was taken aback, wondering why he was being targeted so intensely for merely contesting a jungle monster. Rookie was unyielding, promptly directing Galio to engage and deliver a full combo. Although Galio's damage was somewhat lacking later on, his initial burst was still quite substantial. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Jankos had no choice but to flash into the Baron Pit, retreating in disgrace. The synergy between the Shy and Rookie was commendable. One had stolen the Gromp, while the other forced out the Rek'Sai's flash. This would make it considerably challenging for the opposing jungler to secure kills in the ensuing 5 minutes, remarked. Meanwhile, Ning had already gained a significant lead in jungle camps, and once he completed his circuit and replenished his items, he would possess such an equipment advantage that even if he encountered Rek'Sai in the jungle, the latter would stand no chance against him. Added. Little did Jankos know that he was quite disheartened. Initially, he aimed to reclaim his jungle, but losing the Gromp and having his flash forced out was a bitter pill to swallow. What had begun as a promising start with a first blood at level 2 now felt as though he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. After helping Ning Wang defeat the stone golem in the bot lane, Zhou Yang returned to assist Ashuei in pushing the lane forward. Aware that Ning Wang was in the lower lane, the 2 members of G2 became notably more cautious, shedding their earlier aggression. "Brother Yang, I'm going back to buy some items. Are you coming?" Ashuei inquired. Given that Ezreal benefits from acquiring the tier of the goddess as early as possible, it was indeed wise to do so. The earlier the Miramano was stacked, the better they could control the game in the mid-game. "All right, you go ahead." Hearing Ashuei's words felt reminiscent of a parting farewell from a wandering son, prompting Zhou Yang, as a support, to experience a sudden sense of paternal affection. However, instead of returning with Ashuei, he ventured towards the mid lane. Due to Rookie's foray into the jungle to catch the excavator, the minion wave was positioned near IG's first turret. At this moment, Caps observed that he had accumulated enough gold and intended to return for supplies. As his rise also required the Tear of the Goddess and needed time to stack into the Archangel's staff. Nevertheless, since the minion wave had yet to reach the turret, he decided to push it forward before retreating home. This strategy would prevent any loss of experience. Neglecting the minion wave in the presence of a top-tier mid-laner like Rookie could result in significant experience loss if the opponent merely adjusted the wave slightly. Furthermore, pushing the wave would allow him to save a teleport, enabling him to walk back to lane, just as Caps was preparing to push the wave and return home. Zhou Yang, controlling Pyke, made his entrance. Chapter 44. You have become a mature AD. You must learn to take care of yourself. Third update. The director seemed to have realized Zhou Yang's intentions, and the screen momentarily displayed the time for Pyke. Observing the OB footage, Miller remarked, "This D-Fire has played a clever trick. He has given G2 the illusion that he has returned to base, while in reality, he has approached the mid lane." In the mid lane, Caps was contemplating pushing the wave before retreating, yet his mana was somewhat lacking, forcing him to rely on basic attacks, which were progressing at a sluggish pace. This presented an opportunity for IG. If they could catch him, it felt like they could at least secure a summoner spell. With Miller's commentary resonating, Zhou Yang had already maneuvered Pyke into the river's brush, activating the scan. Upon discovering the lack of enemy vision within the brush, he swiftly activated his W ability, enhancing his stealth and accelerating towards Rise. While Pyke was concealed nearby, the enemy would receive a warning. Thus, upon seeing the mark appear, Caps immediately retreated without hesitation. However, Zhou Yang was already perilously close to him. Observing the fleeing Rise, he quickly employed his E ability, Phantom Surge, leaping over Rise in an attempt to stun him in place. Should Rise be caught by Pyke's E ability and subsequently pulled back with his Q ability, combined with Galio's crowd control, it would undoubtedly lead to a certain demise. Moreover, given the stakes of this crucial match, even a slight misstep could prove fatal. Consequently, Caps dared not exhibit any carelessness and did not blindly trust his positioning. He prudently opted to flash away. Yet, Pyke's E ability possesses a slight delay, allowing Zhou Yang to adjust the position of his E skill just as Rise flashed. Despite Rise's escape, he was still ensnared by Zhou Yang's stun. Remarkable. The god has truly showcased his skills. To be honest, is it merely about having hands? It requires not just dexterity but also a proficient keyboard. I cannot comprehend what there is to boast about. Let me be frank. I too possess this hero. This splendid display of skill elicited a flurry of comments in the chat. Seeing the spectacle unfold on the big screen could not suppress his excitement. My goodness, D-Fire. Initially, one might have anticipated that Zhou Yang's Pyke would only force a flash. Who would have thought he would secure a kill? Witnessing Rise, incapacitated and rooted, Rookie exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Are Yang impressive?" Zhou Yang remained silent, primarily uncertain of what to say. Thus, he chose to maintain his composure, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned player. Having incapacitated Rise, he commanded Pyke to use his Q ability, ensuring he charged it slightly, without a charge. Pyke's Q ability would not effectively pull the enemy backward. Almost precisely as Rise regained consciousness, the Q ability adeptly tugged him back a short distance. Though the charge was insufficient and the distance marginal, it was nonetheless adequate. As Rookie's Galio adeptly utilized his E ability to collide with the opponent, establishing control, he swiftly followed up with a charged W. Just as Rise descended, the taunt was executed perfectly, culminating in a dual gust from his Q ability. The combined damage from both players, along with Zhou Yang's Ignite, efficiently eliminated Caps' Rise. D-Fire's roaming was indeed commendable, as Miller sincerely praised the play, leading to a secured kill in the mid lane. The most disheartening aspect for Caps was that he had used his flash yet still succumbed to defeat, which was particularly detrimental for him. Initially, G2's composition aimed to establish momentum in the early to mid-game via the synergy between the Excavator and Rise. But now it was IG who had firmly seized control of the rhythm. Gazing at his faded screen, Caps inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions and reminding himself to remain composed and patient. Upon witnessing their mid laner fall to the grasp of Pyke, G2's support, Thresh, quickly expressed his apologies. He had presumed Pyke had returned home, unaware that the foe had ventured to ambush the mid lane. Typically, Supports like Pyke and Thresh would attempt to seize opportunities in the top or mid lane after returning home. Yet it was uncommon to encounter one who bypassed home entirely to hunt down enemies. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang, having secured another kill, returned home contentedly. He purchased a pair of boots, supplemented his arsenal with a longsword, and acquired 2 control wards before exiting the fountain. Concurrently, Ning Wang had just completed a full jungle rotation and was heading straight for the enemy's upper jungle after replenishing his gear, particularly because he had recently countered the opposing stone golem in their lower jungle. The F6 camp had been cleared by the excavator himself, indicating that the only area left for him to farm was his own upper jungle. Observing Ning Wang's movements, Zhou Yang altered his course midway, preparing to invade the enemy jungle alongside him. As Zhou Yang made a beeline for Ning Wang, Ashui felt a pang of abandonment. "Isn't this my support?" he mused. "When will you return to the bot lane, Yang Gu?" he inquired, sounding like a wife yearning for her husband's swift return from an outing. "I estimate I want to be back anytime soon," Zhou Yang contemplated. After assisting Ning Wang in the invasion of the enemy's upper jungle, he felt it necessary to engage with Wonder's Riven. With this thought, Zhou Yang imparted, "You have matured into an AD carry. You must learn to confront challenges in the bot lane independently." Witnessing Zhou Yang's actions on the big screen, Miller expressed his astonishment. D-Fire has begun roaming with Ning Wang quite early. However, it was not of great concern, as remaining solely in the bot lane would yield little progress. A brief excursion could prove beneficial. After all, with Jax Ezreal in the bot lane, he could reliably farm safely, and if played cautiously, the opponent would struggle to exploit him, aside from perhaps chipping away at a few layers of turret health. Should D-Fire and Ning Wang manage to accomplish their objectives, then even if a few layers of turret health were lost in the bot lane, it would be deemed acceptable, accompanied by Miller's analysis. Zhou Yang and Ning Wang made their way to the upper jungle of G2. With no resources to farm in the lower lane, Yankos was compelled to venture to the top lane. As he diligently farmed, he suddenly noticed the ominous mark of Pyke lurking nearby, accompanied by an unsettling sound. Hadn't this Pyke returned to base? Why hadn't he gone directly back to the lower lane? Before he could ponder further, Ning Wang, controlling Jarvan 4, executed a swift EQ combo that pierced through the wall. "Here comes the little flying stick." Yankos reacted promptly, sidestepping to evade the Jarvan IV's knockup. However, while he evaded the initial strike, he could not escape the subsequent onslaught. Zhou Yang had long been prepared, and at the moment Yankos repositioned, Pyke unleashed his Q ability decisively, immediately following up with his E skill to stun him in place. Once they had incapacitated the excavator, Zhou Yang and Ning Wang, the jungler and support duo, wasted no time and unleashed a flurry of attacks upon him. Poor Yankos, having just finished farming the frogs, hadn't even made it to the 3 wolves before he was left with little health. Though Zhou Yang and Ning Wang failed to secure the kill as Yankos managed to escape, the excavator was left with scant health, forcing him to retreat home. Chapter 45. At the crucial moment, as Shui steps forward once again, Yankos' Rek'Sai found itself devoid of power and was compelled to retreat, fearing an ambush by Ning Wang and Zhou Yang that could lead to its swift demise. Consequently, Wonder, stationed in the top lane, found himself in a state of bewilderment. Hadn't they just executed a successful gank at level 2? Why was the support roaming so early? At that moment, the Shy Kennen was pushing a significant wave towards the turret, while IG's jungle and support had already positioned themselves to block the path. Simultaneously, upon noticing Zhou Yang's presence in the top lane, G2 South bot lane duo was equally perplexed. When did Pyke venture to the top lane? Was he supposed to be in the bot lane? It turned out that after a Shui arrived in the bot lane, emboldened by his E and flash, he stepped forward to secure last hits before the minion wave reached. This created an illusion for G2 South bot lane duo, leading them to believe that Pyke was lurking nearby, perhaps concealed in the grass, poised to capitalize on an opportunity for a hook. After all, under normal circumstances, an AD carry would never dare to approach the minions alone. However, upon witnessing Zhou Yang's Pyke in the top lane, they suddenly realized they had been outmaneuvered. The enemy Ezreal had been feigning presence. A profound sense of humiliation washed over G2 South bot lane duo, akin to being intellectually outclassed. And support Titan hurriedly advanced to pressure the position, aiming to deny Shui the chance to claim too many minions and experience. Shui, noticing the enemy's realization, chuckled softly. He was too greedy and promptly directed Ezreal to withdraw, content with the gains already made. In the top lane, Wunder faced a critical decision: either wait for the Shy's Kennen to push the wave and risk being tower doved by 3 opponents, or take a bold gamble and engage. Allowing the minion wave to reach the turret would almost certainly result in his demise, whereas engaging could offer a chance of survival, and most importantly, allow him to secure a few additional minions instead of losing them all. Ningguang and D-Fire obstructed the escape route of the Fiora, preventing her from fleeing while they awaited the Shy to push the wave forward, allowing the 3 to execute a tower dive. Meanwhile, Yankos had just returned to base to recover, and Cap's Rise, having been previously caught out, had used his teleport to return to lane, leaving him unable to provide assistance. However, it seemed Wunder was not inclined to sit idly by. He intended to capitalize on the moment before the minion wave reached the turret to engage. Miller remarked. On the big screen, Wunder sought to utilize Fiora's Q skill to secure as many low-health minions as possible. In his mind, under the certainty of impending death and with his teleport still on cooldown, every minion he could claim was a small victory. As he unleashed his Q, he harbored thoughts of vengeance, concealing his E in hopes of stunning Kennen, contemplating whether he could achieve a counterkill. If he could manage to eliminate an opponent under such circumstances, it would surely merit recognition among the top plays of MSI. Observing the erratic movements of Fiora before him, the Shy couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Fiora was a champion with which he was well acquainted, especially since the team's lucky charm, Duke, was the proud owner of Fiora's championship skin. Thus, the moment Wunder made a move, he discerned the intentions of his opponent. He adeptly maneuvered Kennen to evade the blade of the dual-edged sword wielded by his adversary, while simultaneously unleashing a well-timed Q ability that accurately anticipated the foe's trajectory. Striking true. At this juncture, Ning also grasped Wunder's strategy. He and Zhou Yang, like mythical figures crossing the sea, showcased their unique talents, bravely absorbing the tower's attacks as they rushed to provide support. In a 3-on-1 scenario, an unexpected outcome was unlikely. However, despite Wunder ultimately falling in battle, he had managed to consume a significant portion of the minion wave, leaving only a scant few behind, thus mitigating some of his losses. D-Fire and Ning's roaming yielded initial success, further assisting the Shy in claiming a kill. Wunder's decision was sound. He seized the opportunity to farm the wave before it reached the tower, remarked Wawa. Observing the large screen, Miller chuckled, yet even so, it remains a loss. The Shy on the top lane could have at least secured a layer of tower plating. Meanwhile, IG's bottom lane, featuring Jackie Love, was also suffering greatly. Since D-Fire revealed himself on the top lane, he had nearly lost the opportunity to gain experience. Now that the minion wave was pushed beneath the tower, G2's bottom lane, seizing the moment with Pyke absent, should be able to capture 1 or 2 layers of tower plating to slightly offset the losses incurred in the top lane. As he gazed at the minion wave beneath the tower, Shui felt an irresistible urge. After all, for an AD carry, the allure of minions can sometimes eclipse that of securing kills. Relying on his identity as an Ezreal, equipped with his E ability and Flash, he aimed to capitalize on a Q ability to claim a cannon minion that was perilously close to being devoured by the tower. However, G2's support, Tahm Kench, seemed to have anticipated his intentions, positioning himself to block the skill with decisive timing. This left Shui seething with frustration, as the cannon minion slipped away from his grasp, causing his lips to twitch in irritation. Shui sought to secure the cannon minion with his Q ability, only to be thwarted by Tahm Kench's timely intervention. Miller, who witnessed this unfold, couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, an AD carry must sometimes make small sacrifices, particularly in a team like IG that thrives on top and mid-jungle synergy. Missing out on minions was inconsequential, as long as he could gain experience. IG would undoubtedly find opportunities to restore Shui's economic standing. Watching minions fall one after another to the tower, Shui's impatience grew. He maneuvered Ezreal a couple of steps forward, eager to find a position to unleash a Q ability, just as he could no longer contain himself. Tahm Kench feigned turning away, only to swiftly hook back, ensnaring Ezreal with precision. In that fleeting moment, Api immediately commanded Kaisa to follow suit. Oh no! Jackie Love has been hooked. Miller's heart sank. It was a classic case of fearing what one dreads most. In such moments, it was crucial for the bottom lane AD carry to remain composed and survive. Yet, Miller understood Ashue's style all too well, regardless of the advantage or disadvantage. Overextending was a frequent occurrence. Had it not been for the safety net provided by the mid and top lanes, trouble could easily arise. However, this is hardly the moment to discuss such matters. In a fleeting instant, as Ashue aimed for his target, Titan's basic attack immobilized Ezreal in place, while AP promptly commanded Kaisa to unleash a torrent of damage. Ashue swiftly activated his E skill to create distance, yet he still succumbed to Titan's E skill, which slowed him down. Initially, he had hoped to conserve his flash, but now he dared not take any chances and quickly expended it. It was evident that the duo from G2 had resolved to secure a kill, relentlessly pursuing him until they struck him down before the second turret. Goodness, these two. Ashue was taken aback by the opponent's unyielding determination, unable to suppress a low expletive. Observing the fallen Ezreal, Miller slowly remarked, "To be candid, Ashue's demise in this instance was rather unwarranted. His ability to sense danger in this lane was commendable, yet he still attempted to last-hit minions. Fortunately, his flash managed to exchange for two of the opponent's flashes, so his death was not entirely in vain. However, in comparison, IG finds itself at a slight disadvantage. Despite securing a kill, the Shy's Kennen only managed to claim a sliver of turret plating, while G2's bottom lane could at least seize 2 layers. Chapter 46, Shadows Beneath the Light, G2's counterattack. As the fallen Easy lay lifeless, the live stream's barrage erupted into a frenzy. Incredible! Ice. The Ice Emperor never ceases to amaze me, consistently stepping up in crucial moments to deliver a decisive blow. I cannot fathom his bravado before the Titan, now. It has come to pass. His life is lost, and the tower's health must dwindle as well. The execution of his cue by the dazzling dancer was indeed remarkable. To ensnare such a colossal hook from the Titan is no small feat. Yet, it must be acknowledged that his prowess in landing cue has always been commendable. At last, Rookie had the opportunity to avenge the mockery he endured in the previous 2 matches at the hands of Ashue, seizing the moment to taunt. "Jack, do not falter. For this time I will carry you." Ashue smirked, surprised that his companion could land such precise hooks, and noted that both of them had burned their flashes in a fervent attempt to secure a kill. "Fear not, I shall ensure your revenge shortly." Zhou Yang chuckled, offering reassurance. He swiftly commanded Pyke to return to base, joining Ashue as they readied for action. Meanwhile, Ning Wang, after clearing a circuit of jungle camps, returned to base to replenish his gear before setting off to claim the dragon. By this time, both bot laners had reached level 6. The first dragon was a fire dragon, a boon for IG's composition that thrived on aggression, enhancing their strength significantly. Moreover, with both Kaisa and the Titan having expended their flashes, the moment to seize the dragon could not be more opportune. Upon realizing IG's intentions, the G2 players gradually approached. Ning Wang arrived at the bot lane, eager to engage the dragon. However, I believe that if G2 were to act rationally, they ought to forego this team fight and concede the dragon. After all, the 2 champions in the bot lane lacked flashes, and an all-out clash could lead to their downfall. Just as Wawa articulated this thought, a teleport illuminated the depths of IG's bottom jungle. Miller, observing the situation, remarked, "It seems G2 is not inclined to concede. They are eager to fight." Wunder even executed a daring maneuver, stealthily entering the upper lane brush before promptly teleporting to the bot lane. The Shy's Kennen, controlling the lane, appeared oblivious to the opposing teleport. He presumed that the Blade Dancer was merely lurking in the brush to absorb experience. Upon his arrival, Wunder swiftly deployed a True Sight ward, exhaling a sigh of relief upon confirming that no IG vision lingered nearby. In the previous match, Kennen's teleport had been intended for an ambush, only to result in a counter-encirclement from the enemy. Such a grave error must not be repeated. Witnessing G2's apparent determination to contest the dragon, Zhou Yang and his companions, despite their confusion, urged the Shy to teleport without delay. With Kaisa and the Titan lacking flashes, and Kennen possessing his, complemented by the initiation potential of Jarvan and Galio, victory in the ensuing skirmish seemed assured. Heeding the call, the Shy complied, maneuvering Kinnan back to the tower to commence his teleport, ensuring he would not be interrupted by the Blade Dancer. Almost simultaneously with Kinnan's teleport, Wonder, utilizing the vision provided by his teammates, expertly controlled the Blade Dancer to obliterate the explosive fruit, sending it careening into the river. At this moment, the Titan and the Excavator were pressing forward against IG's position, and the sudden appearance of the Blade Dancer startled IG's members. Why was the Blade Dancer here? When had she teleported? Before Zhou Yang, Ning Wang and Rookie could ponder these questions, Wonder's Blade Dancer unleashed her ultimate, the Vanguard Blade, and charged forward. Her ultimate struck 3 individuals. Aside from Zhou Yang's pike, who evaded it with an E skill, the other 3 were hit. Observing the sudden eruption of a team battle on the big screen, Miller quickly commented, "This flank by the Blade Dancer was executed beautifully, hitting 3 with her ultimate." Seeing the success of her ultimate, Wonder finally revealed a hint of a smile. Though he had not made a significant impact with his Blade Dancer despite securing first blood and lacking substantial lane pressure, it was essential to note that he was up against the Shy, who was even more dominant in lane. Not gaining an advantage in lane did not signify poor performance on his part. With his ultimate landing on 3 opponents, he swiftly controlled the Blade Dancer and activated her Q skill. During the release of the Q skill, the twin blades stunned 2 more individuals. Simultaneously, G2's support Titan ensnared Rookie's Galio, who had been slowed and stunned, and followed up with his ultimate on Ashue's Ezreal. Although Ashue promptly used his E to escape, Titan's ultimate still managed to catch him. Titan's deep sea impact unleashed a shockwave from underground, launching any heroes in its path. Per Ning Wang, who had just regained consciousness from the Blade Dancer's twin blade stun, was once again sent flying by Titan's ultimate. In that instant, AP and Caps hurriedly advanced to provide damage. Even though Caps was taken down once, the 80 damage reached its peak at that moment. Demacia. Ning Wang landed and immediately activated his ultimate, attempting to catch 2 opponents, followed by an EQ combo to escape. However, after his ultimate landed, he was immobilized by Caps' rise. Additionally, the Excavator used his E skill to push the Prince into the confines of his ultimate, sending him flying once more. Per Ning Wang never even had the chance to unleash his EQ combo, falling victim to being taken down by Kaisa. Seeing Ning Wang control to death, Zhou Yang was helpless to save him. With their jungler fallen, IG realized that the dragon was now unattainable. Initially, they could have contested it, but the Blade Dancer's appearance had been too enigmatic, leading to a favorable engagement for them. Consequently, Rookie had no choice but to retreat quickly, but as he fled, he was struck by AP's Kai'Sa's W skill. In the next moment, Kai'Sa transformed into a streak of purple meteor, flying to the side of Galio. Having already sustained damage from the Blade Dancer and Rise, Rookie's health was dwindling, and seeing the incoming Kai'Sa, he could only flash away in desperation. In the front line, Ashue's Ezreal maneuvered swiftly. Although Titan's ultimate had locked him down, he remained safe due to the considerable distance from G2's other members. At that moment, the shyest Kinnan teleported in, yet within the brief span of his arrival, the once proactive IG found themselves in a precarious predicament. With their jungle eliminated and their mid laner forced to flash away, the tides of battle had decisively turned. IG had been rather careless in this instance. Observing G2, who chose not to pursue and instead began to secure the dragon, the player known as Wawa couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. However, one must acknowledge that Wonder's adept maneuvering in the shadows truly caught IG off guard. Initially, they presumed he was merely lurking in the brush to gain experience, only to discover he had teleported to the bottom lane. Moreover, his ultimate was executed splendidly, striking 3 opponents and inflicting considerable damage. Given that IG's jungler had already fallen, it seemed inevitable that they would opt to concede the dragon. As Miller voiced this thought, uncertainty lingered within him, for he was all too familiar with IG's unpredictable nature. Sure enough, scarcely had he finished speaking when the large screen revealed Zhou Yang Pike, the shyest Kinnan, and Jackie Love Ezreal advancing toward the dragon pit. Chapter 47, 3 against 5, I desire both the heads and the dragon. Indeed, IG remains quintessentially IG. While they may not secure the dragon, their thirst for battle persists. The player, known as Wawa, displayed an expression of knowing this outcome would unfold, his gaze fixated intently on the grand screen. At this juncture, G2 had commenced their assault on the dragon, which had been awakened and was unleashing fiery breath. Shui, relying on his E ability, harassed the enemy Ezreal from the flanks with his Q skill. First, they would strike the dragon, then eliminate their foes. Observing Shui's unwavering stance, G2 swiftly arrived at a decision. Meanwhile, the Shy maneuvered from behind, undetected by G2, with both flash and ultimate at his disposal. Miller remarked, just as the dragon neared the smite threshold. Above the dragon pit, the Shy commanded Kennen to strike the explosive fruit, propelling himself into the dragon pit, promptly activating his E skill, followed by a flash to dive in. The ultimate, Storm's Prison, was unleashed, electrifying both the dragon and the enemies. Simultaneously, Shui directed Ezreal's ultimate into the dragon pit. The Shy's ultimate proved effective, shocking 3 adversaries. The excavator had no choice but to expend his smite to regain health and avoid being obliterated, while Jack's ultimate was also commendable. Yet, the damage still fell short. Ezreal could not enter, being obstructed by Kaisa. At that moment, the previously inert Zhou Yang finally made his entrance. He activated W to approach, launching his skill directly at Yanko's excavator. His ultimate not only vanquished the opposing jungler but also seized the fire dragon. D-Fire entered the fray, my word. One ultimate felled the enemy jungler and secured the dragon. Moreover, the Shy remained unscathed, still dishing out damage. Wawa's voice brimmed with excitement. Goodness. D-God is showcasing his prowess. Yanko's must have been on the brink of tears, having just witnessed his dragon stolen by Karma in the last match. He found himself robbed again by Pyke. Brothers, a new generation of Dragonborn has emerged. Regarding this Pyke, truth be told, he is merely a few thousand times superior to myself, nothing to boast about. In the very moment Zhou Yang dispatched the excavator, he exhibited no hesitation, immediately employing Pyke's E skill to create distance and avoid being ensnared by Rise, simultaneously stunning Wunder's Fiora. Following the stun, he swiftly retaliated with Q, reeling Fiora closer while inflicting additional damage, and then his ultimate refreshed, striking once more. As Pyke soared high, Wunder, who had already endured damage from Kennen's and Ezreal's ultimates, succumbed to the onslaught, falling victim to a double kill. Double kill. D-Fire's Pyke achieved a double kill. Could he continue the pursuit? Miller was filled with exhilaration. IG remains the same IG, 3 against 5. And they had felled 2 of their opponents. Whether they could chase further remained uncertain, yet D-Fire's ultimate was ready to refresh once again. As they witnessed their top laner and jungler fall, and the dragon snatched away by the opposing team, the remaining trio of G2 felt an overwhelming sense of despair. After finally seizing an opportunity to eliminate the enemy jungler and forcing their mid laner to retreat, they were unexpectedly defeated in the ensuing team fight. Retreat. Retreat. Caps urgently signaled to the 2 players in the bot lane, although it appeared that G2 had traded 2 for 1. The actual economic exchange was a devastating one for 4. Losing another member to the enemy would be an unbearable blow. At that moment, Shui, controlling Ezreal, aggressively charged forward, intent on making G2's retreat anything but easy. Not one to tolerate such audacity, Thresh swiftly countered with a hook, followed by a basic attack that pinned Ezreal in place. With the combined damage from Kaisa and Rise, they swiftly eliminated Shui. This unexpected turn of events left the viewers in the live stream utterly bewildered, their comments flooding the screen. Is Iceicely sinning again? Indeed. It seemed that Shui never forgot to maintain his persona as a player who consistently sought to engage. Brothers, there's a mole among us. To speak candidly, without boasting, I could have executed that maneuver with ease. If it were any other AD carry, I would have unleashed a barrage of criticism, but with Ice Emperor, it was a different story. Meanwhile, the commentators observed the unfolding scene, shaking their heads, realizing that the opportunity to pursue had slipped away. Currently, the Shy's Kennen had exhausted his abilities, and without sustained damage output, IG struggled to diminish the enemy's health, preventing D-Fire from refreshing Pyke's ultimate. Nonetheless, securing a kill with Pyke's ultimate was quite advantageous, essentially equating to 2 kills. Most importantly, the dragon had been seized by D-Fire, a most gratifying outcome, as Miller noted. If only Easy hadn't been so impulsive and had played a bit more cautiously, it could have been different. Yet, it matters not. for IG still profited from this engagement. Through this skirmish, it was evident that G2 had begun to grasp the terrifying nature of IG's composition, Ezreal's long-range poke, Kenan's entry to deal damage, and Pyke's role as the finisher. Though the kills may have primarily accrued to Pyke, the mechanics of his ultimate also provided economic benefits to Kenan and Ezreal. It is worth noting that this occurred in the absence of Prince, who had been eliminated early. Had he been present and Rookie not forced to retreat, G2's members would likely have been obliterated in an instant. With the victory in the team fight and the dragon captured, the IG team was rife with exuberance in their voice chat. If it weren't for me baiting out all your skills, could you have handled a 3 versus 5? Ning laughed heartily. Indeed, had we not tricked you into using so many abilities, you wouldn't have had such a glorious moment. Rookie chimed in, while Zhou Yang humorously added, All right. All the credit goes to you too. I shall not contest. Ashue remained silent, his mind incessantly pondering a singular question. How on earth could he evade the colossal hook of the Titan? Beside him, the Shy listened to his teammate's voice without uttering a word, merely stifling a chuckle to himself. This bashful demeanor was hardly reminiscent of the fierce individual who had just controlled Kenan to eliminate the explosive fruit, flashing into the fray with unyielding aggression. Simultaneously, an astonishing scene unfolded on the G2 side. Once they ventured out from the jungle, the team discovered that each member had purchased Mercury treads, a clear indication of their strategic intent. With the dragon already claimed, both teams naturally redirected their focus towards the imminent respawn of the Rift Herald. Zhou Yang and the Titan opted to leave their AD carry to fend for himself as they ventured to the top lane to establish vision. Although IG currently held a favorable position, boasting superior equipment, this advantage was primarily evident in Zhou Yang's Pyke and Theshi's Kenan. As the Rift Herald re-emerged, Kenan's flash was still on cooldown. Consequently, G2 was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. They prepared to capitalize on the moment when Kenan's flash would still be uncharged, intent on seizing the Rift Herald. With the dragon already snatched away, losing the Herald would likely plunge the situation into a state of passivity once more. G2 was resolute in contesting the Rift Herald against IG. Chapter 48. The Vanguard Corps, the Ambush, the Shy. Observing the movements of both teams on the large screen, Miller leisurely began to speak. Both support champions had arrived at the top lane, as the Rift Herald was about to respawn. Judging by G2's demeanor, they appeared unwilling to concede it. Ryze had already returned to base to replenish his items, and after both AD carries cleared the wave, they were likely to converge on the battlefield. It seemed they intended to capitalize on the fact that Theshi's Kenan had not yet cooled down his flash ability, aiming to engage IG at this opportune moment. After all, Kenan heavily relies on flash for initiation, and with it currently unavailable, this presented a favorable opportunity for them. As Miller continued his analysis, the two supports, stationed in the river, encountered one another. Upon sighting the opposing Titan, Zhou Yang promptly signaled a thumbs up with his Pyke. Facing the Pyke, G2's support Titan felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. With their jungler nearby, he initiated a hook with Titan, determined to reel in this insufferable foe for a swift retaliation. Although he knew that even if he succeeded in hooking him, a kill was unlikely, venting his frustration was still a worthwhile endeavor. Having learned from previous experiences in the bot lane, Titan made a hook without any predictions, simply lunging directly at Pyke. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhou Yang adeptly dodged the Titan's hook with ease. After evading the attack, Zhou Yang made Pyke twitch in place, not for any particular reason, but merely to entertain the audience. This moment, quite fortuitously, was captured by the director. Witnessing the twitching Pyke on screen, Miller could not help but chuckle, remarking that after years of commentary, this was the first time he had encountered a support with such a keen sense of the camera. Titan found himself in a most uncomfortable position. In the jungle, encountering Pyke was a daunting challenge, as this champion was exceedingly elusive, making him difficult to target. Not only was Miller lamenting, but the live chat was equally vocal. I am utterly dying of laughter. Why does every hero in D's hands seem insufferably annoying? Could it be that it's not the champion, but rather D himself, who has the issue? D-Fire appeared quite refined, yet when engaged in gameplay, he seemed transformed into a different persona. In the past, this would have undoubtedly marked him as a quintessential refined rogue. Nevertheless, he was undeniably charming. Having missed yet another hook, G2's support took a deep breath. This was not the first time he had failed to snag Pike. Earlier in the bot lane, every time he had predicted a hook, the opponent had remained stationary. Now, having abandoned predictions, this pesky opponent suddenly began to move. Watching the twitching Pike, a smirk involuntarily crept across his lips. This individual truly had a knack for unsettling one's mindset. However, he remained unfazed. For their jungler, Jankos was already maneuvering the excavator from the jungle to flank the enemy. D-Fire needed to be cautious, as the opposing jungler's excavator was approaching from behind. With the vision provided by Thresh, Jankos maneuvered the excavator from the upper jungle, precisely burrowing beneath the feet of Pike. Shortly after, his W ability erupted from the ground, launching Pike into the air. However, the predicament lay in the fact that Thresh was positioned somewhat distantly, and lacking his Q ability, he was unable to promptly follow up with a combination of passive and ultimate control. This lapse afforded Zhou Yang a moment of reaction. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the excavator, he felt a jolt of surprise. Oh, I see now why Thresh lingered after missing his hook. He was waiting for me all along. Swiftly, he commanded Pike to utilize his E ability to establish distance while simultaneously activating his W ability to enter stealth, hastily vanishing from sight. As Pike disappeared in the blink of an eye, Jankos found himself at a loss, resorting to scanning the area to eliminate the vision Zhou Yang had just placed. At this juncture, the rest of both teams began to converge. The Rift Herald was a coveted prize for IG, as they sought to seize control of the game's tempo. Likewise, G2 was intent on denying them this opportunity. The Rift Herald held significant importance for them as well. If secured, they could leverage it to demolish IG's mid-turret, thereby liberating Cap's Rise to collaborate with the jungler, seeking opportunities to make impactful plays. Neither side was willing to relent, leading to a tense standoff in the river. At this moment, all members of G2 possessed their flash abilities, while the only player on IG without one was the shy Kennen. I sensed that if a skirmish were to ensue, IG's odds would not be favorable, remarked Miller. Without flash, Kennen struggles to threaten the enemy carries. He must rely on the assistance of Prince's ultimate. However, G2's members all have flash available, even if Ning's Prince executes his ultimate perfectly. He can still create distance when Kennen attempts to engage, added Wawa with a sigh. Crucially, Kennen is currently lacking optimal entry points, as they are all under G2's watchful eyes. Nonetheless, both AD carries have yet to arrive, so there is a moment to spare. Meanwhile, the shy Kennen was stealthily maneuvering from the Dragon Pit towards the upper lane's Tribrush, preparing to flank the enemy. He intended for Ning's Prince to collaborate with Rookie's Galio to pressure G2's members backward, allowing him to initiate his ultimate at just the right moment. Yet, just as the shy emerged from the Tribrush, poised to sneak into the river, a blade dancer suddenly sprang forth. It turned out that Wunder, having perceived the absence of the shy Kennen on the front line, had grown wary and remained vigilant. With only the rear lacking vision, he chose to lie in wait. And indeed, his caution bore fruit. Oh no, the shy Kennen is attempting to flank, but he has been caught by Wunder's blade dancer, exclaimed Miller. Almost instantaneously upon spotting the blade dancer, the shy activated Kennen's E ability to retreat, unwilling to squander his ultimate on a single foe. Let us set aside the fact that the blade dancer wields a mercury treads and possesses a small demon blade, rendering the outcome uncertain. Even if she were to eliminate her adversary, if such a decisive blow were solely bestowed upon her, how would the other members of G2 contend with the situation? Therefore, the shy promptly retreated, seeking a renewed opportunity to engage. However, Wunder had already concealed himself in the brush, executing a sudden E ability that caught the shy off guard, leaving him ensnared by the blade dancer's twin blades. In that fleeting moment of immobilization, Wunder seized control of the blade dancer and launched a Q ability towards him. His intentions were straightforward. Even if he could not secure the kill, he aimed to diminish the shy's health, ensuring that when he eventually engaged, he could swiftly eliminate him. Alas, the shy had fallen victim to the blade dancer's stun. With a tone of regret, the commentator lamented, "What a pity for the shy." Almost simultaneously, the Titan acted with remarkable decisiveness, flashing in with a hook that ensnared the helpless Kennen, who had no means of evasion. Following the initial control, he unleashed basic attacks upon Kenan, rendering him immobilized once more. Confronted with a Kenan who had no flash available, G2's support spared no effort in utilizing his abilities, swiftly transitioning from basic attacks into his ultimate. Recognizing his inescapable fate, the Shy could only unleash his own ultimate ability, striving to inflict as much damage as possible in his final moments, hoping to provide a semblance of assistance to his teammates before his demise. Chapter 49. As long as the skin does not perish, let us skin to the death. G2 exhibited remarkable decisiveness. The Blade Dancer ensnared Kenan with her dual blades, while Thresh swiftly flashed into Hook, subsequently unleashing his ultimate ability. The Shy found himself compelled to control Kenan, forcing him to activate his own ultimate. Miller lamented that if the Shy had remained unnoticed during this engagement, waiting for Jarvan and Galio to repel G2's forces, his control over Kenan's emergence would have undoubtedly culminated in a flawless outcome. Alas, G2 is not oblivious. They recognized that IG's entire damage output hinged upon Kenan, prompting them to dispatch Wunder's Blade Dancer for a dedicated defense. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the concentrated assault on Kenan and the imminent arrival of two ultimates, Ning, embodying the archetype of a reckless warrior, acted without hesitation and charged in with Jarvan's EQ combo. Demacia, exclaimed Xiaohu, observing Ning's initiation aimed at obstructing G2's reinforcements. A colossal dragon strike followed by his ultimate ensnared three adversaries. After Ning's EQ combo and ultimate were executed, Rookie quickly commanded Galio to deploy his own ultimate, aspiring to deliver a devastating combo. Meanwhile, Ashue adeptly maneuvered Ezreal, unleashing his ultimate and dashing forward to follow up with damage. Yet G2 remained composed. The trio functioned like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique prowess. After landing a couple of hits on Ning, Aphelios utilized Kai'Sa's ultimate to seamlessly evade Jarvan's, while Caps's rise flashed without a moment's hesitation. The only one caught within the range of the ultimate was Jankos, who cleverly employed the Excavator's ultimate to sidestep the knock-up effect of Galio's heroic entrance. Consequently, when Galio's ultimate descended, the three individuals ensnared by Ning's Jarvan effortlessly escaped, evading Rookie's knock-up control. To be frank, IG's Ning had somewhat overcommit. At this juncture, Kenan was incapable of inflicting any damage. Moreover, both G2's central and bottom carries possessed their flashes, rendering Jarvan's initiation somewhat desperate. Miller, observing the unfolding events on the large screen, had a foreboding sense that trouble was brewing. However, the nature of IG's team was such that distinctions between advantages and disadvantages were negligible. Whenever an opportunity arose, they would seize it. At this moment, Kenan's ultimate had concluded. Despite its high damage potential, it fell short of the capacity to eliminate adversaries in one fell swoop. Especially considering that Wunder's Blade Dancer boasted not only Mercury treads, but also a Hex Drinker. Without a flash, and with his ultimate expired, he was ultimately subdued by the combined efforts of the Blade Dancer and Thresh. In the front line, Caps flashed out of Jarvan's ultimate, deftly avoiding Galio's as he pivoted to counterattack, collaborating with Jankos' Excavator to reduce Ning's Jarvan to a sliver of health. With no other recourse, Ning was compelled to expend his flash to create distance. Jarvan, fleeing in a state of panic, left Rookie's Galio isolated and vulnerable after taking a barrage from Kai'Sa. He too hastily activated his E-ability to escape. In a decisive moment, Ashue skillfully controlled Ezreal, poised to flash forward and inflict damage. However, upon noticing that both of his teammates had been forced back and that Kenan had already fallen, he promptly retreated. Though Ashue occasionally exhibits impulsive behavior, it does not imply a lack of situational awareness. With Kenan down and the jungler barely escaping with a flash, it would be reckless for an AD to advance further, as it would merely equate to handing over a kill. Fortunately, Ningguang's withdrawal was timely. Miller, observing IG's decision to forego fighting for the Rift Herald, sighed with relief. Losing the Rift Herald along with a few kills would have been excessively detrimental. In truth, this skirmish should not have occurred. The opponents still had their summoner spells available while Kenan lacked his flash, making it difficult to deal substantial damage in a confrontation. IG's composition relies heavily on the Shy's Kenan to inflict damage, thereby granting D-Fire and Jackie Love the opportunity to capitalize on the situation. Meanwhile, D-Fire seemed intent on pursuing the weakened Titan. As the astonished voice of Wawa echoed, the screen revealed Zhou Yang controlling Pike, activating his W skill to enter stealth and approach the Baron Pit. Previously, Titan had endured a full combo from Kinnan. Although he survived, his health was critically low. To make matters worse, Titan had also been grazed by Ashue's Ezreal ultimate, placing him firmly within Zhou Yang's kill threshold. Despite his teammates retreating, Zhou Yang felt an inexplicable urge to secure a kill. With Pike's agility and a flash at his disposal, he was determined to take a chance. "Be careful, Yanggu," Ashue cautioned, recognizing Zhou Yang's intentions. "No worries, I won't die," Zhou Yang replied, a statement grounded in truth. With E and flash available, it was indeed challenging for Pike to fall. On the other side, G2 members noted Pike's stealth, causing a moment of apprehension as they caught sight of his mark beneath them. Yankos glanced at his smite, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Having previously lost the dragon to Pike's ultimate, he was resolute in not allowing the opponent to snatch the Rift Herald as well. If that were to happen, it might very well signal the end of his professional career. What use would there be in continuing as a jungler? Perhaps he might as well raise pigs instead. The rest of the team felt relatively calm, but Titan was increasingly aware of his precarious situation. He understood that he was the prime target, as he possessed the lowest health among the five. With his flash already used, he had no skills left to evade an attack. Yet he refused to resign himself so easily. Maneuvering Titan closer to Cap's rise, he hoped that if Pike truly intended to eliminate him, his teammates might be able to retaliate. After all, that Pike had quietly accumulated 4 kills, while Titan was merely a support. Trading a low-value support for a high-value opponent was certainly not a losing proposition. With this thought, G2's support was engulfed in a sense of bittersweet resignation. Why must one endure relentless toil as a mere cog in the machine while another, through mere assistance, ascends to the role of a pivotal team member? This is patently unjust. As the cooldown of the W ability was about to conclude, Zhou Yang swiftly unleashed a decisive ultimate to eliminate Pike. Titan attempted to evade through strategic positioning, yet regrettably, he could not escape. D-Fire executed a precise ultimate that struck down Titan, but alas, due to the prolonged duration, the others were unable to reap the bounty, as Miller remarked. Simultaneously, as D-Fire launched his attack, he found himself ensnared by Ryze's immobilizing spell. In that instant when Caps confined Pike, G2 unleashed their skills in a flurry. There was no escaping the fact that nearly every member of G2 had suffered at the hands of Zhou Yang, and they were eager to see him utterly vanquished. However, Zhou Yang had already utilized his E ability to gain some distance, complemented by his purchase of Mercury's treads to mitigate the risk of being controlled to death. Consequently, Wonder's Katarina failed to land the necessary crowd control, allowing Zhou Yang to flash to safety. Yet, this was not the end. Instead of fleeing immediately, he lingered at the safe edge, offering a cheeky thumbs up to his adversaries. Chapter 50. Wait a moment. Where's my AD? Fortunately, D-Fire had crafted his Mercury shoes early on and possessed a flash. Otherwise, the outcome of that encounter could have been dire, possibly leading to his replacement. Observing Zhou Yang's narrow escape, he stood his ground instead, even managing to display an expression, prompting a chuckle from Miller. It seemed D-Fire had a remarkable sense of the camera, as if he were aware the director was focusing on him. With that, both teams had effectively exchanged support for top lane. However, due to the comprehensive summoner spells on the G2 side, they executed a splendid team fight, allowing them to secure the Rift Herald with ease. Dola remarked that the enemy's acquisition of the Herald would indeed have a considerable impact on IG. Nevertheless, that previous skirmish was unavoidable. Theshi's Kennen was apprehended first, rendering him unable to enter the fray and inflict damage, thus failing to create a harvesting opportunity for the duo in the bot lane. Without Zhou Yang's interference, Yankos confidently secured the Rift Herald. Afterward, Caps returned to the mid lane. Initially, he intended to head home post-team fight, but upon realizing he was slightly short on gold, he decided to farm a wave in the mid lane before returning. Just as he pushed the wave and prepared to recall, he noticed a mark indicating Pike was lurking nearby. Simultaneously, a wolf head symbol appeared above his head. To his surprise, The half-health Galio opted not to return home, instead utilizing the wolf head's speed boost to rush towards him. In that instant, Caps recognized he was once again being targeted. Before he could react, Zhou Yang's pike emerged from behind, swiftly closing in with any ability. Although D-Fire's pike's E was evaded by Caps's maneuvering with Rise, Rookie's Galio surged forward with remarkable speed. Rise attempted to counter Galio with a stun in a bid to escape, but Pike's Q's skill ensnared him, pulling him back. Miller commented on Caps's predicament as he had already expended his flash. Thus, upon being hooked by Pike's Q, he realized he was trapped between the two rogues, Galio and Pike, with no escape in sight. Resigned, he hurriedly sought to inflict as much damage as possible before his demise. Following Rookie's taunt on Caps's Rise, the duo successfully claimed the kill. Caps had unwittingly provided an opportunity. It seemed he was merely a fraction of gold short, attempting to push one more wave before retreating. Little did he know that Rookie and D-Fire had not returned home either, and they swiftly apprehended him in the mid lane. Consequently, Rise's death would significantly delay G2's momentum with the Rift Herald push. One cannot deny that D-Fire's roaming as Pike had been quite successful, having aided Rookie in eliminating Rise on 2 occasions in the mid lane and even assisting the Shy in claiming a kill in the top lane, as noted by Miller. Following the takedown of Caps's Rise, Zhou Yang promptly returned to base. As Ashui neared the bottom lane, one could hardly fathom how a support could abandon his ADC beneath the tower. Was this even humane? Observing as Ashui hesitated to approach, paralyzed by the absence of vision and the looming threat of Titan S-Hook, Zhou Yang hastily called out, "Water brother, wait for me. I'm on my way." Had he finally remembered that he had an ADC down there? Upon hearing this, the neglected Ashui replied, "Don't worry, my friend. I usually don't find myself in peril. What about the unusual circumstances?" Zhou Yang casually inquired on his way to the bottom lane. "In those cases, it may be uncertain. It depends on my positioning," came the response. "You can spare us the display of your position when receiving QS," Ningguang jested. "Agreed," Rookie chimed in. While the group engaged in lighthearted banter, G2 was preparing to exploit the hard-earned Rift Herald to carve a gap in IG's defenses. Initially, Yankos intended to deploy the Rift Herald in the mid lane, aiming to dismantle the first tower and liberate Rise. Unfortunately, Caps had squandered an opportunity in the mid lane. Waiting for Rise to return would be a fruitless endeavor. So he had no choice but to place the Herald in the bottom lane to help Kaisa thrive. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang's pike had returned to the lane, and with the presence of a support, Ashui finally felt emboldened to farm minions. Unbeknownst to him, however, Yanko's Rek'Sai was lurking in the brush, scanning for the perfect moment to strike. G2's jungler, Yankos, was intent on making a move in the bottom lane. He had cleverly positioned himself out of sight, and the brush bore no vision from IG. With flash available, he could instantly engage with Titan's hook, and paired with Kaisa's damage, he could eliminate Ashui in an instant. This play hinged on the instincts of IG's duo in the bottom lane. Miller anxiously monitored their movements. Given that G2 had secured the Rift Herald, it was inevitable they would act before the 14-minute mark. The mid lane had just respawned after a kill, and IG's south top lane was notorious for the frequent appearances of junglers within 3 steps, coupled with the unpredictable control of the Blade Dancer. Capturing an opponent was not guaranteed. Thus, G2 had a high likelihood of targeting the bottom lane. Just focus on farming, Wawa advised. If Yankos decides to make a move, the most damage the bottom tower could sustain would be from the Rift Herald's charge. If we falter, however, we may well lose the tower. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on the OB screen. In the bottom lane, G2 support Titan remained ever vigilant, tracking Ashui's movements. After dodging a hook due to Zhou Yang's erratic positioning, Titan's confidence began to waver. Had Ashui not been caught twice at critical moments, Titan would likely have been relegated from his champion pool for good. At that moment, a cannon minion stood before Ashui, momentarily easing his vigilance. In the brush, Yankos remained fixated on Ashui. If he took just 2 steps forward, he would have the perfect opportunity to E in and initiate the attack. At last, as the minion waves advanced, Ashui cautiously maneuvered his Ezreal forward. In that fleeting moment, Yankos, hidden in the brush, sprang into action. He commanded his excavator to burrow forth, The sudden emergence of the opposing jungler from the undergrowth startled Ashue immensely. Yanko struck. Yet Jack's swift reflexes allowed him to evade with an immediate E-movement. However, it was evident that the adversary was resolutely intent on securing a kill. Launching a decisive flash to topple Ezreal, Miller swiftly elucidated the unfolding events. Seizing the opportunity while the excavator sent Ezreal soaring, Thresh executed a precise hook, establishing control. The excavator's damage was already formidable, and with the supplementary assault from AP's Kaisa, Ashue's Ezreal was dispatched before even touching the ground. My goodness. Staring at the screen that had turned gray in an instant, Ashue was left in disbelief. Despite all precautions taken, he had ultimately failed to anticipate this outcome. Zhou Yang, upon hearing the kill notification, was momentarily taken aback. Wait, where's my AD? I merely ventured forth to establish some vision. How could such a significant AD vanish in an instant? Chapter 51, The Hero's Emergence? Buy one, get one free. Witnessing the swift demise of Ashue, Miller let out a deep sigh. It seemed highly probable that G2 would set their sights on the bottom lane, given the lack of lane control in both mid and top. However, from our vantage point as spectators, we possess a more comprehensive understanding of the unfolding events. Even Jack's flamboyant maneuvers likely failed to anticipate the rapid arrival of the enemy jungler, with Ashue falling victim to concentrated fire. The fate of the bottom lane turret appeared bleak. Wawa interjected, noting that the top lane was not idle either. You target my brother, I shall retaliate against yours. The camera swiftly transitioned to the top lane, where Wunder attempted to flee but was cornered by Ning's Prince. Ultimately, with Ning tanking the turret and aided by Rookie's Galio control along with the Shy's Kennan's damage, the trio forcefully eliminated Wunder's Kiana. By the time Caps, controlling Rise, arrived to provide support, the scene was already devoid of life. Faced with the lifeless form of Kiana, he could do nothing but mournfully farm the lane. Simultaneously, after dispatching Ashue, Yankos unleashed the Rift Herald in the bottom lane, coordinating with Thresh's explosive damage to effortlessly dismantle the turret. Oh my, exclaimed Ashue, as he watched the bottom lane turret crumble. Taking a deep breath, he reassured, it's merely a defensive structure. Zhou Yang smiled, let us take our time. There's no need to rush. The pressure is squarely on them, and I anticipate that Caps will inevitably falter during the mid-game. Following the destruction of the bottom lane turret, G2 swiftly shifted their focus, sending Rise to the bottom lane while the duo occupied the mid lane. Reluctantly, IG was compelled to follow suit, positioning Ashue's Ezreal in the mid to mitigate damage to their turret from Kaisa. Throughout this period, G2 relentlessly sought opportunities, leveraging their vision advantage in the bottom lane, which led to two favorable encounters and the acquisition of the second dragon. With no resources to contest, both teams entered a phase of development. Yet, given that Zhou Yang was wielding Pyke, one of the few supports capable of such cunning maneuverability, he was not content to merely shadow the AD. Instead, he circled the upper jungle of G2, persistently causing disturbances. This relentless harassment incensed G2, who were acutely aware of Pyke's presence in the jungle, yet remained unable to capture him. Particularly, G2's support was on the verge of being thoroughly vexed by Zhou Yang's antics. Just moments after establishing vision, it would be swiftly dismantled. Observing Pyke maintain a safe distance, G2's support felt powerless. If I cannot confront you, I can at least evade. However, just as he prepared to withdraw, Pyke suddenly accelerated toward him using his W skill, ensnaring Thresh with his Q ability and executing a series of agile movements. This left G2's support utterly exasperated as he watched the slippery Pyke, who turned the tables and attempted to hook back for a counterattack. Even if he could not secure a kill, it would at least serve to vent his frustrations. Unfortunately, the angle of his hook was slightly askew, resulting in a direct strike against the wall. Observing the Titan's frantic stomping and grappling at the wall, many could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of the scene. D-Fire truly excels in creating entertaining moments. Before the imposing Titan, Pyke appeared as diminutive as a mere toy. Had it not been for the hook, one might have mistaken him for a mere support character. Let us not be too harsh. After all, our stone man possesses at least half a brain to share. The Titan lamented, alas, my head suddenly aches. It feels as if my mind has been devoured. As he gazed at the large screen, Miller remarked, currently, resources are scarce. Thus, neither side can engage in combat and must focus on stable development. To be frank, if this continues, IG may find themselves at a disadvantage in the late game. Once G2 members gradually acquire their defensive items, Theshi's Kinnan will struggle to inflict explosive damage, rendering D-Fire's Pyke unable to fulfill his intended role. Not to mention, Kinnan may not secure a strong initiation. Upon hearing this, Wawa added, consequently, IG is persistently seeking opportunities. However, G2 is exceedingly cautious, as this could potentially be their final match, compelling each member to play with utmost prudence. As time elapsed, both teams, while steadily developing, continued to search for openings. G2's heightened caution, given the stakes of the final game, meant that although IG seized a few chances, none were decisive. Just as Zhou Yang intended to return home for a brief supply of vision wards, Ning Wang was ambushed in the jungle. Oh no! Ning Wang is caught in the river. Can he escape? Miller's heart sank at the thought, with the Baron about to respawn. A death at this juncture posed a significant risk of conceding it to the adversary. Having recently utilized his E-skill, Ning Wang faced several seconds of cooldown, forcing him to flash away. Yet, for G2, this presented an opportunity. Kaisa dashed forward with her skill to deal damage, but fortunately, Ning Wang's resilience allowed him to endure the onslaught. On the big screen, Ning Wang's Jarvan was being relentlessly pursued by all 5 members of G2. Thankfully, his semi-tank build, coupled with G2's reluctance to expend too many ultimates on a single Jarvan, meant he had not yet succumbed. Can he escape? Ning Wang? Rookie exclaimed, hastily making his way towards him, hoping to use his ultimate to rescue him. I can escape. My E-skill is nearly ready, Ning Wang declared, swiftly creating distance as his ability cooled down. However, he had underestimated G2's determination. Aphelios directly controlled Kaisa to flash forward, her basic attack triggering her passive, followed by a full Q skill from her, striking Jarvan. The full force of Kaisa's Q left the prince in a crumpled heap. Ning Wang attempted to escape with an EQ combo, but Aphelios' Kaisa flashed in and secured the kill. What is Rookie doing? Oh no! It seems he too may not escape, Wawa exclaimed in alarm. I am lost. Meanwhile, Ning gazed at the dimmed screen, taking a deep breath. Do not come any closer, or else the Elder Dragon will be lost. In fact, he had intended to return home, but the river crab had unexpectedly respawned. It was his greed for the river crab that had led to being caught by G2. I wish to leave, yet I have already used my ultimate. Rookie expressed his frustration. On the large screen, although the prince had already fallen, a magical circle began to materialize around him. This heralded the arrival of Galio's ultimate ability, indicating that Galio would soon descend from the heavens. Initially, G2 had thought they had secured a victory by eliminating the prince, but upon witnessing Galio's imminent arrival, a sense of exhilaration surged within them. Does this count as a buy one, get one free? G2 pondered whether they should immediately initiate the Elder Dragon after dispatching the prince. After all, taking down a single enemy before engaging the Elder Dragon could carry certain risks. However, if they were to eliminate Galio as well, the Elder Dragon would essentially be theirs for the taking. Chapter 52. The Unparalleled Quintet, the most potent combination of Kaisa. Rookie appeared somewhat anxious. In truth, Ning's position was already untenable. However, this sentiment was understandable, as the urgency to save his teammate was palpable. Miller sighed. If it were merely a case of the jungler being caught and slain, then G2, even while engaging the Baron, would have to weigh the synergy of Kinnan and Galio's entrance. Yet, should IG suffer another casualty, the scenario would shift drastically. It seemed IG was truly on the brink of despair. There was no salvation left. Wang, in a moment of exasperation, lamented. At that juncture, the voice of the Shy resonated within the IG communication channel. We can engage. I have my flash and my ultimate. To the outside world, the Shy appeared somewhat reticent during matches. This impression, however, belied the reality that the opportunities he seized were often fleeting, making effective communication with his teammates a formidable challenge. Presently, as G2 successfully eliminated Ning's prince and awaited Galio's arrival, an opportune moment had arisen. The IG Vision Ward had been positioned in the brush near the red buff, and after making his declaration, the Shy promptly activated his teleport. Astonishingly, IG intended to retaliate. Upon witnessing Kinnan teleporting from his base, Miller realized IG was not willing to sacrifice Rookie without a fight. Simultaneously, Rookie's Galio descended onto the battlefield to evade being knocked airborne by Galio. The members of G2 positioned themselves outside the range of his ultimate. Now that Galio had landed, Wonder swiftly controlled the Blade Dancer, stunning him with a dual-edged strike, followed immediately by a Q ability. Their intent was to swiftly dispatch Galio and then pivot to seize the Baron without delay. As Rookie touched down, he was instantly incapacitated. Fortunately, Galio had constructed Mercury's treads, enabling him to activate his stopwatch just in time. Otherwise, he might have been rendered helpless, Miller remarked. Yet, even under these circumstances, Rookie's Galio was still on the verge of demise. With but a sliver of health remaining, Wong interjected. As Caps observed the stopwatch-clad Galio, an inexplicable flutter stirred within his eyelids. Reason urged him to retreat, but with Galio teetering on the brink of death, relinquishing the opportunity was undeniably frustrating. In the delicate balance of hesitation, the fleeting 2.5 seconds slipped away. The moment Rookie's stopwatch expired, he was claimed by AP's Kaisa. Following the acquisition of Galio's head, G2's quintet promptly retreated. At that instant, the newly arrived Kennen, harnessing his E-ability for swift acceleration, charged into the red buff pit, swiftly flashing over the wall and activating his ultimate. A flawless positioning, a magnificent flash. My heavens, the Shy's Kennen just unleashed a devastating strike upon all 5 opponents, electrifying them like a tempest. Witnessing the sudden emergence of Kennen, Miller gasped in astonishment. Concurrently, Ashue controlled Ezreal, unleashing his ultimate, which struck 4 foes. The G2 quintet found themselves reeling from the unexpected onslaught of Kennen. In an attempt to weaken the Titan, the Shy executed a timely stopwatch maneuver, effectively halting his actions and forcing him to endure Kennen's ultimate ability. The Shy's electrifying play was nothing short of exquisite, yet the damage fell slightly short of expectations. Almost immediately following Miller's commentary, Zhou Yang, who had been patiently awaiting his moment to engage, finally made his move. Gazing at the multitude of heroes on the brink of demise, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. This was a veritable bounty of kills. Was this the Summoner's Rift? Or rather, the Paradise of Pyke? Meanwhile, the members of G2 were no longer inclined to contest the Baron. Their sole desire was to flee as far as possible. Though it was already too late, the mark of Pyke's stealth had manifested ominously at their feet. D-Fire surged into the fray, unleashing his ultimate to claim Kaisa. With no flash and no ultimate available, she stood no chance of evasion and met her fate. Accompanied by Miller's enthusiastic commentary, Pyke on the screen was relentless, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. After dispatching Kaisa, he swiftly turned his attention to Titan. Double kill. As Zhou Yang secured his double kill, Caps hurriedly sought to immobilize Pyke with Rise, yet as the second strike landed, Zhou Yang executed an E-ability followed by a flash, stunning 2 opponents once more. Despite being ensnared by Rise, no one was able to inflict damage in time. After D-Fire's double kill, he followed up with another E-flash, stunning 2 more foes. At this juncture, Jackie Love also arrived, guiding Ezreal forward to assist with the damage. Miller remarked that Wonder had invested heavily in magic resistance to withstand the Shy's Kennen, which rendered Ashue's Ezreal strikes painfully effective. Just as he emerged from Pyke's stun, before he could unleash his ultimate, Zhou Yang's Pyke claimed another kill. Triple kill. 3 kills already. Yanko's could not escape. He attempted to flash away from the ultimate, but, astonishingly, D-Fire predicted his escape route and secured yet another kill. Quadra kill. Was a pentakill on the horizon? Miller's excitement crescendoed, as this could potentially be the only pinnacle of this MSI. Most notably, this quintuple kill was achieved by a support. Yang Rise is here. Ashue, ever the loyal comrade, seeing the quadra kill, immediately flashed in to land a Q on his opponent, utilizing the slow from Iceborne Gauntlet to assist in crowd control. Upon witnessing Rise ensnared by Ashue's efforts, Zhou Yang's eyes sparkled with elation, akin to spotting a rare treasure. AP, observing Rise's helpless predicament, was engulfed in a sense of despair. After finally seizing an opportunity against Ning Wang's greedy pursuit of the river crab, he was unexpectedly countered by IG. Following this match, G2 was likely to contribute yet another memorable moment, leaving AP to ponder the very essence of existence. Is the existence of the Team G2 merely to create more memorable moments in the competition? Meanwhile, with the fifth leap of Zhou Yang's pike, Cap's rise also fell. The entire Summoner's Rift was enveloped in a somber silence, only to be pierced by a calm, solemn voice echoing, "Pin a kill." When the 5 kills appeared on the big screen, the crowd erupted in fervor. Oh my, Dee's prowess is astonishing. This play was truly impressive. Kennen flashed in and struck 5 opponents, maximizing damage. Water Brother, what a loyal comrade, flashing to secure the kill, truly moving. Poor Rabbit, once again relegated to the background. What constitutes Pike's most formidable combo? This is it, RRRR. To be honest, there is nothing particularly boastworthy. I too have mastered this champion. After securing the pinnacle, Zhou Yang exuberantly controlled Pike to dance on the spot, expressing his joy and excitement. The director, clearly in tune with the moment, even provided a close-up of the dancing Pike, making him especially prominent on the big screen. This trio from IG? Oh, wait. Rookie 2, had it not been for his stopwatch that momentarily delayed things, the shy Kennen might not have arrived to catch 5 opponents. Miller noted. Ultimately, the most significant moment was that IG never achieved a pinnacle until this moment, which was shattered by D-Fire. Chapter 53, A Dire Economic Disparity, G2 in Despair. To speak candidly, although D-Fire achieved a pinnacle, the crux of the matter lay with the shy. His Kennen electrifying 5 opponents was utterly pivotal. Upon hearing Miller's commentary, Doind nodded. Now that IG has annihilated G2, can we not seize the Baron? As the two conversed, the fallen Ning Wang marked the spot where Zhou Yang was dancing in place. All right, enough showboating. Let us swiftly secure the Baron. I shall resurrect momentarily. Zhou Yang nodded, yet he could hardly suppress his exhilaration. Thanks, bro. I genuinely appreciate the shy. Without that stellar Kennen play, securing even a single kill would have been a Herculean task. Oh, no need for such formality, the shy replied shyly. A stark contrast to the fierce deity who had charged into the enemy's ranks moments prior. I'll treat you to a night out dancing, Zhou Yang said, unable to stifle his laughter. The captivating video of Cheng Lu was simply irresistible. Hey, I didn't steal your pinnacle, and I even flashed in to assist you. How do you plan to show your gratitude? Shui interjected. I'll treat you to seafood, Zhou Yang replied with a grin. Well, in that case, you might as well let me perish, came the retort. As the trio chatted, they made their way to the Baron Pit, where Ning Wang soon joined them. By the time G2 revived, IG had successfully claimed the Baron. Therefore, Yankos had no choice but to seize the opportunity to control the dragon while IG returned home. Although it was merely a fire dragon, it could hardly mitigate the vast chasm between the two teams. Following their Baron acquisition, IG adhered to the principle of minimizing unnecessary efforts, launching a synchronized push across all 3 lanes. Zhou Yang's pike took the lead in the top lane. As he was now in a harvesting role, his absence from the team fight was inconsequential, provided he could arrive in time to claim the spoils. Rookie spearheaded the bottom lane, ready to utilize his Galio's ultimate for rapid support should a confrontation arise. The others advanced in the mid lane, gradually pushing forward with the aid of the Baron buff and minion waves. Faced with IG's relentless tri-lane advance, G2 had no choice but to dispatch defenders. Otherwise, they risked losing all outer turrets, creating an insurmountable economic gap. In the mid lane, Shui, Ning Wang, and Shai remained unhurried, allowing Ezreal to persistently whittle down the enemy defenses while employing cannon minions to chip away at the towers. This cannot continue. We must find an opportunity to engage, Caps declared solemnly, marking the river where he had placed a ward, preparing to flank. If they did not initiate a team fight, they would merely observe as their towers were systematically dismantled. Defensive structures are the swiftest means of widening the economic disparity between teams, should that gap become too great. The match would likely lose all suspense. As the members of G2 prepared for Wonder to execute a teleport flank, an unexpected announcement of a kill echoed from the top lane. To everyone's astonishment, the top lane's Akali had been singularly dispatched by D-Fire's Pike. Miller expressed his surprise, noting that while Pike had indeed claimed numerous kills, this champion does not derive health benefits from items. It is quite remarkable that Akali, despite her inferior equipment, could be taken down by Pike in such a manner. When the screen shifted to the top lane, Only Akali's lifeless body remained, accompanied by Pike, who had pushed forward with minions after receiving a commendation. The director, understanding the moment's significance, promptly provided a replay. The footage revealed that Wonder had attempted to control Akali to push the minion wave out, alleviating some lane pressure, but unexpectedly encountered Zhou Yang's Pike. Initially, Wonder had no intention of confronting Pike, given the latter's notorious difficulty to eliminate. However, Zhou Yang demonstrated the essence of Pike's character, audacious and cunning. In the replay, Pike expertly utilized his Q ability to reel Akali back, causing her to convulse momentarily, before landing an auto attack and swiftly employing his E ability to create distance, followed by a cheeky emote. This brazen display elicited reactions not only from the commentators but also from the audience, who found it intolerable. Here, I must clarify on behalf of all Pike players, we cannot be judged by the actions of one individual, such as D. It is well known that Pike players, much like those who play the Joker, possess bright and optimistic hearts. This situation is rather disheartening. Were I Wonder, I would insist on a rematch with D-Fire after this match. After all, camaraderie comes first, competition second. Let us not bicker when we can engage in friendly rivalry. Facing Zhou Yang's Pike, Wonder ultimately succumbed to frustration and attempted to teach his opponent a lesson. Unfortunately, Pike evaded Akali's blade surge as deftly as if he were greased, dodging even the ultimate ability with nimble footwork. With both crucial skills wasted, Wonder sought to escape, only to be ensnared by Zhou Yang's Pike, who retaliated with a flurry of attacks. Though Wonder nearly took down Pike, he ultimately fell victim to Zhou Yang's ultimate ability. After reviewing the replay and understanding how Akali met her demise, many fans expressed their astonishment. Remarkably, this was a largely magic-resistant Akali, who was outmatched in items against Pike. Such absurdity is noted. D-Fire evaded stuns and ultimates yet still nearly triumphed. It is evident whom we should be wary of. D-Fire's Pike is indeed formidable. When shall we see a nerf to Akali? Upon completing the replay, Miller could not help but smile and commend, stating that D-Fire's positioning was truly impeccable. It can only be said that Wonder ultimately succumbed. In truth, D-Fire initially had no means to contend with him, yet by charging forward, he sealed his own fate, altering the dynamic significantly. The doll interjected. Consequently, following the demise of the top lane's Fiora, no one remained to guard against Pike, leading to the inevitable downfall of the second tower at the hands of D-Fire. After dismantling the top lane's second tower, Zhou Yang pressed forward with the minion wave, relentlessly targeting the enemy's high ground turret. The members of G2 found themselves with no option but to forfeit the mid lane's second tower, dispatching personnel to defend the top lane's high ground instead. Thus, bolstered by the Baron buff, IG effortlessly dismantled all of G2's outer towers, even taking a moment to assist Yankos in clearing the jungle before departing, ensuring he wouldn't be overburdened. At this juncture, merely 20 minutes into the match, the economic disparity between both teams had surged to a staggering 10,000. Observing the ominous darkness on the minimap, Yankos and the support titan cautiously ventured forth. On one hand, they aimed to establish vision, while on the other, they harbored concerns about potential ambushes. However, the affluent quintet of IG had long since returned to base, having prepared to replenish their resources and swiftly conclude the match. If there is a chance to avoid overtime, they resolutely will. There should be another update tonight. I humbly request your support. Even a single vote would suffice. Chapter 54. The first crown of my career. Congratulations to IG. Observing the desolate expanse of his jungle, Yankos let out a deep sigh. Although the previous match had been exhausting, it had not descended to the point of having no monsters left to hunt. Now, however, he found himself in dire straits. Ever since the second level, the tempo of the jungle had been dictated by the opposing team. Do not despair. We still have a chance, Caps encouraged his teammates, though even he struggled to believe his own words. If we are to lose, we must at least take down Pike once, declared AP. In the last match, Zhou Yang's Karma had achieved a flawless zero-death record, and this time, they could not allow him to continue his arrogance. I concur, that fellow is insufferable, Wonder added. At this moment, IG had completed their supplies, boasting an equipment advantage of over half an item per player. To avoid prolonging the match, they seized the final moments of the Baron buff to attempt a breach of the high ground. Observing the screen, Miller remarked. Indeed. IG shows no intention of granting G2 any opportunities. After replenishing their resources, they have commenced another round of assault. This wave could be deemed IG's most formidable. All members possess their summoner spells, and both Kennen and Galio had upgraded their stopwatch to Zhonya's hourglass. Furthermore, Ning's prince had also acquired a stopwatch, allowing him the potential to coordinate a dive with Rookie directly under the turret, as G2 beheld IG's 5-man push in the mid lane. They recognized the opposing team's intent to conclude the match decisively, witnessing the assortment of Zhonya's and stopwatches in IG's inventory. A sense of hopelessness began to permeate Caps and his teammates, having played cautiously throughout the game. They found themselves in an irreversible situation due to a moment of greed for Galio's kill. We may lose the game, but we must eliminate Pyke at least once, Wunder reiterated emphatically, having been single-handedly defeated by a support in the top lane. He felt he had tarnished the reputation of his region's top laners and thus sought vengeance to alleviate his inner turmoil. At that moment, Zhou Yang and his team had brought their minions to the gates, seizing the last few seconds of the Baron buff, while Ashui hurriedly struck the high ground tower twice. Just then, from the side, the stealthy presence of Echo and Thresh appeared at the entrance leading to the lower jungle. Observing this, Miller promptly stated, G2 actually intends to initiate a team fight. However, this was understandable. Should they allow Ning to engage first, G2, burdened by such a significant economic disadvantage, might be left with no chance to resist and would be reduced to ashes. With Echo and Thresh approaching from the side, IG needed to exercise caution, ensuring the safety of Defire and Jakulov. Should the two be eliminated swiftly, IG risked losing their ability to capitalize on the situation. Seeing the two flanking champions, Zhou Yang assumed that Echo and Thresh were targeting Ashui, considering he was the AD carry. When Titan ensnared Zhou Yang with a sudden hook, he was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The AD was over there, and here I am, merely a support. Meanwhile, the support from G2 was equally exhilarated. Throughout the match, he had attempted to control Titan and had missed landing his hook on this Pyke numerous times, leading him to question his own prowess. To his astonishment, at that final moment, he finally succeeded. The instant the hook connected, Titan wasted no time, striking Zhou Yang's Pyke to pin him in place before unleashing his ultimate ability. Simultaneously, Wunder's Katarina also activated her ultimate, encasing Pyke in a deadly blade formation. Titan, having flashed to hook Defire, unleashed his ultimate, while Wunder followed up with her damage. The duo aimed to eliminate Pyke first, but Defire was equipped with a stopwatch, activating it to buy time. Observing the unfolding chaos on the big screen, Miller hastily provided commentary. Ning Wang, from the front line, chose not to engage directly, but instead turned to EQ into his ultimate in an attempt to rescue Defire. Demacia. Ning Wang's Jarvan ensnared two enemies, while Shui continued his relentless assault, deftly maneuvering Ezreal to unleash his skills interspersed with basic attacks. As teammates initiated the fray, Caps and Yankos were eager to join the battle, disregarding the odds. At the very least, the support must perish. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful the Shy seized the opportunity, controlling Kennen to flash into the fray and unleash his ultimate, obstructing the advancing Ryze and Rek'Sai. My goodness, what damage was that from the Shy? Miller exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed Rek'Sai evaporate in an instant, alongside Ryze, who was left with a sliver of health. In comparison to Ryze, Kennen truly embodied the essence of the storm. Under a tempest of thunder, nothing could survive. At that moment, Zhou Yang's Pyke stopwatch expired. As it ended, he swiftly utilized his E-ability to create distance, simultaneously flashing a taunting emote. You wish to slay me? You still have much to learn. Observing Zhou Yang being saved by his teammates and escaping while still having the presence of mind to taunt, Wawa remarked, Defire truly understands how to wield the Pyke hero. Indeed, Miller nodded in agreement. To play Pyke effectively, one must be audacious. However, just when Zhou Yang believed he was safe, suddenly, IP, who had been patiently awaiting his moment to strike, made his move, controlling Kaisa to transform into a streak of purple shooting star and dash towards Zhou Yang, subsequently unleashing his Q ability, Icathian Rain. With Pyke's already diminished health, compounded by his prolonged exposure to enemy vision and lack of healing opportunities, AP's evolved Q ability ultimately claimed his life. Nice upon witnessing Pike's demise. Wonder and the support titan finally felt a sense of relief. If such a high price were to be paid, and if Pike were still alive, it would indeed be quite disheartening. Meanwhile, in the lower right corner of the large screen, Zhou Yang, who had just escaped with a grin of joy, suddenly fell silent at the sight of his demise, his face visibly changing in an instant. This scene elicited uncontrollable laughter from the audience. One must commend D for his ability to compete professionally. The speed of his expressions changing is truly befitting of a seasoned player. I can only say, what goes around comes around. The heavens spare no one. Well done. On another note, AP controlled Kaisa, unleashing her ultimate to claim the life of the wounded D-Fire. But alas, all his teammates had already fallen. Now he stood alone. Did he intend to rise as the hero of G2? Just as Miller had set the atmosphere ablaze, Kaisa was swiftly reduced to a third of her health by a Q from the approaching cannon. Almost immediately, a Shui, eager to avenge Zhou Yang, flashed in and executed a series of skills along with 2 auto attacks, claiming Kaisa's life. Oh, it appears he is unable to fulfill the role of this hero. However, at this moment, we can extend our congratulations to IG for their flawless victory over G2 with a score of 3-0. Simultaneously, we celebrate their triumph in securing the championship title at the 2019 MSI Mid-Season Invitational. Chapter 55, Post-Match Interview. To my astonishment, you are indeed an exceptional D-Fire. IG is phenomenal. We are the champions. Everyone, apologized to the Blue Princess, had it not been for his lackluster performance leading to his substitution. IG would have been eliminated long ago. Absolutely. Those who claim I am merely a bystander should step forward. The way this easy dealt damage to the Nexus is a lesson that will last a lifetime. The moment G2's Nexus exploded, countless messages flooded the screen. Simultaneously, Zhou Yang received a reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the first championship of his professional career. The reward includes mastery of the champion Lucian, the Purifier, enhancing the host's reaction speed by 10%, along with a monetary reward of 100,000 RMB. Listening to the system's announcement, Zhou Yang's mouth twitched. As a support player, what use is Lucian mastery to me? Surely you can't expect me to support with Lucian. And as for this currency, it won't be directly deposited onto my card, will it? What if others suspect I bought it? Perhaps sensing Zhou Yang's concerns, the system promptly reassured him that there would be no suspicion whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang reconsidered. After all, it is the system. At that moment, a Shui, who had already stood up and removed his headphones, patted Zhou Yang on the shoulder. Brother Yang, why are you still dawdling? It's time to go shake hands. Acknowledging the call, Zhou Yang nodded and rose to join his teammates as they approached G2. As they drew near, Zhou Yang could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of hostility directed at him, particularly from Yanko's, with the support exhibiting a similar intensity. Zhou Yang forced a smile, striving to project a friendly demeanor as he shook hands with each member of the opposing team. From the commentary booth, the host exclaimed, "The MVP of this match undoubtedly goes to D-Fire. His pinnacle with Pike was truly spectacular. Let us once again congratulate IG on securing the championship at this MSI Mid-Season Invitational." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Zhou Yang and his teammates followed the awards ceremony proceedings. Although it was his first time receiving an award, the experience felt somewhat mundane, save for the striking allure of a blonde with voluminous waves during the presentation. Once the awards concluded, it was time for the interview segment, and Zhou Yang was pushed forward by a Shui and the others. While they claimed it was an opportunity for a newcomer to shine, their true intention was to witness Zhou Yang uphold the promise he made before the match. With no choice but to comply, Zhou Yang steeled himself and approached the stage. Not far away, Yu Shuang, dressed in a cheapao that accentuated her perfect figure, had been waiting patiently. "Welcome, D-Fire. We are excited to have you for our interview." Upon seeing Zhou Yang, Yu Shuang greeted him warmly. "First, please say hello to our audience." "Hello everyone, I am D-Fire." Zhou Yang smiled, making an effort to control his gaze and avoid looking elsewhere. It was impossible, however, because the moment he lowered his head, he would see things he ought not to. The older generation has often remarked that when someone is speaking to you, it is polite to maintain eye contact. This left Zhou Yang feeling quite conflicted. Neither looking nor avoiding the gaze seemed appropriate. Ultimately, he decided to look, as it was his first interview, and he felt respect was due. After mentally persuading himself, Zhou Yang directed his gaze toward Yushuang. For some inexplicable reason, it was somewhat blinding. It was evident that our D-Fire competitor was experiencing some nerves during his inaugural interview. Yushuang offered a gentle smile and continued, "It's all right. Just relax. Let us treat this as a casual chat." "I'm not nervous, not at all," Zhou Yang replied, taking a deep breath. "This should be your second appearance against G2, right? Not only did you clinch your first championship in your career, but you also achieved a pinnacle. A support player getting a pinnacle is unprecedented in competitive play. So, I would like to ask, do you have anything you wish to express?" After finishing her question, Yushuan extended the microphone toward Zhou Yang. Huh? Zhou Yang's thoughts were elsewhere, momentarily leaving him unresponsive. Observing from the audience, Shui and his companions could only sigh at the scene. Could it be that he is feeling stage fright? Or perhaps social anxiety is creeping in? They dismissed the notion, reasoning that someone who plays alongside Shou Jia would likely suffer from such a condition. Even the viewers watching the post-match interview were taken aback. Is it possible that such an animated player on stage is actually so shy in private? Isn't that quite normal? In game, I can take on 5 opponents. But I lack that kind of courage in reality. Dishin surprisingly exhibited signs of social anxiety. However, upon seeing Zhou Yang's quivering throat and averted gaze, they quickly understood the situation. Well, Dishin, you truly remain unfazed in the presence of rewards. One cannot entirely blame D-Fire, after all. Annie's outfit today was simply stunning. Dishin truly embodies the essence of a professional player. I genuinely admire that meticulous ability to evade ganks. His concealment is remarkably profound. D-Fire's real name is Zhou Yang, courtesy name, Miao Renfeng. At the interview table, after Yushuang reiterated her question, Zhou Yang regained his composure, looking into the camera and responding with poise. "Regarding the pinnacle, I must first express my gratitude to Shiga. Had it not been for him, I surely would not have achieved that feat. Additionally, I am thankful for my teammates' trust in me." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's answer, Yushuang nodded with a smile. "And how do you feel about this championship? Do you have anything to convey? Are you excited?" "I feel it's quite all right. In truth, we anticipated winning this championship long before the match," Zhou Yang stated candidly. "Though this is my first championship, it certainly will not be my last." Such a bold declaration stirred even greater excitement among the audience. How audacious, but I admire that. Speaking so boldly, to be cautious of potential repercussions in the future. Regardless of the victory attained, any statement made is deemed correct. The critics have spoken. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's response, Yushuang's eyes sparkled with surprise. It is rare for someone being interviewed to express themselves so candidly, as most tend to leave some room for interpretation. To her astonishment, this newcomer displayed such audacity. In her heart, Yushuang silently applauded Zhou Yang, believing that the youth ought to be a bit audacious. Subsequently, Yushuang posed a series of questions, to which Zhou Yang replied with official decorum. For instance, when asked if he had anything to convey to his opponents, Zhou Yang straightforwardly stated, "They are formidable adversaries. It is merely unfortunate that they encountered us." This blend of humility and grace evoked a wave of cheers from the audience. However, when the final question arose, Zhou Yang appeared somewhat flustered. Yushuang, holding the microphone, gazed at him with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Smiling as she remarked, "I recall that the D-Fire players seemed to have made a bold declaration prior to the match, correct?" Chapter 56. One who dares to teach. One who dares to listen. Upon hearing Yushuang's inquiry, Zhou Yang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had considered, after the competition, the possibility of being pursued by the audience in the live stream to fulfill his promise. However, he never anticipated that Yushuang would bring it up during the interview. He had intended to concoct an excuse to evade the situation later, but now the tables had turned. This was indeed putting him in a precarious position. He almost forgot about it. D-Fire was supposed to perform a dance and showcase his basketball skills. As a fan, I am truly exhausted. Could you not overstep boundaries and respect the humor in this? Everyone present is in the same boat, and there's no escape. Prepare to be grilled. A professional player. Branch 666. To be honest, I initially had a fondness for the player D-Fire. Now, my admiration has only deepened. As Zhou Yang observed Yu Shuang holding the microphone, eagerly awaiting his response, he cast a long, thoughtful glance in her direction. Well, it is said that what is meant to be will happen. There is no escaping fate. It's just a dance, after all. Resolutely, he addressed the microphone. Of course, I haven't forgotten about it, but I find myself somewhat constrained in this setting. So if everyone wishes to see it, you can join me tonight at Douyu, in my live stream room 211552. At that time, I shall fulfill my promise. Thank you, D-Fire, for agreeing to our interview. After receiving his response, Yu Shuang concluded the interview. Yet, even after the interview had ended, Yu Shuang showed no intention of letting Zhou Yang leave. Instead, she insisted on taking numerous pictures with him, preparing to upload them to Weibo later. Don't forget to edit the photos, Zhou Yang reminded her as he prepared to depart. I won't forget, Yu Shuang replied with a smile. But just before Zhou Yang could leave, she called out to him. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it? Zhou Yang paused, turning to face her. Did you enjoy the performance just now? Glancing at Yu Shuang's knowing expression, Zhou Yang felt a flush of embarrassment creep over him. He was at a loss, unable to withstand the presence of such a woman, especially as a novice in this realm. Well, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. As he watched Zhou Yang hastily retreat, Yu Shuang burst into laughter. On his way back to the lounge, Zhou Yang, still flustered from being exposed by Yu Shuang, lost focus and accidentally collided with someone approaching. My apologies, my apologies, he quickly exclaimed, and upon recognizing the person, he was taken aback. Sister Yu, is that you? Why aren't you paying attention to where you're going? Feng Yu, known as Rita, complained upon seeing Zhou Yang. I was in a bit of a rush, Zhou Yang chuckled. Did I hurt you? He had initially met Rita through Sister Zhou. They were not very familiar at first, but over time, they became close enough to share jokes and banter. Of course, you did. Rita flashed a teasing smile and suggested, why don't you give me a massage? Coughing slightly, Zhou Yang, being somewhat familiar with Rita, quickly regained his composure in the face of her jest. Well, this place might be a bit cramped. We should find a larger venue. That's simple. Let's just head to a hotel, shall we? Rita, seasoned in such matters, showed no hesitation. Zhou Yang, upon hearing this, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. This woman, all talk and no action. If she had the guts, she would follow through. At that moment, Shui, noticing that Zhou Yang had yet to return from his interview, decided to look for him. As he turned a corner, he unexpectedly spotted the two standing in the corridor. Being perceptive, he instinctively prepared to retreat, not wanting to intrude. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late and caught Zhou Yang's eye. Zhou Yang pointed at Shui and remarked, Shui is here to call for me. Let's continue this conversation another time. Rita nodded, but added with a playful tone, perhaps not during the day. I only have time in the evenings. As Zhou Yang approached Shui, she called out, by the way, congratulations on your victory. Thank you. Zhou Yang turned to smile at her, then draped his arm over Shui's shoulder, and the two strolled toward the lounge, shoulder to shoulder. Yang, you're impressive. When will you win over Sister Rita? Shui asked, his eyes filled with admiration. Zhou Yang, noticing Shui's overthinking, chose not to clarify and instead began to play along. This is a trivial matter for me. Can you share a few tips? Upon hearing this, Shui grew even more excited. That's easy. You just need to. Thus, one single man began to instruct another on the art of wooing women. This is what true brotherhood embodies, one daring to teach while the other is audacious enough to listen. Returning to the lounge, the staff was celebrating their recent victory. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, they rushed over to congratulate him, offering water and various gestures of appreciation, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. At that moment, Su Shaluo approached him. Despite Zhou Yang's inner discomfort towards him, he felt compelled to engage since Su Shaluo had once shielded the principal from a dire situation. By the way, for tonight's celebration, we're planning to bring back some seafood. Is there anything you would like to eat? Hearing Su Shaluo's words, Zhou Yang frowned. Can't we have anything else? Su Shaluo glanced around before responding. Everyone seems to agree. All right then, Zhou Yang acquiesced, as Shui remained silent and the others were in high spirits. He didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. That evening, Su Shaluo procured a considerable amount of seafood, and he and the other staff enjoyed their meal heartily. making it seem as though they were celebrating Zhou Yang's success. Zhou Yang casually nibbled on some food before moving over to Shui, who was engrossed in a bowl of instant noodles. "Why are you eating this?" Zhou Yang inquired as he sat down beside him. "I ordered takeout for you. It should arrive shortly." "It's nothing. I'll manage with this. It's not my first time." Shui chuckled lightly. He seemed rather unperturbed, but Zhou Yang was visibly irritated. "That wretched Su Xiaoluo must be doing this on purpose to annoy us." When Shui had nearly finished his meal, the takeaway arrived. Zhou Yang seized the opportunity to concoct an excuse, and the two of them departed early. "Even though I'm giving you a special treat, make sure to enjoy it while it's hot," Zhou Yang said, laying out the skewers he had ordered before Shui. Shui glanced at the spread and, after taking a bite of a skewer, could not help but exclaim, "Is there no staple food? I would like something more substantial." "Indeed, there's fried instant noodles," Zhou Yang replied. Shui responded with disbelief. "So, I still have to eat instant noodles?" "No." Zhou Yang shook his head. "This isn't instant noodles. It's fried instant noodles." Shui widened his eyes in astonishment. "So, is there really a difference?" Chapter 57. Social Anxiety and Its Reluctance to Engage. Cough. To be honest, I mainly wish to indulge in food. Being scrutinized by Shui, Zhou Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. He was not allergic to seafood, yet he lacked any particular interest in it, which explained his minimal consumption earlier. While ordering takeout, he fortuitously spotted this dish and decided to order 2 portions. With an awkward smile, he suggested, "If you do not wish to eat this stir-fried instant noodles, you may pass it to me. Just make sure you enjoy the skewers." "No, I cannot waste your thoughtful gesture." Shui accepted the chopsticks from Zhou Yang and began to eat heartily, observing his companion relish the meal. Zhou Yang could not help but remark, "There is no need to rush. Take your time. No one is competing with you." "If it comes to that, I can share my portion with you," Shui responded. "I merely find the instant noodles somewhat unappetizing, hence the desire to finish quickly, not out of fear of competition." Meanwhile, in Zhou Shui's live stream, many viewers began to urge her, "Teacher Xintian, hurry up and get Dishan to start streaming. Indeed, you promised a performance in the live stream, and look at the time now. Are you trying to stall? If that is the case, don't blame the Icon Legion for being unkind." Faced with an avalanche of comments, Zhou Shui felt quite exasperated. "Brothers, I've already messaged him on WeChat. However, he has responded. He must be celebrating something this evening." To assure her audience, she even angled her phone screen towards the camera. "See? It's not that I'm ignoring him. He is simply not responding. To be honest, I wish to see a Yang dance just as much as you do." At that moment, some keen-eyed viewers began to tease. "That note. Dishan's vendetta against his wife is unrelenting. Perhaps this is the plight of those in love. That note is utterly distasteful. Dishan's note reads darling. Where's the darling in that? Zhou Jia, be honest. Since your relationship is so solid, and he is not responding on WeChat, why not call him?" Seeing the barrage of teasing comments, Zhou Shui blushed. "I genuinely do not have his number, I promise. I swear, I really don't." Just then, a wealthy fan began showering the live stream with gifts, a series of super rockets flooding the screen. Upon witnessing the gifts, Zhou Jia instantly displayed a remarkable change in demeanor. "Boss, please hold on a moment. I shall call him right away." The speed of her transformation left the audience in astonishment. Indeed, they were a couple, and their ability to shift their expressions was strikingly synchronized. Earlier that day, when Dishan was bested by Kasha, a similar transformation had occurred, and now Zhou Jia was reenacting it. This is what it means to share a resemblance as a couple. On the other side, having finished his meal, Zhou Yang was preparing to stream when his phone rang. Upon answering, Zhou Jia's loud voice boomed through the line. "Yang, what are you doing? Why haven't you started your stream yet? Your fans have come to my live stream to ask why you aren't broadcasting. Are you unwilling to fulfill your promise, or are you simply trying to weasel out of it?" Zhou Yang hastily removed his phone, distancing the receiver from his ear. He finally comprehended why everyone adored the taciturn Zhou Jia. Conversing with her could be quite overwhelming. Having just finished his meal, she had called him immediately. After inquiring whether Zhou Jia had eaten, he promptly ended the call. "Are you gearing up to take the plunge, Yanggu?" Shui, noticing the situation, became instantly animated, even beginning to offer suggestions. Shouldn't you style your hair to the sides? How about a pair of suspenders? I believe old song has some. Would you like me to fetch them for you? As for the basketball, perhaps we could substitute it with a balloon for now? Oh. And the most crucial part, the white band. It absolutely must be extraordinary, you understand. Watching the inexplicably excited Shui. Zhou Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Although this is a live broadcast, I tend to be somewhat socially anxious, so a few simple jumps will suffice. It's not cosplay, there is no need for such realism. Well, a bit of seriousness in your approach never hurt anyone, Shui murmured. Once Zhou Yang had prepared himself and commenced the live stream, the audience, who had been waiting with bated breath, flooded in. Among them were several commentators, including Rita, Yu Shuang, and Shi Ran, all drawn by the commotion. Even a number of professional players had come to witness the spectacle. I was terrified. I thought Dishin was going to hide away like a turtle. What is going on? We were promised a performance, yet there aren't even suspenders in sight. Surely this is a disrespect to my brother. Reported. Observing the barrage of comments, Zhou Yang cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem, the time is a bit rushed. And given my social anxiety, let us keep things simple. As he spoke, he began to play music. As a devoted fan, Zhou Yang had indeed studied extensively. Just when the viewers assumed he might backtrack, the music began to play, leaving them momentarily speechless. First, allow me to present the initial dance move, Iron Mountain's Embrace. Later, I will explain the second move, the Crow Takes Flight. Shui, who was eagerly awaiting the performance, was taken aback. What are you doing? Wait, weren't we supposed to dance? Why are you suddenly teaching instead? Amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, Zhou Yang began to elucidate, swiftly demonstrating each movement. All right, now I will perform it for you. Do not blink. As the viewers beheld his flawless execution, they were left in awe. Goodness, brothers, Dishin has certainly practiced this. What a stunning display of the Crow Takes Flight. The details are impeccable, though it regrettably lacks the crucial element of the extraordinary white band. False fans keep posting the same few mediocre images, while true admirers meticulously study my brother's dance, mastering its intricacies. How alarming. If this were a person, I would consume them whole. It cannot be said that there is anything amiss. Rather, it is simply identical. A certain individual, referred to as D, has taken to imitating you and has even participated in a show. By the time Zhou Yang finished his performance, his presence in the live stream was completely obscured by a flood of 666 comments. Even Zhou Jie and Rita, who were relatively acquainted with Zhou Yang, were taken aback. After all this time, how had they not discovered his remarkable talent? They certainly did not watch in vain, as they showered him with numerous gifts. Zhou Yang expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and despite their familiarity, the formalities had to be observed. Observing the fervent audience in the live stream clamoring for an encore, Zhou Yang cleared his throat. All right, I tend to be socially anxious. Performing once is already quite impressive. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Social anxiety seems to refer to a lack of social skills rather than an aversion to society. For those interested, one may search for Tom's Chaotic Space on Bilibili, where detailed tutorials can be found. Chapter 58, A Chaotic Display on the Field, Guarding the Home with the Ladies? Gratitude to all for your generous gifts. If my performance falls short, I humbly ask for your understanding. After expressing his thanks to the viewers in the live stream, Zhou Yang logged into the game, intending to play for a brief while. Observing this, Zhou Shuyi and Rita eagerly clamored to join him. Initially, Zhou Yang contemplated declining their request. Yet he was unable to withstand their persistent coaxing, compounded by the audience's enthusiastic encouragement. Reluctantly, Zhou Yang acquiesced, allowing Zhou Shui and Rita to accompany him in the game. Shui looked on with admiration, recognizing what it truly meant to be a winner in life. Just look at this. Leading these two women means the outcome is all but certain. Inevitably, they lost the game. The viewers in the live stream could hardly bear to watch. For just before the game commenced, Rita had proclaimed that if Zhou Yang could lead her to an effortless victory, she would grant him a modest request, which included, but was not limited to, glimpses of alluring images. With such an opportunity squandered, it was nothing short of a disgrace in the realm of gaming with ladies. A chaotic display on the field, and yet the live stream was merely for show? The unattainable is always the most desirable. I can only say that Dishin truly understands the art of live streaming, deftly manipulating the audience's psyche. Brothers, do not be deceived. He is merely deceiving the chat. The more anxious you become, the more delighted he is. As the chat erupted in lamentations, Zhou Yang promptly shifted the blame onto Zhou Shidi. This cannot be solely my fault. It was Zhou Jie's incessant chatter that hindered my performance. Wow. Zhou Shui was taken aback, stunned by his betrayal. You didn't mention this when you asked me to save you. Their banter ignited a vibrant atmosphere in the livestream. How about this? I will lead you once more. Rita, would you assist me? Zhou Yang suggested after the noise subsided. If we win this time, aside from the alluring images, how about 2 additional tantalizing photographs? Agreed. Came Rita's laughter through the voice chat. In truth, she held a rather favorable impression of Zhou Yang, largely due to his youth and charm. Rita provocatively replied, Don't limit it to 2. I would be fine with 10, provided you can deliver. Zhou Yang felt a flicker of defiance at her words. Underestimating me will come at a cost. Whether I can or not, you shall discover in due course. Very well then. Since you all have no pressing commitments after the match, why not schedule a one-on-one duel? Zhou Yang. As the female driver spoke. The audience in the live stream joined in the revelry. A man must not falter. Show her what you're made of. Dishin is still but a child. If there are matters to address, let them come to me. I have matured over 20 years. I'm so envious I could gnash my teeth. Dishin. You are truly insufferable. They bear the hopes of our LPL upon their shoulders. Spare D and let calamity befall me instead. As the second game commenced, Zhou Yang decisively selected Lucian, not for any other reason, but for the brothers in the live stream. He declared that he must secure this victory, or rather, 10 photographs would suffice. However, midway through the match, Rookie and his companions returned. Upon witnessing Zhou Yang guiding a teammate while playing Lucian, Rookie stepped forward and teased, You can still play this champion? Of course, Zhou Yang retorted without turning around, solemnly fabricating, In my heyday, I ascended to the pinnacle of Korean solo queue with this champion. Oh, spare me. The AD position is inherently challenging for ranking up. If you claim to be in the top 10 of Korean servers, I might consider it, but first place? That's a stretch, Rookie scoffed, puncturing Zhou Yang's boastful claims. Who told you I was playing bot lane? Zhou Yang countered as he skillfully maneuvered Lucian, executing a smooth combo to eliminate the opposing AD. Aided by Rita, the healer's support. Intrigued, Rookie inquired, If not bot lane, then which lane are you playing? Top lane. Zhou Yang replied, This champion can play top lane? Rookie clearly found this hard to believe. Am I not allowed to deceive you? As Zhou Yang spoke, he guided Lucian back under the tower. I shall demonstrate shortly. The speaker's words were casual, yet the listener pondered deeply. Though the Shy did not fully grasp every nuance, he understood the gist. Lucian could indeed play top lane? He tilted his head, rapidly contemplating this revelation. Meanwhile, under Zhou Yang's leadership as Lucian, the opposing bottom lane quickly fell apart, and before mid-game team fights even commenced, the enemy team began to bicker amongst themselves. The opposing AD lamented, Stupid jungler, how many times must I signal? Just push, it's pointless. To which the jungler responded with a simple question mark, engaging in the discord. You get wrecked while duoing and then blame me? As the enemy team devolved into internal conflict, viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Honestly, a match shouldn't be this chaotic. Why not? They merely wish to protect their kin. What wrong have they done? The classic struggle against a rogue jungler was indeed overwhelming. For the sake of their dreams, they fought valiantly like a tempest. As the enemy team continued their quarrel, Zhou Yang swiftly led his teammates to demolish the opposing nexus. They truly emerged victorious. Rita could hardly believe it. In the first game, Zhou Yang played a support role and was thoroughly dominated. Yet in the second game, he selected Lucian and wreaked havoc on the opposing team. Let us not forget our earlier agreement, Zhou Yang chuckled, internally acknowledging that it would be disingenuous not to feel exhilarated. It's just a photograph, a trivial matter. Rita, however, did not resort to trickery, accepting the wager with grace. Well, weren't you just saying that if we won, sending 10 pictures would be no problem? Zhou Yang couldn't help but remind her. Rita paused for a moment, then laughed. I didn't see that coming. You seem rather greedy. Am I really that kind of person? Zhou Yang decisively refuted, actually. I am mainly thinking of the brothers in the live stream. His serious demeanor caused the viewers in the room to react. Pa, don't use us as an excuse just because you want to see them. I, for one, am very eager to see. What kind of upright gentleman would care for this? Zhou Yang mused. Fortunately, I am not one of those upright gentlemen. Dishan truly knows how to secure benefits for his brothers. Anyone who dares to criticize you, I shall retaliate on your behalf. I believe 10 pictures should last me quite a while. Hey, big brother upstairs, this is the comments section, not a no man's land. Please be mindful of your behavior. Rita stretched, yawning. Let us postpone it a bit. I'm feeling a bit tired and need a break. You're not trying to play tricks, are you? Zhou Yang asked suspiciously. How could I? I can handle a loss. That's good to hear. Zhou Shui listened to their conversation, blinking in curiosity. Wait, why isn't he asking for his own? Am I not attractive enough? Chapter 59. The top lane Lucian, quite intriguing. After Rita finished speaking, she excused herself to take some photographs. Initially, Zhou Yang had suggested she could simply use a few old ones, but in Rita's words, the past pales in comparison to the present. Especially since she had recently acquired several new outfits that were perfect for trying out. Given this, Zhou Yang felt it unnecessary to press further. Sister Zhou, are you still playing? He inquired of Zhou Shui. Not really. I have some other matters to attend to. Perhaps we can play next time, she replied. Nodding at her response, Zhou Yang said, all right then. Next time. Goodbye. Once Sister Zhou departed, Rookie, noticing Zhou Yang had some free time, leisurely dragged his chair closer. Come on, show me how Lucian plays in the top lane. Having pondered Zhou Yang's earlier mention of Lucian in the top lane for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to directly seek clarification. How am I supposed to demonstrate this for you? Didn't you say this hero could play top lane? Zhou Yang replied. It can. But you need to at least help me find a practice partner. Otherwise, how can I demonstrate it? That's simple. We have plenty of people, Rookie exclaimed. Turning to wave at the Shy, come, let's duel. Upon hearing this, the Shy shyly smiled and nodded before promptly logging into the game and setting up the room. As the top laner of the team, he too felt a sense of clarity upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. Though he had yet to fully grasp the idea and thus felt an urgent need to experience it firsthand. What do you mean? D is going to duel with Shaigu? Don't be ridiculous. One plays support while the other plays top lane. How would that even work? The viewers expressed their disbelief, suggesting that D should refrain from embarrassing himself and instead share the photographs. Exactly. Don't change the subject. I see that you might be trying to keep everything to yourself. The audience was skeptical. The champion pools for a support and a top laner were entirely different, making a duel seem implausible. The only possible explanation was that this fellow intended to hoard the photographs. Upon entering the room created by the Shy, Zhou Yang, with a heavy accent reminiscent of Google Translate, inquired, what should I play? Anything you like. After all, I am invincible. Zhou Yang casually remarked. Can you stop boasting? Rookie interjected, unable to tolerate the exaggeration. I suspect you learned that show-off skill from Jack, didn't you? Hearing this, Ashue, who had been listening, removed his headphones and turned to Rookie with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with me? Nothing, just complimenting your looks, Rookie replied. What? I said. I'm complimenting your looks. Say that again. Realizing he had been tricked, Rookie became enraged and shouted, Get lost. If you don't believe me, how about we place a bet? Zhou Yang proposed. Then I would surely win. Rookie burst into laughter. Having never encountered anyone quite so reckless as to throw themselves into the mouth of a gun. Don't celebrate too soon. With a knowing glance at Song Yi, who appeared utterly confident, Zhou Yang joined in the laughter. How about a week of late-night snacks? Rookie countered. A week is hardly sufficient. Let us make it a month. He raised the stakes slightly, believing that while Zhou Yang might excel in support, his prowess as a top laner remained uncertain. Moreover, he was up against none other than the Shy. Very well then, Zhou Yang nodded in agreement, prompting Rookie's grin to widen. I shall preemptively thank you for a month of late-night snacks. What shall I play? The Shy pondered over which champion to select, ultimately deciding on Jace for the matchup against Lucian. Other champions might have instilled a degree of trepidation in Zhou Yang, but Jace was an entirely different matter. The mighty Lucian is especially adept at dispatching the affluent denizens of Piltover. As the game commenced, the Shy cheerfully remarked, Yang, be cautious. I shall not hold back. No worries. Bring it on. Zhou Yang replied with unwavering confidence. Yet, Rookie felt an inkling of unease about Zhou Yang's bravado, unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. While professional players sometimes venture into different roles during ranked matches, Zhou Yang was fundamentally a support player, even if he had dabbled in top lane. It was unlikely he could best a dedicated top laner, especially one of the Shy's caliber. The audience in the live stream was riveted by the impending solo duel. And Zhou Yang, responding to numerous requests, opened a betting pool. Unsurprisingly, those betting on the Shy surged dramatically, while bets for Zhou Yang were scant. D. Don't hold it against the brothers for not supporting you. It's simply that you, as a support, cannot possibly contend with Shy. D. With his charm and flair on the stage, was beloved, and out of loyalty, many chose to back the Shy. Go, D. I've wagered all my wealth, 100 fishballs, on you. I, too, have placed 100 fishballs on D. There's no loss if he falters, but a grand reward if he prevails. Betting small for a big return. Now that's thrilling. Are you all certain you want to bet on my victory? Do not regret it later. Zhou Yang observed as the fishball bets accumulated and promptly closed the betting, ensuring no one could retract their wagers. Such disbelief in my abilities. You shall all be crying later. Yang, do you need a potion? The Shy inquired. No need. Let us play normally. Zhou Yang declined, taking control of Lucian and heading towards the top lane. He wisely avoided the brush, aware that encountering Jace at level 1 would spell disaster for Lucian. After all, Jace wielded 2 abilities at level 1 and gained additional benefits with each transformation. Behind them, Rookie watched intently, his eyes glued to the unfolding solo duel, while Ashue had mysteriously joined the fray. As he observed Zhou Yang playing Lucian, he couldn't help but remind, Brother Yang, you do understand Lucian's combo, right? I grasp it somewhat, but it should suffice, came the reply. Soon, as the minion wave approached, the Shy emerged from the brush, controlling Jace. He intended to lie in wait for Zhou Yang, for such was his style. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang was far too alert to grant him that opportunity. Upon returning to the minion wave, neither of them immediately attacked the minions, instead opting to maneuver and test each other. After a series of back-and-forth movements, Zhou Yang's Lucian managed to strike the Shy twice. Wow, Yang. Impressive. The Shy couldn't help but exclaim as he was caught in the exchange. Behind him, Rookie swallowed hard at the sight. Was this the level of kiting skill that a professional support could possess? This was troubling. Would he end up unable to indulge in midnight snacks for a month, only to have to treat his opponent instead? As 3 low-health frontline minions remained, Zhou Yang seized the opportunity, using Lucian's Q ability to secure all 3 minions while simultaneously dealing damage to Jace. Although he had taken a hit, the Shy felt no dismay. Instead, his eyes began to gleam with excitement. This top lane Lucian seemed rather intriguing. I never anticipated that someone would actually go to the stream I mentioned yesterday. Oh well, that was a miscalculation. The streamer is quite charming. Perhaps everyone could take a look when they have time. Additionally, there will be another update tonight. And a final request for recommendations. Chapter 60, Understanding a Little? Indeed, comprehending a great deal. Before reaching level 2, Lucian posed no threat to Jace. Moreover, after suffering a setback, the Shy became increasingly cautious. Zhou Yang and the Shy reveled in the moment, continuously testing and pulling at one another. However, Rookie, positioned behind them, was in a state of urgency. After all, this was an opportunity for a midnight snack. The Shy, take this seriously, show respect to your opponent. Rookie reminded the chuckling the Shy. It's all fun and games, but my friend, a month's worth of midnight snacks hangs in the balance. Observing this, Ashue tapped Song Yijin on the shoulder. Old Song, are you aware of the old saying we have in Huaxia? What saying? How does it go? The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Dude, it's not you who's losing, so of course, you're not anxious. At that moment, the Shy unexpectedly sought to utilize Jace's SQ ability for harassment. But Zhou Yang deftly maneuvered away, retaliating with a basic attack. In a solo duel, each additional hit was a gain. Ashue, witnessing this, couldn't he help but commend. What a maneuver, Brother Yang is impressive. This only served to deepen Rookie's frustration, who knew that this guy, normally a support player, could excel so remarkably as an AD. After suffering 2 consecutive setbacks, the Shy wiped the smile off his face, declaring, Yang, I'm going to get serious now. Rookie, filled with elation, exclaimed. "You should have been serious from the start. If you win, Yang promised to share his midnight snack with you." After witnessing Zhou Yang's previous movements and tactics, Rookie began to feel a twinge of panic. "As long as we can win, I'll give you more than half." "Wait, is this the legendary D-God? It can't be real. Is it true? Even Shigo is being outplayed." Who would have thought D-God had a hidden ace in Lucian, perhaps intending to replace Shui Zi at any moment? Who knows? After all, Bing Bing has a habit of feeding. What if one day he really gets substituted? As Shui observed the barrage of comments in Zhou Yang's live stream, he suddenly pondered this very concern. "I must strive to minimize my mistakes in the future. I cannot afford to lose my cool. Otherwise, I might truly face unemployment." Suddenly, as both contenders engaged in their duel, they simultaneously leveled up to 2. Almost in unison at the moment of ascension, Zhou Yang and the Shy stepped forward, eager to seize the opportunity to suppress one another. Yet, upon realizing that they had both attained level 2, they instinctively retreated. Although no blows were exchanged, the tension of their strategic interplay was palpable. Just as the Shy anticipated Zhou Yang would continue to last-hit minions, Lucian unexpectedly activated his E skill, darting forward, striking twice before swiftly unleashing his Q ability, Piercing Light. The Shy reacted with remarkable speed, deploying his acceleration gate to swiftly retreat, denying Zhou Yang the chance to land additional shots. Observing that he could not trigger his passive with double shots, Zhou Yang began to consider his withdrawal. Suddenly, the Shy turned around and unleashed his Q skill. The electric orb, having passed through the acceleration gate, rapidly expanded and accelerated towards Zhou Yang's Lucian. Yet, that was not the end. After executing the Q skill, the Shy promptly switched forms, leveraging the passive acceleration while utilizing the acceleration gate once more. This double acceleration allowed Jace to swiftly close the distance to Lucian, and then, with a powerful strike of the Q skill, he brought down the challenging strike. Zhou Yang was taken aback by Theshi's sudden ferocity, as he had just controlled Lucian to retaliate with a basic attack and was preparing for a second strike. He was unexpectedly hammered back by Jace's E skill, Lightning Crash. Following this exchange, both players found their health nearly equalized, and they both consumed a potion. Wow. Shy's attention to detail is truly remarkable. Although I may not fully grasp the specifics, it is evident that one of them must inevitably fall. I have seen this episode, the one from IG won the match. Does it really require your commentary? Come on, Zhou Yang. Didn't you say you only understood a little? Reflecting on Zhou Yang's swifty technique with Lucian, Shui felt it was exceedingly smooth, considering even he occasionally made mistakes. Moreover, the seamless connection between basic attacks and skills was simply impeccable, offering a delightful spectacle. Such silky maneuvers, those in the know recognize this as IGS support, while those unaware might mistake it for IGS substitute AD. Indeed, Zhou Yang nodded, claiming to understand at least a fraction. What fraction? How does that differ from what you just said? Although Rookie had been in the LPL for some years, there were still certain phrases he did not fully comprehend. After all, the Chinese language is vast and profound. Just wait until you treat me to a month's worth of late-night snacks. Zhou Yang refrained from further elaboration, redirecting his focus to his duel with the Shy. Initially, their exchanges were evenly matched, each delivering and receiving blows. However, as levels increased, Zhou Yang seized opportunities, launching into Q, then E, repeatedly. Though the Shy was feeling the pressure, his eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. Incredible. It turns out, Lucian can actually play in the top lane. He felt as though he had unlocked a new realm, on the verge of breaking through his limitations. Observing Zhou Yang, who had seized the initiative, Rookie felt a wave of frustration. Lucian, this champion, is remarkably effective in the top lane? Initially, he had thought that with the Shy selecting Jace, a month's worth of late-night snacks was assured, given Jace's exceptional prowess in both kiting and harassment. Yet now, he was being pressured by Lucian. The thought of having raised the wager from 1 week to 1 month made Rookie wish to slap himself, and his mentality began to shift. However, if this champion can thrive in the top lane, why not consider testing it in the mid lane as well? Once his skills were off cooldown, Zhou Yang again maneuvered Lucian forward with an E, striking twice. Yet, due to his earlier setbacks, the Shy chose not to engage, firing a Q before swiftly retreating. As it is a one-on-one duel, Zhou Yang need not consider the jungler's influence and can fully exert pressure on Jace. By the way, we have yet to establish the rules. How about 3 lives? Rookie suggested. Oh, come on. Old Song is starting to play tricks, isn't he? Ning Wang, who had approached unnoticed, was the first to voice his dissent, stating that one should not behave this way. If the Shy wins, I shall share 10 nights of late-night snacks with you. Ning Wang paused. An Old Song, if you insist on saying that. Then 3 lives might not be out of the question. Zhou Yang. He suddenly felt a twinge of heartache. What kind of teammates are these? How can you act like this? Suddenly, Ashue's protest rang out from behind, which brought a slight warmth to Zhou Yang. But in the next moment, he was taken aback. Old Song, if you win, at least share a few days with me. Zhou Yang. These scoundrels. At that moment, Rookie also chimed in. Yang, how about 3 lives? Zhou Yang, fully aware of Rookie's intentions, responded with a smile. Sure, let you lose with complete acceptance. In truth, the number of lives and whether one can return to base is inconsequential. Zhou Yang's primary aim is to demonstrate to Rookie that Lucian can indeed excel in the top lane. Chapter 61. A singular victory over the Shy, Bravo D. Gradually, Zhou Yang pushed the minion wave to Theshi's tower, seizing every opportunity to land a basic attack whenever his opponent attempted to last hit. Despite the incessant buzzing warnings from the defensive structure, it refrained from retaliating. This intricate display elicited gasps from the onlookers. No way, this must be a joke. I thought D was impressive for teasing Rita, yet here he is, even toying with the turret. Indeed, with such striking good looks, even the tower seemed reluctant to engage. Your sycophantic admiration is nauseating. I stand apart. D is my father. Although the Shy was under duress, his gaze grew increasingly vibrant, his eyes sparkling with determination. Particularly, when he observed Zhou Yang controlling Lucian to sneak in a poke while he was focused on last hitting, only to promptly retreat from the turret's attack range, his excitement surged. So this is how one can play the top lane. He exclaimed, wow, impressive, truly impressive. Witnessing Theshi's enthusiasm for Zhou Yang caused Rookie's mouth to twitch. Stop merely praising. Why don't you fight back? Having declared it a battle of 3 lives, retreating home was certainly an option, although Zhou Yang's pokes were mildly irritating. They ignited Theshi's indomitable spirit. Gazing at the throng of minions beneath the tower, the Shy intended to finish his last hits before returning to replenish his resources. However, every time Jace dared to last hit, he would inevitably face Zhou Yang's Lucian's sneaky attacks, and the turret, as if enchanted, remained utterly unresponsive. Even Rookie found himself exasperated. Is this turret a relative of yours? I once defeated the top-ranked player in Korea with top Lucian. How can you not believe me? Zhou Yang boasted nonsensically. Brother Yang is remarkable. This is the first time I've seen Shy being pressured. Ashuei commented from behind. Until now, he had only witnessed the Shy dominating his opponents, both in matches and in ranked games. It was astonishing to see the roles reversed today, as Lucian expertly navigated the turret's attack intervals, executing damage to Jace without taking any in return. This is torment, pure torment, Ning Wang remarked, relieved that the Shy's temper was not as explosive as it could have been. Otherwise, following their duel, it was likely they would have ended up in a real-life showdown. At this moment, the Shy capitalized on Zhou Yang's blunder. As Lucian attempted to engage and retreated, he found himself momentarily obstructed by his own minions. In that fleeting second, the Shy seized the opportunity. Being a professional player himself, Rookie naturally caught Zhou Yang's mistake. Though it was a minor error, it was enough for Lucian to incur damage from the turret. Given the low health at this early stage, the turret's damage was still quite significant. Instantly, he relaxed and declared with a smile, "We are on the verge of victory." Originally intending to return to the city, the Shy suddenly refrained from retreating. With a swift launch of an enhanced cannonball, he seamlessly transitioned forms, utilizing his Q ability, Celestial Leap, to strike forcefully. This entire sequence of actions was executed in the blink of an eye, leaving the viewers in Zhou Yang's live stream in awe. Wow, Shy Ji's hand speed is astonishing. He must have practiced for at least 2.5 years. You must understand, he is still nursing an injury. Had he been uninjured, the outcome would have been even more formidable. Damn it, thinking of this makes me want to vent my frustrations. Just give me 5 minutes. I'll unleash my ire on Su Shaluo scoundrel of a Weibo. Hey, brother, it seems you've misdirected your anger. In the face of the Shy's unexpected offensive, Zhou Yang not only remained calm but even smiled. This smile, however, caused Rookie's heart to sink. Oh no. Is something unexpected about to happen? As Jay slung forward, Zhou Yang's reflexes were quick. He commanded Lucian to utilize his E ability, Relentless Pursuit, to create distance. After landing 2 shots with his passive, he swiftly unleashed his W ability, Piercing Light, followed by 2 additional basic attacks. This combination of skills struck Jace, leaving the Shy momentarily stunned. He hastily used his flash to create distance, but Zhou Yang had already anticipated his intentions, igniting his opponent while simultaneously dashing forward with his flash, landing the Q ability on Jace perfectly. Fortunately, he did not execute a basic attack, and the ignite was likely to burn. Before Rookie could finish his sentence, Jace collapsed in the top lane. I can't believe it. A solo kill on Shigu. Incredible D-God. Damn, had I known. I would have bet on D-God to win. Now I've lost everything. Thankfully, I was clever enough to wager only a little from each person. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I seriously suspect D-God is orchestrating this. D-God responded, Xiao Jiang, fetch some water. Brothers, the wind on the rooftop is a bit tumultuous. I shall take my leave first. After being solo killed by Zhou Yang, the Shy chuckled, holding the back of his head. I can't win. I can't win. Rookie, upon hearing this, grew anxious. You still have 2 lives left. Keep trying. Oh dear, how can I fight? I truly cannot. The Shy was no longer inclined to continue. His mind was solely focused on one thing, logging into the Korean server and attempting to play top lane Lucian. Let us try again. What if I can turn it around? Unable to resist Rookie's persistent urging, the Shy purchased his items and reluctantly maneuvered Jace out of the fountain. Upon their next encounter, Zhou Yang's Lucian had already gained a significant advantage in equipment. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Yang wasted no time in applying the League of Legends' age-old tradition of not showing mercy to those in the wrong. Charging forth with Lucian to deliver a full barrage. This onslaught reduced Jace's health by half. Despite Zhou Yang's Lucian also sustaining considerable damage, the trade-off was still advantageous. With the health advantage in hand, Zhou Yang pushed the minion wave to the tower, commencing a new round of teasing the defensive structure, devoid of vitality. The Shy could only retreat to base. However, upon his return, Zhou Yang's Lucian had already reached level 6. Upon their encounter, Zhou Yang executed a classic combination with Lucian, E, followed by W, Q, and then unleashed his ultimate, rapidly firing his shots. The unfortunate The Shy, just back in action, had hoped to capitalize on his health advantage to eliminate the unreturned Zhou Yang, but instead, he found himself reduced to a sliver of health. What can I do? How can I play? Despite the discomfort of his situation, a smile persisted on Theshi's face, his eyes gleaming with a spark of realization, clearly indicating he had glimpsed another opportunity in the top lane. However, this smile only deepened Rookie's frustration. He began to suspect that Zhou Yang and the Shy had conspired to deceive him. Yet, Theshi's demeanor suggested he was not being disingenuous. Was this champion truly that difficult to contend with? Rookie found it hard to believe. Lucian was hardly a common choice for the ADC role in the current meta. Was he truly that formidable? If you doubt it, why not give it a try? A Shui chimed in, inciting the challenge. Very well, I shall. Rookie responded without hesitation, rising from his seat and returning to his computer. I can only say that the Shy's Jace is woefully inadequate. His Jace doesn't even compare to half of my skill. Just wait for me to log in. If I don't secure a solo kill within 5 minutes, I shall not consider myself a man. Chapter 62, Sister Rita, are you serious? Greetings, Master Song. A Shui exclaimed promptly upon hearing the news. Go away, go away. Rookie jested, logging into the game and selecting Jace to challenge Zhou Yang. Noticing his opponent's unwavering determination, Zhou Yang felt resigned but insisted, we must agree beforehand. Regardless of victory or defeat, you shall not evade the month's worth of late-night snacks you promised. Rest assured. Do you think I am one who cannot afford to lose? Zhou Yang replied. Very well then. With someone eager to offer themselves as a sacrifice, Zhou Yang could only silently enjoy the spectacle. In truth, Rookie primarily harbored doubts about the Shy's true capabilities, yet lacking any evidence, he felt compelled to test it himself. I refuse to believe that 6 abilities cannot overcome your 3. 5 minutes later. This is impossible. This champion is utterly outrageous. What did you say earlier? Shui teased. If you don't secure a solo kill in 5 minutes, what does that make you? Rookie coughed awkwardly. If you're so confident, why don't you take a turn? As the lamentations of Rookie echoed, the viewers in Zhou Yang's live stream were left in astonishment. Is this truly the extent of D's prowess? Brothers, the defeat of U1 is well-deserved. D had once been an obscure substitute, yet at a crucial moment. He stepped up, almost like a script for a sweeping mock. Shocking. A certain Team S support has actually conspired with both the top and mid laners. Tomorrow, I'll report this to my UC's shock department. Just arrived. I heard someone named D-Fire was just maligning my brother. Observing Rookie's dejected countenance, Zhou Yang chuckled and teased. Old song. What should we do if I suddenly feel hungry? Rookie's lips twitched in resignation. Order whatever you desire. It's on me. It's just a month of late-night snacks. Zhou Yang, feeling no hesitation, acknowledged that for a player of Song Yijin's stature, a month's worth of late-night snacks was merely a trifle. Of course, Zhou Yang refrained from going overboard, having already consumed quite a bit earlier. He decided to order drinks for everyone instead. As Zhou Yang approached the Shy, he noticed that he had already begun a ranked match, selecting Lucian as his champion. Sensing someone behind him, the Shy glanced back, and upon seeing Zhou Yang, he smiled shyly. I feel this champion is truly viable in the top lane. Most top laners lack the qualifications to contest against him. Absolutely. Zhou Yang smiled in agreement and returned to his seat. After engaging with the viewers for a while, he ended the stream to rest. However, as he finished his evening routine and laid down to sleep, his phone suddenly buzzed. Casually picking up his phone, he unlocked it and opened WeChat, only to be greeted by a series of images featuring long legs clad in sheer stockings, 10 in total, perfectly angled to showcase their allure. He swallowed hard, pondering the late hour and whether anyone could truly rest peacefully. No way. Rita, are you serious? Zhou Yang replied hastily. Rita responded with confusion. What do you mean? I was merely jesting for the sake of the live stream's effect. To which Rita added, then I shall retract it. Wait. Zhou Yang quickly typed to intervene. I am willing to bear all that comes with this age. The following day, Zhou Yang was roused by a Shui. He had been lost in a delightful dream, almost reaching its climax, only to be abruptly disturbed. Naturally, his expression bore a hint of annoyance. Could you not wake me a bit later? A Shui, noting Zhou Yang's apparent irritability, was taken aback. He recalled that Zhou Yang had not been like this before. However, he brushed it off and glanced at the time on his phone. Brother Yang, it's quite late. We need to catch a flight back this afternoon. If it comes to it, you can sleep on the plane. With no other option, Zhou Yang reluctantly climbed out of bed. After a hasty, insubstantial breakfast and a quick tidying of his belongings, the group prepared to return to their base in Shanghai. Upon arriving at the airport, a swarm of fans appeared seemingly out of nowhere to bid farewell. With cameras flashing and people clamoring for photos, Zhou Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. Why does that person look so familiar? Among the crowd, some individuals who were indifferent to the esports scene scrutinized Zhou Yang. Wait, I think I just saw his video. A young lady pulled out her phone and quickly searched. After a couple of swipes, she exclaimed with delight to her companion, I found it. Look, is that him? The two compared Zhou Yang to the figure in the video and immediately confirmed their suspicions. Wow, it really is him. Who would have thought that a professional gamer shares our enthusiasm as a true fan? Let's take a picture with him. The two young ladies, seemingly ardent admirers, approached Zhou Yang with excitement, while he internally smirked at their fervor. Have they revealed their true colors? Nowadays, who still proudly claims to be a true fan? Everyone just claims to be a casual observer. The journey back was inevitably dull, yet fortunately, they had chosen a flight equipped with Wi-Fi, allowing Zhou Yang to pass the time on his phone. Oh my, Brother Yang, you're trending again. A Shui exclaimed as he surfed the internet and stumbled upon Zhou Yang performing the dance from last night's stream. The likes, shares, and comments had reached a staggering level. Zhou Yang glanced at the frenzy of comments, his mouth twitching involuntarily. What is there to see? Close it. Zhou Yang felt a twinge of frustration, pondering why the expected fame eluded him while the unexpected surged beyond recognition. Upon returning to the base and setting down his luggage, the members of IG found themselves with a delightful respite, Thanks to the considerable time remaining before the summer competition, Zhou Yang seized the opportunity to return to his hometown for a visit. He fondly recalled the significant support and motivation his parents had provided as he embarked on his professional journey. Unlike the rigid parents of some, Zhou Yang's mother and father were remarkably supportive, and they were pleasantly surprised by their son's sudden return. However, after a few days at home, Zhou Yang, who had hoped to indulge in a princely life, found himself in a situation akin to that of others. Initially, his parents showered him with affection, asking after his well-being and preparing a variety of delectable dishes. Yet, this idyllic scenario lasted only 2 days. By the third day, Zhou Yang faced their disapproval for indulging in sleep, observing his mother sweeping the floor. He felt the weight of her disappointment when he carelessly discarded fruit peels instead of placing them in the trash. At one point, Zhou Yang even felt inferior to the family cat. He gently patted the plump ragdoll cat nestled in his lap, its eyes half closed in bliss, and sighed. "Oh, Apple, do you think it is time for me to return?" Meow Chapter 63. This heroic girl might not be suitable. A strong man would be just right. After spending 3 days at home, Zhou Yang returned to the bustling metropolis once more. In the base, the shy was the sole occupant, engrossed in his game. On the computer screen, Lucian executed a series of fluid combos, forcing the opposing Jace to retreat beneath his tower. Could this be the legendary adage of if you can't defeat them, join them? It was evident that the shy had developed a profound affection for playing top lane Lucian. Zhou Yang glanced at the shy's recent performance and discovered that he had predominantly been playing this champion for the past few days. What about the others? Zhou Yang inquired once the shy concluded his match. Ning, Jack, and Balon have all gone out, the shy replied. And what of Lao Song? Yijin has gone to keep Xiaoyu company. Damn, what a guy devoid of humanity when it comes to the opposite sex, Zhou Yang exclaimed, immediately launching into a tirade against Rookie. Just then, Shui, Ning Wang, and Balon entered, carrying an assortment of snacks and beverages. Upon seeing Zhou Yang's return, Shui approached him, greeting, "Brother Yang, when did you get back? You didn't say anything. We could have come to pick you up." "I just arrived," Zhou Yang responded, resuming his scolding of Rookie, as if he had committed an unforgivable transgression. Suddenly, his phone rang. Zhou Yang fished out his mobile device and answered it. Hearing Rita's voice on the other end, "Are you back yet?" she asked. "Just returned." "What's up?" "I was thinking of going shopping, but it's rather dull alone." So, Rita felt she had been quite clear. After all, girls often preferred to express their thoughts subtly. "So, you intend for me to be your errand boy?" Zhou Yang replied, instantly on guard. He was all too familiar with women. Shopping and not shopping were two entirely different realms. That could work. "But at 1 TB for free. After we're done shopping, I'll treat you to a meal." "That might not be feasible," Zhou Yang began to jest seriously. "You know I just returned, and Shui and the others are planning a welcome feast for me. The restaurant is already booked. Nearby." Ning Wang and Shui exchanged glances, impressed by Zhou Yang's ability to fabricate such a plausible excuse without flinching. The audacity of his blatant dishonesty was almost astounding. "All right then," Rita said, preparing to end the call. Zhou Yang, taken aback, sought to prolong the conversation but was met with her decisive tone. "Wait, sister, you. Don't hang up just yet. If you could entice me a bit more, perhaps I might just agree." Shui and Ning Wang exchanged incredulous looks. Was this the same person who had just berated Lao Song for being unfeeling towards the fair sex? The speed of his transformation was astonishing. "Is that so?" Rita chuckled, lowering her voice intentionally, adopting a seductive tone. "If you accompany me shopping, I might consider granting you a modest request. Give me 10 minutes. No, 5. Zhou Yang hung up the phone, intending to share a few words with Shui and the others, only to be promptly shooed away. "Get lost. Don't come back tonight. Take care of yourself." After all, their good friend had found a partner, and as teammates, they were genuinely delighted. It felt akin to watching one's own son suddenly mature, evoking a sense of paternal pride. Upon arriving at the designated meeting place, Zhou Yang quickly spotted Rita, who stood out among the passers-by. "You're here. Let us go," Rita smiled as Zhou Yang approached. Initially, he thought that accompanying a beautiful woman on a shopping spree would be worth any fatigue or hardship. Moreover, as a grown man, he believed he would not tire easily compared to Rita. However, He underestimated the peculiar endurance of women. From around 3 in the afternoon until 10 at night. Nearly 7 hours passed without Rita showing any signs of fatigue, while Zhou Yang began to struggle. "I can't go on any longer," he declared. "Are you even a man?" We've barely started. Rita, clearly not yet satiated, insisted, "We still have so many places to explore." Faced with such a challenging question to his pride, Zhou Yang resolutely asserted, "I am a man, but I truly cannot continue. I lack the strength to even turn my head. Look, there's a pretty girl over there." Rita pointed. "Where?" Zhou Yang instinctively turned his head, only to realize too late that he had been tricked, meeting Rita's gaze that seemed to say, "If you can, go ahead and keep pretending." Ultimately, Zhou Yang had no choice but to endure another half an hour of Rita's relentless enthusiasm before she finally relented. After bidding farewell to Rita and returning to the training room, Zhou Yang collapsed into a chair, utterly exhausted, lacking the will to move. Ning Wang, observing Zhou Yang's weary demeanor, couldn't help but tease him. "Really? Rita is that formidable? This woman is outrageous." Zhou Yang replied weakly, "I'm not joking. I have absolutely no energy left." "Take care of yourself, Brother Yang," Ashue offered, pouring a glass of water and bringing it to him. "By the way, do you want me to prepare some goji berries? I've heard they are beneficial." "Get lost." Zhou Yang chuckled, amused yet exasperated. "I meant I have no strength left." "What are you thinking? Is there really a difference?" Ashue countered, "After all, you're the one putting in the effort." "Zhou Yang, that does seem to be the case." After resting for a while, Zhou Yang sat down in front of his computer and began reviewing some modifications in the game version. When he noticed the new hero, Yumi, his eyes lit up. "This hero might be a bit too cute for girls, but for me, a big man, it's just right." "Are you implying?" Ashue, intrigued by the sound, leaned in closer, and upon seeing the cat-like character, exclaimed, "This hero isn't fun." "Why isn't it fun?" Zhou Yang has yet to collaborate with Ashue, but judging by his demeanor, it seems he has already received assistance from a feline companion. "Yesterday, the two of us engaged in ranked matches." At that moment, Bao Lan spoke up. "And the outcome?" Zhou Yang inquired. "The enemy's Morgana displayed exceedingly ruthless tactics," Bao Lan remarked, subsequently directing his criticism towards Ashue, emphasizing that it was primarily his fault, with various elaborate Q skills leading to 2 swift deaths. "Can you really blame me?" Ashue's tone noticeably weakened. He felt as though Morgana's Q skill operated like an automated navigation system, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. "Are you still making excuses for your poor performance?" Rookie interjected. "What does this have to do with you? If even Brother Yang cannot defeat you, how dare you speak?" Ashue retorted boldly. Nearby, the Shy cast a glance at the bantering group and chuckled, evidently accustomed to their antics. "This atmosphere is quite pleasant." Rookie, witnessing Ashue's arrogance, found it increasingly intolerable. "But if a Yang bested me, what relevance does that hold for you?" "It must bear significance. Brother Yang is my support," Ashue replied. "If you cannot even triumph over my support, it implies you are unworthy of challenging me." I hastily pinned this third update after returning home without even having dinner, seeking your recommendations. Chapter 64. The collision with Uzi. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. Observing Ashue's audacious demeanor, Rookie found himself at a loss for words. He yearned to inquire, "Brother, where is your dignity?" In the past, there might have been a debate, but now it seemed he had forsaken all semblance of pride. Since idleness was the order of the day, why not do OQ? Zhou Yang turned his gaze towards Ashue. For reasons unknown, Ashue was suddenly beset by an ominous premonition. Without overthinking, he acquiesced. "All right, Bao Lan is too weak. I've lost quite a few points after dueling with him for 2 days. You must help me climb back up." "Piece of cake," Zhou Yang replied with a smile, promptly logging into his account and starting the live stream. As soon as the stream commenced, a multitude of viewers flooded in, demanding answers. "You scoundrel, how dare you go live? Where are my fishballs? What happened to the promised photos of the high-slit dress? Dishin, you ought to be ashamed. You don't know how to share the good stuff." Faced with the barrage of questions in the chat, Zhou Yang could only conjure a flimsy excuse to deflect. "Come on, would you expect me to share such private, high-definition photos with you all?" After pulling Ashue into the room and queuing for a match, Zhou Yang engaged with the chat, casually discussing what they had done during the days without streaming. At that moment, with a thud, the game began. As they secured their desired positions, they were immediately recognized. Dishan, I'm your fan. And me too. Thank you. Zhou Yang quickly replied in Pinyin. The reason for using Pinyin was to avoid drawing attention from any local players who might cause them trouble if they communicated in Chinese. Witnessing several compatriots conversing in Pinyin, the silent one could no longer contain himself. We're all on the same side. Stop pretending. Damn it. You should have said so earlier. Dishan, I'm already lying down. Please carry me. With all 5 players being compatriots, the need for caution dissipated, and they began typing furiously in the chat. Observing Zhou Yang engaging happily with his teammates, Ashui couldn't help but type a question. Are there no fans of mine here? 111. Bing bing. You look so cool when you catch the cue. Ashui. After finishing the banter and awaiting the champion selection, Ashui's gaze shifted to the opposing team, who had locked in Vayne and Alistar. He turned to Zhou Yang. Brother Yang, what are you playing? Thresh? I'm definitely going with the cat. Zhou Yang replied casually, locking in the champion. Initially, Ashui had intended to play Draven to pair with Zhou Yang's Thresh, aiming to dominate the opposition. However, with Zhou Yang opting for the cat, he found himself at a loss. How about I play Caitlyn? She's good against Vayne. Ashui inquired. Zhou Yang took a bite of the freshly washed apple Rookie had brought back, mumbling indistinctly, anything works. I'm merely an ornament. The cat, this hero, speaks little else. But at least during the landing phase, it is undeniably effortless, always accompanied by allies. Then there is the champion, Caitlyn. Ashui declared, promptly locking in the selection. The compositions of both teams were soon established. After all, this was not a competitive match, so the lineups emphasized combat prowess. On Zhou Yang's side were Camille in the top lane, Elise in the jungle, Zoe in the mid lane, and Caitlyn alongside the cat in the bot lane. The opposing team featured Fiora in the top lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, Syndra in the mid lane, and Vayne with Alistar in the bot lane. Winning this match seemed a daunting task. Gazing at the lineups, Ashui couldn't help but mutter, if our Camille can gain an advantage, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, we might find ourselves on the back foot. At that moment, viewers in Zhou Yang's live stream began to recognize the opposing bot lane. Oh no, their Vayne is a god. And the support is Xiaoming. Is that for real? Let me check. Before long, people were streaming back into the chat. Indeed, their Vayne is Uzi. Well, RNG's bot lane against IG's. This is going to be exciting. Just arrived. Why does D's Korean account have only 4 letters? Is it a hint that 5 isn't allowed? Can this team even engage? At this point, Ashui learned from his fans that the opposing bot lane was the formidable duo of Uzi and Xiaoming, causing him to feel a pang of anxiety. He vaguely recalled the moments from the spring split of 2018 when he was relentlessly outplayed by Uzi. Observing Ashui take a deep breath and sit up straight, Zhou Yang chuckled, saying, there's no need to be nervous. After all, it's just a matter of winning or losing. Ashui's lips twitched slightly. Brother Yang, is that your way of comforting me? What else could it be? Zhou Yang replied, taking a bite of his apple. Losing isn't shameful if you can't win. Meanwhile, in the RNG training room, Xiaoming and Uzi also received news from their fans in the live stream. Is it Jack and D-Fire on the other side? Xiaoming chuckled, sensing that this match might pose some challenges. Uzi, however, remained unfazed, focusing on the barrage of comments in the live stream. Although Caitlyn boasts a range of 650 units compared to Vayne's 550, he believed that Caitlyn sometimes pales in comparison to Vayne. Vayne's Q ability, Tumble, and her passive speed boost while chasing are significantly more agile than Caitlyn's. Of course, early skirmishes in the bot lane largely depend on the support. If the support excels, the AD carry merely needs to focus on attacking, but if the support falters, even the most skilled AD carry will struggle. This was precisely why Uzi insisted on duo queuing with Xiaoming. He could no longer endure the incompetence of random supports, always suspecting that someone was undermining his efforts. Soon, both teams entered the game. Upon learning that the opposing duo was RNG's renowned pair, the teammates became particularly cautious, knowing that a victory would afford them some bragging rights among friends. The jungle strategy of Elise became crystal clear, echoing in his mind the words of a certain man. When facing RNG, there's nothing to analyze. Just hang on. I'll be right back. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, he rose from his seat, discarded the fruit pit into the trash can, and proceeded towards the restroom. It must be acknowledged that playing as the cat hero indeed offers certain conveniences. Shui, left with no other option, could only control the female marksman to ensure Zhou Yang's cat remained obediently stationed at the tower. Ultimately, they were one player short, should the enemy invade the jungle. It could lead to a disastrous double elimination. Meanwhile, the spider had a clear objective, initiating a solo red buff in the top lane, preparing to fully support Uzi. By the time Zhou Yang returned, the minion wave was approaching perfectly. "Oh, the timing is just right," he exclaimed as he settled back down, while Shui maneuvered the female marksman onto the lane. Upon arrival, they immediately encountered Alistar and Vayne. Being professional players, Zhou Yang promptly exchanged an emoticon, a gesture of mutual acknowledgement. The renowned social butterfly of the LPL, Xiaoming, swiftly responded with an emoticon and typed in the group chat, "Be careful. I want to hold back later." "No worries, bring it on. If things get dicey, I'll simply retreat." Shui observed the exchange between Zhou Yang and Xiaoming. A look of melancholy etched on his face. "Brother Yang, have you considered my feelings in all of this?" Chapter 65, A Frenzy Pursuit, Striking Red Hot. Vayne proves to be one of Uzi's favored champions. Although she struggles against Caitlyn in the lane, Shui manages to mitigate the pressure that Caitlyn typically exerts over Vayne. Furthermore, Zhou Yang, despite his lead in last hits, finds it challenging to create a significant advantage. At this moment, the jungle spider signals a potential ambush opportunity, indicating to Shui that he may attempt a slight bait. Observing the spider lurking in the river's brush, Shui decisively initiates his act. He feigns an intention to farm minions but inadvertently missteps, prompting Caitlyn to advance unwittingly. As anticipated, Xiaoming takes the bait. Noticing Shui's conspicuous mispositioning, he swiftly activates his combo with Alistar, launching Caitlyn into the air. A splendid opportunity. Uzi seizes the moment, commanding Vayne to roll forward. A level 3 Vayne is not intimidated by a level 3 Caitlyn and her feline support. Caitlyn thrives alongside champions like Lux or Karma, who excel in lane harassment, leveraging their extended range to secure early tower damage and establish pushing momentum. Although the cat possesses some harassment capabilities, it lacks sufficient counterplay against a support like Alistar, reducing its options to healing and basic attacks. In response to Xiaoming's sudden aggression, Zhou Yang remains composed. He maneuvers the cat to deliver a quick strike to Alistar, applying weakness and ignite to Vayne before retreating to Shui's side. Xiaoming and Uzi, undeterred, press forward, intent on forcing Caitlyn to expend her flash. Just then, the lurking spider decides the time is right and ambles out from the brush. Realizing he has been outmaneuvered, Xiaoming quickly resolves to sacrifice himself to protect Uzi. However, their pursuit proves too deep, and they ultimately meet their demise. The jungle spider, displaying admirable sportsmanship, relinquishes the kill without attempting to secure it for himself. Zhou Yang cannot help but express his admiration in chat, exclaiming, "You were quite the high scorer." With the kill secured and his wallet burgeoning, Zhou Yang cheerfully suggests, "Let us push the wave and return to shop." Shui nods in agreement, swiftly pushing the wave before heading back with Zhou Yang. "This champion is quite low maintenance," Zhou Yang remarks lazily, stretching as he reflects on how he hardly needs to move his mouse, as there is always someone to support him. Glancing at Shui, who remains in the fountain with a forlorn expression, he playfully calls out, "Giddy up. These antics are excessive. We are here to learn skills, not to embrace mediocrity." The phrase "giddy up" typically resonates with those on horseback, and indeed, D seems to be riding Shui, capturing the essence of it perfectly. What a sight, D riding on ice. Is it truly that exhilarating? My apologies, gentlemen. I seem to have momentarily strayed from the topic. The utterance of drive has sparked the imagination of the viewers in the live stream. The imagery is so vivid that it is almost beyond comprehension. Returning to the online battlefield, Zhou Yang and Shui, each possessing a head start in equipment, have adopted a more aggressive stance, frequently exchanging blows. Given that everyone has already utilized their summoner spells, as long as Vayne is not pinned against a wall, they can endure a barrage and gradually regain health through the invigorating ability of the cat. Although Xiao Ming's Alistar possesses some healing capabilities, it pales in comparison to Zhou Yang's feline companion. As their health dwindles to a critical point, the jungler, the spider, makes a timely appearance. The spider initiates a tower dive, catching Vayne and Alistar, who are devoid of summoner spells, off guard and leading to their demise once more. Ultimately, the spider evades tower damage in a precarious manner, narrowly escaping elimination. In light of the jungler's relentless ganks, Uzi's expression has turned decidedly grim. Moreover, with Ashue's Caitlyn having claimed 2 kills and a layer of tower plating, should support fail to arrive from the top lane, the situation may soon become dire. He casts a glance at the blind monk, who is poised to assist the Fiora in ambushing the Camille, and, with a few clicks of his mouse, expresses his growing frustration. I cannot comprehend why they aren't safeguarding my position. He implores. Stay composed. Assisting Fiora is acceptable. We can still contend if the top lane splits off for a push. Xiao Ming hastily reassures him, fully aware of Uzi's temperament as a loyal supporter. Uzi remains silent, his face flushed as he guides Vayne resolutely toward the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Ashue is brimming with excitement. Yanggu, you are truly the best. When I played with Balon, he nearly led me to ruin. Hearing this, Balon looks up and adjusts his glasses, retorting, who was it that mispositioned and caught AQ? With 3 kills under his belt, Ashue begins to grow increasingly confident. Upon returning to the lane, he asserts his dominance, leveraging Caitlyn's extended range to relentlessly harass Alistar and Vayne. Xiaoming finds himself at a disadvantage. The vision in the bottom lane has been cleared by Zhou Yang, leaving him in uncertainty about the spider's whereabouts. Consequently, he must remain cautious, for should the spider catch him off guard again, the bottom lane could very well collapse. Although the situation is somewhat precarious, he can still manage to farm under the tower. However, if further misfortune befalls them, the bottom tower may very well fall. Observing the untenable state of the bottom lane, with Caitlyn's audacity on display, Uzi's jungler, the blind monk, finally prepares to initiate a gank. Unbeknownst to him, as he ventures into the lower jungle, his movements are meticulously monitored by the spider's vision. Thus, when the monk believes he is unseen and attempts to flank, he is startled to find himself encircled. With the assistance of Zoe from mid lane and the spider, Ashue secures yet another kill. With 4 kills in hand, he seizes control of the match. With the significant advantage gained by Ashue's female police officer in the early game, Zhou Yang commenced a rapid assault on the towers, securing the dragon and claiming the herald. By the 15-minute mark, the opposing team decisively relinquished their resistance, opting for surrender. Brother Yang, it's all thanks to you, Ashue exclaimed, elated by his impressive record of 7 kills and no deaths, resembling a child in his excitement. Zhou Yang chuckled softly, at a loss for words. The victory was rather effortless, primarily due to the exceptional performance of the spider and the overzealousness exhibited by the opposing Uzi and Xiao Ming. Despite being fully aware of the blind monk's presence in the top lane, they insisted on engaging in combat, which spiraled into a disadvantageous situation. When the blind monk descended to the bottom lane, intending to initiate an attack, the spider executed a counter-ambush, resulting in a catastrophic explosion in the jungle, leaving no room for recovery. Meanwhile, his cat merely acted as an ornament, providing a bit of healing, casting a few spells, and occasionally launching a fishing missile. Nevertheless, in light of Ashue's enthusiastic praise, Zhou Yang graciously accepted the accolades. It's nothing extraordinary, merely the world's best, he remarked modestly. Chapter 66. The opening of the summer tournament and esports gala. Time was slipping away, and Zhou Yang had intended to wash up and retire for the night. However, Ashue was reveling in the game, his enthusiasm unyielding, insisting on playing a couple more matches. Thus, Zhou Yang found himself obliged to accompany him, and they played until 1:30 in the morning before finally retreating to their rooms for rest. At this juncture, there remained approximately a week until the commencement of the summer tournament. Since Zhou Yang had introduced the Shy to a new realm of possibilities, he had developed a particular fondness for the AD carry role. Coupled with the Shy's fierce landing style, Zhou Yang became enamored with the champion Lucian. Beyond their routine ranked matches, Zhou Yang and his team frequently arranged scrims with other squads to avoid a decline in competitive form due to inactivity. The The scrims yielded a mixture of victories and defeats. Victories came with relative ease, while losses were often overwhelming. This perplexed Ashui, who sensed that Zhou Yang might be deliberately concealing his prowess. Brother Yang, be honest. Are you purposely letting the opponents underestimate you? Waiting to astonish them during the official matches? After all, with the formidable victor and the consistently dominant captain in scrims, Ashui suspected that Zhou Yang was perhaps playing the part of a cunning underdog. Zhou Yang glanced at Ashui, bemused by the theatrics in his mind. With a wry smile, he offered a vague excuse. No, it's simply that my form is lacking. I'm just not playing well. It's all right. Everyone has off days. Don't let it trouble you, Yang. Just focus on resting and adjusting these next few days. Ning Wang, who had once consoled Bao Lan, chimed in with a grin. Who can win all the time? I too have walked through phases of continuous losses. Zhou Yang was at a loss for words, merely nodding in agreement. The underlying reason for his apparent lack of form during scrims was that they were not broadcasted, akin to two teams engaging in a custom match, known only to the participants. According to system regulations, a lively commentary could galvanize greater performance. Without such engagement, how could one grow stronger? This contributed to Zhou Yang's seemingly diminished state during scrims. Victories were decisive, credited to a significant advantage in the mid and top lanes, with the bot lane merely needing to assist in tower defense. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang garnered substantial experience from the scrims and became acquainted with numerous players from other teams. They exchanged private messages, sharing recommendations for captivating films or amusing videos, and discussed build paths, itemization, and runes. As Zhou Yang and Ashui frequently duo-queued with the champion Yumi, when Xiaoming added Zhou Yang as a friend to inquire about the optimal way to play Yumi, particularly regarding preferred abilities, Zhou Yang readily advised him to prioritize R. A week swiftly passed. After a prolonged hiatus, the highly anticipated summer split has finally commenced. This tournament is pivotal in determining who will secure the coveted top seed to represent the LPL in the World Championship, as well as providing a chance for teams to present a satisfactory performance for the year. Even before the matches began, many eagerly awaited the start, wishing for the competition to commence immediately. Upon arriving at the IG base, Zhou Yang and his teammates boarded the business vehicle bound for the venue. As they disembarked, Zhou Yang finally immersed himself in the atmosphere. The ambience was strikingly different from watching a live stream, igniting a fervor within him. Upon their arrival, numerous fans fervently greeted the IG players with cheers and encouraging words. Acknowledging the fans with a slight wave, Zhou Yang and his group made their way through the exclusive passage to the Team S Lounge. In the opening match of the summer split, they were set to face their first adversary, RNG. Despite RNG's unexpected defeat in the quarterfinals last year, this did not imply that IG could underestimate their opponent's prowess. Moreover, RNG had dominated IG throughout the previous year. Not far from them, the RNG team had already arrived in their lounge, strategizing for the day's competition. Even prior to the match, the viewership across various streaming platforms had surged, with many casting their gaze upon this matchup, celebrated as the Spring Festival Gala of Esports. The banter in the comments section was rife with skepticism regarding IG's championship, with some dismissing it as lacking merit, citing RNG's dominance over the past year as mere fortune at the World Championship. As the commentary echoed throughout the venue, Zhou Yang and his teammates were engaged in recording pre-match interviews. The recording was straightforward, lasting around half an hour. On their return journey, Ashui looked at Zhou Yang with admiration. Brother Yang, you truly dare to say anything. After offending that basketball player last time, your Weibo was a frenzy. Yet here you are, unafraid to speak your mind. What's there to fear? Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly. Pre-match trash talk is merely a contest of bravado. What is wrong with showcasing mine? The primary motive, of course, was to entertain the viewers. As they chatted, the hours swiftly passed. With the audience methodically entering the venue and the commentators preparing, Zhou Yang and his teammates were guided to the stage. Following the host's introduction of the players, the broadcast team aired snippets of the earlier interviews, featuring Zhou Yang's playful jabs. The first to appear was the bespectacled Casa, who, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, honestly, I'm at a loss for words. I just hope you lose slowly, don't fall too quickly. As the scene shifted, the image of Ning Wang appeared on the grand screen, declaring, "Today, I have claimed your jungle." To which the response was, "I relinquished my jungle for my teammates." Each individual uttered a few fierce words or playful banter. However, when the visage of Zhou Yang graced the screen, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. Some claimed that IG's championship was merely a stroke of luck, a serendipitous acquisition. Thus, today, I aspire to demonstrate otherwise. Perhaps the champions may eventually descend from their peak. Yet they undeniably held the title of the world's finest that year. Upon these words, the chat rooms of various live streams erupted in fervor. Although the players had encountered certain sentiments circulating online, no one would openly voice them, merely entertaining the thoughts internally. Yet now, Zhou Yang had boldly brought these sentiments to the forefront. In an instant, the emotions of all were stirred. "Wow, Dishan, you truly dare to say anything," exclaimed one commentator. "Be cautious with such bold proclamations. You might just trip up later." Nevertheless, it is indeed true that IG did not emerge victorious over RNG last year. Had they not lost to G2, the championship outcome could have been quite different. Why was it a favorable draw? One can only hope. The rest is too lengthy. I have forgotten. Chapter 67, A Sudden Seizure of Lucian, RNG Coach Stunned. Welcome, everyone, to the 2019 Summer Split. I am your commentator, Ziyuan. Greetings, I am G-Day. I am Rita. As the referee signaled, the three of us swiftly entered the realm of commentary. After a prolonged wait, we finally have a match to behold, and I trust everyone is quite eager. The inaugural clash of the Summer Split features IG facing off against RNG. A match brimming with anticipation. At this juncture, Ziyuan chuckled subtly, although he did not explicitly state it. Anyone who witnessed the pre-game banter would grasp the implications of his words. G-Day, upon hearing this, promptly attempted to defuse the situation, asserting that, in all honesty, "I believe the prowess of these two teams is relatively comparable. The outcome, whether victory or defeat, hinges on their performance on the day and their current form. I feel their states of play are unlikely to differ significantly, especially since they've exchanged some fierce words prior to the match," Ziyuan remarked with a smile. "How about you make a prediction for today's match?" Rita inquired with keen interest. Well, Ziyuan hesitated, but being a seasoned analyst, he quickly replied, "I can predict the score, yet I suspect this BO3 will undoubtedly reach its full length. The specific victor, however, will depend on the champions selected and the compositions employed. Nevertheless, considering that D-Fire and Ashue have only recently begun working together in the bot lane, I am confident they have utilized the break since MSI to refine their synergy through ranked matches. Yet, they are up against Uzi and Xiaoming, whose coordination, while not flawless, is certainly more harmonious than that of D-Fire and Ashue." Rita blinked. "So what is your prediction?" "It is truly difficult to say. It still hinges on the team compositions." Observing Ziyuan's cautious demeanor, the viewers in the live chat were taken aback. What is happening? Why is Ziyuan hesitating to make a prediction? Clearly, he is apprehensive. Could anything truly instill fear in him? Ziyuan deftly sidestepped the topic, and he and G-Day delved into discussions about the recent changes in the game's meta and adjustments to items. However, the audience seemed less interested in this discourse. They yearned to witness Ziyuan's legendary predictions. Eventually, Ziyuan recalled, "Ah yes, RNG's starting top laner today is Lovezer, also known as player Xiaoji. This marks his debut on the LPL stage. Similarly, for IG's support player D-Fire, despite his commendable performances at MSI, it is also his first appearance in the LPL. International competition differs significantly from domestic contests, as players predominantly engage in intra-regional battles, affording them ample time to study their local teams. Facing the Shy right off the bat, I hope Xiaoji can withstand the pressure," G-Day remarked with a tinge of nostalgia. The wild jungler, Malatang, has retired. Yet there remains a safety net in the form of Casa. However, following Letme's retirement, RNG, in an effort to preserve the team's identity, can only elevate a short player in the top lane. My heart aches for this young lad who must face off against the formidable Brother Shy upon entering the arena. I sincerely hope he does not emerge from this encounter with lasting shadows of doubt. What is there to lament? D's debut at MSI was also his first appearance. After all, D-Fire, on the other hand, possesses an innate audacity. "You are being excessively harsh," D merely possesses a few additional skills compared to his opponent. He comes equipped with built-in taunts and an array of 5 emotes, does he not? Upon his arrival, who triumphed, the black or the white pieces? Simultaneously, Zhou Yang, taking advantage of the pre-match lull, swiftly browsed the marketplace. "Brother Yang, what are you up to?" A Shui inquired curiously upon noticing him. "I'm searching for appealing skins," Zhou Yang replied, as he busily purchased a plethora of items. After all, there was no need to spend his own money, he could indulge freely. Naturally, Zhou Yang primarily acquired emotes and similar trinkets, purchasing anything that was visually striking or entertaining. However, his only source of frustration stemmed from the emote wheel's limitation of just 5 slots, which he found exceedingly inconvenient, significantly hindering his performance. At long last, the ban pick phase commenced. In the opening game, IG occupied the blue side, enjoying the privilege of the first ban and pick, while RNG, seated on the red side, held the advantage of the final counterpick. With no hesitation, IG swiftly banned the crocodile, due to the impact of the Gale Force. This veteran champion has ascended to become a premier top laner, although Jax also synergizes well with the Gale Force. His required development time pales in comparison to that of the crocodile, who can unleash devastating power with just 1 item. Observing IG's initial ban of the crocodile, RNG's coach surmised that the opposing team intended to strategically select their champions, aiming to exploit the Shy's formidable individual prowess to carve a path in the top lane. Given RNG's focus on the bottom lane, they too acted decisively, banning the Shy's remarkable Aatrox from MSI. Little did they anticipate that IG would respond by targeting the jungler with their second ban. With IG opting to eliminate Olaf, how would RNG respond? Would they continue to focus on the Shy with further bans, or? Before Guan Ziyuan could finish his thought, RNG swiftly banned Sylas. There was no alternative. The Shy's Sylas had previously dominated Zhao Tai's Fiora during the spring split, and the memory of that spectacular display still haunted them. Furthermore, this champion, once acquired by IG, could flexibly shift between the mid and top lanes. To avoid being led by the nose during the ban phase, RNG chose to adopt a philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, and banned him outright. Soon, the initial 3 bans concluded, with IG concluding by selecting the jungler Rek'Sai. In response, RNG opted to bolster their top laner, Xiaoxi, by selecting Akali, ensuring he would not be easily overwhelmed in lane. The first round of the player transfers has concluded, and IG, without the slightest hesitation, has opted for Lucian as their top choice. Such confidence. Guan Ziyuan gazed at the large screen, momentarily taken aback, before promptly exclaiming, "IG has directly chosen Lucian for Shui. It seems they are intent on clashing with RNG in the early stages of the bot lane." It is no wonder that Guan Ziyuan harbored such thoughts. One player is the S8 championship-winning top laner, possessing formidable lane pressure, while the other is a rookie making his inaugural appearance on the LPL stage. Given the apparent disparity in strength, it seems reasonable to provide some support to the relatively weaker bot lane. Moreover, Lucian is known for his prowess in the early to mid-game. IG's swift selection of Lucian left not only the seasoned commentator Guan Ziyuan bewildered, but also caught RNG off guard. They had prepared for the possibility of Jace and Akali being picked first, yet IG chose to deviate from the expected strategy and opted for Lucian instead. This choice left even the RNG coach in a state of confusion. After extensive preparations, they found themselves facing an unexpected challenge. How to proceed? After a brief moment of contemplation, he swiftly made hero selections for the mid and top lanes. He still had faith in the abilities of Uzi and Xiao Ming in the bot lane, so securing the mid and top lanes first seemed prudent. Chapter 68, Lucian in the top lane, a debut on the stage. Observing the selections of Jace and Akali by RNG, Guan Ziyuan expressed with unwavering confidence. This can certainly be considered a strategic counterpick, for both Jace and Akali are champions that the Shy excels at. The announcement of these 2 champions left the spectators in a state of bewilderment. Really? A newcomer is entrusted with Jace? Even the likes of Ollie Star would hesitate to make such a choice before the formidable Shy. What if, and I mean what if, Jace performs exceptionally well? It is no longer spring, and they dare to give little Tiger Akali, a champion of such caliber? Is it possible that the Spring Tiger Emperor and the Summer Scavenger have not been mentioned in their discussions? As the Shy witnessed the selection of Jace, he could not contain his laughter. Clearly, RNG assumed that Lucian would be relegated to the bottom lane. This match would showcase the prowess of Shy. Zhou Yang was acutely aware of Lucian's dominance in the top lane, particularly against a champion like Jace. In the hands of a formidable player, it might be a close matchup, perhaps a 50-50 or a 30-70. Yet, the opponent was a novice, facing off against the Shy, who is known for his ruthless playstyle. Therefore, the top lane would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Coincidentally, RNG is a team that primarily focuses on the bottom lane. In that moment, Zhou Yang could hardly suppress his sympathy for Xiaoji. Hearing this, the Shy shyly chuckled. Oh dear. This is my first time using this champion in a competitive match. I might be quite nervous. Perhaps my performance will not be up to par, Zhou Yang retorted. Is this even a reasonable statement? Just days ago, you were dominating the enemy top lane with Lucian in ranked matches on the Korean server. The initial picks from both teams were quickly established. After IG secured Lucian, they also selected Jarvan 4 and Galio. Meanwhile, RNG opted for a Lee Sin for Karsa. Both teams sacrificed their strong lanes to bolster their other positions. However, Galio might serve as a support, and it remained to be seen how IG would allocate their champions. Guan Ziyuan, studying the large screen, analyzed earnestly. Clearly, IG was sacrificing the Shy to empower other lanes, while RNG prioritized bolstering the mid, top, and jungle roles at the expense of their bottom lane. Following the first 3 selections, the second round of bans became considerably more straightforward. IG promptly banned Tom Kinch and Nautilus, effectively dismantling 2 classic combinations while alleviating some pressure from the bottom lane. RNG, in response, targeted the mid lane, banning rookie Rise and LeBlanc. After the second round of bans, RNG hesitated momentarily before securing Kaisa for Uzi, ensuring their late-game dominance. When it was IG's turn, Guan Ziyuan was particularly curious. RNG had already confirmed 4 champions, leaving a counterpick for Xiao Ming's support role. He wondered what champion IG would choose for the Shy. Just as he voiced his thoughts, IG finalized their selections, locking in the combination of Lulu and Yumi. The once confident Guan Ziyuan, who had just delivered a fervent analysis, was suddenly left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Could it be Lucian in the top lane? After some contemplation, it seemed that this champion was indeed the only one suitable for the lane. Although this hero could occupy the top lane, I had never witnessed the Shy wielding him. Rita was even more perplexed. The RNG coach, who had presumed to have a firm grasp on the enemy's draft strategy, found himself equally stunned upon the confirmation of the Wheel Mother and the Cat's combination. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. He believed that his selection of relatively powerful champions had successfully stifled the Shy's options, while also addressing the potential shortcoming of insufficient damage output. Wasn't it said that RNG would merely play a protective strategy? They were here to prove otherwise. With Jace's poke, Akali's assassinations, Kaisa's harvesting, and Lee Sin's early game tempo control, culminating in a team fight initiated by Xiao Ming, their composition, while not flawless, was certainly devoid of major flaws. Yet this selection left him utterly confounded. Not only the commentators and the RNG coach, but the audience was equally baffled. It was my beloved IG, always full of surprises. But Lucian in the top lane. How could that possibly work? This composition was so bewildering that if I had obscured the team names, I would have thought both sides were engaged in a ranked match. Despite the intrigue and astonishment generated by IG's lineup, it was clear that any last-minute alterations were highly unlikely. After some reflection, the RNG coach decided to secure the initiation potential by selecting Alistar for Xiao Ming. With both teams' compositions finalized, the match was set to commence. Zhou Yang received yet another task from the system. Ding. Task issued. Task name. The first match of the LPL. Task description. Given the host's confident pre-match declarations, it is required that the host must achieve no fewer than 30 assists in the match against RNG. Task reward. Random Hero Mastery 5 increase in awareness and damage calculation capability. Hearing this task, Zhou Yang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, it was just one match rather than a single game. If it were a single game, 30 assists would indeed be a far-fetched dream. However, In the context of a full match, it was not entirely unattainable, despite the challenge it posed. Of course, this was also due to the distinctive style of the LPL. Had it been the LCK, where a single kill might take several minutes to materialize, completing such a task would likely take an entire season. Nevertheless, with the Wheel Mother and Cat duo in the bot lane, it would be challenging to generate kills against a team that was likely to engage in a peaceful development phase. It appeared that I would have to apologize to Ashui. As the game commenced, both teams showed no inclination to invade at level 1, instead positioning themselves to establish vision and prevent being caught off guard. Due to Xiaoming and Uzi having encountered Zhou Yang and Ashui in ranked matches recently, they were well aware of the duo's proficiency with the Wheel Mother and Cat combination. Xiaoming, as a professional support player, naturally ventured into the realm of the champion Yuumi. Alas, he felt that she was somewhat ill-suited for him. He preferred champions like Rocken and Thresh, who are renowned for their ability to initiate team fights. At level 1, he contemplated the possibility of seizing an opportunity to strike. Xiaoming conferred with Uzi, unwilling to engage in a peaceful farm alongside Zhou Yang and Ashui. The selection of both Wheel Mother and Yuumi clearly indicated their intent to play a passive role in the bot lane, aiming to stabilize and avoid causing trouble for the mid and jungle. Wheel Mother boasts Swift Wave Clear and a shield that grants immunity to crowd control, while Yuumi possesses healing and acceleration abilities. Once they level up, this duo could prove formidable in the lower lane. Uzi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was concocting a devious plan. What do you think about a level 2 gank in the bot lane? I have a hunch they will engage us at level 1. If Ashui and I feign weakness, you could finish your red buff and head straight down. What do you say? Ning Wang found himself somewhat swayed by Zhou Yang's suggestion. Why not? After all, that man had already provided them with the answer. Could one truly err on an open book exam? Chapter 69, Secondary Capture, Timeless. Very well, once the match concludes, I shall proceed to the lower lane. Unable to resist Zhou Yang's temptation, Ning Wang nodded in agreement. When the red buff emerged, Ashui assisted with a couple of attacks before promptly leading Zhou Yang towards the bottom lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, as the minion wave converged, the Shy disregarded the presence of others. He maneuvered Lucian from the second bush, landing a quick auto attack on Jace before swiftly retreating, utilizing the foliage to evade minion aggro. Xiaoji, eager to retaliate, found his target already vanished. The youth, untested by the rigors of battle, often possessed an exuberant fervor. Xiaoji exemplified this, relying on Jace and his two abilities to pursue and retaliate. In that fleeting moment, the Shy controlled Lucian to emerge from the bush once more, landing another auto attack while instantly deploying his Q ability to negate the recoil of his basic attack, subsequently utilizing his passive to strike twice more. With the added damage from Grasp of the Undying, Jace's health visibly diminished. As he inflicted damage, he adeptly avoided Jace's Q ability, resulting in Xiaoji's Jace only managing to strike Lucian twice. When he aimed for a third strike and intended to switch forms to engage, Lucian once again darted into the bush. Their initial exchange of blows left Xiaoji feeling nearly bewildered. This marked the Shy's debut of top lane Lucian on the LPL stage, prompting the broadcast director to grant the top lane additional screen time. The preceding exchange, where the Shy cleverly used the bush to manipulate vision, was captured clearly. This back and forth must have left Jace in a state of confusion. It should wrap up soon. It's rather tedious, merely a game of poking. I've seen this match. The team with G will emerge victorious. Observing the screen showcasing the beleaguered Jace, Guanzi Yuan commented, the Shy's aggression in lane remains as formidable as ever. And this is just level 1. Such a fierce exchange. He recalled a similar moment of surprise, and indeed, the strategy of top lane Lucian appeared to be viable. However, Xiaoxi's Jace must remain cautious. Since IG had opted for top lane Lucian, they would undoubtedly orchestrate their rhythm around him. Moreover, Karsa followed a path from top to bottom. Should the trading become too intense, Ningguang might very well come and execute a dive. Both junglers commenced with red buffs, one descending, the other ascending. However, Guanzi Yuan's commentary was cut short as the screen captured his attention. He observed Ningguang's Jarvan, having completed his red buff, making his way towards the lower lane. What could IG be planning? He glanced at his companion, Jita, who remained silent. Yet the answer appeared evident. Concurrently, upon arriving at the lower lane with a Shui, Zhou Yang controlled his cat to greet Xiao Ming, showcasing a thumbs-up emoji featuring Timo. The two individuals had added each other as friends privately, and both played support roles. Thus, their rapport developed rather swiftly, especially with the connection to Ning Wang. Noticing Zhou Yang's signal, Xiao Ming reciprocated, yet despite the cheerful expression, he was persistently seeking an opportunity to strike. Finally, he found his moment. As the cat descended from the wheel mom to assist in last-hitting minions for level 2, Xiao Ming commanded Luo to advance, lifting Zhou Yang effortlessly. In that instant of elevating Zhou Yang, Xiao Ming resolutely applied Ignite to prevent any healing that could restore health. Given that the cat's abilities would enter a cooldown phase after being controlled, if both focused fire on Zhou Yang, his lack of flash would seal his fate. As a duo that had collaborated for an extended period, although there was no verbal communication, Uzi instinctively controlled Kaisa to follow up with damage, joining Xiao Ming in targeting Zhou Yang. After Xiao Ming's Luo lifted D-Fire's cat, he immediately cast Ignite, with the intention of swiftly eliminating the feline. However, Ning Wang arrived unexpectedly, as Guanzi Yuan remarked. The two had not anticipated that Ning Wang would leave the red buff to gank the bottom lane. By the time they spotted the prince, they had already overcommitted in their chase. Ning Wang, too, was caught off guard, realizing that Zhou Yang's claims were accurate. The opposing duo indeed sought to force a confrontation at level 1. Ning Wang's arrival implied that RNG South bottom lane duo might evade disaster. Yet both would likely have to expend their summoner spells, having pursued too deeply. Just as Guanzi Yuan's words faded, the screen displayed the prince executing a swift EQ combo, charging directly at Uzi's Kaisa. Uzi, not overestimating his position, promptly used flash, but in that very moment, Ning Wang's prince mirrored the action, following Uzi's escape. My heavens! Ning Wang, was the astonished exclamation, as he had predicted the trajectory of Uzi's flash, sending him airborne. After launching Kaisa, Ning Wang unleashed a basic attack, applying the red buff slow effect. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang finally found the opening to engage. He immediately commanded the cat to attach to Shui, providing a speed boost with E while simultaneously afflicting Kaisa with both weakness and ignite, sparing no abilities. The combination of weakness, ignite, and the slowing effect of the red buff left Kaisa with no means of escape, forced to endure relentless pursuit. Observing this, Xiao Ming recognized the futility of a rescue and opted to sacrifice Kaisa, using flash to flee instead. First blood. The initial kill was secured. Ultimately, Uzi's head fell into Shui's hands. 666. Indeed, it rings true that there's little to analyze when facing RNG. Simply gank the bottom lane at level 2 and it's done. How many times must they fall for such tactics before they learn? Director, you've caused quite the ruckus. Ning Wang's play was magnificent. His predictive flash as Ma Chao was executed flawlessly. I initially thought RNG South top lane might serve as IG's first point of attack, yet I did not anticipate such swift turmoil in the bottom lane. After finishing the conversation, I glanced at Guanzi Yuan. What had he just said? Now, it seems he has vanished, both in presence and in words. To be honest, I did not anticipate that Ning Wang would make such a decisive move in the second tier. Guanzi Yuan awkwardly spoke up, expressing his surprise at IG's unexpected maneuver during the very first match of the summer season. The crux of the matter lay with Xiao Ming, who harbored malicious intent. Upon witnessing D-Fire's cat leave Shui, he charged forward without hesitation. Initially, I assumed D-Fire was overestimating his capabilities in an attempt to assist Shui in securing a level 2 advantage. Considering the cat's lack of flash made it susceptible to being focused and eliminated at level 1. However, it now appears that IG had devised a trap for RNG from the outset, and RNG, oblivious to the ruse, fell right into it, Guanzian remarked. With the absence of flash, RNG South bottom lane must exercise extreme caution. Meanwhile, as Casa was farming 6 minions, he was taken aback by the sound of first blood. What on earth is happening? Chapter 70, IG's top lane, a flawless dive. Before Casa could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Ming. We've been deceived. Xiao Ming lamented, realizing he should have anticipated that a meerkat would dare to engage in combat. However, there was little that could be done. The pressure exerted by the Shy on the newcomer in the top lane was overwhelmingly significant. Even if the top lane managed to remain unscathed, the sheer act of whittling down the tower's health could create a substantial disparity. Could a fledgling player truly maintain composure in the face of the Shy? Thus, he was eager to seize an advantage in the bottom lane to compensate for the potential vulnerability that IG could exploit, if they chose not to engage at level 1. Once Wilmom reached level 2 and acquired her skill, along with the shield it provided, coupled with the healing and acceleration from the cat champion, securing a kill would become increasingly challenging. Observing Kasha rushing toward the bottom lane, Guanzi Yuan speculated, perhaps due to the overwhelming pressure in the top lane, RNG's bottom duo is overly eager to make a play. IG adeptly capitalized on this mindset, utilizing the cat champion's susceptibility at level 1 to lure their opponents into a meticulously crafted trap. The success of Defire's bait was evident as it enabled Jack La Wu's Wilmom to secure first blood, while also forcing the bottom duo of RNG to expend their summoner spells. Until RNG's bottom duo regained their summoner spells, unless IG became overly reckless, they were unlikely to encounter serious issues. As Kasha made her way back, Zhou Yang collaborated with Ashui to push the wave swiftly, returning home to replenish equipment and resources. Given that the bottom lane was a farming-oriented matchup, Ashui had no illusions about achieving a kill, even if he desired to secure a kill. Until Zhou Yang's cat reached level 6, the bottom lane, even with a lead, lacked the capacity to secure kills. The cat could only offer a slow. Thus, he returned home to acquire a catalyst, striving to maximize his development. Guan Ziyuan chuckled upon seeing this, noting that Jack La Wu was fully aware that their focus should solely be on wave clearing in the bottom lane, eschewing thoughts of securing kills, hence opting for a catalyst as well. After assisting and claiming first blood for the bottom lane, Ning Wang returned to his jungle, continuing along his original path to the upper jungle, preparing to orchestrate the rhythm around the Shy. As for the first blood, it was merely a stroke of luck. If they landed a good catch, splendid, but if not, there was little to lose. In the mid lane, rookies Galio faced off against Xiaohu Esakali, where the likelihood of a solo kill was virtually non-existent. Nevertheless, control of the lane remained firmly in rookie's grasp. This was precisely what IG desired, as Galio could readily roam for support. By the time Akali leveled up and acquired wave clear capabilities, the rhythm of the game would have already been firmly established in their favor. Around the 4-minute mark, the Shy advanced toward Jace's tower with a substantial wave of minions. Concurrently, having completed his jungle route, Ning Wang prepared to engage Jace. This instance of Jace may indeed be perilous. It remains uncertain whether he can sense the impending danger. Observing the two IG junglers, who were evidently poised to assault Xiaoxi, Guan Ziyuan feels as if he is in the midst of the action, an expression of apprehension unwittingly gracing his features. At this juncture, Xiaoxi's Jace is left with merely half his health, having exhausted all his potions. Being present on the professional stage undoubtedly indicates a certain level of skill. Otherwise, RNG would not have selected him for the match. However, the higher the rank, the clearer the understanding of the disparity between oneself and the opponent becomes. Thus, after being momentarily flustered by the Shy's Lucian at level 1, he promptly relinquished any thoughts of contesting the matchup, coupled with his teammates advising him to focus on last-hitting minions and stabilizing his development. Xiaoxi resolved to adopt a conservative strategy. Yet, even under such circumstances, his Jace was still subjected to relentless attrition by the Shy. As he observed the approaching prince on the grand screen, he remarked, "It seems Jace is unaware that he is about to be tower dived. He intends to finish off this wave of minions before retreating." However, Ning Wang has already arrived. On the big screen, Ning Wang, seeking to prevent Jace from evading, maneuvered the prince from the brush behind the stone golem. The moment Xiaoxi laid eyes on the prince, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. He understood that his fate was likely sealed, yet a flicker of hope remained as he still possessed Flash, contemplating a potential maneuver. Even if survival was unlikely, he felt compelled to attempt to secure a trade. Otherwise, he would suffer not only a death, but also a loss in lane, leading to a minor collapse in the top lane. Nonetheless, Ning Wang, seasoned in the jungling role, refrained from executing a direct EQ combo. He awaited the Shy to deliver the minion wave beneath the tower before advancing directly into Jace's vicinity, utilizing his W ability, Golden Shield, to slow the opponent, followed by a basic attack to draw the tower's aggro. The passive attack from the Prince rendered Jace, already low on health, even more vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity while Ningguang tanked the tower, the Shy unleashed a complete set of skills with Lucian. Naturally, Xiaoji did not remain idle. He endeavored to unleash all his abilities upon the prince in hopes of securing a kill. Regrettably, his health had been depleted too severely by the Shy during their earlier skirmish, rendering him incapable of executing a full rotation of skills. By the time he switched forms and prepared to utilize his Q ability, Acceleration Gate, to strike, he was already felled by a basic attack from the Shy's Lucian. With Jace dispatched, Ningguang executed a seamless EQ combo, exiting the tower with composure, a perfect synergy. This tower dive by IG's top and jungle duo was executed with remarkable precision, resulting in Jace's demise. Guanziyuan commented, "I can only say that Xiaoji is still quite inexperienced. Being flustered by the Shy's Lucian at level 1, he suffered considerable attrition in the lane. He ought to have retreated. While he might have lost some minions, it would not have been to this extent." After a moment of contemplation, it becomes evident that, from a results-oriented perspective, Jace's decision to return home poses no inherent issues. However, we must acknowledge that we are observing this from a godlike vantage point. In essence, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that when Jace returns to base and subsequently teleports back, he will scarcely claim any minions, resulting in a net loss. More critically, Shy has amassed an excessive number of minions, a clear indication that Jace has failed to secure a sufficient number of last hits. Thus, even upon his return, he lacks the means to acquire substantial equipment. This situation only exacerbates his predicament, as the minion wave remains largely inaccessible, and Lucian has even secured a kill. Fortunately, he possesses teleportation. Otherwise, the landing phase in the top lane would have become utterly untenable. Just as the two were reflecting on this, the screen abruptly transitioned to the bottom lane. Due to Ashue's earlier push, the minion wave in the bottom lane was now in a state of counter-push. Furthermore, Uzi deliberately chose to only secure the final blow, further delaying the pace of the minion wave's return. Seizing this opportunity, Karsa proceeded to control the blind monk and made his way to the bottom lane. Chapter 71. Could it be that we are to await Uzi's trifecta so soon? Let us first observe this situation. Kasa, controlling the blind monk, has descended upon the bottom lane, intent on retribution. Guanziyuan paused his analysis of the effects following Jace's demise, swiftly offering commentary. Kasa's positioning went unnoticed by IG's duo in the bottom lane. Remember interjected, suggesting that while Ashue might evade danger during this ambush, he would likely be forced to burn his flash. Upon witnessing their jungler's arrival, Xiaoming, controlling the Lysandra, boldly initiated his W ability, charging forth to coax out Ashue's spell shield from the Wheel of Fortune. However, Zhou Yang, adeptly maneuvering the cat, timely healed Ashue, allowing him to exploit the brief burst of speed to narrowly evade Lysandra's advance. Xiaoming's lift failed to connect, yet Kasa's blind monk had already approached from the flank. With a clever strategy, Kasa refrained from using his Q ability immediately, knowing it would be thwarted by the spell shield. Instead, he skillfully approached the Wheel of Fortune with his W ability, then unleashed his E ability to deal damage, swiftly following up with another E to slow Ashue. Seizing the moment, he continued to attack while Uzi, controlling Kaisa, capitalized on the slow to hasten his pursuit. Observing the beleaguered Wheel of Fortune, Guanziyuan mused, "Isn't it time to use the flash? It seems he might perish if he doesn't act soon." But wait, Rookie from the mid lane was en route. IG's duo were luring their opponents. At that moment, Remember noticed the rapidly moving Galio on the minimap. Rookie, having purchased his boots and pushed the wave, was preparing to return to base. However, upon spotting Ashue's position, he feared the blind monk might appear in the bottom lane. After all, with Ningguang having ventured to the top lane without revealing the blind monk's position, it was highly probable that the enemy jungler was traversing downward. Thus, he decided to shift toward the bottom lane, hoping to provide support should the blind monk appear. Unexpectedly, the blind monk indeed materialized. As the health of the Wheel of Fortune dwindled to approximately 1/3, a wolf's head mark suddenly appeared above the heads of Kasa and his allies. Rookie had finally arrived. Although he had not returned home and his mana was limited, it was sufficient. Upon nearing, he executed Galio's E ability, Justice Punch, delivering a powerful blow that knocked Cass's Blind Monk airborne, immediately following up with his W ability to mitigate damage while extending the duration of his taunt. As Cassa landed, he was met with a taunt and a heavy strike from Galio's passive. Simultaneously, Ashue, controlling the Wheel of Fortune, decisively retaliated, landing a basic attack before refreshing it with his W ability, dealing unique AoE damage to the three foes while also unleashing his Q ability. Sensing the tide of battle shifting, Uzi hastily provided healing in an attempt to aid Cassa's retreat. However, the Wheel of Fortune's passive granted a brief movement boost after dealing damage to enemy champions. Thus, aided by his swift movements, Ashue pursued without hesitation. Kassadin, unexpectedly finding himself in peril despite initiating the gank, glanced at the mid laner, Xiaohu, who was pushing the lane. Left with no other choice, he activated his flash to create distance. Finally, Ashue, who had been reluctant to utilize his flash, unleashed it at this moment, chasing after Kassadin without a second thought. Kassadin flashed, and Lulu promptly followed suit. Jack's reluctance to use his flash earlier was revealed to be a strategic decision to pursue. Observing Lulu's earlier obstinacy, which now seemed almost comical, I couldn't help but jest. After flashing, Ashue received a healing boost from the cat, which not only accelerated his escape but also utilized his Q skill to slow down the fleeing Lee Sin. Ultimately, Kassadin met his demise, marking the third kill of the match. Uzi and Xiaoming initially sought to eliminate Ashue's Lulu, but alas, they fell just short. Kassadin's offensive against IG's bottom lane concluded with his own death, a significant setback indeed. Following the skirmish, Guanziyuan erupted with excitement. It was undeniable. Rookie had arrived just in the nick of time. He must have sensed the impending gank on the bottom lane and, after pushing his lane, made his way down, his starting item being boots and his runes favoring a swift approach. Moreover, Jack's reluctance to flash created a false sense of security for RNG, leading them to pursue recklessly. The cat's presence was pivotal. Otherwise, Xiaoming's W ability could have at least forced Lulu to use a shield. Unfortunately, D-Fire had just provided Ashue with a heal, allowing him to escape the area affected by Lulu's W. After a brief pause, Guanziyuan continued, noting that Jack's Lulu had already secured 2 kills. This meant that RNG's chances of achieving a kill in the lane were significantly diminished, especially with the equipment gap widening. Not to mention, D-Fire's cat could continuously provide healing, keeping Ashue at a comfortably safe health level. With Guanziyuan's commentary, many began to sense that RNG's chances were rapidly fading. With only 5 minutes into the match, 3 kills had already erupted. The early deaths in the bottom lane were unfortunate, compounded by a tower dive in the top lane, just when the jungler attempted to capitalize on the bottom lane. Rookie's timely arrival, due to Akali's lack of lane control, thwarted their plans and resulted in a counterkill. The tempo of the game had undoubtedly been seized by IG. Viewers in the live stream began to chatter. Old Song's Galio was indeed bringing some authenticity to the match, a refreshing contrast to the often dull LCK. Although IG secured 3 kills, 2 of them were at the expense of Ashue. Let us not celebrate prematurely, for the Ice Emperor may deliver himself to the opposition. Is it possible that RNG anticipates Uzi acquiring his trifecta of items this early? It puzzles me why they entrusted Xiaohu with a champion like Akali. Is he truly suited for such a role? After taking down the Kassadin, neither Ashue nor Zhou Yang returned to base immediately. Instead, they awaited Uzi to push the lane before contentedly returning after finishing the wave. Despite the current favorable circumstances, Zhou Yang remained somewhat disheartened. The reason is simple. The system task requires him to achieve at least 30 assists after facing RNG today, adhering to the principle of no upper limit. He aspires to exceed this task. With an average of 10 assists per game to reach 30, it appears the adversary's south top lane is rather lacking. Should the match conclude in just 2 games, achieving 15 assists per game would be quite the challenge. Chapter 72. Brother, don't you have a wild area of your own? Glancing at the match timer, Zhou Yang slightly furrowed his brow and sighed. It had been quite a while, yet he had only managed to secure 2 assists, with the elusive goal of 15 assists still far beyond his reach. This wouldn't do. He needed to devise a strategy to engage in more skirmishes. Coincidentally, this moment was captured by the broadcasting team. As Zhou Yang's frowning and sighing visage appeared in the lower left corner of the big screen, numerous viewers found themselves misty-eyed. What was happening? Wasn't IG's bottom lane unscathed, having turned the tables on the Lee Sin? Why was D-Fire sighing? Perhaps he felt he had made a misstep. My goodness. D-God is far too hard on himself. Such an outstanding newcomer, having clinched the MSI championship right at the onset of his career. If it were me, I'd be on cloud 9. If those more talented than you are still striving harder, what makes you think you can surpass them? I suggest you simply give up. As Zhou Yang pondered, he heard Rookie S' voice in his ear. You too ought to be grateful to me. If it weren't for my intervention, you would have met your demise. Had Rookie returned to base, he could have saved a teleport by utilizing the cannon minion to tank the turret. However, now, due to his support of the bottom lane, that teleport was rendered necessary. Nonsense. Had I not seen you arrive, I would have flashed away long ago. Would you have had the chance to secure an assist? Ashui jested, playfully chastising his teammate. Expressing gratitude was certainly out of the question. They could only trade banter to lighten the mood. Back at the bottom lane, although Ashui had 2 kills to his name, he was cautious due to the lack of flash, opting to focus on wave clearing rather than being overly aggressive. In the top lane, Xiaoxi's Jace was decisively killed under the tower. Despite possessing a teleport, he had not accrued many minions upon returning home. Thus, even with the teleport, his equipment was rather underwhelming. His intention was to swiftly push the wave and return to base for replenishment. However, upon the Shy-S Lucian returning to the top lane, he forced Jace back and stalled the wave, which was quite disheartening for Xiaoxi. Uncertain of Ning Wang's precise location, Xiaoxi feared that if he hard-pushed, he might fall victim to a surprise attack from the Jarvan 4. Facing death again on such a long lane would be intolerable. Yet, remaining stagnant and letting the wave stall was equally frustrating. Therefore, he resolved to use his abilities to clear the wave, deeming it unimportant whether he could last hit the minions. His primary goal was to push the lane. However, the Shy, disregarding all caution, saw Jace's QE combo and immediately used Lucian's E skill to block the empowered cannon shot. With a considerable number of minions, standing in the way might be disadvantageous, yet blocking Jace's empowered attack was feasible. Witnessing this, Guanzi Yuan couldn't help but comment. The Shy is being quite harsh, using his body to block skills and denying Jace the opportunity to push the wave. It seemed like it was time to call for the jungler. Otherwise, if Lucian controlled the wave and Jace returned to base, the situation would be dire indeed. Remember to speak up. It appears that Ning Wang intends to mount yet another offensive in the top lane. Is there any chance of enjoying the game at this rate? The crux of the matter is not merely the discomfort in the top lane, but the fact that RNG is also at a disadvantage in the bottom lane. Kasa attempted a gank, but was unsuccessful, resulting in his own demise instead. Rita interjected. Facing the Shy, Xiaoxi already bears significant pressure, and Ning Wang seems intent on providing him no respite. Clearly, IG has no intention of granting this newcomer any semblance of gaming experience. Their strategy for the first match is to disrupt your mentality, paving the way for an easier second match. The Shy executed a series of reckless maneuvers, causing Xiaoxi considerable distress. He had no choice but to signal for assistance from Kasa. Be cautious. I shall assist you shortly, Kasa warned, hurriedly making his way to the upper jungle. His path as a jungler was oriented from top to bottom, and the second wave of jungle monsters had now respawned. Due to his prior unsuccessful gank in the bottom lane and subsequent death, it was likely that the prince would be contesting his own jungle monsters. Be mindful of Galio. He cautioned Xiao who, primarily concerned that should a skirmish arise, Galio's support would be critical while Akali remained in the mid lane. This situation, where assistance was required in every direction, left him feeling utterly exhausted and stretched thin. Here he comes, the prince has arrived. As he observed Ning Wang scanning the area and deliberately positioning himself to gain vision, Guanzian couldn't help but feel anxious for Xiaoxi. However, the blind monk was en route, though it seemed he might arrive too late. Remember, this time, it's unlikely that Jace will be killed. He still possesses his flash. He quickly added. As the commentary echoed, Ning Wang emerged from the river, scanning as he approached, while the Shy readied Lucian, prepared to engage. Yet, Jace indeed had a flash available. At the moment Ning Wang executed his EQ combo, Xiaoxi dared not be overconfident and immediately used his flash to evade danger. Of course, Ning Wang had no intention of slaying Jace. His sole aim was to force out the flash. If Jace had used his flash earlier, he might have been caught in this exchange. Fortunately, Jace had not used his flash during the previous tower dive. Otherwise, he would likely have met his end once more. That's a relief, remembered, but the lane remained challenging. Failing to push would mean a significant loss of minions. Guan Ziyuan remarked, observing Jace's decisive escape using flash. Casa felt a wave of relief. Survival was paramount. He piloted the blind monk directly to the lane, assisting Jace in pushing the wave before hastily returning to the upper jungle. Given that the prince had just forced out Jace's flash, it was highly probable that he would be contesting Casa's jungle monsters during this moment of assistance. Sure enough, as Casa guided the blind monk to the stone golem, Ning Wang had already dispatched the large stone golem. Noticing the tardy arrival of the blind monk, Ning Wang, displaying a sense of camaraderie, chose to turn away, leaving the remaining stone golem for Casa. After all, we are all in the same division and under the same roof, so it is only courteous to show some respect. Kassadin found himself helpless, watching as the opponent departed, for if a confrontation were to ensue, Lucian and Garen would undoubtedly arrive in the nick of time, on their side. However, only Xiaohu's Akali was present, and facing a 3-on-2 situation would yield no chance of victory. Thus, despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to endure this loss. Leaving the stone golem, Ning Wang swiftly made his way to the opponent's 6 birds. By the time Kassadin arrived after clearing the stone golem, only a single small bird remained, while Big Kuan had already vanished. Of course, Ning Wang was not finished yet. After devouring the large bird, he boldly traversed through the mid lane, heading straight for the enemy's lower jungle. At this moment, the rapid clearing ability of Wheel Mom became evident. Upon witnessing Ning Wang's prince arrive in the lower lane, Ashui immediately activated his skills, swiftly clearing the minion wave, and alongside Zhou Yang's cat, began to assist in invading RNG's lower jungle. This left Kassadin on the verge of tears. Brother, do you not have your own jungle? Chapter 73, Illusory Assistance, Genuine Aid. Kassadin felt quite distressed, lacking control over the lanes, and the jungle might soon fall prey to Ning Wang's incursions. Observing the prince on the big screen, akin to bandits invading a village, Guan Ziyuan couldn't help but express his concern. It would be beneficial to lend some assistance, otherwise Kassadin's jungle would be rendered unplayable, and RNG's early momentum would entirely succumb to IG's grasp. Noticing the situation, Xiaoming left Uzi's Kasha to develop alone in the bottom lane and hurried to control Luo for jungle support. This composition could only rely on the blind monk to initiate. Should Kassadin's jungle collapse, Uzi's 3-item power spike might never materialize, leading to a swift end to the match. Both teams showcased their cunning in the fierce contest over a frog. Ultimately, it was Kassadin who secured the last hit. Fortunately, we managed to outplay them. Otherwise, the jungle would have suffered greatly, Guan Ziyuan remarked. Observing the frog being snatched away, Ning Wang showed no signs of disappointment, as it was not part of his jungle territory. When Shui prepared to return to lane, he noticed Zhou Yang had no intention of following him. Yang, good. The lane has been pushed. We need to return swiftly. You can farm alone, while I coordinate with Ning Wang for some skirmishes, Zhou Yang declared. This was a conclusion he had come to after considerable contemplation. Remaining in the bottom lane without action might yield little more than a handful of assists by the end of the match. Hence, he opted for a proactive approach. Seeing Zhou Yang's combative demeanor, Shui fell silent. Shouldn't a champion like Cap prioritize farming in the early game and then follow the carry into team fights later? Well then, I wish you all the best. Shui quipped theatrically before guiding his Wheel of Fortune back to the bottom lane. Although he lacked a flash, he possessed a spell shield and, coupled with Wheel of Fortune's exceptional wave clear capability, he was unlikely to encounter significant trouble. Hey. D-Fire didn't accompany Shui back to the bottom lane but instead followed Ning Wang. Guan Ziyuan exclaimed in surprise. Supports should not remain tethered to the bottom lane indefinitely. Roaming is essential. However, it seemed peculiar for a cat to abandon the AD so swiftly to accompany the jungler. Witnessing this scene, Viewers in the live stream could no longer contain their frustration. D-God is truly a disgraceful cat. The AD toils tirelessly to safeguard you in the bottom lane, only for you to turn and follow the jungler, exclaimed one viewer. Damn, this makes me furious. Yesterday, Kasha, accompanied by Cat, navigated the bottom lane with utmost caution, only for our jungler Kane to reach level 6 and thank me for taking care of his cat, before both scoundrels abandoned me in the bottom lane. Ashui lamented, I never expected D-God to be such a person. I am profoundly disappointed. Don't ask. Just know it was once love. Zhou Yang, trailing Ning Wang, incessantly urged him to engage in battles. Ning Wang glanced at him. Realizing why he found this young man so agreeable, they were kindred spirits. Even while playing cat, Zhou Yang possessed a fierce desire to fight, certainly a reckless disposition. What does IG require? The answer is simple. They need the audacity of a warrior. He circled around with Zhou Yang's cat, preparing to ambush Xiaohu's Akali. Did Ning Wang and D-Fire intend to target Xiaohu? However, Xiaohu's Akali was under the protection of the Xayah's ultimate. Just as Guanzi Yuan finished speaking, the large screen displayed Xiaohu using the Xayah's ultimate to return home and clear minions. Next to him, Ji remembered glancing at him. You know, this guy can be quite unpredictable at times. At the moment Xiaohu activated Xayah's ultimate, Ning Wang, controlling Jarvan, and Zhou Yang's cat approached from behind. Upon noticing Ning Wang's gank, Xiaohu swiftly retreated, utilizing the invisibility of Xayah's ultimate. Yet, Zhou Yang's cat unleashed a perfectly erratic fish missile that struck him. Although it did not fully reveal Akali's presence, the brief phantom was still detected by Ning Wang. He quickly anticipated the position and decisively executed a double EQ combo. From the divine perspective, everyone witnessed Akali being knocked into the air. At that moment, Rookie also charged in with Galio's E skill, Justice Punch, initiating a knockup while simultaneously preparing a taunt with his W skill. Xiaohu's Akali was exposed and subsequently subjected to a beating from Ning Wang and Rookie, compounded by the ignite applied by Zhou Yang. Ultimately, Rookie's Galio secured the kill with his Q skill, Winds of War. Watching Xiaohu fall, Guanzi Yuan sighed, feeling that Xiaohu could have simply flashed away. Dying once was indeed too damaging. As a result, all three lanes of RNG found themselves at a disadvantage. It was likely that he never anticipated being hit by D-Fire's cat missile while under Xayah's ultimate. Ji offered a slight defense for Xiaohu, though he hesitated to say that had it not been for your fateful words, Akali might have avoided such a fate. After his demise, Xiaohu took a deep breath, sensing an unsettling vibe. Following Akali's defeat, Ning Wang proceeded towards the bottom lane, where the opposing team had pushed the lane and then retreated. Meanwhile, the mid lane had also fallen. Thus, IG opted to directly engage the dragon, leaving Casa unable to intervene. The first dragon was an earth dragon, dealing true damage to towers and epic monsters, the best among the 4 elemental drakes. After securing the dragon, Zhou Yang returned to Ashui's side. Back at base, with the gold earned from assists and lane income, he promptly purchased a kill ring and a book of AP, along with 2 control wards. Here came D-Fire's classic kill ring. I anticipate he will soon combine it into a kill book. Observing this, Guanzi Yuan chuckled. However, it seemed reasonable for D-Fire to build this item this match, as Rookie S. Galio needed to enter fights alongside Ning Wang S. Jarvan, thus not requiring excessive AP items. If RNG successfully drags the game into the later stages, having a cat to supplement AP damage and provide additional poke damage would be quite advantageous for IG. In the recently concluded MSI, Zhou Yang's Karma achieved a remarkable feat by eliminating the opposing top laner, Kennen, while playing as a support, thereby redefining many people's perceptions of the support role. The notion of a deceptive support, who relinquishes all protective gear and abilities to the AD carry, yet fails to safeguard them, was starkly contrasted by the true essence of support, to eliminate adversaries, thus rendering the AD carry impervious to harm. Frankly speaking, D's itemization mirrored that of a typical bronze player. Let us refrain from mockery. At our bronze level, one would certainly not witness such a meager tally of kills at this stage. Indeed, even after the initial skirmish, the number of kills would far exceed this paltry count. As the two returned to the bot lane, they encountered Xiaoming's Rockin and Kaisa. Zhou Yang wasted no time, unleashing a swift fish rocket upon Xiaoming. How could this cat deal such high damage? Xiaoming pondered, glancing at the items adorning his feline adversary. Wait, is that a kill ring? Chapter 74. Once I believed in science, but now my faith wavers. Xiaoming thought he must have misread the situation and glanced again. Upon confirming that Zhou Yang had indeed acquired the kill ring, he felt utterly dismayed. It was rare to witness the emergence of such lethal items in professional matches. As they are notoriously unstable, a single death could render the investment completely futile. Typically, a match where such an item appears indicates a significant advantage for one side, leaving the opponent with little hope of recovery. Although Zhou Yang had procured a kill ring rather than a kill book, it was still rather audacious for a support player to wield such an item. Xiaoming marked the kill ring in Zhou Yang's inventory, signaling to his teammates. The others, upon seeing it, displayed a variety of expressions, clearly feeling a sense of condescension. Within the team, with 2 AD carries present, it was rather inappropriate for the support cat to eschew traditional support items in favor of damage-oriented gear. However, there was little they could do. The momentum was firmly in IG's favor, and their only option was to minimize mistakes and focus on quietly developing their resources. Yet, when the enemy's advantage reached a certain threshold, maintaining composure became increasingly difficult, especially with a champion like the Shy in the top lane. The more one tried to play it safe and avoid confrontation, the more he would dominate the situation with his aggressive playstyle. Upon reaching level 6, the Shy seized an opportunity and executed a flawless series of maneuvers to control Lucian, culminating in an ultimate that swiftly dispatched Jace. With Jace's demise, the top lane tower lost another layer, further widening the gap between the two sides. The top lane jungler's absence rendered the situation untenable. Observing the level disparity between the top laners, one couldn't help but lament that this Jace, facing the Shy's Lucian, would suffer grievous damage if caught in a single combo. One combo could reduce him to half health. Without returning home, a subsequent engagement would spell doom, especially with flash available for execution. Moreover, Ning had ventured into RNG's upper jungle, capitalizing on the Shy's advantage and wreaking havoc. Kassadin was in dire straits, as he watched another kill unfold in the top lane, while the bottom lane remained stagnant with mere minion farming. Zhou Yang felt a sense of urgency. 30 assists were required, yet he had only managed 3 thus far, still short by 27. Unable to contain his frustration, he urged, "Shui, let's engage them." Yang, with such a significant advantage, we should just focus on farming. We can fight freely in the mid-game, Shui replied. Zhou Yang? Is this truly the same Jack who often gives opportunities? We have an advantage as well. You have 2 kills. Besides, don't you remember the humiliation from last spring when Uzi toyed with you? Of course, I haven't forgotten. Shui took a deep breath. But we must remain steady. Seeking revenge is important, but winning the match is paramount. And Zhou Yang, could you play a bit more elegantly with the cat instead of always seeking conflict? All right. Playing it safe is wise. Given Shui's newfound awareness, Zhou Yang chose not to press him further. The match continues, with both teams in the bottom lane steadily developing. You clear your lane, I farm my minions, you can do nothing to me, and I harbor no intentions towards you. Besides the sporadic harassment from Zhou Yang utilizing the Q ability of his feline companion, the bottom lane remains astonishingly tranquil. In the mid lane, as Akali levels up and her energy consumption for Q diminishes, Xiaohu finally finds a moment to breathe, although he is up against a Galio, leaving him with little ambition. However, the situation is markedly different in the top lane, where the Shy completely disregards his opponents. With 2 kills under his belt and an advantage in tower minions, he seizes every opportunity to confront Jace head-on. Capitalizing on Jace's strengths, IG prepares to exert pressure on RNG with the Rift Herald around the 10-minute mark. Observing this, Zhou Yang abandons Shui to follow Ning Wang, not only to establish vision but also in hopes of securing an assist during a skirmish. His desire for conflict is palpable. Unfortunately, knowing they are outmatched, RNG chooses to concede, opting instead to establish vision in the lower half of the map in preparation for the second dragon. This leaves Zhou Yang quite vexed. It seems he can no longer play the cat, and must instead select a more proactive support champion. RNG relinquishes the Rift Herald, allowing IG to claim it effortlessly. Watching IG secure the Rift Herald, Guan Ziyuan cannot help but express his admiration. IG's rhythm in this match is simply exceptional. After acquiring the Rift Herald, placing it in the top lane will almost certainly guarantee the first turret. From the moment they successfully ganked the bottom lane at level 2, it appears the entire match has slipped from RNG's control. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that RNG originally intended to utilize Jace to dominate the top lane. Even if they could not suppress the Shy, they should not have allowed their jungler to suffer so greatly. Little did they expect to be outmaneuvered in the draft, especially after Ning Wang executed a tower dive on Jace, rendering the top lane utterly unplayable and even jeopardizing their ability to farm safely. In truth, RNG's mid and bottom lanes are faring reasonably well. The real issue lies with Karsa and Jace, who are unable to exert any influence. One cannot contest the lane, while the other faces no pressure from the opposing jungler intruding into their territory. Those who have played as junglers surely understand that when all three lanes are at a disadvantage, one's jungle becomes the enemy jungler's playground, coming and going at will, with no regard for your presence, while you must instead heed their whims. RNG's composition relies on the early game momentum provided by the Lee Sin. But due to their lane struggles, Karsa is unable to generate any rhythm. Thus, RNG finds itself being led around Guanzi Yuan size. In this predicament, RNG can only strive to minimize mistakes and buy time until Uzi acquires his 3 core items, hoping to find an opportunity to turn the tide. Given the current circumstances, engaging IG yields no advantages for RNG whatsoever. However, IG's lineup lacks AP damage. If they can prolong the match for a sufficient duration, the latter stages are not insurmountable. It is essential to note, wait for Uzi to secure his 3 core items. When the commentator utters this phrase, it signifies that RNG, at this moment, finds itself devoid of anyone capable of stepping up, leaving all the pressure resting solely on his shoulders. Despite the widespread criticism of RNG's 4-Protect-1 strategy, if other lanes could indeed rise to the occasion during a crisis, who would wish to place all their hopes on a single individual? Personally, I believe that as long as IG does not provide any opportunities, it will be exceedingly difficult for RNG to perform in this match. Just as Guanzi Yuan's words faded, news of a kill echoed from the bottom lane. Xiaoming seized the moment, collaborating with Uzi to eliminate Ashue's wheel mom. Witnessing this scene, Guanzi Yuan momentarily froze, his speech faltering. They, indeed, provided an opportunity. Chapter 75, League of Legends, a horror game. As Guanzi Yuan's astonished voice echoed, the screen shifted its perspective to the bottom lane. Wheel Mother, unbeknownst to anyone, had already met her demise, while Luo was left with but a sliver of health, and Kasha was merely at half health. This unforeseen turn of events left everyone in a state of shock. Who had spoken just moments earlier? Brothers, I once placed my faith in science, but now I only believe in management. Such matters are inexplicable. This individual is truly uncanny, you see. Major, I implore you, cease your sorcery and spare IG. What did I say? Brother Shui would undoubtedly falter. Shui remarked, I cannot fathom why, but suddenly my keyboard began to malfunction. After Wheel Mother ruthlessly eliminated Shui, with the rest of IG positioned in the upper lane, Uzi's Kasha seized the opportunity to acquire 2 layers of plating. The combination of 2 layers of plating and a kill afforded him a significant respite and instilled a glimmer of hope within RNG. However, this economic advantage was but a drop in the bucket. To truly reverse the tide, more was needed. A single kill and 2 layers of turret plating meant that IG's advantage from the Rift Herald was not as substantial as it seemed. Essentially, RNG relinquished the Rift Herald, granting Uzi a sliver of time to develop. Through the playback of the lower lane, Guanzi Yuan discerned why Ashui had been slain. Relying on his flash and ultimate, he sought to capitalize on a wave of minions, only to be caught off guard by Xiaoming. It was a classic case of an AD carry's folly. Aware of the impending danger yet lured by the abundance of minions, he succumbed to folly, observing Ashue's untimely demise. Zhou quipped, what happened to you? When I urged you to engage, you hesitated, and now that I'm absent, you rushed to your doom. Alas! Ashue lamented, I could have responded more swiftly. Otherwise, I might have taken down 2. Oh, spare me, if you hadn't thrown yourself into danger. We'd be grateful. Regarding Ashue's fall, Rookie and the others remained silent, accustomed as they were to such occurrences. Upon securing the Rift Herald, Ning Wang wasted no time and deployed it in the upper lane, intending to nurture Theshi's Lucian. Zhou Yang, understanding the situation, refrained from encroaching on turret plating from a distance. Once the Rift Herald made its impact, he finally approached the Shy. Witnessing this, Guanzi Yuan remarked, "Indeed, IG intends to secure the first turret for the Shy, amplifying his advantage even further." After dismantling the first turret, Lucian would transition to the mid lane to establish control over the central line, while rookies Galio would remain to guard the upper lane. However, RNG seized the opportunity during IG's brief absence in the upper lane to capture the freshly spawned dragon. Though it was but a water dragon, it was certainly better than nothing. Rita commented. As several analysts provided their insights, Zhou Yang suddenly called out to the Shy, who was on the verge of returning home. "Shy good, do not retreat. Let us lie in wait for an opportunity." "What cold rabbit are you referring to?" The Shy remained in a state of partial comprehension regarding Chinese idioms, feeling a sudden blankness in his mind upon hearing them. What does it mean to guard a pig? To slaughter a rabbit? The moment the Shy spoke, others erupted into laughter. Zhou Yang stifled his amusement and explained, "It refers to ambushing people." "Oh, I see." Cheng Lu, who inherently possessed a combative spirit, readily agreed after Zhou Yang's clarification and nonchalantly canceled his recall. After dismantling the tower, the Shy and D-Fire did not depart. Instead, they seemed intent on lying in wait for a fateful encounter. Suddenly, they noticed Lucian, who had also canceled his recall, lurking in the brush, both preparing to engage in mischief. Concealed behind a bush near the stone golem, Zhou Yang deployed a control ward to ascertain the absence of vision in that area. At that moment, the Rift Herald had just collided with the second tower, relentlessly hammering away at RNG's top lane structure. After approximately 10 seconds, within the blind spot, a fortified shot from Jace struck a cluster of minions. Following this, Jace, having switched forms, hastily approached in a bid to contest the cannon minion against the turret. "Xiaoji." Guanzi Yuan's voice carried a tone of pity. It was unfortunate that this rookie, making his debut, encountered a seasoned top lane instructor like the Shy, only to be relentlessly targeted by IG's strategic maneuvers. Could he not sense the impending danger? Observing Jace, blissfully unaware of the treacherous nature of the rift, as he cleared minions and the herald, his innocent demeanor while advancing with the wave elicited a sense of dread among the commentators. Xiao Ji remained oblivious to the peril. Just as he neared the edge of the bush, Lucian unexpectedly emerged, startling him. He attempted to turn and flee, but faced with the agile Lucian, escape was futile, leaving him to succumb in front of his own second tower. At the moment Lucian dashed out from the brush, Xiaoji visibly flinched, clearly taken aback. It is well known that League of Legends transcends being merely a MOBA. It is, in fact, a horror experience. Your perspective is limited. My brother Bingfan treats this game as a piano simulator. Dishan, you have committed many misdeeds. Do you comprehend the psychological impact this ambush in the brush has inflicted upon a novice? Xiaoji acknowledged, his body twitching. Apologies, I digress. Gazing at his faded screen, Xiaoji inhaled deeply, his expression devoid of the spirited energy he had upon entering the arena. It's all right, stay composed. Xiaoming quickly reassured him. After Zhou Yang returned home alongside the Shy, he entirely abandoned Ashui. Brother Yang, you are a support. Ashui couldn't resist a quip. And then? You must accompany the AD. Zhou Yang moved his mouse, clicking on Lucian. Am I not following the AD? A single statement rendered Ashui speechless. It seemed as though something was amiss, yet nothing appeared overtly wrong. Of course, it was not Zhou Yang's intention to abandon Ashui, rather. The primary concern was to safeguard the Shy-S Lucian, for he must not falter. Every subsequent wave of momentum relied heavily on his output. Most crucially, being alongside Shiga promised a feast, allowing for the accumulation of assists. This not only augmented the kill count, but also facilitated the completion of system tasks. What could be more advantageous? Thus, Zhou Yang decisively parted ways with Ashui. What of the notion of a jointly battling bottom lane AD? Apologies, but we are hardly acquainted. He was merely a tower-diving pawn. Upon accompanying the Shy to the mid lane, Zhou Yang prepared to secure vision, ensuring that neither of them would be granted an opportunity by the adversary. With no significant resources at stake, both teams primarily focused on farming. However, IG, being a team of reckless warriors, was keen to seize opportunities, with Ning Wang persistently searching for chances. Nevertheless, RNG, as a formidable LPL team, exhibited remarkable resilience. Despite the early game experiencing a slight collapse, they adeptly capitalized on numerous mistakes from IG, significantly mitigating their disadvantage. Both sides claimed kills, and Zhou Yang seized the moment to earn several assists while also activating the kill book. Third update, though belated, it has arrived. I kindly request some recommendations and encouragement for further updates. Chapter 76, The Colossus of Justice will always suppress the void. The Great Dragon is on the verge of respawning, prompting both support players to return home to replenish their wards. However, wait, D-Fire has unexpectedly pulled out a Book of Murder? As the spectators gaze at the big screen, witnessing the sudden emergence of the Book of Murder in the cat's satchel, Guanzi Yuan is left utterly astounded. While other support champions are preparing various true sight wards and protective gear for their AD carries, this support has chosen to procure a Book of Murder, which is simply outrageous. Nevertheless, given that D-Fire is playing a cat champion, exercising caution may allow him to accumulate the book stacks. Moreover, the AP damage in IG's composition is somewhat lacking, and this item could serve as a fitting remedy. With a chuckle, it is noted that without crafting something like the cauldron, the other members must remain vigilant. The viewers in the live stream have become accustomed to such antics, recalling that Zhou Yang had previously done the same during MSI. Other support champions typically opt for core items like the cauldron and the bird shield, while D support is instead acquiring a Book of Murder. It is evident that D is exceedingly eager to secure victory, going so far as to obliterate the opposing team, even in the role of a support. Truly, they are a product of IG, with their minds solely focused on maximizing damage. As the match approaches the 20-minute mark, IG possesses a Mountain Dragon and, with their dual AD composition, are well-equipped to rush the Baron. Shiga, leave me to place a ward, Zhou Yang remarked, marking the position of the Baron. Under the guidance of the Shy-S Lucian, the duo approached the Baron-S vicinity, intending to establish vision while simultaneously clearing RNG's wards. In professional play, vision equates to life. The economic investment in vision throughout a match could sustain an entire support player. However, just as the Shy and Zhou Yang prepared to secure vision in RNG's jungle, a Luo suddenly leaped out from the brush. Upon witnessing this, Guanzi Yuan exclaimed, "Lucian, accompanied by the cat, aims to establish vision but has been intercepted by Xiaoming's Luo. With both Ning Wang and Shui absent, this situation could be perilous. The Shy-S Lucian represents a significant bounty. Should he fall, it would not only disrupt IG's rhythm, but also provide RNG with a much-needed breather. Despite Lucian's formidable items, his damage output remains contingent upon his ability to unleash it, as Xiaoming's Luo utilized his W ability to make a grand entrance. The Shy-S Lucian was lifted into the air, and the arriving Xiao Hu swiftly controlled Akali, joined by Xiao Zhi's Jace. 3 champions are more than sufficient to eliminate Lucian. No matter his damage potential, with the cat beside him, he could only secure a single kill. The current circumstances are quite advantageous for RNG, as the exchange of kills is highly profitable. Furthermore, the trade involves not only Lucian but also Shou Yang's cat. This is akin to one corpse claiming 2 lives. The moment Xiao Hu's Akali arrived, Zhou Yang promptly cast weakness upon him to prevent his burst damage from swiftly dispatching the Shy. D-Fire did not forge a crucible, rather, he sought to amplify output, a move that may well serve as a foreshadowing. Guanzi Yuan remarked with a hint of admiration. As the match approached the 20-minute mark, the imminent resurgence of the Baron loomed. Should IG lose 2 of their members, they might very well forfeit the Baron. The moment RNG secures the Baron, they could swiftly equalize the situation, perhaps even turn it in their favor. Xiaoming, employing the W skill of Rockin, lifted the Shy-S Lucian, immediately following it with the ultimate ability, charming the adversaries with a swift flourish. Zhou Yang found himself at an impasse. He dared not descend, knowing that if he were to engage, he would be ensnared and unable to assist. Thus, after applying weakness on Akali, he promptly provided a healing touch to the cat while activating his ultimate, striving to inflict damage and create an opportunity for the Shy to escape. With weakness still afflicting him, Xiao Hu refrained from hastily unleashing his abilities, waiting for the debuff to dissipate. Although Akali's development did not match that of the Shy's Lucian, the nature of assassin champions often renders their ability to eliminate AD carries independent of itemization. Logic bears little weight in such encounters. Xiaohu's Akali demonstrated commendable damage, and Jace had also arrived on the scene. Guanziyuan had lost hope for Lucian's survival. The two players had been excessively careless and should have summoned Ning to assist with vision control. Xiao Zhi's Jace unleashed a powerful shot from a distance. Yet the Shy reacted with remarkable swiftness, utilizing his E skill to create distance while landing two passive shots on Xiaoming's Rocken. At that moment, Xiaohu's weakness had expired. He struck Lucian with his Q skill, then executed a forward roll with his ultimate, effectively cutting off the retreat of the Shy and Zhou Yang while employing his passive for an additional auto attack. Ultimately, Lucian, being an AD carry, could not withstand Akali's onslaught, regardless of his equipment. Just as the Shy found himself in dire straits, a magical formation suddenly emerged, centering around Lucian. Rookie had arrived to provide support. With Galio's ultimate, Lucian received a magical shield, averting the immediate threat of being eliminated by Akali's second strike. Observing this, Xiaohu promptly retreated, evading the potential of being launched into the air by Galio, which could lead to further control and a swift demise at the hands of Lucian. Galio descended like a savior, positioning himself between the Shy and Zhou Yang, thwarting the advances of Akali, Rocken, and the approaching Jace. Upon landing, Rookie initiated his W skill, shielding the Shy and Zhou Yang as they withdrew. Xiaohu found himself at a disadvantage, having already expended his second segment of the ultimate. Moreover, Zhou Yang's cat seized the moment to heal Lucian, and without sufficient burst damage, they could not eliminate the Shy. Left only to watch as he escaped under Galio's protection. Rookie! They exclaimed in excitement. His timely arrival was nothing short of miraculous, saving both the Shy and D-Fire. This moment represents a significant opportunity for RNG. Should Lucian and Yuumi be eliminated, RNG would have the chance to pressure the Baron and turn the tide of the game. However, Rookie arrived just in time. As the commentators marveled at Rookie's timely support, the screen suddenly shifted to the bottom lane. There, Ashue was cornered under the first tower, having his escape blocked by Karsa's Lee Sin. With no way to flee, he found himself trapped. Meanwhile, Uzi's Kaisa was clearing waves, and once the minions were pushed in, they planned to execute a tower dive. With Lulu possessing both her ultimate and flash, her demise seemed inevitable. At that moment, Ningguang had just transitioned from the jungle to the mid lane, and returning to assist the Shy, and Zhou Yang was clearly out of the question. Just as Ashue was about to be overwhelmed by the duo, a brilliant blue beam of light shot into the sky from the IG bottom tower. It was Rookie's Galio, who, after covering the Shy and Zhou Yang's retreat, recognized Ashue's peril and immediately teleported to the bottom lane. Rookie! Once again, it was him. The commentators' voices brimmed with excitement as their hearts ached for this team. Realizing someone had teleported, Karsa had no choice but to withdraw. After pushing the wave, Uzi too retreated. Chapter 77. The Dragon's Confrontation. Let's show them. After Rookie controlled Galio's descent, he noticed RNG's retreat, but chose not to leave immediately. Instead, he stayed by Ashue's side, waiting for him to finish the wave of minions before they returned to base together. Rookie! The commentators were at a loss for words, merely exclaiming his name in awe. First, he saved the ambush the Shy and Zhou Yang in the top lane, then teleported to the bottom lane to protect Ashue from an impending tower dive. This was IG's final trump card. The bustling scenes of Galio darting about evoked admiration in many. Unbeknownst to him, he had been part of this team for 5 years. Old Song had truly dedicated himself to this family. To be honest, I had witnessed such a scene before. There was once a Galio like this. The valiant Colossus would always suppress the chaos when the void wreaked havoc. I suspected something amiss, yet lacked proof. Could General Hu learn a thing or two from Galio's example? Manually, Li Yuanhao. Everyone was captivated by Rookie's industrious figure. The extent of what one Galio could accomplish was nothing short of remarkable. Little did they know, the atmosphere in IG's voice chat presented a different scenario. Jack. My rescue was a tad late. Rookie chuckled merrily, his round face eliciting an irresistible urge to pinch his cheeks. I could have managed without you, Ashue replied defiantly. But if you say it like that, there might not be a next time. Don't say that. Ah Shui laughed. Now that Yang Gu and Shai Gu have fled, it's just you left. What do you mean? Rookie sensed an ominous premonition. Yijuan, you must be my shield this time. Scram. Hearing their playful banter, Zhou Yang, Ning Wang, and the Shai joined in laughter. As the cornerstone of IG, Rookie had sacrificed so much for this team. Regrettably, in the end, he departed from the organization he had protected for 7 years. With this thought, Zhou Yang mentally cursed Su Xiaoluo's ancestors. For this fellow surely had shielded Wang Xikong from bullets. Rookie effortlessly neutralized 2 opportunities from RNG single-handedly, leaving Xiaoming and the others feeling somewhat dejected. The hard-earned chances evaporated just like that. The Baron had respawned, and IG was relentlessly seeking opportunities, unwilling to prolong the game further. For this composition, facing RNG in the late game would be unfeasible. However, RNG was equally cautious, even willing to concede the 3rd water dragon, resolutely denying any chances. If it had been an earth or fire dragon, IG could have accepted it, but with a water dragon alongside a cat, it offered negligible benefits to their composition. After securing the dragon, they returned home for supplies. Ning Wang, accompanied by Zhou Yang, cleared the vision around the Baron area and decided to make a direct move on the Baron. IG has commenced their assault on the formidable dragon, eager to avoid further delays at the hands of RNG, and are determined to compel them into a team fight. Guanxian remarked that with the possession of a Terra Dragon, their pace remains commendable. However, RNG has already caught wind of their intentions and is hastily making their way towards the Dragon Pit. Jingwen inquired if IG should press on, noting that the dragon's health has dwindled to a quarter. Persisting in their endeavor carries the risk of losing the dragon, and the advantageous side cannot afford to gamble on a mere 50% chance of securing the smite. For the team in the lead, there is no necessity to contest the smite. The dragon serves as a crucial strategic asset, designed to lure the opposition into a confrontation. Thus, IG's principal aim is to draw RNG into battle. However, contrary to their hopes, RNG, upon arriving near the dragon, is acutely aware of IG's strategy and refrains from engaging directly. If they possess the capability, let them pursue the fight to the bitter end, risking a 50-50 smite contest. Simultaneously, RNG seeks to inflict additional damage on the dragon, hoping to gain an advantage should conflict arise. Observing the 2 teams on the large screen, Guanziyuan articulated that RNG is well aware of their adversaries' thoughts, maintaining their distance and preventing Ning Wang from getting a foothold. It appears IG is caught in a precarious situation, pressing on risks losing the dragon, yet retreating would allow RNG to seize control. In such moments during a match, a team's decision-making is put to the ultimate test, to engage or not to engage. Ning Wang sought the opinions of his teammates. This decision could significantly influence the outcome of the match, and he hesitated to act unilaterally. Let us go for it. What is there to fear? The summer season has only just begun. Let us give it our all, exclaimed Zhou Yang, asserting that losing a single match would not derail their championship aspirations, especially since this was merely the first game. Even if we lose this round, there is always a second chance. One defeat does not preclude our victory today. With the match clock nearing 20 minutes and his assists limited to 7, Zhou Yang was resolute in completing his mission. Ning Wang, Rookie, Shui, and the Shai, known for their aggressive playstyle, readily accepted Zhou Yang's call to action. Let us do this. As the dragon's health plummeted to half, IG showed no signs of stopping. Was this their intention to fight to the end? Guanziyuan pondered aloud. Concurrently, Uzi, employing a blue trinket, confirmed that the dragon's health was still around 50%. Watching the slowly darkening dragon pit, Karsa calmly asserted, "Let them continue. There is no rush. I'll swoop in to secure the steel later. You all assess the situation." Xiaoming and his teammates nodded in agreement. The dragon's health swiftly diminished to a third, prompting Guanziyuan to declare, given the current circumstances, IG appears intent on a full engagement. As his words resonated, Karsa maneuvered his Li Xin around the dragon pit, preparing for the imminent steal. The dragon's health dwindled to 3,000, then 2,000, down to 1,500, and finally to 1,000. At that moment, Kassa controlled the blind monk from atop the dragon pit and executed a kick with his Q ability. 2 smites subsequently descended in succession. Who claimed the dragon? The dragon was securely secured by Ning Wang. Guozi Yuan swiftly remarked. Casa, who failed to secure the dragon, instantly became the focal target for Zhou Yang and his team. However, Casa remained unperturbed, as he still possessed his flash. He first kicked away the Galio who attempted to taunt him, simultaneously knocking up Ashue's Will Mother, and then swiftly used his flash to escape, vanishing into the dragon pit. Concurrently, Uzi and his companions, seeing that Casa had not secured the dragon and witnessing his escape, also decided to retreat. Yet, Ning Wang was unwilling to let this go. Was it too casual to simply come and go as one pleased? He commanded the prince to execute a two-part EQ combo out of the dragon pit, and at the moment the prince passed through the banner, he pressed flash. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, the prince surged forward a short distance. Chapter 78. I don't want heads, just the red buff. My heavens, Ning Wang. Guan Ziyuan exclaimed as he observed the prince forcefully retaining his teammates. This team is utterly absurd. Do you realize that? In a typical scenario, after securing the Baron, a team would undoubtedly retreat, return to base for supplies, and then proceed to push. However, IG is different. They engage and battle directly. RNG was equally unprepared for IG's decision to fight immediately after obtaining the Baron, rather than hastily retreating to prepare for a push fortified by the Baron buff. In an instant, Xiaohu and Xiaoming were caught off guard and sent flying by the prince's EQ combo. Without hesitation, Ning Wang controlled the prince and unleashed his ultimate, Demetia, accompanied by a furious roar. Xiaohu and Xiaoming found themselves ensnared within the confines of the princess ultimate. Ning Wang had already sent 2 opponents soaring, and now he had trapped 2 more. Nevertheless, both Xiaoming's Rakan and Xiaohu's Akali possessed the means to evade the prince's ultimate. As these events unfolded, RNG, faced with Ning Wang's formidable presence, contemplated a retreat. Yet, upon witnessing the prince's diminished health due to his involvement in the Baron fight, they couldn't resist the urge to retaliate. I sensed an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, there was little time for communication. After expressing his intent, Xiaoming swiftly utilized Rakan's W ability to elevate Ning Wang's prince. Simultaneously, Xiaohu commanded Akali to initiate a counterattack. Observing this, the retreating Uzi immediately turned back. At that moment, Rookie deftly maneuvered Galio, launching his ultimate towards Ning Wang. A magical circle emerged around the prince. However, Galio required a brief moment to descend, and RNG had a simple plan: focus fire on the prince and then flee. Unfortunately, as the prince landed from his airborne state, he activated his stopwatch, thwarting their intentions. Bathed in golden light, in an instant, Jace's charged shot and Lee Sin's Q ability were deftly sidestepped. RNG aimed to eliminate the prince swiftly, but Ning Wang's stopwatch allowed him to evade a significant number of their skills. Guan Ziyuan shouted. This stopwatch had been in Ning Wang's possession for quite some time. He had been waiting for the perfect moment to initiate a fight, hoping the stopwatch would ensure his survival. Little did he expect to employ it only now. Observing the invulnerable prince, Xiaohu had no choice but to utilize Akali's E skill to evade the prince's ultimate and avoid being knocked up by Galio. Unfortunately, Xiaoming was less fortunate. Despite using flash, his timing was off, and he was struck by Rookie's Galio's ultimate. In that fleeting moment, Ashue activated his ultimate. With a fierce cry from Sivir, a gust enveloped IG's 5 members, bestowing them with extraordinary movement speed. Xiaoming's Rakan had no chance to resist, as he was swiftly eliminated. Seizing an assist, Zhou Yang promptly directed his cat to Rookie, exclaiming, Lao Song. Charge in and secure them. Go. As Rookie intended to bring Zhou Yang along, he was immediately disheartened upon hearing his call. Despite his frustration, his actions betrayed his words. As he swiftly proceeded to assist, the accelerated momentum from the gifted wolf-headed champion, coupled with Zhou Yang's feline ability, rendered Little Tiger's Akali utterly unable to evade. With both flash and the second phase of his ultimate rendered useless, he could only watch helplessly as Galio and the cat approached. Before being taunted, Little Tiger skillfully unleashed his W ability, providing a brief respite for Uzi and his companions to escape. However, Zhou Yang and his team were not overly concerned with retaining all kills. Securing 2 was already a substantial gain. The range of Akali's Xayah was limited, and Rookie S charge taunt swiftly brought Little Tiger into the fray. Observing Akali's inevitable demise, Ashui remarked, "Brother Yang, the kill is yours. Stack your killing book." Zhou Yang promptly declined, stating, "I don't want the kill. I'll settle for the assist." He considered it merely one kill, suggesting they take it, as it would allow him to purchase more warts. Why be so polite? Ning Wang chuckled nonchalantly. Once they secured the Baron, victory felt all but assured. The importance of a single kill faded into insignificance. No, I only desire assists. Zhou Yang thought to himself, feeling exasperated with Uzi. Am I being polite with you? If the system mandated I take the kill, I would have seized it without hesitation. Take it, Brother Shai, Zhou Yang insisted. I don't need the kill. You can have it. I still have plenty of gold. Just as Ashui and the others believed the Shai had softened. He revealed his true intention. I only need to return for a red buff. The Shai chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Ning Wang teased, look at this guy. We're in the midst of a battle, and he is still thinking about the red buff. Here, take it, he continued. It's just a red buff. If you want it, how could I refuse, right, Brother Shai? Ashui chimed in, observing IG intentionally slowing their assault to pursue Akali. Guanziyuan noted that they recognized Little Tiger was cornered, leading IG to deliberate on the distribution of kills. In professional matches, when an opponent is doomed, the priority is generally to allocate kills to the carries, so Little Tiger felt little resentment, only regret for his sluggish escape. Don't give me any, he protested. Why is everyone being so courteous? As Rookie eyed the fleeing Little Tiger, he utilized Galio's Q ability to deplete his remaining health, claiming the kill for himself. Zhou Yang, in turn, celebrated his 9th assist, watching his killing book rise by 4 stacks. After dispatching Little Tiger, Zhou Yang and his team did not rush back to base. Instead, they capitalized on the brief moment of advantage from their opponent's losses to dismantle RNG's mid-tier 1 turret. Uzi, Kasa, and Xiaoji found themselves powerless, offering only a token defense before conceding defeat. After successfully dismantling RNG's mid-lane turret, the quintet swiftly retreated to base, replenishing their equipment and health in preparation for an onslaught empowered by the Baron buff. Meanwhile, the Shai triumphantly acquired the coveted red buff he had long desired. After managing the minion wave in the top lane, IG initiated a strategic 4-1 split push. Rookie's Galio descended to the bottom lane while the others advanced through the mid lane. Faced with IG's relentless 4-1 push, RNG could only muster their defenses as best they could. However, Xiaoji's Jace, having suffered considerable targeting earlier, found his efforts further hampered by the presence of Zhou Yang's Nami, rendering his poke attempts utterly ineffective. The damage inflicted upon Ning Wang's prince was negligible, barely chipping away at his health, and even less significant than the healing provided by Nami. This spectacle was enough to dismay the viewers in the live broadcast. Chapter 79. Refresh the KD, secure the first game. My dear fellow, are you indulging in some self-care? Following the mastery of the Guasha King, Master Jia has finally made his debut. To be honest, I did not anticipate that a newcomer would be pitted against the seasoned veteran, Brother Shai. With Jace in the top lane, does RNG truly lack awareness of who the real carry is? Chung Lu remarked, Gentlemen, this match features a teaching session with Lucian in the top lane. The rank is not high, and this is the inaugural battle of the LPL Summer Split. The audience could hardly bear to watch, as RNG was rapidly losing any chance of a comeback. When a Jace's poke capability pales in comparison to that of the opposing support, the economic disparity between the teams becomes painfully evident. IG remained unhurried, allowing Zhou Yang to keep the cat near Ning Wang, persistently using Q skills to harass RNG's members while awaiting Rookie's Galio to assist in the bottom lane. After being struck by 2 Q skills from the cat, Xiaohu observed a third of his Akali's health evaporate, plunging him into a moment of contemplation. Is this truly a support? It resembles a youthful version of Zoe's Q skill. The relentless harassment from D-Fire left RNG in a precarious position. It seemed essential to capitalize on Rookie's absence in the bottom lane to seize an opportunity, lest Xiaohu succumb to yet another harrowing poke and be forced back home. As Guanziyuan was articulating this, RNG resolved to initiate a team fight. At this moment, Rookie's Galio, bolstered by the Baron buff, began to push the second turret, and they could no longer afford to delay. Xiao Ming seized the moment, activating his ultimate as Lissandra to charge in. But having already used his flash during the Baron skirmish, he posed no threat to IG's backline, merely seeking to control Ning Wang's prince. Ning Wang welcomed the engagement, refusing to retreat, and countered with an EQ followed by his ultimate, surging forward. Demacia. Xiao Ming aimed to initiate a fight, but without flash. Lissandra appeared somewhat cumbersome. Ning Wang retaliated with a swift EQ combo, ensnaring two opponents. Guan Ziyuan reported rapidly. After trapping Xiaohu and Karsa, Rookie's Galio unleashed his ultimate, aiming to execute a devastating combo on the two. However, the monk and Akali proved to be quite nimble, evading the prince's ultimate before it even landed. This turn of events left Xiao Ming in a dire predicament. Lacking a flash, he was compelled to recklessly utilize his W skill to engage. Yet, both the Shai and Ashui exhibited remarkable agility, and before Xiao Ming could make contact, he was swiftly eliminated. With Lissandra down, RNG's options for initiating a fight dwindled to merely Karsa. However, as the jungle sentinel, he hesitated, afraid to seize an opportunity, instead lingering beside the monk. With Lissandra's demise, RNG found themselves a man down and unwilling to engage. Conversely, IG was undeterred, as Ashui activated the ultimate of Wheel Mother. All 5 members charged towards the high ground with fervor. Under the leadership of Ning Wang, Zhou Yang and his team unleashed their ultimate abilities, unleashing waves of magical ripples that relentlessly assailed Xiaohu's Akali. Xiaohu, lacking a flash, was left with no choice but to activate his guardian angel to buy time. A tactic originally intended for his incursion into IG's backline, now forced out prematurely. After triggering the guardian angel, Zhou Yang and his companions refrained from pursuing further, as a reckless charge had nearly brought them into the attack range of RNG's 2 front towers. The 5 players repelled Xiaohu and Yu Ziyai, swiftly turning to dismantle the high ground tower. This scene had become a common sight for many, while others dismantled from the outside in. Only IG dared to undertake the seemingly absurd task of dismantling from the inside out. It was truly astonishing. Did Xiaohu's Akali possess any significant damage with such equipment? The classic combination of Guardian Angel and Mercury's treads, Xiaohu's 3-item build, was indeed timeless. While other Akalis sought to maximize damage and eliminate the opposing carries, Xiaohu seemed preoccupied with how to avoid death and evade blame. After dismantling the high ground tower, IG did not retreat immediately. They aimed for a decisive push. Glancing at his 10 assists, Zhou Yang could not help but remark, "Isn't a single push a bit too ambitious? Perhaps we should return home for a more stable replenishment?" Ashui looked at him in surprise. "When did you become so cautious, Brother Yang?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Zhou Yang replied, "Well, I've always been quite prudent, you know." Rookie, unable to contain himself, chimed in, "What happened to you? Just moments ago, you were all about fighting. Now that the opportunity arises, you suddenly back off." Zhou Yang, torn, could only concoct an excuse, primarily eager to polish his KDA for a more appealing statistic. "If you put it that way, then it's fine." Rookie glanced at his own performance. "I suppose I might as well improve mine too." Encouraged by Zhou Yang, the seemingly determined IG to conclude the match ultimately chose not to press forward, opting instead to retreat. This decision allowed RNG to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as their base remained intact, hope persisted. Watching IG's sudden withdrawal, which had previously seemed poised to decisively crush RNG, Guan Ziyuan found himself perplexed. Was this still the IG that would never hesitate to finish a game in one fell swoop? This could only indicate one thing. After the MSI Mid-Season Invitational, IG had unexpectedly grown more composed. Guan Ziyuan sighed, not concealing his tone of admiration, though he relished the thrill of chaotic battles. The essence of competition lay in the pursuit of victory. Any reckless decision fraught with danger must be avoided. In the past, IG often succumbed to impulsiveness, granting opportunities to their opponents and occasionally suffering reversals due to their recklessness. He had thought such flaws would linger for a time, given the team's inherent style. Yet now they had remarkably adopted a more stable approach. All one could say was that they had once again matured, he mused with a sense of admiration. Unbeknownst to the two, IG was merely attempting to accumulate assists to fulfill the system's requirements, while others sought to exploit such a significant advantage to enhance their KDA. Otherwise, it would surely be astonishing. While others hurried to secure victory, you still contemplated improving your statistics. Despite the desire to bolster KDA, after returning to replenish supplies, Zhou Yang and his team continued to deny RNG any respite. They managed the top lane minions and resumed their strategy of a 4-1 split push, with rookies Galio commanding the mid lane while the others ventured to the bottom lane. As yet another team fight erupted. Both sides engaged in a fierce exchange resulting in a 3-for-5 trade, leaving only Zhou Yang and Ashui standing. In the aftermath of the team wipe, Uzi gazed at his dimmed screen, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, simultaneously stretching his aching wrist. The weight of the pressure rested heavily upon him, as no one else could step up alongside him. In the final team fight, Kaisa's performance had reached its zenith, yet alas, the disparity in equipment was insurmountable. Now, RNG could only watch helplessly as their base was gradually dismantled. Chapter 80, the second game, let's play with open cards. Unfortunately, during the final team fight, Xiaoming's Alistar performed admirably, his ultimate charming 3 opponents. Alas, the preceding overwhelming dominance of RNG created a significant disparity in equipment. Otherwise, victory in that team fight could have been within reach. Observing the explosive destruction of RNG's crystal base, Guanzi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It was primarily due to D-Fire's Lulu, whose timely healing saved Ashui at a crucial moment. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. He continued, now, let us extend our congratulations to IG for securing the first victory in our summer split match against RNG in this best-of-3 series. The MVP award was bestowed upon rookies Galio, whose interventions to rescue the Shy and D-Fire in the top lane, as well as his swift teleport to safeguard Ashui in the bottom lane, proved pivotal. As the commentator's voice resonated, both teams rose from their seats and made their way off stage. On their return to the locker room, buoyed by their first victory, the mood was light, filled with playful banter. What shall we eat after the second game? Ashui inquired. You seem rather confident, Zhou Yang teased. What if we lose the second game? Impossible. With me, the world's premier tower tank. How could we possibly lose? Ashui proclaimed proudly, eliciting an amused smile from the Shy, who felt slightly bashful. Alas, Ashui had grown accustomed to his identity as the tower tank, and much of the blame fell upon him. How about we go for barbecue? Rookie suggested. Barbecue again? Aren't you tired of meat? Can we opt for something healthier? Zhou Yang retorted. Rookie chuckled. You all can enjoy your healthy meals. I, along with Xiaoyu, will indulge in barbecue. Zhou Yang responded with an incredulous expression. Can't you have a decent conversation? So you've got a girlfriend now, huh? He gestured with a middle finger at Rookie. In stark contrast to the jovial IG quintet, the atmosphere on RNG's side was notably somber. Despite a few commendable counterattacks in the first game, they had been relentlessly crushed throughout. I played terribly, Xiaoji lamented, filled with regret. If it weren't for my Jace giving away too many opportunities, IG wouldn't have found it so easy. It's not solely your fault. Losing isn't a reflection of one person's performance, so don't be too hard on yourself, Xiaoming reassured him. At that moment, the RNG coach approached, stating, let us not dwell on the first game. It's futile to ponder over a loss. Instead, let us focus on how to approach the second game. After a period of adjustment, the second game commenced. Welcome, everyone, to our LPL Summer Split Opener, featuring IG versus RNG. Guanzi Yuan announced in an official tone from the commentary booth. Currently, IG has secured the first game with an impeccable performance from rookie Galio. And we are now poised to commence the second game S-Ban and pick phase. As Guanzi Yuan's words echoed, the second match began. In this round, RNG, positioned in the blue side, enjoyed the privilege of banning and selecting first, allowing them to relax somewhat in the ban phase. Nevertheless, they immediately opted to eliminate Lucian from the selection. After the first match, this champion proved too formidable for RNG to wield. Yet they could not afford to let IG have him. His dominance in the lanes is indisputable, and the most critical aspect is the unpredictability of his lane assignment. Observing this, Guanzi Yuan chuckled, noting that RNG, as the blue side, promptly banned Lucian, who had performed exceptionally well in the first match with the Shy, marking his debut on the competitive stage. In truth, I believe this champion is manageable, primarily because Ning assisted the Shy on numerous occasions, rendering the top lane unplayable. Meanwhile, the bottom lane struggled to find openings due to rookie Galio. This back and forth led to the top lane collapsing and the bottom lane failing to break through, resulting in RNG's early rhythm being completely disrupted. Nonetheless, banning him was prudent, as the Shy's Lucian indeed possesses formidable pressure. With RNG's first ban being Lucian, the Shy's earlier mirth and conversation with Zhou Yang and others faded abruptly. After finally discovering such an enjoyable champion and having only played one game, he was dismayed to see him banned in the second match. IG's bans mirrored those of the first game, eliminating Renekton, who had swiftly ascended to AT0 top laner due to the Divine Sunderer, and then they targeted Karsa with 2 additional bans. Following RNG's initial ban of Lucian, they proceeded to eliminate Sylas and Jace. As both teams concluded their first round of bans, Guan Ziyuan expressed curiosity about which champion RNG would seize next. Akali, Jace, and Qiyana were still available. Just as he finished speaking, RNG promptly selected Aatrox. This move left some viewers puzzled. Why would they give a newcomer Aatrox? Was the RNG coach contemplating playing Aatrox in front of Shy, akin to brandishing a great sword before Guan Gong? Seems ill-advised. Wouldn't it be more prudent to select a champion like Ornn or Xiao to withstand pressure? Choosing Aatrox seems rather reckless, especially after their recent defeats. Many were bewildered by RNG's decision to prioritize Aatrox. Who exactly were they banking on? Did Coach C lack insight? Furthermore, selecting Aatrox in front of someone who had just rendered his ultimate ineffective demands considerable courage. After witnessing RNG's choice of Aatrox, IG briefly conferred and assigned the Shy to play Camille. In the second pick phase, the coach inquired about Zhou Yang's preference, asking if he desired to play Nidalee. In the previous match, the synergy between the cat and the Wheel Mother in the bottom lane proved to be quite effective, providing stability and minimizing the risk of mishaps, thereby allowing the top and mid jungles to establish their tempo. Let us assist Old Song in securing a lead. Zhou Yang declined the coach's request, believing that the cat was excessively passive in light of the 30 assist task set by the system. Although he ultimately achieved 15 assists in the first match, it was primarily due to his urging teammates to hold back, delaying the inevitable to accumulate those assists. Thus, in pursuit of the system's 30 assist objective, Zhou Yang felt it imperative to refrain from selecting the passive cat. The bottom lane necessitated a champion capable of proactive engagement and combat prowess. Therefore, he requested a Syndra. Rookie, eager to finish the match and go on a date with Xiaoyu, promptly revealed one of his signature champions. Consequently, IG secured both Camille and Syndra. After a moment of contemplation, it was evident that Syndra was designated for Rookie. The Camille could potentially serve as a jungler. However, given the current pace of Camille in the jungle, I suspect it is more likely intended for the Shy in the top lane. Upon hearing this, Guan Ziyuan immediately chimed in, suggesting that IG's champion selection seemed to convey a clear message to RNG. They were foregoing any trivialities and opting for a direct confrontation. Chapter 81. Draw the Sword. Unleash your hammer. Observing the emblematic champions of IG's 2 signature players, RNG chose not to retreat, but to confront them head-on. The initial 3 picks were swiftly determined. RNG secured Aatrox first, followed by the selection of Jarvan 4 for Karsa and Zoe for Xiaohu. In response, IG opted for Camille and Syndra, while also assisting Ning with Lee Sin. In terms of champion selection, RNG appeared to continue the strategy from the previous game, foregoing the typical 4-protect-1 approach in favor of providing each position with opportunities to shine. This could be seen as an attempt to shift their gameplay strategy. However, it was evident that the audience in the live stream was not convinced. Now that summer had arrived, could Xiaohu truly excel with Zoe? The springtime tiger, now in summer, seemed to be playing a jest. Perhaps it would be wiser to assign him a champion like Lee Sandra, which could force rookie Syndra to take cleanse, thereby denying him the chance to teleport and assist other lanes. The weight of responsibility was likely to fall once again on Uzi in the bottom lane. Despite the criticism, the opposing team selections in the initial 3 picks were sharply contested, with neither side yielding, sparking anticipation among many. What if Xiaohu were to resurrect the glory of his former self? In the second round of bans, RNG first eliminated Zhou Yang's Yumi to prevent IG from employing the combination of Yumi and Wheelchair Mother in the bottom lane, which could render them helpless. They followed by banning Tom Kinch, another support with exceptional protective capabilities. IG, not to be outdone, countered by banning Xiaoming's Thresh and Rockin, significantly diminishing RNG's teamfighting potential. As for the AD carries, there was little to ban. Even if Uzi was banned, another option would remain, so they focused on targeting Xiaoming instead. Observing both teams concentrating their bans on supports in the second round, the audience sensed that the bottom lane was likely to witness a bloodbath. As the ban phase concluded, when IG was selecting their fourth champion, Ashui was in a quandary over his choice. Just then, Zhou Yang's voice echoed in his ear. "How about Draven? Let us fight." "Wait." Ashui hesitated. "Didn't you just tell us to play it safe last game?" During the previous match, when there had been an opportunity to secure a swift victory, Zhou Yang had urged caution, under the guise of preserving KDA and statistics. Now, he was advocating for Draven in a brawl. If things went awry in the lane, wouldn't that be futile? That was last game. Don't you want revenge? Zhou Yang began to influence Ashui's mindset again. Think back to last spring's tournament when your Varus was toyed with by Uzi's Ashe. Ashui. This was something he had almost forgotten, but Zhou Yang's reminder brought it rushing back. "Are you trying to mess with my mentality?" Ashui felt on the verge of tears. Why bring up such a painful memory? Did Zhou Yang not realize the past was best left unspoken? How could this be construed as messing with his mindset? Zhou Yang, with a serious demeanor, spoke nonsensically. "Clearly, I am motivating you to confront your past failures bravely, thus conquering your inner demons." Ashui hesitated, words unspoken. "If you want to play, make your choice quickly. Time is running out," Rookie reminded. "Choose. Just do it. With Lao Song backing you up, what is there to fear?" Zhou Yang continued to encourage. "Don't you wish to prove that being a world champion isn't merely a matter of chance?" This familiar scenario instantly reminded the Shy of the fifth game against TL during MSI, when Zhou Yang had similarly urged Ashui. He recalled Ning Wang mentioning that such behavior was akin to KTV without VCD. Meanwhile, under Zhou Yang's influence, Ashui felt a surge of excitement. He glanced at the coach. "If you want to play, just take it," the coach said with a smile, showing understanding. "Then I'll lock it in," Ashui declared, finalizing his selection of Draven. "Welcome to the League of Legends." As this champion appeared on the stage, Guanzi Yuan was immediately exhilarated. Ashui had revealed his most confident pick, Draven. "Indeed, my suspicions were correct. In the second round, IG banned 2 supports, preparing to dominate the bot lane. Now, IG's lineup was nearly confirmed, with the counter pick reserved for D-Fire. I recall that D-Fire's signature champion is Thresh. Unless something unexpected occurs, he will surely select it. Do you think Xiaoming has a chance to snatch away his Thresh? I believe he might seize the opportunity. But if he does, RNG's initiation methods would be limited to just a straightforward Prince." In response to IG's bold move, Uzi revealed Vayne, though he did not lock it in. Nevertheless, with Vayne gracing the big screen, the crowd erupted in cheers. The reason was simple. Vayne is Uzi's emblematic champion. Wow. I'm transported back to the past. I can witness Dog S. Vayne once more. Ashui unveiled his champion, and Xiao Dog did likewise. It was worth the risk of being dismissed for sneaking a peek at the match. "Hey, I'm your department manager. Tidy up and prepare to settle accounts with finance and leave. Ignore him. I'm your boss. You may continue watching. The department manager has been dismissed, and you shall take his place. My brother just said that this is Sun Shangxiang. Well, now I am the only child at home, brothers. Do you think I was right?" Many were excited and hoped that Uzi would secure Vayne. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Uzi ultimately opted for Xayah. It was unavoidable. Besides the current meta not favoring Vayne, demanding extensive development time, the primary reason was that the newcomer in the top lane faced off against the Shy, leaving no room for such a lengthy scaling champion. Despite Vayne's potential to save the world later on, he yearned to select her. However, the situation on his side cannot secure him the development time necessary to save the world. He must select an AD who can seize control of the match in the shortest time possible, while also possessing self-preservation and world-saving capabilities in the later stages. Without a doubt, Xayah embodies such a choice. With just 2 items, she can deliver substantial damage, ensure her own safety, and dominate the game as it progresses. Furthermore, Xayah represents a poignant memory for Uzi, dating back to the S7 World Championship. Had he opted for Xayah back then, the outcome might have been remarkably different. In the end, he chose Xayah. Observing Uzi's decision to forego Vayne in favor of Xayah, Guanzi Yuan felt a tinge of regret. He had anticipated witnessing Uzi's Vayne grace the stage once more, yet it was not to be. After confirming Xayah, Xiaoming contemplated and ultimately decided against seizing Zhou Yang's Thresh. Instead, he opted for the Lady of the Dawn, further enhancing RNG's teamfighting capabilities. Now, RNG's lineup is set, leaving only D-Fire for IG. Come on, reveal your Thresh. Chapter 82, the Godhook Thresh at this moment. The only uncertainty on the field was IG's last pick in the support position, yet many had already surmised which hero would emerge. Since Zhou Yang had encouraged a Shui to wield Draven in battle, it was unlikely that any surprises would surface during the hero selection. How shall we orchestrate this delightful torment? As a deep voice reminiscent of the abyss resonated, Thresh silhouette graced the large screen. Upon witnessing this, Guanzi Yuan smiled faintly. Indeed, D-Fire had chosen his signature hero. With Thresh now locked in, both team compositions were finalized. IG's lineup consisted of the Shy on Camille in the top lane, Ning on Lee Sin in the jungle, Rookie on Syndra in the mid lane, a Shui on Draven in the bot lane, and Zhou Yang on Thresh. Meanwhile, RNG fielded Xiaoji on Aatrox in the top lane, Karsa on Jarvan 4 in the jungle, Xiaohu on Zoe in the mid lane, Uzi on Xayah, and Ming on Rockin in the bot lane. From a structural standpoint, neither team possessed a position characterized by defensive resilience. All three lanes for both teams were populated by heroes capable of executing intricate maneuvers and possessing the potential for solo kills. This match promised to be captivating. Let us hope the director remains vigilant during critical moments. Having Xiaohu on Zoe, RNG appeared to be in a commanding position. Did he not master this champion? I would argue that granting him Galio would be more prudent, allowing him to safeguard the top and bottom lanes while maintaining a semblance of order. Yet, even if he were to receive Galio, he could never replicate Rookie's support from the previous game. As the barrage of comments ensued, both teams plunged into the game. The instant they entered, Zhou Yang swiftly purchased his equipment, moving with a swiftness akin to a thief in the night, rapidly marking RNG's lower jungle. Hurry, hurry. Level 1 team fight. Zhou Yang's exhilaration resonated in the air. Rookie and his companions suddenly felt as if they were long-lost friends reunited after ages, gathering in an internet CAF for a spirited gaming session. Steady, steady, a Shui interjected, unable to contain himself. What do you mean steady? With our Lee Sin, Draven. And this godlike Thresh, who among us isn't a powerhouse in a level 1 skirmish? What is there to fear? Hearing Zhou Yang's words ignited Ning Wang's fiery temperament. Let us fight. At level 1, I am invincible. Just let me purchase my gear first. Rookie chimed in. Quickly. Haven't you heard that a slow start can cost us half the game? Zhou Yang muttered as he led Thresh out of the fountain, guiding the team straight into RNG's lower jungle. I see IG is aiming for an early invasion, Guanzi Yuan remarked. Observing the large screen, he added, in terms of composition, IG indeed holds a slight advantage. Under Zhou Yang's guidance, the quintet had scarcely reached the river when they encountered Ming, who had just placed a defensive ward. Spotting IG's 5 members, Ming felt an ominous chill. He might soon be forced to flash away. Guanzi Yuan commented as one of IG's wards emerges. Ming is startled and hastily maneuvers Rockin backward. With a singular focus on engaging in battle and completing system tasks through assists, Zhou Yang was not about to let this opportunity slip by. Behold my divine Thresh, he exclaimed, deftly maneuvering Thresh to cast his hook. However, as a professional support player, Xiao Ming was well aware of Thresh's capabilities. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the attack. At the moment Zhou Yang's hook missed, for question marks materialized around Thresh. Divine Thresh? Is that all you've got? Rookie jested, noting that even if Xiao Ming had not repositioned, the hook would have still missed due to its absurd angle. A chuckle escaped Rookie. Zhou, you're quite lacking. The Shy joined in the laughter. Sighing, Shui remained silent, yet his expression conveyed a multitude of thoughts. Zhou Yang cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to brush off the moment. It's all for show, you know? I did it on purpose. As professional players, If he had landed the hook, it would have been embarrassing for Xiao Ming. What if he doesn't send me the video afterward? Shui's eyes lit up. What video? I have a friend. Gazing at Thresh's rather comical hook, Guan Ziyuan paused, but as a commentator, he promptly defended Zhou Yang. The hook missed, allowing Xiao Ming's Diana to escape. It's been quite a while since MSI ended, so perhaps D-Fire's Thresh is a bit rusty. This miss is understandable. His words elicited laughter from many. Round? More like an absurd round. I have a particular fondness for Guan Daxiao's phrase, feel free to make mistakes. Leave the rest to the commentators to smooth over. Is this what you call a signature hero? Fans know that D's Thresh dazzled at times and was utterly cringeworthy at others, unable to carry Zhou Jie. Is it really surprising that Zhou Jie can't be carried? Frankly speaking, I could have made that hook too. What do you mean? That's called the Sun Girl. Daxiao, be careful not to get charged by the Punch Girl. Since Xiao Ming had escaped, an early skirmish was certainly off the table. Zhou Yang turned back to scan and clear the vision ward Xiao Ming had placed, allowing Rookie to gain experience and push to level 2, thus exerting pressure in the lane. In the matchup between Syndra and Zoe, both had kill potential. Reaching level 2 first would grant a significant advantage. Although an early skirmish was not feasible, they certainly could not leave empty-handed. Ningguang opted to exchange jungle camps with Karsa. Despite the tumultuous nature of the matchup between Aatrox and Camille in the top lane, the Shy was facing a newcomer. So a casual check-in would suffice. The first game had already introduced the IG-style jungle pathing to the young player, so this time, a bit less pressure was warranted to avoid overwhelming the new blood of the LPL. After all, the future of the LPL depended on them. The jungle exchange would also apply additional pressure to RNG's bottom lane. In this match, Shui selected Draven, which inevitably foreshadowed a fiercely contested game, especially against the formidable opponent in the bot lane, known as the Eternal God. Should the bottom lane fail to assert dominance and inadvertently allow a mismanaged Xayah to emerge, the consequences could be quite troublesome. With her ultimate and feather mechanics, complemented by the protection of the Daylight Maiden, it would be exceedingly difficult for Chang's Steel Shadow and Blind Monk to eliminate her. Moreover, targeting the bot lane against RNG is a well-known strategy across the globe. Observing the large screen, Guan Ziyuan gradually elucidated that the Daylight Maiden had failed to secure a gank on Xiao Ming at level 1, prompting IG to strategically exchange jungle control with RNG. Upon their return to the lane, Shui and Zhou Yang refrained from attacking the minions. Noticing their reluctance to push for level 2, Uzi, having learned from his previous missteps in the first game, opted to secure only the final blow. He was wary that an overly aggressive playstyle might provoke Ningguang to initiate a level 2 gank, a scenario none could bear. However, Ningguang had no intention of pursuing the bot lane. After completing his red buff, he directed the Blind Monk towards the mid lane. With Rookie having acquired experience from a ward, he was certain to reach level 2 first. Thus, he aimed to assist Rookie's Syndra in establishing a health advantage, facilitating a more effective synergy between their jungle and mid-lane dynamics. Chapter 83. Irrefutable evidence of IG's inferior mid-laner. Could it be that Ningguang intends to execute a level 2 gank in the mid-lane? Observing the screen, where the Blind Monk dashed to the 6-bird pit after clearing the red buff, Guan Ziyuan found himself perplexed. The man who innovated the level 2 gank in the bot lane, is Ningguang truly attempting to pioneer a level 2 gank in the mid lane? At the same moment, Rookie, having dispatched his 6th minion, reached level 2. In an instant, he swiftly learned his skill, and with resolute determination, unleashed his E ability. While Syndra's standard combo is QE, the EQ combination can also be employed, creating an illusion for the enemy. On the surface, it appears the effect of the E skill has concluded, yet when the Q ability, Dark Sphere, emerges, it will still be propelled outward by the E skill, simultaneously inflicting a stun effect. This technique carries a risk of failure, but for Rookie, Syndra is his most proficient champion, thus, errors are unlikely. Little Tiger, caught off guard, was promptly stunned. Meanwhile, Ningguang, lurking in the F6 pit, expertly controlled his Blind Monk to land a Q skill on the immobilized Zoe, swiftly following up with a second Q kick. As the Blind Monk approached, Little Tiger inhaled sharply. Fortunately, the mid lane is comparatively shorter than the bot and top lanes. However, Ningguang had no intention of securing a kill from the outset, merely aiming to diminish Little Tiger's Zoe's health. As the game progressed, the jungle blind monk became increasingly ineffective, eventually relying on a critical strike. Therefore, if he were to solely focus on farming in the jungle early on, it would be a significant waste. Ning Wang, it seems, prefers to sacrifice his own farming to secure an advantage for his laners. Little Tiger, under relentless pursuit, could do little but retreat Zoe to the safety of the tower. Yet, even then, he found himself reduced to half health. Seeing the state of Zoe, Ning Wang swiftly turned and departed, avoiding any unnecessary entanglement that might inadvertently grant Syndra experience. "I'm doing my best," Rookie humbly remarked. At that moment, Zhou Yang interjected. "Are you so lacking in confidence? If I were you, with a half-health Zoe, I wouldn't say it would be an easy kill, but at the very least, it would be in the bag. Does that concern you? Just focus on your bot lane," Rookie retorted, rolling his eyes. "Do you truly think you can manipulate my thoughts so easily? Fear not the possibility of being proven wrong. As IG's currently weakest mid laner, not being able to secure kills is not a source of shame," Zhou Yang commented. Rookie nearly erupted in anger at Zhou Yang's words. "Are you suggesting I'm inferior? Currently, IG has only one mid laner. If I am not the weakest, then who could possibly be?" With that remark, Rookie fell silent. Indeed, IG had but one mid laner. Whether deemed the weakest or the strongest, it could only pertain to himself. Thus, the statement bore a semblance of truth. Just as the others chuckled at this realization, the Shy, though he grasped only fragments of the conversation, suddenly exclaimed a curse, "Damn it." The director swiftly switched the large screen to the top lane, where Karsa's prince had effectively blocked the Shy's escape route with his Gragas. Observing this, Guanzi Yuan promptly remarked. With Ning Wang initiating a gank at level 2 in the mid lane, and now Karsa launching an assault at level 2 in the top lane, the Shy, having played aggressively at level 1, seemed on the brink of being forced to use his flash to avoid significant damage from the prince. As soon as his words fell, the Shy, in a bid to prevent excessive loss of health that would compromise his ability to lane, decisively expended his flash. Fortunately, he had opted for flash and teleport. Had he chosen ignite instead, a first blood could very well have ensued. After forcing out the Shy's flash, Karsa was content to withdraw, opting not to pursue further. Due to the Shy's early level advantage, the minion wave was pushed towards the Aatrox, alleviating some pressure from the top lane. Both junglers launched their respective offensives upon reaching level 2. Karsa gained a slight edge by forcing out the Shy's flash. However, Ning Wang also performed admirably by depleting half of Xiaohu's health, allowing Rookie to gain a modicum of control in the lane due to his health advantage. Just as this was being discussed, the camera suddenly panned to the bottom lane. There, Zhou Yang, controlling Thresh, executed a remarkably clever hook, snaring Xiaoming's Janna between two minions. Caught off guard, the Janna was yanked back 2 paces, yet Zhou Yang refrained from activating his second Q to follow up. Had he hooked Xayah, he would have undoubtedly charged in without hesitation, but with Janna, it was wiser to hold back. Shui, noticing Zhou Yang's successful hook, maneuvered Draven forward, hoping to seize the opportunity to land a couple of axes for some poke. Xiaoming, realizing the situation, did not flee blindly, knowing that would only lead to unnecessary damage. Instead, he aimed his Janna towards Draven. Trading the support's health for the AD's was undoubtedly a worthy exchange. D-Fire's hook found its mark on Xiaoming, prompting Shui to advance for damage, yet Xiaoming's Janna retaliated with a well-timed shield. Guanzi Yuan exclaimed excitedly in this moment. Uzi was also preparing to engage with Xayah. Although Xayah's early damage is slightly inferior to Draven's, he exhibited no fear whatsoever. Just as Janna was about to engage Draven with her Q, Thresh suddenly swung his chain, forcefully interrupting her mid-flight. My goodness. D-Fire's Thresh just disrupted Xiaoming's Janna SE. Guanzi Yuan shouted in exhilaration. Yang, that was magnificent. Shui echoed his excitement in the voice chat. Immediately, he skillfully maneuvered Draven, and with Janna's E failing to catch him, Xiaoming had no choice but to retreat. As Thresh's slow wore off, Shui unleashed Draven's E, further slowing his opponent once again. A sudden onslaught left Xiaoming utterly bewildered, primarily because he had not anticipated that his skills would be interrupted by Thresh. With no choice but to retreat and avoid further depleting his health, he found himself in a precarious position. However, a Shui, serving as IG's frontline tower diver, exhibited a fighting style that was anything but passive, especially while wielding the aggressive champion Draven, known for his penchant for confrontation rather than merely farming minions. Thus, upon witnessing the staggered retreat of the female sun goddess, he pursued her without hesitation. At this moment, Zhou Yang similarly applied Ignite onto Xiaoming's champion, revealing his ruthless intent. Even though Uzi continued his relentless assault, he could only lay hands on Zhou Yang's thresh. Crucially, Xiaoming was absorbing damage from both adversaries, while Uzi could only reach the thresh positioned in front. As his health dwindled, Xiaoming had no option but to expend his flash in a desperate retreat. Almost instantaneously, two flashes followed suit, surging forward into the fray. Chapter 84. Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward. On the large screen, three flashes illuminated in succession. Zhou Yang and Ah Shui were resolute in their intent to kill, one seeking to assist, the other to claim the kill. Xiaoming executed a flash, but D-Fire and Ah Shui followed suit with their own flashes. Their decisiveness was undeniable. Guan Ziyuan marveled at the scene. Xiaoming had not anticipated such unwavering determination from Zhou Yang and Ah Shui, who displayed not a hint of hesitation. Uzi provided Xiaoming with healing, but due to the Ignite effect, the healing was halved, proving ineffective as he ultimately fell to Ah Shui's Draven's lethal axe. First blood. The initial kill erupted, claimed by Ah Shui. Upon Xiaoming's demise, Zhou Yang immediately controlled Thresh to engage, while Uzi had no choice but to command Xayah to retreat, avoiding excessive damage. D-Fire and Ah Shui were indeed remarkably decisive. Observing the fallen Yume, someone remarked, no one expected them to flash in pursuit so promptly. Guan Ziyuan added, it was primarily D-Fire's Thresh who disrupted Xiaoming's plans. He intended to control Ah Shui's Draven while being pulled back by Thresh's Q skill, but was unexpectedly interrupted by D-Fire's E skill, igniting their murderous intent. It was initially presumed that first blood would occur in the top or mid lane, yet it surprisingly manifested in the bottom lane. Those still in the upper jungle were taken aback, unable to believe that the team's strongest bottom lane had surrendered first blood in consecutive matches. Moreover, it was claimed by the opposing AD, and most crucially, it was a Draven. Once a champion like Draven secures a kill, he can become a formidable force, dispatching enemies with ease. Wait for me. Don't engage just yet. Karsa sighed deeply, feeling immense pressure. Although he had aided GNMO in forcing the shy Escamille to flash, it proved futile. The gap in power remained insurmountable. As for the mid lane, Little Tiger was further disadvantaged, having suffered a significant health reduction from Ning Wang, compounded by facing rookie Syndra. For someone who was accustomed to merely surviving, suddenly being thrust into a position of responsibility was undoubtedly a daunting challenge. Thus, Karsa felt overwhelmed, a sentiment shared by Uzi. Yet, the more anxious one becomes, the greater the likelihood of mistakes. Upon Zhou Yang and Ah Shui returning to the bottom lane after replenishing their supplies, they leveraged their equipment advantage to assert greater aggression. Zhou Yang, in particular, was eager to thrust Thresh's hook into Xayah's mouth. Yang, don't rush, we hold the advantage. It is they who should be anxious. Ah Shui interjected, unable to contain himself. How can I not be impatient? 5 minutes have passed, and I've only secured a single assist. What if we win the second game but fail to complete the system's task? Although the system tasks do not explicitly mark the penalties for failure, Zhou Yang, well versed in the intricacies of the narrative, is acutely aware. The consequence of failing a task inevitably translates to a reduction of 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters. Should that be lost, he would be left with merely 30 centimeters. Contemplating this, Zhou Yang once again spoke up. Can't you aspire to greater heights? His tone laced with disappointment, he continued, with an advantage at hand. Rather than contemplating how to expand it, you are fixated on merely maintaining it. How can you conquer your inner demons and aspire to be the world's foremost ADC? Listening to Zhou Yang's impassioned rhetoric, Ah Shui timidly interjected, well, Brother Yang, being second in the world is quite respectable too. Furthermore, the world's top ADC hasn't even secured a world championship. Coughing awkwardly at Ah Shui's latter remark, Zhou Yang responded, let us keep that between us. Refrain from voicing such sentiments publicly, or you may find yourself in a predicament. Rest assured, Shui shrugged. I can handle the pressure. As the two conversed, an unexpected skirmish erupted in the top lane. Aware that the Shy, playing as Camille, lacked a flash, Karsa, after clearing his jungle and returning to base for items, promptly set off towards the top lane. Naturally, the Shy, often teased by fans for being easy to gank, did not disappoint the commentators, promptly yielding his life. The Shy was far too careless, remarked Guan Ziyuan, observing Theshi's demise. Without a flash, he should have controlled the wave more cautiously. Yet, there was little that could be done. The Shy is simply that kind of player, exhibiting fierce aggression and dominance in lane, which invariably brings the minion wave closer to the enemy turret. Regrettably, the kill did not go to the Sword Demon. Otherwise, the subsequent gameplay in the top lane would have been considerably more favorable, he added. As the Shy began to provide opportunities, many in the audience began to jest. The world's easiest target truly lives up to its reputation, even without a flash. He dares to pressure. Let us not be too harsh. The Shy has logged off, and now Chung Lu has seized control. They remarked. How can he still manage to smile? This is absurd. Indeed, unlike others who exhibit visible frustration upon being caught, the Shy was different. He even chuckled. Seeing the Shy's amused demeanor, Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle as well. He rather enjoyed watching the Shy struggle in the top lane, for in a somewhat audacious sentiment, it could lead to more assists. On another note, despite having eliminated Camille, Karsa's expression remained taut, betraying no sign of relaxation. The reason was simple. During his gank, knowing escape was impossible, the Shy had managed to force the Sword Demon to expend his flash. Furthermore, with the kill on Camille not being secured by the Sword Demon, only an assist was attained, leaving the top lane's outcome uncertain, as Theshi's adept last hitting could easily mitigate the economic advantage of the assist. The absence of the flash from the Sword Demon signifies that, for the next 5 minutes, he may become a focal point for Ning Wang's tactics. Just as this thought crossed his mind, chaos erupted in the mid lane. Ning Wang, in concert with Rookie, swiftly eliminated Xiaohu. Despite Xiaohu's quick reflexes and his use of flash, Rookie decisively followed suit, incapacitating him before the mid lane turret. Ultimately, alongside the damage from Ning Wang's Lee Sin, they secured the kill with a well-timed W ability. Xiaohu certainly did not disappoint when given a carry champion. He truly demonstrated his prowess. It has been said that he thrives in the spring as the Tiger Emperor and in the summer as the Scrapper. Wouldn't it be more delightful to play a utility champion like Galio and simply bask in the victory? It appears that this match will once again hinge on the performance of my dear Zoozi. Observing the flurry of kills in the other lanes, Zhou Yang felt an irresistible itch. Those were all assists. Would they engage in battle? Unable to contain himself, Zhou Yang began to encourage Shui. Aware that the opposing Jarvan was positioned in the top lane, Shui was eager to engage, but the issue remained. Brother Yang, you must land your hook. All right. Zhou Yang nodded, declaring, watch my divine hook. With that, he took control of Thresh and launched his attack. However, this time, Xiaoming evaded the attempt effortlessly. To add insult to injury, the hook that had missed the Sun Goddess fortuitously ensnared a low-health cannon minion instead. In that moment, a question mark appeared beneath Zhou Yang's feet. Chapter 85. Where is the black? Speak up, black. The scene where Zhou Yang's Thresh hooked and eliminated the cannon minion was promptly censored by the director. What is D-Fire up to? Guan Ziyuan chuckled. For professional players, cannon minions hold immense significance, evoking inexplicable sentiments. Some players might remain unfazed by a lost kill, yet losing a single cannon minion could plunge them into despair. To be fair, D's precision in securing cannon minions is commendable. Poor Water Brother, tasked with tanking the turret in the top lane while enduring the bullying from his support. IG lacks an AD. IG only has a turret tanking utility. Many teased, fortunate it was a match, had it been in bronze or silver ranks. The two players in the bot lane might have resorted to a verbal duel under the turret over a single cannon minion. Yanggu, you. Shui observed helplessly as Zhou Yang consumed the Ferrari in Summoner's Rift, his thoughts left unspoken. I urged you to engage in battle. And while it was fine that you missed the hook, the loss of the cannon minion is a different matter. Moreover, Thresh conveniently lacked the passive from support items. Zhou Yang awkwardly cleared his throat, saying, do you believe me when I say it wasn't intentional? I don't believe you. Shui replied with a hint of sorrow. If you choose not to believe, there's nothing I can do, Zhou Yang said earnestly. Besides, I have diligently supported you. If not for merit, at least for effort. What does it matter if I consume a cannon minion? I did it to establish vision in the bot lane. Can you guess why I sought vision? Under Zhou Yang's persuasive words, Shui fell for it. To protect me? Isn't that a given, since I am the support? Zhou Yang spoke with a tone of satisfaction. It is wonderful that you can think that way. Shui. It feels as though this fellow is singing karaoke alone, yet there is no solid evidence. Zhou Yang wished to engage in battle. But after taking first blood in the bot lane, Xiao Ming and Yu Ziyi became increasingly cautious. He attempted to hook several times without success, inadvertently stealing numerous minions from Shui, proving to be quite accurate. When Zhou Yang secured the second cannon minion, Shui was nearly in tears. Young good. If you truly cannot land a hook, then let us refrain from trying and focus on farming until Ning Wang arrives to assist. The Draven composition certainly aimed to execute a gank in the bot lane, helping Draven maximize his passive bounty and enhance his economic advantage. I refuse to accept that. Have I ever missed a hook? Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Shui's eyes widened. He yearned to retort, aside from the first hook that caught Xiaoming's Diana. Have any of the remaining hooks hit? However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhou Yang interjected again, you may argue that I haven't T-hooked any enemy champions. But you cannot claim that my hooks are inaccurate each time. At the very least, I hook something. Shui pondered and realized there was truth in those words. After all, he consistently hooked minions accurately, which indeed could not be deemed a miss. Zhou Yang's antics of snagging minions caught the director's attention, leading many to question the prowess of his signature champion. To speak candidly, I could certainly play Thresh as well. Who cannot hook, even with my eyes closed? I could easily land a hook. If it were me, I would manage to hook the opposing Diana 3 or 4 times at least. Do you not know the caliber of the players you are facing? Are you not aware of who is on the opposing team? I understand your urgency. But let us wait until RNG secures victory before we continue. Gradually, both teams reached level 6. Beyond the 3 early kills, there were no further fatalities during that period. However, despite this, the team economy had widened slightly, with IG in the lead, even though Casa had assisted in eliminating the Shy Escamille once. Due to prior discrepancies in farm, he only secured an assist, leaving the economic disparity unchanged. Therefore, Casa's single assist merely leveled the playing field for the 2 top laners. And since they were on equal footing, Shy continued to dominate his lane as expected. Rookie, having gained an advantage in the mid lane, showcased his exceptional landing prowess alongside his favored champion, Syndra, leaving Xiaohu's Zoe in dire straits. Barely managing to stabilize his lane, while he could offer no assistance to Casa in the jungle. It appears Casa is intent on making a move in the bottom lane. Observing the Prince's movements on the large screen, Guanziyuan remarked, RNG likely believes that Draven's passive is nearly stacked, and they do not want IG to assist him in cashing it out, aiming to initiate a gank beforehand to diminish his stacks. Draven's passive cashing out is crucial for establishing momentum. Securing a bounty would create a significant economic gap between the AD carries. Defire and Ashue seemed unaware of this, as they intended to push the wave and return to base. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. Casa, having confirmed he was undetected, emerged from the shadows of vision. Although he failed to execute the EQ combo to knock up Draven, his ultimate was within range. Demacia. With the prince's furious roar, the ultimate was unleashed with great force. Casa's ultimate struck 2 targets. Guanziyuan exclaimed with excitement. Ning is still on his way to support. Draven may be in peril. Seeing the 2 players caught within the prince's ultimate, Xiaoming promptly commanded the Sun Goddess to cast her own ultimate. This synergy between the Sun Goddess and the prince constituted a brilliant combo. Those ensnared by the prince's ultimate would be perfectly stunned by the Sun Goddess's follow-up. However, following the prince's initiation, Zhou Yang and Ashue reacted swiftly, both deftly flashing out of the ultimate's radius, narrowly evading the Sun Goddess's spell. RNG approached this engagement with murderous intent, prompting Xiaoming to immediately flash in and utilize his E-ability in an attempt to secure a kill as the 2 escaped. Ashue sought to maneuver away, yet Xiaoming successfully anticipated his movement. Just as the Sun Goddess was about to E in and secure the targets, Zhou Yang's Thresh made his move once more. Neither too much nor too little, the skill Doomsday Clock executed by Thresh perfectly interrupted the E-ability of the Solar Empress, extinguishing her hopes of capturing anyone. Oh, D-Fire! Upon witnessing Thresh once again disrupt the Solar Empress's E-skill, Guo Ziyuan could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming that Thresh truly embodies his signature hero, once again thwarting Xiao Ming's abilities and rescuing a Shui. This spectacle ignited not only the commentary, but also the chatroom, which erupted in fervor. I must say, Thresh never falters in crucial moments. It is evident that D-Fire's Thresh shines brightly when it matters most. Where are those who were so boisterous just moments ago? Everyone. Apologize to D. Where are the critics? Speak up. D, I sincerely apologize for my earlier outburst. Wait a moment, are they actually contemplating a counterattack? Chapter 86 Shui, you will come through, won't you? After interrupting Xiao Ming's skill, Zhou Yang and Shui exchanged only a few words. Zhou Yang, ready? Shui nodded, ready. The two were in perfect sync. Despite their adversaries boasting 3 members, they boldly chose to counterattack. This scene left Guan Ziyuan momentarily stunned. While Ning Wang was on his way, did they not think to wait for assistance? Observing the duo who chose to counterattack rather than retreat, Casa and Xiao Ming were equally taken aback. How did they muster such courage to engage in a 2 versus 3? The only plausible explanation was that reinforcements were imminent. With the prince and Daiyun lacking their ultimate abilities, if IG were to arrive, their predicament would surely worsen. Uzi yearned to fight, eager to seize the opportunity to eliminate an opponent before IG could intervene. His Xayah possessed both Flash and her ultimate ability, and he was eager to showcase his skills. Conversely, Casa and Xiao Ming wished to retreat, for if trouble arose in the bottom lane, the dragon would undoubtedly be lost as well. In that moment, consensus among the 3 was elusive. Some sought to flee, while others were intent on battle. This discord resulted in a hasty and ineffective retreat, affording Ning Wang the opportunity to ambush the fleeing RNG trio from the side river with his Li Sin. Ning Wang arrived, landing the first part of his Q skill on Xiao Ming, swiftly following up with the second. Remembering to explain rapidly, Xiao Ming was prepared. As soon as the monk kicked towards him, he would utilize Daiyun's Q skill to stun him, providing cover for his teammates to escape. Yet, Ning Wang's target was not him, but someone else entirely. As the monk's second Q skill glided through the air, he deftly adjusted his position, arriving before Casa and delivering a precise kick that sent him crashing into the faces of Shui and Zhou Yang. What a seamless spinning kick! Guan Ziyuan couldn't help but comment. Casa, now face-to-face with Shui, immediately attempted to escape using his EQ combo. But with the prince's E skill flag already deployed and his Q skill in motion, Thresh C skill, the death sentence, ensnared him back. My goodness, D-Fire. The commentator was at a loss for words, resorting to a loud cheer of Zhou Yang's A-game ID to express his exhilaration. Thresh, renowned as D-Fire's signature hero, first used his E-skill to rescue Shui, interrupting Daiyun's E-skill. The second E-skill deftly disrupted the prince's EQ combo, thwarting Casa's escape. With his retreat thwarted, Casa glanced at Li Sin's position and realized that even with Flash, he could not evade death. Ultimately, he refrained from using it, opting instead to deal a final burst of damage, thereby buying time for Uzi and Xiao Ming to retreat. With Zhou Yang's deliberate concession, Casa's life was claimed by Shui's axe. In that fleeting moment, Draven withdrew the passive gold, instantly propelling the team's economy forward. As he gazed at the retreating figures of the female players in Xia, Zhou Yang contemplated pursuing them, even considering a daring maneuver. However, upon recalling that Xia possessed both her ultimate ability and a flash escape, he ultimately relinquished this somewhat perilous notion. While the system task held significance, securing victory in the match was of paramount importance. Failing to complete the task would merely result in a 10-centimeter reduction, after all. He still had 30 left. No need for alarm. D-God. My superhero. It must be said, the male players who specialize in support, particularly those adept at wielding Thresh, are undeniably impressive. Where are those who previously questioned D-God's Thresh? Step forward and face me. Huh? Is this all you've got? To speak candidly, I possess this hero as well. As a female fan, I wish to pursue a relationship with D-Fire. Could you lend me your support and motivation? To the female fans, kindly step aside. D-God belongs to us male fans, while the female fans are all designated for the neighboring Gongzi-go. The excitement in the live stream was palpable. Witnessing incredible plays in a video is entirely different from seeing them unfold live. Moreover, the video clips merely showcased high-tier ranked matches, whereas this was a competitive setting, with equally skilled professional support players on the opposing side. RNG's recent gank was well-timed, yet unfortunately for them, D-Fire's Thresh performed exceptionally, with two pivotal skills altering the tide of battle. Observing the three players rushing toward the dragon on the big screen, I couldn't help but exclaim once more. RNG's aggressive play inadvertently allowed Ashue's Draven to activate his passive bounty, making the upcoming lane battles exceedingly challenging. Kasai would need to offer assistance, especially since RNG was counting on Uzi's Xia to take control of the match. Hearing this, Guanziyuan added, "If that's the case, the other lanes must exercise caution. We mustn't allow any openings." Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when the top lane erupted in chaos. The Shy, in conjunction with Rookie's Syndra, swiftly dispatched Xiaoji's Aatrox before RNG's first turret, with Xiaohu's Zoe being sent back home by Rookie. Syndra seized the opportunity to roam to the top lane, and following Kasai's previous efforts in the top lane, the Shy realized he was cornered and exchanged his flash for Aatrox's. Consequently, ensnared by the ultimate of the Steel Shadow, he found himself utterly helpless, resigned to his fate. Witnessing this scene, I hesitated, struggling to find words. What does Divine Whisper truly mean? Observing Guanziyuan's mortified expression, Rita quietly reveled in the moment. "Ah, it must be the esteemed Colonel," Xiaoji remarked. "I'm at a loss for words." My keyboard suddenly went haywire. Colonel Guan, forever a legend. Meanwhile, having dispatched Kasai and driven Uzi and Xiao Ming away, Zhou Yang, Ning Wang, and Ashue successfully claimed the dragon. The first dragon was a fire dragon, one of the two exceptionally beneficial attributes. After securing the dragon, Zhou Yang shielded Ashue as he pushed the wave in the bottom lane, before returning home with a sense of fulfillment. Of course, it was Ashue who felt content, having garnered both kills in the passive bounty, returning home to a splendidly upgraded set of equipment. After updating his equipment, Draven was now fully capable of overpowering Uzi Xia. Ashue was elated. Yet Zhou Yang felt no such joy. With the Rift Herald on the verge of respawning, he couldn't help but lament having only secured 2 assists after such a lengthy duration. He yearned for a challenging match, as such scenarios would undoubtedly present more opportunities for combat and consequently, more assists. Regrettably, this aspiration seemed rather formidable on the top lane. The Shy was effortlessly dominating the opposing Aatrox, while Rookie was similarly suppressing the enemy's gangplank in the mid lane. The disparity in strength that had once existed in the bot lane had now been exacerbated. Was it truly so difficult to find himself in a challenging match? Yao Ge. "This match is secure," Ashue exclaimed excitedly as he returned to the bot lane, already preparing for a potential finish within 20 minutes. Hearing Ashue's exuberant voice, Zhou Yang sighed. "Ashue, you're bound to make a mistake and end up feeding, aren't you? I didn't expect the updates to come so swiftly. The support from you all is truly commendable. As promised, I shall deliver a substantial update today." Chapter 87. Rather than waiting for others to make mistakes, it is better to take the initiative. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Ashue suddenly fell silent. Realizing he had misspoken, Zhou Yang quickly tried to salvage the situation. "Ahem, that's not what I meant, you know? It's fine," Ashue replied with a smile, candidly admitting, "I am aware of my tendency to make reckless plays, and I understand that such behavior not only disappoints my teammates but also those who support us. However, I genuinely struggle to change this habit in the heat of the moment. I know I shouldn't get carried away, yet once the fight begins, I tend to forget everything. Like a child who has made a mistake." Ashue enumerated his shortcomings. "You don't need to apologize, Yang Ge. I understand your intentions. You merely wish for me to be more composed and to correct my habitual recklessness, right?" Zhou Yang, listening to Ashue's earnest attempt to amend his ways, found himself at a loss for words. "I really just accidentally spoke my mind. But please, don't change your approach, at least not for this match. Or perhaps, before you change, you could throw yourself into danger once more? Otherwise, my friend, this task may become unachievable. As they returned to the bottom lane, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration at Ashui, who despite having a significant advantage, was playing exceptionally cautiously. At this moment, RNG's top, mid, and bottom lanes were all at a disadvantage, mirroring the previous match's circumstances. Fortunately for them, Karsa's jungle situation was somewhat more favorable. He had perfectly predicted Ning Wang's invasion and did not suffer the same losses as in the last game. In truth, for RNG, this minor loss in the jungle was insignificant. Allowing two camps to be taken wouldn't prevent them from returning home with a powerful item, would it? Yet, Karsa remained troubled by the impending Rift Herald, which was approaching the 10-minute mark. If they conceded it, IG would once again seize control of the early game. However, if they contested it, the top lane had already seen the Sword Demon be taken down once, and in the mid lane, Xiao had been pressured by Ning Wang on 2 occasions, leaving them unable to fight back. The bottom lane was slightly better, managing to develop normally. But the looming question remained. If they failed to win the skirmish for the Rift Herald, the match might very well end within 10 minutes once more. Thus, RNG found themselves in a quandary, to fight or not to fight. Karsa felt uncertain and sought the opinions of his teammates. The series of losses had severely impacted his mentality. Xiaohu and Xiaoming remained silent, choosing not to speak up, observing the reticence of the veterans. Rookie Xiaoji felt even less inclined to voice his thoughts, resigning himself to enduring the Shy's onslaught in the top lane. Seeing this, Uzi sighed in resignation. It was crucial for him to step forward at this pivotal moment. "Let us fight," he declared simply, his words reflecting his resolve. Losing was acceptable, but succumbing in such a cowardly manner was unacceptable. He once articulated a profound sentiment. Whenever an opportunity for action presents itself, one must seize it. Even if the chance is merely a fraction of a percent, should one merely wish to retreat, having fled once or even twice, the next chance to act may be met with trepidation. This wisdom resonates aptly with RNG's current predicament. If one relies solely on the missteps of other teams to secure a chance at victory, what claim do they have to the championship? Observing the silent figures of Xiaohu and Ming, Uzi decisively declared, "Let us engage. Even if we falter, we must attempt to transform our passivity into initiative." Moreover, Uzi Zaya was not underperforming. She simply lacked kills, yet her farm was on par with that of Draven. As the Rift Herald was poised to respawn, Zhou Yang and Ming ventured to the upper lane to establish vision. With their support absent, Ashui began to stir restlessly, emboldened by his equipment advantage. Eager to provoke a response from Uzi Zaya, hoping to force out her flash or ultimate, thereby enhancing their chances for the upcoming Herald skirmish. Unfortunately for Ashui, his execution faltered just enough, allowing Uzi to capitalize on the opportunity, ensnaring him with Zaira's feathered snare and neutralizing the threat. Concurrently, Zhou Yang encountered Ming while securing vision in the upper lane. Spotting the enemy Yumi nearby, he promptly signaled his presence. Though adversaries on the battlefield, they shared camaraderie off it, often exchanging humorous videos. Ming's team, Zhou Yang, greeted him warmly, initiating a control with Yumi's E ability. With a Kassadin lurking behind, Zhou Yang's vision indicated that Thresh was isolated. Fortunately, Zhou Yang's reflexes were sharp. He deftly sidestepped while retaliating with a hook. Nevertheless, Ming's positioning was equally adept, avoiding capture. After a brief exchange of tactics, they retreated, awaiting their teammates. Meanwhile, Uzi and Ashui, having cleared their lanes, synchronously returned to base for equipment upgrades before advancing towards the upper lane. At the same time, Xiaohu Zoe sought opportunities to harass the IG players prior to the impending team battle. Although his skill usage was relatively sound, his accuracy left much to be desired. Observers in the live stream found amusement in Zoe's antics, likening her performance to a circus act. A suggestion arose for designers to equip Zoe with an automatic navigation feature, for it appeared that General Tiger struggled to harness her potential. Xiaohu lamented, "Referee, why does my champion lack Q?" One might ponder why Zoe's basic attack damage is so formidable. It seems tailored for players like Xiaohu. With such precision, what need is there for Laden's Echo? A Bear Witch's curse would suffice for racking up damage. As the AD carries had yet to arrive, Both teams were cautiously probing for openings. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi's Aatrox lingered in the back, preventing the shy Kiana from flanking. Just as Xiaohu attempted to replicate his previous strategy with Zoe to inflict further damage, Zhou Yang cast a glance at the approaching Draven and decisively activated Thresh control. With a deft flick, D-Fire ensnared Zoe from RNG. The hook landed flawlessly. Guan Ziyuan exclaimed. However, it seemed futile, for Zoe's ultimate ability ensured she would inevitably return to her original position. Surely, D-Fire could not follow her into the fray? Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when Thresh activated his second Q, propelling himself alongside Zoe as she returned to her starting point, charging into the throng of RNG players. Of course, Zhou Yang was not merely rushing in to be defeated. Rather, he leveraged Zoe's form as a springboard, constructing a bridge for himself and his allies, a bridge that would pierce directly into the heart of RNG. Thus, in the fleeting moment before activating his second Q, he cast a lantern behind him. What was D-Fire up to? He widened his eyes in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Was he intending to? Before he could finish his thought, Ningguang's Lee Sin had already seized the lantern, following Thresh's silhouette as they soared towards the RNG players. Chapter 88. Uzi. The Eternal God. Ningguang. The voice of Guan Ziyuan rose in excitement as the blind monk, stepping onto the lantern, flew before the members of RNG. The RNG players were equally taken aback by this scene. It was one thing for Thresh to queue in, but astonishingly, before doing so, he had thrown back a lantern. And remarkably, someone had indeed activated it. Was this a display of acrobatics? Following Zoe back to the initial position of her ultimate ability, Zhou Yang immediately controlled Thresh to pull him back. Meanwhile, Ningguang's blind monk, after stepping on the lantern and following Zhou Yang, left no room for Xiaohu to react. With a mighty kick, he executed a flash R, sending Xiaohu's Zoe crashing into Rookie's face. Without granting Xiaohu a moment's respite, Rookie swiftly followed up with Syndra's control, combined with Ashue's Draven ultimate for devastating long-range damage, obliterating Zoe in a single sequence of skills. My heavens, Xiaohu was instantly eliminated. This abrupt turn of events caught not only the commentators off guard, but even the RNG players, who were astonished that IG could deliver such a combination. Xiao Ming hastily activated the ultimate of the Sun Goddess in an attempt to secure a kill, but Ningguang reacted swiftly, deftly evading his ultimate by creating distance. However, Zhou Yang was not so fortunate. His flash had not yet cooled down, and although he dodged the stun from the Sun Goddess, he was still slowed. Observing the slowed Thresh, RNG showed no hesitation in unleashing their skills. With their mid laner already fallen, every kill now counted as a gain. Otherwise, they risked leaving empty-handed. Zhou Yang, of course, did not abandon resistance. He endeavored to touch each RNG player, maximizing his potential assists. Xiaohu had been eliminated, yet D-Fire, being so deep in enemy territory, could not escape, and his head fell to the Sword Demon. As Guan Ziyuan remarked, he noticed that RNG showed no signs of retreat. Did they intend to force a fight despite lacking a primary damage dealer? This was undoubtedly a well-considered decision by RNG, Syndra, Draven, and the blind monk had no ultimates available, while they had only expended one ultimate from the Sun Goddess. Even though Xiaohu had been dispatched, with a slight pullback, a fight was still feasible. However, this hinged on RNG's ability to protect Uzi's Xayah. To thwart the entry of the Steel Shadow, Karsa, at Uzi's behest, resolved to take the initiative. On the big screen, Karsa charged forward decisively. Demacia. With the prince's roar, his ultimate enveloped Ningguang's blind monk and the Shia's Steel Shadow. In that instant, Xiao Ji's Sword Demon unleashed his ultimate, recklessly charging ahead. His intention was straightforward, to absorb all incoming damage, creating an opportunity for Uzi's Xayah to deal damage, even if it cost him his life. Rookie's critical skill on Syndra, utilized to eliminate Zoe, was now on cooldown, leaving him with only a Q to impede the advancing Sword Demon, forcing him to retreat momentarily. The Sword Demon may falter against the Steel Shadow, yet that does not imply he poses no threat to a skill-less Syndra. Moreover, the prince's ultimate not only struck two foes, but also effectively segregated the battlefield, compelling Ashue's Draven to direct his damage towards him and the Sword Demon, thus preventing an immediate threat to Uzi. As the sword demon charged forward, Rookie, devoid of skills, had no choice but to retreat. Shui, despite his impressive damage, found it challenging to eliminate the encroaching sword demon swiftly. Observing Xayah advance for an attack, the Shy expertly maneuvered the Steel Shadow, employing his E-skill to evade the prince's ultimate and lunge towards Uzi. Then came the Hextech Ultimatum. A Hextech array materialized upon the ground, and Xiao Ming's Daylight Sorceress was propelled away by a sudden force. However, Uzi's Xayah possessed her ultimate, and faced with Theshi's solitary incursion, he remained entirely unfazed. Just as Camille's ultimate descended, before she could unleash her first strike, he commanded Xayah to activate her ultimate. A flurry of feathers filled the air. With 200 pounds of cascading feathers, Xayah became untargetable, utilizing the advantage of mobility during her ultimate. Uzi swiftly distanced himself from the Shy. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaoming also guided the Daylight Sorceress back to Uzi's side, using his Q skill to stun a Shy, who attempted to pursue. Observing the team fight, which had nearly bifurcated into two separate arenas, Guan Ziyuan realized that the outcome hinged on who could swiftly eliminate the opposing front line. With Xayah under the protection of the Daylight Sorceress and equipped with Flash, the Steel Shadow was unlikely to be slain, while the Sword Demon lacked sufficient damage to threaten Draven. The decisive factor was who could efficiently dispatch the opponent's top laner. The first to act would claim victory in the skirmish. However, Ashue's Draven held superior equipment compared to Xayah, leading to the Sword Demoness fall first. Upon the Sword Demon's demise, Ashue promptly directed Draven's axe towards Karsa's prince. Yet, Karsa, having withheld his flash in the bottom lane, found it pivotal. Initially intending to obstruct slightly, he soon realized the damage dealt by Ashue's Draven was unexpectedly high, prompting him to unleash his flash and retreat. With the Sword Demon down, Karsa's prince also retreated. Nevertheless, the Shy's Steel Shadow was claimed by Uzi. Guan Ziyuan swiftly elaborated, noting that IG still had 3 members alive, while RNG also remained with 3, yet Karsa's prince was out of health, indicating that RNG should consider retreating. In truth, achieving a 2-for-2 exchange while economically disadvantaged was quite advantageous for RNG. Observing the retreating RNG members and Xayah, who had sustained half her health from the Shy, alongside Ashue, who still had a significant amount of health remaining, he commanded Draven to pursue. Uzi's ultimate was no longer available, and with Draven's superior equipment, 2 swift strikes would undoubtedly be unbearable for Xayah. As Draven activated his W skill, the axe from his E skill was poised to strike Xayah, momentarily slowing her down. Suddenly, Xayah, who had been positioned above, executed an E ability followed by a flash, forcibly altering the trajectory of the feathers on the ground. This deft maneuver not only allowed her to evade Draven's E skill but also immobilized him, rendering him helpless. Seizing this fleeting moment of control, the support champion, Sun Wukong, swiftly followed up with additional crowd control, further ensnaring Ashue's Draven in place. Rookie and Ning Wang were utterly unprepared for such an unforeseen turn of events, primarily because Ashue had charged in too aggressively, leaving them unable to respond in time. Captured by Xayah's snare and subsequently restrained by Sun Wukong's control, the unfortunate Ashue managed to land just a single blow before Uzi's Xayah claimed his life. Meanwhile, in a distant room, the man who once utilized the support pantheon to leave Ma Gu with a face of despair gazed at his computer screen, captivated by Xayah's breathtaking display of skill. In an instant, he raised both hands in triumph, a radiant smile gracing his face. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Uzi, the Eternal God. Chapter 89, The Turning Point for RNG. Uzi continues to deliver. In the commentary booth, Guan Ziyuan exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing the unfolding drama. After eliminating Ashue's Draven, Uzi did not retreat. Instead, he skillfully maneuvered his Xayah to engage Ning Wang's Lee Sin. Despite his dwindling health, he persisted in dealing damage. Concurrently, Rookie commanded Syndra to unleash a consecutive QE combo, aiming to incapacitate Uzi's Xayah and, together with Ning Wang, swiftly eliminate him. However, in that moment, Uzi's dexterity and positioning were impeccable. He adeptly evaded Syndra's Dark Sphere, avoiding being stunned, and utilized Syndra's E skill to retreat perfectly. His understanding of damage was astute, recognizing that Syndra's singular E skill was insufficient to deplete his remaining health. Nonetheless, while Uzi skillfully dodged Rookie's QE combo, Xiaoming's Nami was not as fortunate. Stunned in place, she succumbed to Rookie's W skill. At that moment, Ningguang made a critical decision. He refrained from targeting Uzi, as he had already used his flash. Should his Q skill miss, he would be left watching Nami escape. Therefore, to ensure success, he directed his Lee Sin's Q toward the stunned Xiaoming, securing her elimination. With only 4 players remaining on the field, Ningguang and Rookie contemplated pursuing further, as their conditions were significantly superior to those of Uzi and Karsa. Rookie had sustained minimal damage, having only incurred a couple of hits from the Sword Demon. Nevertheless, for the disadvantaged RNG, they had managed to claim victory in this skirmish. Unfortunately, they could not maintain control over the Rift Herald, as Karsa's prince had fallen low on health and needed to return to base for recovery, while Lee Sin still had a substantial amount of health remaining. Observing Uzi and Karsa's retreat, Guan Ziyuan fervently remarked, "Little dog played splendidly this time." His skills were fully on display. Originally, IG had held the advantage, decisively eliminating Xiaohu's Zoe early in the engagement. Although D-Fire's Thresh subsequently fell, the exchange between mid and support was undoubtedly favorable for IG. Remarkably, thanks to Uzi and his Xayah, the team fight had ended in a balanced outcome of 3-for-3. Thank goodness for Uzi. Guan Ziyuan's sentiment resonated with many viewers in the livestream. Without him, this match would likely have ended with a swift 20-minute defeat. We must not allow Xiaohu to play champions like Zoe. It truly is an eyesore. Even Xiaoxi's Sword Demon proved more impactful than Xiaohu's Zoe. Had General who played Galio or Lissandra, RNG might have genuinely triumphed in this encounter. Next door, Ruzi was fervently praying for Uzi's continued success. Ultimately, it was mainly Ashue's impatience that proved detrimental. Remember to speak up. If we could just tug at Rookie's skills a bit or let Ningguang engage, IG could indeed emerge victorious in this skirmish. Fortunately, Ningguang managed to secure the Rift Herald. As he gazed at his dimmed screen, Ashui took a deep breath. Feeling the weight of his impulsiveness and carelessness, he was somewhat disheartened, knowing that they held the advantage, yet a 3-for-3 trade in battle was simply unacceptable. Ashue's frustration was mirrored by Zhou Yang's deeper dismay. Despite having touched every member of RNG before his demise, he ended up with only a single assist from the Sword Demon. By the time Xiaoming fell, his assist had long vanished. It seemed that one could not engage blindly, otherwise, even assists would slip away, Zhou Yang muttered. "What did you say, Brother Yang?" Ashue inquired, unable to catch his words. "Nothing. I merely lamented that I failed to protect you well," Zhou Yang replied casually. Upon hearing this, Ashue immediately felt a pang of guilt. "It's not your fault. It's mine. I was too hasty. If I had just waited a moment longer, we could have secured the kills." Sighing, Zhou Yang was at a loss for words, witnessing Ashue's sudden descent into melancholy. "Brother, I truly didn't mean it that way." As Ningguang and Rookie claimed the Rift Herald, the broadcast displayed the damage from the recent team fight. Uzi's damage stood out glaringly among the 5 from RNG. However, when they glimpsed the damage dealt by Xiaohu, it became unbearable. What the heck? The familiar 443. Who are you paying tribute to? A Zoe's damage not even surpassing that of Thresh. The suggestion arose for General Hu to switch to an AP Kog'Maw in the mid lane, even if he missed his abilities. The passive damage would surely exceed his current output. What did I say? If you're going to give Xiaohu a carry champion, he must be able to carry. Following the team fight, Xiaohu found himself the target of collective criticism. The reason was simple: Zoe's performance was utterly outrageous, even before being eliminated. Landing a single Q spell should have yielded more damage than that. Yet, astonishingly, he hadn't managed to hit a single ability. After securing the Rift Herald, Ningguang continued to focus on the top lane, aiming to nurture the shy-s Camille. Uzi's 2 kills had positioned him for a potential late-game takeover, prompting IG to devise a counter-strategy. As Draven would inevitably find his output less secure than Xayah's in the late game, it was prudent to fatten up the shy-s Camille. Should they find themselves at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation, they could rely on Camille's split pushing to counteract. Upon witnessing the Rift Herald placed in the top lane, Xiaoxi could only manage a wry smile. Is this the treatment for Shigo? However, he had no recourse. After all, it was his own underperformance at play. His preferred champion had been selected by the coach, and his jungler had provided assistance, even successfully eliminating Camille. Yet, in the end, despite the efforts, victory remained elusive. Who else could be blamed? Initially, before the match commenced, Xiaoxi considered RNG's strategy of 4 protecting 1 to be excessively antiquated. However, upon taking the stage today and enduring Theshi's formidable assault, he experienced an epiphany. A sudden understanding. It became clear that one could not merely fault RNG for their singular tactics. Circumstances often dictated the course of action. Meanwhile, as Ningguang summoned the Rift Herald, Zhou Yang and Ashui returned to the bottom lane. Following a team skirmish, they noted that after gaining parity in equipment, Xayah had even managed to edge out Draven with a slight lead, possessing an additional longsword. Zhou Yang felt a wave of frustration. Initially, their equipment advantage in the bottom lane had promised opportunities for engagements and assists. Now, however, after a series of plays around the Herald, Draven had regained his edge. Engaging in a direct confrontation seemed increasingly precarious. Logically, the best course of action would be to minimize conflict and allow Xayah to farm peacefully. Yet, glancing at his meager 4 assists after 11 minutes, Zhou Yang felt an insatiable restlessness. No, they had to engage. Otherwise, their objectives would remain unattainable. 10,000 words to fulfill a promise, but for now, it's time to dine. Chapter 90, The Relentless Push Forward. Zhou Yang, controlling Thresh, attempted a tentative hook but was easily evaded by Xiao Ming. Undeterred by the current state of Xiao's equipment, Xiao Ming retaliated by ensnaring the Dian with his control skill. However, just as before, this attempt was abruptly interrupted mid-course by Zhou Yang, who utilized Thresh's ability, the Fate Clock. The two engaged in a brief bout of probing before swiftly retreating, unable to conclude the exchange. Although the advantage in the bottom lane had dissipated, Ning and Rookie had firmly set their sights on Uzi. They understood that, particularly in the current climate against RNG, stifling Xia's growth was paramount. Rookie, showcasing his exceptional skill, severely wounded Xiaohu. Seizing the opportunity during Xiaohu's return home, he directed Syndra towards the bottom lane. The moment Syndra vanished from the lane, Xiaohu alerted Xiao Ming in the bottom lane with a signal, unable to provide assistance due to the overwhelming minion wave in the mid lane. Faced with the intimidating presence of Thresh and Draven, and glancing at the minimap, both Xiao Ming and Uzi found themselves with no choice but to retreat beneath their turret. Were it not for Cass's presence nearby, their predicament would have been far worse, potentially leading to the loss of their bottom turret. With Xiaohu forced back to base, RNG capitalized on the opportunity as the duo in the bottom lane occupied their turret, while IG swiftly claimed the second dragon, though it was merely a wind dragon. Its attributes offered some assistance to the split-pushing Jace. Let us engage. After securing the dragon, Zhou Yang began to rally his team, believing that as a brawling team, IG would easily amass 30 assists. Yet, considerable time had passed, and they were still a third short of that goal, despite Zhou Yang's persistent urging. After finishing with the dragon, the four did not return to base for supplies or to guard their lanes. Instead, they ventured directly into RNG's lower jungle. After only a few steps, they encountered Cass's freshly respawned prince. Zhou Yang, singularly focused on securing assists, became animated upon spotting Cassa. He executed a swift flash hook with Thresh, as Cassa finished with the stone golem and had just used his Q skill. His instinct was to evade Thresh's hook through positioning. However, Zhou Yang's angle was astute, landing the hook squarely on Cassa's chest and pulling him back 2 steps. In the instant that Zhou Yang activated the second Q skill, he swiftly tossed out a lantern. Ace Wei, quick to react, immediately clicked the lantern, propelling both of them forward. Cassa was ensnared in the jungle by Thresh. Shouting in alarm, he realized he might meet his demise here. Cassa's tanky build allowed him to withstand a fair amount of punishment, and after Thresh's control dissipated, he promptly attempted to escape with an EQ combo. Yet, just as he unleashed his E skill and released his Q skill, Zhou Yang pulled him back once more with Thresh. At that critical juncture, Rookie's Syndra arrived, unleashing a QE combo that stunned Cassa, perfectly synchronized with Ning's Lee Sin, who unleashed a series of skills. The 4 of them converged, delivering overwhelming damage to Cassa, who had been rather careless in his approach. Guanzi Yu inside, noting that he did not immediately engage but rather contemplated how to utilize his support to dismantle Thresh's hook. Unfortunately, Thresh is a signature champion of D-Fire, exuding unparalleled confidence. Indeed, Casa may have been somewhat overzealous. After successfully securing an assist, Zhou Yang remained unsatisfied, desiring to lead a few teammates in an attempt to trouble Uzi under the turret. However, the absence of a minion wave ultimately compelled them to abandon this endeavor. As Zhou Yang and his team returned to base, the top lane, unattended by Xiaoji, fell prey to the relentless advance of Rift Herald, ultimately succumbing to the pressure from the Shy cannon, resulting in the loss of the first tower. With the Shy claiming the top turret, IG swiftly shifted their focus. Zhou Yang and Ashue took position in the mid lane, while the Shy cannon continued to push in the bot lane. Rookie, upon receiving the top minion wave, seized the opportunity to farm, and when the wave was absent, sought chances alongside Ning Wang. Faced with IG's lane swap, RNG had no choice but to follow suit. As the landing phase concluded, skirmishes increased as both teams sought to seize control of the rhythm of the game. Zhou Yang relished the frequent engagements, though they yielded few kills. At times, the battles appeared intense, yet after expending their abilities, the teams swiftly disengaged. Prior to the Baroness respawn, both sides focused on their development. During this period, RNG capitalized on several promising opportunities, nearly eliminating the Shy cannon. Yet crucially, Zhou Yang's lantern saved him each time. It cannot be denied that D-Fire has maximized Thresh's potential in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Nevertheless, this Shy must remain vigilant, for D-Fire cannot be by his side at all times, he remarked with a smile. As one of the designer's most cherished champions, Thresh showcased his full value in Zhou Yang's hands during this match. He excels in initiating team fights while also providing lifelines to his allies. As the game approached the 20-minute mark, the Baron was soon to respawn. For the team with a distinct advantage yet struggling to break the stalemate, the Baron symbolizes the clarion call for team fights. Instances of leveraging Baron to force engagements are commonplace, and IG was no exception. However, Zhou Yang and his team did not recklessly force a confrontation over Baron. Should the opponents merely observe and contest the smite, it could spell disaster. Thus, after some deliberation, they decided to have the Shy cannon split push in the bot lane, utilizing his advantages and adopting a 4-to-1 split push strategy to distract RNG. The 4-to-1 split push remains one of the most classic tactics in competitive play, proving timeless, particularly now as the Baron was on the verge of respawning. With the Shy cannon already pushing in the bot lane, Guanzi Yuan observed the figure on the screen and slowly spoke. Now, Kinnan wields a Trinity Force and a Blade of the Ruined King, and he even possesses a stopwatch prepared for team fights. In contrast, on Xiaoxi's side, the Sword Demon possesses only one additional item. The disparity between the equipment of the two champions is stark, with a full item missing. Currently, if the Sword Demon were to attempt to defend alone, he would be utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of Qingxi. However, with Xiaohu's Zoe equipped with teleport, she could potentially assist in the defense. Yet, RNG cannot afford to be without his presence in the front line. Should Thresh inadvertently initiate a team fight, he must be there to contribute damage. Moreover, Zoe's poke damage in the jungle is of paramount importance. If they disregard Theshi's Qingxi's split pushing, RNG's bottom tower is likely to be obliterated. As they were discussing this, the camera angle on the large screen shifted directly to the bottom lane. There, in the midst of a split push, Qingxi, upon spotting the Sword Demon, reacted as a father would to an underachieving son, without a moment's hesitation. She unleashed her ability, delivering a swift kick. Following up with an auto attack, she executed her W ability in a sweeping motion, culminating in an auto attack that lifted the Sword Demon. A brief flurry of skills resulted in the Sword Demon losing nearly half of his health, the terrifying damage eliciting gasps from the audience. This was unmistakably a case of a father chastising his son. How could the Sword Demon possibly defend? Chapter 91. Deception in Warfare. Strategy is essential in gaming. Faced with the formidable the Shy, Xiaoxi found himself utterly helpless, regardless of his inner discontent. It was of no consequence. He could neither engage nor fend off the relentless pressure. If he did not retreat promptly, the likelihood of escape would diminish rapidly. Thus, he conceded the already fragile first turret in the bottom lane and fortified his defenses at the second turret. Meanwhile, as the Shy exerted pressure in the bottom lane, Zhou Yang and his companions hastily imposed vision control over the Baron, creating a relatively secure environment for the Camille to split push. Although IG's composition appeared to prioritize landing prowess, both Syndra and Draven exhibited commendable abilities. Their retention of Camille allowed for the possibility of split pushing, serving as a contingency should any missteps occur during the landing phase. While immediate rectification was unnecessary, leveraging Camille's split push effectively diverted attention, thereby achieving IG's strategic objectives. The Shy marched forth with an imposing wave of minions, and in an instant, the already weakened first turret in the bottom lane was obliterated. Observing Camille's solo push, Guan Ziyuan remarked, "It seems RNG must devise a strategy swiftly. They must either initiate a team fight directly or attempt to ambush Camille. If the Shy continues this relentless push, the economic advantage gained from the turrets will only escalate." While this assessment held merit, the underlying dilemma was that IG could not confront RNG head-on, which necessitated Theshi's split push to draw attention. Their intention was to compel RNG into a precarious decision between contesting the Baron or defending the turrets. Upon hearing this, Guan Ziyuan continued, "The onus is now on RNG. They must make a decisive move. Allowing the Shy Camille to persist in this manner will only lead to their detriment." On the RNG side, witnessing Camille's unchallenged advance in the bottom lane was a source of considerable frustration. It was evident that at least two champions were required to contend with her, and those must be capable of both absorbing damage and dealing it in return. Otherwise, they risked a swift defeat. After much deliberation, it seemed that only Karsa's Jarvan could withstand the punishment and engage effectively. With this realization, RNG promptly decided to dispatch Karsa's Jarvan to confront Camille while the others continued to apply pressure at the front. Should IG make a move on the Baron, Xiaohu's Zoe could capitalize on the opportunity to poke. The combined threat of the Baron alongside Zoe's poke would be insufferable for IG at the 20-minute mark. Of course, with Karsa absent from the front line, the remaining RNG members had to exercise caution to avoid being ensnared by Thresh or kicked back by Lee Sin. Simultaneously, they had to feign normalcy, ensuring that IG remained unaware of Jarvan's absence, thus delaying any potential Baron engagement. When the Prince appears in the bottom lane and begins to take action, IG must contemplate whether they can secure the Baron before the Shadow Blade falls. If they cannot eliminate it promptly yet choose to engage, they risk being taken advantage of by RNG. After deliberation, Karsa swiftly made his way to the bottom lane. Observing the jungler who had come to assist, Xiaoxi could not help but let out a wry smile. Had he been able to hold his own in the lane, the situation would not have been so easily dictated by IG. As Karsa monitored the advancing Shadow Blade, poised to demolish their bottom-tier turret, he activated his scanner, intent on preventing any escape. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely a trap set by IG. They were using the Shy's Shadow Blade as bait to lure RNG into their grasp. As the Shy appeared oblivious to the danger looming over him, he remarked, "Karsa is heading to the bottom lane, but it seems that Shy Gu is unaware." However, glancing at the map, someone had already signaled him, indicating an awareness that RNG might be planning to ambush the Shy's Shadow Blade. Simultaneously, Zhou Yang glanced at Rookie, urging him to teleport. Is it a genuine teleport? Rookie hesitated. If he teleported to the bottom lane and RNG did not flank the Shy, it would be a wasted effort. What is there to fear? The opposing team is oblivious. If we don't mention it, who would know? Zhou Yang chuckled. Moreover, utilizing a teleport to gamble on the Baron seems worth a shot. Finding merit in this reasoning, Rookie contemplated briefly before commanding Syndra to teleport to the bottom lane. Rookie's Syndra has teleported. Guan Ziyuan noticed the teleport activation on the minimap. He had been puzzled as to why the Shy had placed a control ward behind him. It turned out to be for Rookie's teleportation. This realization struck him. IG had laid a trap for RNG. They anticipated that RNG might target the Shy in the bottom lane, prompting Rookie to teleport for a counter-ambush. Crucially, IG had indeed set the perfect ambush, with Karsa on a path that would lead him directly into it. Had they failed to catch him, Rookie's teleport would have surely been squandered. But having succeeded, this teleport would prove invaluable. At this moment, Rookie's Syndra had successfully teleported from the top lane to the bottom, to avoid being spotted by the enemy through any wards Karsa might have placed. He activated his scanner, and moved cautiously forward, maintaining a strategic distance from the Shy. Rookie ensured he remained hidden from enemy vision while being able to lend immediate support with his abilities. Meanwhile, Karsa had taken his position. Upon witnessing the situation, Guanziyuan immediately remarked that Karsa had already arrived, unaware that Rookie had made his way to the bot lane, mistakenly believing he was still at the front. If they were to engage, it would only be feasible if they could eliminate the Camille with a swift combination of skills, preventing her from uniting with Syndra. Otherwise, RNG would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Yet, how could a semi-tank Jarvan and an underdeveloped Aatrox possibly dispatch Camille in an instant? Karsa, lacking the omniscient perspective, remained oblivious to the fact that he was the one being ambushed. He naively anticipated that the Shy would soon find himself as easy prey, ripe for butchery by himself and Xiaoji. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Karsa, having traversed the jungle, charged toward the Shy-esque Camille. Demacia, aware that his presence in the bot lane would prompt IG to make a beeline for the Baron. Karsa spared no skill in his fervent desire to swiftly eliminate the Shy-esque Camille. Simultaneously, Xiaoji's Aatrox decisively unleashed his ultimate, surging toward Camille as well. Both aimed to eradicate the Shy at the earliest opportunity, unwilling to grant him a moment to escape. Once Camille was dealt with, Aatrox could teleport to the top lane to assist in defending the Baron. However, they had not anticipated that the Shy had no intention of fleeing. Realizing that everything unfolded just as Zhou Yang had described, the Shy, facing the dual onslaught, even found the presence of mind to commend Wao Yang. Impressive. Chapter 92, The Art of Illusion. The Divine Strategy of IG. Indeed, Zhou Yang harbored concerns about the possibility of his opponent not falling for the trap. However, the current circumstances made it abundantly clear that there was no need to contemplate Rookie's teleportation, as the adversary had failed to appear in the bot lane. RNG had flawlessly stepped into the snare he had meticulously crafted. What is this called? It is the classic scenario of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. Regrettably, he found himself unable to secure an assist. How he wished that supports could also wield teleportation. On the opposing side, the previously hesitant Aatrox suddenly unleashed his ultimate and charged forward, oblivious to the presence of others behind him. Yet, the Shy remained unfazed, for Rookie was right behind him, and the enemy had completely fallen into their trap. The Prince of Demacia initiated a swift EQ combo, following up with a decisive ultimate that enveloped the Shy-esque Camille. Aatrox surged forward, intent on delivering a quick explanation. Neither Karsa nor Xiaoji held back, keen to eliminate Camille at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, the Shy, ever the combative spirit, resolutely began to retaliate. After all, he had allies at his back, and that provided him with confidence. Observing the Shy's refusal to flee and his audacity to counterattack, Karsa and Xiaoji were momentarily perplexed. Though IG was known for its reckless approach, surely they could not be this thoughtless? Before they could ponder further, as they prepared to exert their full effort to dispatch Camille, suddenly, behind her appeared Syndra, surrounded by 3 dark orbs of magic. Upon catching sight of Syndra, Karsa was rendered speechless, frantically signaling. Why was Syndra here? One question left Uzi, Xiaoming, and Xiaohu momentarily stunned. Wasn't Syndra supposed to be at the forefront? When did she venture to the bot lane? She teleported down, Xiaoming remarked. Aside from teleportation, there was no other means for Syndra to arrive at the bot lane so swiftly. However, it was evidently not the time for contemplation. For Rookie's Syndra had already struck. After stunning Karsa's Prince with a swift QE combo, she unleashed her ultimate, Energy Surge. The 3 dark orbs surrounding Syndra, combined with one on the ground, dealt a significant blow to the Prince's health. At that moment, Karsa comprehended the trap laid by IG. They had fully anticipated his intent to ambush Camille and had orchestrated Syndra's teleportation for a counterstrike. What if he hadn't shown up? Wouldn't Syndra's teleportation have been in vain? But now was not the time for such musings, as events had already unfolded. There were no what-ifs or maybes. Though Rookie's Syndra alone could not eliminate the prince, the combination with the Shy's Camille made all the difference. Her ultimate ensnared the prince and repelled Aatrox, leaving the unfortunate Karsa, who had initially aimed to catch the Shy, ensnared himself. Karsa had been outsmarted. Observing the fallen prince, Guanziyuan sighed softly before speaking. All of RNG's maneuvers have been anticipated by IG. They cleverly turned the tables, allowing Rookie to teleport to the bottom lane for an ambush, successfully catching Karsa. This predicament was inevitable, as the pressure exerted by the shy Escamille in the side lane was overwhelming, leaving no one capable of defending against her alone, thus necessitating reinforcements. Meanwhile, IG's other members exerted pressure for vision control around the Baron, compelling a choice from their adversaries. It can be said that Karsa was entirely led into the meticulously laid trap by IG. Following the demise of LS Prince, Xiaoji immediately commanded the Kane to retreat, wishing to avoid a one-for-one exchange. However, Rookie's mastery over Syndra had reached a level of exquisite finesse as he deftly seized the dark sphere on the ground, utilizing his W ability from an extreme distance to slow the Kane. As a champion capable of casting spells while maneuvering, Syndra appeared incredibly fluid under Rookie's control. Noticing the slowed Kane, the Shy finally unleashed his long-awaited E ability. I didn't say you could leave. He utilized Camille's E to pull the wall, stunning the Kane with a swift kick, then deftly dodged the Kane's W ability and followed up with basic attacks and AQ to deal damage. Xiaoji found himself in a dire situation, his health dwindling, unable to withstand the true damage from the Shy's second Q. Ultimately, he was forced to retreat in a state of disarray, using his flash to escape. What began as an offensive maneuver by RNG against the Shy had devolved into a scene of disaster, with their jungler fallen and their top laner forced to flash away. Facing the flashing Kane, the Shy yearned to pursue further. Yet, at a crucial moment, Zhou interjected, let it go, according to the rules of the Rift. We don't kill after a flash. He implored, give me some face. After all, he is still a flower of the LPL, don't go too hard on him. He feared that if the Shy pursued recklessly, it would hinder more pressing matters. Now, with the enemy jungler, Karsa, fallen, and the top laner, Kane, retreating with low health, a splendid opportunity to seize the Baron had emerged. Karsa's demise presented IG with an advantageous moment to claim the Baron. Remembering this, Guanziyuan shook his head slightly. Feruzi Xayah already possessed 2 items, and Xiaohu's equipment was also commendable. Most importantly, during their assault, Xiaohu's Zoe could freely poke. Should he land a couple of QS, combined with the damage from the Baron, they might achieve unexpectedly favorable results. The advantageous side seizes the Great Dragon, yet simultaneously provides an opportunity for the disadvantaged side. The stronger team should primarily leverage the dragon to compel their opponents into a team fight. Moreover, IG lacks a true frontline. Should they sustain excessive damage while battling the dragon, Uzi might seize the opportunity to capitalize. Therefore, I believe a more prudent approach for IG would be to push for the mid-tier turret. Once the turret is down, they can utilize the vision to seek further opportunities, thus ensuring a more stable strategy. However, just as Guanziyuan's words echoed in the air, the audience beheld on the grand screen as the Shy's Kane teleported to the top lane. Moments ago, Rookie had teleported down to provide support for Kane, and now the Shy was teleporting to the top lane to engage the dragon. 2 teleportations, a flawless act of misdirection. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Although Uzi Xayah and Xiaohu Zoe remained alive, confronting the duo could result in them being overwhelmed by the dragon's might. What was the purpose of meticulously orchestrating a trap for Karsa, if not to deny the opposing team a 50% chance to contest the dragon? RNG is unlikely to allow IG to claim the dragon unchallenged, yet without their smite, they stand no chance of snatching it away. This is the objective of IG. While you may take the kills, the dragon shall be mine. Even if the 4 champions battling the dragon ultimately fall, at the very least, they can secure a dragon essence. And this essence belongs to Rookie Syndra.